Part 3, Chapter 5 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. All had gone to their rooms, but, with the exception of Anatole, who went to sleep as soon as he got into bed, it was long before anyone could close an eye that night. Is he really to be my husband, this handsome stranger, who seems so good? Ah, yes, above all, so good, thought the Princess Marya, and a feeling of fear, such as she had scarcely ever experienced before, came upon her. She was afraid to look round. It seemed to her as though someone were standing there behind the screen in the dark corner, and this someone was he, the devil, and he was this man with the white forehead, the black eyebrows, and the rosy lips. She called her maid and begged for her to sleep in her room. Mademoiselle Bourienne, that same evening, walked for a long time up and down the winter garden, vainly expecting someone, now smiling at her own thought, now stirred to tears by imagining the words which sa pauvre mère would say in reproaching her after her fall. The little princess scolded her maid because her bed was not comfortable. It was impossible for her to lie on her side or on her face. Any position was awkward and uncomfortable. She felt more than ever tried today, especially because Anatole's presence brought back so vividly the days before she was married, when she was light-hearted and merry. She reclined in her easy chair, in her dressing jacket and nightcap. Katya, half asleep, with her hair hanging down in a braid, was turning for the third time and shaking up the heavy mattress, muttering to herself. "I told you that it was all humps and hollows," insisted the little princess. "I should like to go to sleep myself. I'm sure it isn't my fault." And her voice trembled as though she were a child, getting ready to cry. The old prince also could not sleep. Tikhon, as he napped, heard him stamping wrathfully up and down and snorting. It seemed to the old prince that he had been insulted through his daughter. The insult was painful, because it was directed not to himself, but to another, to his daughter, whom he loved better than himself. He kept telling himself that he would calmly think the whole matter over, and decide how in justice to himself he must act, but instead of so doing, he grew more and more vexed with himself. Let the first young man come along, and she forgets father and all, and she runs upstairs, combs up her hair and prinks, and is no longer like herself, glad to throw her father over. And she knew that I noticed it. And then, haven't I eyes to see that that simpleton has no eyes for anyone except Burinka? Must get rid of her. And how is it that she hasn't enough pride to see it herself? If not for her own sake, she might at least show some for mine. I must show her that this booby doesn't think of her at all, but only stares at Bourienne. She has no pride, but I'll prove this for her. The old prince knew that if he told his daughter that she was laboring under a delusion, that Anatole was bent on flirting with Bourienne, he would in this way touch his daughter's pride, and his game would be played. For he was anxious not to part with his daughter. This consideration served to quiet him. He summoned Tikhon and began to undress. "The devil take him," he said to himself as Tikhon slipped the nightshirt over his master's thin, old body, the chest overgrown with grey hairs. "I did not invite 'em. They have come to upset my whole life, and my life will soon come to an end. The devil with 'em," he muttered, when his head was still hidden by the shirt. Tikhon knew the prince's habit of sometimes thinking aloud, and therefore he met with unflinching eyes the prince's wrathfully scrutinizing gaze, as his head came out from the nightshirt. "Have they gone to bed?" asked the prince. Tikhon, after the manner of all well-trained valets, knew by intuition what his baron was thinking about. He judged that the question referred to Prince Vasily and his son. "They have deigned to go to bed, and their lights are out, your illustriousness." "No reason why they shouldn't," briskly exclaimed the prince, and thrusting his feet into his slippers and his arms into his dressing-gown, he went to the sofa where he usually slept. Although but few words had been exchanged by Anatole and Mademoiselle Bourienne, they thoroughly understood one another as to the first chapters of the romance up to the appearance of pauvre mère. They understood that they had much to say to each other in secret, and therefore early in the morning they both sought an opportunity for a private interview. While the young princess was going at the usual hour to meet her father, Mademoiselle Bourienne and Anatole met in the winter garden. The Princess Mariya on this particular day went with more than her usual trepidation to the door of her father's cabinet. It seemed to her that everyone knew that this day her fate was to be decided, but also knew what she herself felt about it. She read this expression on Tikhon's face, and on the face of Prince Vasili's valet, as he met her in the corridor on his way with hot water for the prince, and made her a low bow. The old prince this morning was thoroughly affectionate and kind in his behavior to his daughter. The Princess Mariya well knew this expression of kindness. It was the expression which his face generally wore when his nervous hands doubled up with vexation because she did not understand her arithmetical examples, and he would spring to his feet, walk away from her, and then repeat the same words in a low, gentle voice. He immediately addressed himself to the business in hand, and began to explain to her, all the time using the formal we, you. "I have received an offer for your hand in marriage," said he, with an unnatural smile. "I suppose you did not imagine," he went on to say, "that he came here and brought his pupil, for some inexplicable reason Prince Nikolai Andreyevitch called Anatole Vospitanek, pupil, for the sake of my handsome eyes. Last evening he proposed for your hand, and, as you know my principles, I refer it to you." "How am I to understand you, mon père?" she exclaimed, turning pale and then blushing. "How understand me?" cried her father, wrathfully. "Prince Vasili is satisfied with you for a daughter-in-law, and has proposed for your hand in behalf of his pupil. That's what it means. How understand it? That I ask you." "I do not know so well as you, mon père," whispered the princess. "I? What have I got to do with it? Consider me out of the question. I'm not the one who's going to be married. What's your opinion? That is what must be known." The princess saw that her father did not regard the matter very favorably, but at the same time the thought occurred to her that now or never the whole destiny of her life hung in the balance. She dropped her eyes so as not to see his face, because she knew that she could not think if she were under its dominion, but even then she could only be subject to him, and she said, "I desire only one thing, to fulfill your will, but if it be necessary for me to express my desire—" She had no time to finish her sentence. The prince interrupted her. "That's admirable," he cried. "He will take you for your fortune, and by the way, hook on Mademoiselle Bourienne. She will be his wife, and you—" The prince paused. He noticed the effect produced on his daughter by his words. She hung her head and was ready to burst into tears. "Well, I was only jesting," said he. "Remember this one thing, princess. I stick to my principles that a girl has a perfect right to choose for herself. I give you your freedom. Remember this, though. The happiness of your whole life depends upon your decision. Leave me out of the consideration." "But I do not know, mon père." "There is nothing to be said. He will marry as he is bid, whether it be you or somebody else, but you are free to choose. Go to your room, think it over, and at the end of an hour come to me and tell me in his presence what your decision is, yea or no. I know that you'll have to pray over it. Well, pray if you please. Only you'd better use your reason. Get you gone. Yea or no? Yea or no? Yea or no?" cried he, as the princess, still in a mist, left the room with tottering step. Her fate was already decided, and happily decided. But what her father said about Mademoiselle Bourienne, that insinuation was horrible. False, let us hope, but still it was horrible, and she could not keep it out of her thoughts. She started directly to her room through the winter garden, seeing nothing and hearing nothing, when suddenly Mademoiselle Bourienne's well-known chatter struck her ear and woke her from her dreaming. She raised her eyes and, 2 paces away, saw Anatole with the Frenchwoman in his arms, and whispering something in her ear. With a terrible expression on his handsome face, he looked at the Princess Mariya, and at first did not release Mademoiselle Bourienne, who had not seen the princess at all. "Who is here? What is the trouble? Just wait a little," Anatole's face seemed to say. The Princess Mariya silently gazed at them. She could not comprehend it. Then Mademoiselle Bourienne uttered a cry and fled. Anatole with an amused smile gave the princess a bow, as though asking her to look on the ridiculous side of this strange behavior, and shrugging his shoulders, disappeared through the door that led to his own quarters. At the end of an hour Tikhon came to summon the Princess Marya. He conducted her to her father's room and told her that Prince Vasily was also there. When Tikhon came for her, the princess was sitting on a sofa in her room, with her arm around Mademoiselle Bourienne. The latter was weeping, and the princess softly stroked her hair. The princess's beautiful eyes, with all their usual calmness and brilliancy, gazed with affectionate love and sympathy into Mademoiselle Bourienne's pretty face. "No, princess, my place is forever gone from your heart," said Mademoiselle Bourienne. "Why, I love you more than ever," replied the Princess Marya, "and I will try to do all that is in my power for your happiness. But you despise me. You, who are so pure, will never understand this frenzy of passion. Ah, my poor mother!" "I understand it all," replied the princess, with a melancholy smile. "Compose yourself, my friend. I am going to see my father," said she, and left the room. Prince Vasily, with one leg thrown across his knee and holding his snuff-box in his hand, was greatly excited, and evidently realized that he was in a precarious condition, and yet he tried to conquer his own nervousness. He was sitting with an imploring smile on his face as the Princess Marya entered the room. He hastily applied a pinch of snuff to his nose. "Ah, ma bonne, ma bonne!" he exclaimed, rising and seizing her by both hands. He sighed and added, "My son's fate is in your hand. Décidez, ma bonne, ma chère, ma douce Marie. I have always loved you as though you were my own daughter." He turned away. Genuine tears stood in his eyes. "Fur, fur!" snorted Prince Nikolai Andreitch. "The prince in the name of his pupil, I mean his son, makes you an offer. Will you or will you not be the wife of Prince Anatol Kuragin? Speak, yea or no," cried he. "And then I reserve to myself the right to give my opinion also. Yes, my opinion, and only my opinion," added Prince Nikolai Andreitch, in reply to Prince Vasily's beseeching expression. "Yea or no?" "My desire, mon père, is never to leave you nor to part from you as long as we live. I do not wish to marry," said she with firm deliberation, fixing her beautiful eyes on Prince Vasily and on her father. "Folly! Nonsense! 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 Nonsense!" cried Prince Nikolai Andreitch, frowning. He drew his daughter close to him, yet he did not kiss her, but merely brought his forehead close to hers, and squeezed her hand which he held in his so that she screamed out with pain. Prince Vasily arose. "My dear, I will tell you that this is a moment that I shall never forget. Never. But, my dear, can't you give us a little hope of ever touching your kind and generous heart? Say that perhaps. The future is so long. Only say perhaps." "Prince, what I have told you is all that my heart can say. I thank you for the honor, but I can never be your son's wife." "Well, that ends it, my dear fellow. Very glad to have seen you, very glad to have seen you. Go to your room, princess. Go to your room," said the old prince. "Very, very glad to have seen you," he reiterated, embracing Prince Vasily. "My vocation is different," said the Princess Marya to herself. "My vocation is to be happy in the happiness of others, a different sort of happiness, the happiness of love and self-sacrifice. And so far as within me lies, I will bring about the happiness of poor Emily. She loves him so passionately. She repents her conduct so bitterly. I will do everything to bring about a marriage between them. If he is not rich, I will give her the means. I will petition my father. I will ask Andrei. And I shall be so happy when she becomes his wife. She is so unfortunate, lonely, and helpless in a strange land. Ah, bose moi! How passionately she must love him if she can so far forget herself. Maybe, I myself should have done the same thing," thought the Princess Marya. End of chapter 5. Part 3, Chapter 6 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. The Rostovs had not heard for a long time from their Nikolushka, and it was near the middle of winter when a letter was handed to the Count, on the envelope of which he recognized his son's handwriting. On receipt of the letter the Count hastily and anxiously stole off to his own cabinet, walking on his tiptoes, so as to escape observation, and shut himself in, and began to read it. Anna Mikhailovna, learning about the arrival of the letter, for she knew everything that took place in the house, quietly followed the Count, and found him with the letter in his hands, sobbing and laughing at the same time. Anna Mikhailovna, notwithstanding the improvement in her affairs, still continued to live at the Rostovs. "Mon bon ami," exclaimed Anna Mikhailovna, with a tone of pathetic inquiry in her voice, and prepared to give him sympathy to any extent. The Count sobbed still more violently. "Nikolushka, a letter. Wounded. He was wounded, ma chère. Wounded, my darling boy. The little Countess. Made an officer. Glory to God. Slava Bohu. How can I tell the little Countess?" Anna Mikhailovna sat down by him, wiped the tears from his eyes with her handkerchief, and from the letter, for they were dropping on it, and then from her own eyes, read the letter herself, soothed the Count, and decided that she would use the time till dinner, and even tea, for preparing the Countess, and then after tea she would break the news to her, if God would only aid her. During dinner time Anna Mikhailovna talked about the events of the war, and about Nikolushka, and asked twice when they had received the last letter from him, though she herself knew perfectly well, and remarked that very likely they might have a letter from him, perhaps that day. Every time when, at such insinuations, the Countess began to grow uneasy, and glance anxiously first at the Count and then at Anna Mikhailovna most adroitly led the conversation to insignificant topics. Natasha, more than the rest of the family, was endowed with peculiar sensitiveness to shades of intonation, to the looks and expressions of faces, and as soon as dinner began, she pricked up her ears and came to the conclusion that there was some secret between her father and Anna Mikhailovna, and that it was something referring to her brother, and that Anna Mikhailovna was trying to prepare someone. Notwithstanding all her audacity, she dared not ask any questions during dinner time, for she knew too well how sensitive her mother was in regard to all that related to her son. But her curiosity was so great that she ate nothing, and kept turning and twisting in her chair, in spite of the reproaches of her governess. After dinner she rushed precipitously after Anna Mikhailovna and threw herself into her arms. "Auntie, darling, tell me what it is." "Nothing, my dear." "Yes, there is, dearest, sweet one, you old pet, and I shan't let you go till you tell me, for I know that you know." Anna Mikhailovna shook her head. "Your little witch. Une fine mouche, mon enfant," said she. "A letter from Nikolenka. Truly, isn't that it?" cried Natasha, reading an affirmative answer in Anna Mikhailovna's face. "Yes, but for heaven's sake be more cautious. You know how this might trouble your maman." I will, but tell me all about it. You won't tell me? Well then, I'm going right to tell her." Anna Mikhailovna in few words told Natasha the contents of the letter, under the conditions of secrecy. "My true word of honor," said Natasha, crossing herself. "I won't tell anyone." And immediately she went to Sonya. "Nikolenka, wounded, a letter!" she exclaimed triumphantly and joyously. "Nicholas!" cried Sonya, turning pale. Natasha, seeing the impression produced on Sonya by the news that her brother was wounded, realized for the first time all the sorrowful side of the news. She ran to Sonya, threw her arms around her neck, and burst into tears. "He's not badly wounded, and has been promoted to be an officer. He's all well again, for he wrote the letter himself," cried she through her tears. "That's the way. All you women are milksops," exclaimed Petya, marching along with gallant strides up and down the room. "I am very glad, more glad than I can tell, that my brother has distinguished himself so. You are all crybabies. You haven't any sense at all." Natasha smiled through her tears. "You haven't read the letter, have you?" "No, I haven't read it, but she said the worst was over and that he was already an officer." "Glory to God!" cried Sonya, crossing herself. "But maybe she was deceiving you. Let's go to maman." Petya walked silently up and down the room. "If I had been in Nikolushka's place, I should have killed still more of those Frenchmen," said he, after a little. "What nasty brutes they are! I would have killed such a lot of them that it would have made a pile so high," continued Petya. "Hush, Petya, what a goose you are!" "I am not a goose, but you are geese to cry over mere trifles," said he. "Do you remember him?" suddenly asked Natasha, after a moment's silence. Sonya smiled. "Do I remember Nicholas?" "No, Sonya. Do you remember him perfectly, so that you can recall everything about him?" asked Natasha, with an emphatic gesture, evidently wishing to give her words the most serious meaning. "Well, now, I remember Nikolenka. I remember him well, but I don't remember Boris. I don't remember him at all." "What? You don't remember Boris?" exclaimed Sonya in amazement. "No, I don't really remember him. I have a general idea how he looked, but I can't bring him up before me, as I can Nikolenka. If I shut my eyes I can see, but it is not so with Boris." She shut her eyes. "That way, no, not at all." "Oh, Natasha," said Sonya, looking at her friend with enraptured earnestness, as though she considered her unworthy to hear what she had in mind to say, and as though she were saying it to someone else, with whom it was impossible to jest. "I love your brother, and whatever might happen to him or to me, I shall never cease to love him as long as I live." Natasha looked at Sonya with wondering inquisitive eyes, and made no answer. She felt convinced that what Sonya had said was true, that what Sonya talked about was real love, but Natasha had never experienced anything like it. She believed that it was in the realm of the possible, but she could not understand it. "Shall you write him?" she asked. Sonya deliberated. The question how to write to Nicholas, and whether it were her duty to write to him, and what she should write to him, tormented her. Now that he were already an officer and a wounded hero, it was a question of doubt in her mind whether it would be right for her to remind him of herself and of the promise which he had made to her. "I do not know. I think if he writes to me, then I will answer it," she replied, blushing. "And shan't you feel ashamed to write to him?" Sonya smiled. "No. Well, I should feel ashamed to write to Boris, and I am not going to." "Why should one feel ashamed?" "There now, I'm sure I don't know. It's awkward, anyway. I should be—" "Well, I know why she would be ashamed," said Petya, affronted at Natasha's first remark. "Because she fell in love with that fat fellow with the glasses." He meant by this his namesake, Pierre, the new Count Bezukhoi. "And now she's in love with that singer." Petya now referred to an Italian who was giving Natasha singing lessons. "And that's why she would be ashamed." "Petya, you're too silly." "I'm no sillier than you are, Matushka," said the 10-year-old lad, exactly as though he were an elderly brigadier. The countess had been "prepared" during dinner time by means of Anna Mikhailovna's hints. Going to her own room, she sat down on her sofa, not taking her eyes from a miniature picture of her son, painted on her snuff-box, and her eyes quickly filled with tears. Anna Mikhailovna, with the letter, came into the countess's room on her tiptoes and remained standing. "Don't you come in," she said to the old count who was following her. She closed the door behind her. The count applied his ear to the keyhole and tried to listen. At first all that he heard was a monotonous sound of voices, then Anna Mikhailovna making a long speech without interruption, then a shriek, then silence, then again both voices speaking together with joyful inflections, and then steps, and Anna Mikhailovna opened the door. Anna Mikhailovna's face wore the proud expression of a surgical operator, who had just accomplished a difficult amputation and allows the public to enter and appreciate his skill. "C'est fait. It's all right," said she to the count, pointing with an enthusiastic gesture to the countess, who held in one hand the snuff-box with the portrait, in the other the letter, and was pressing her lips first to the one and then to the other. Seeing the count, she stretched out her hand toward him, embraced his bald head, and over his bald head looked at the letter and the portrait, and then, in order to press them to her lips again, very gently pushed the bald head away. Viera, Natasha, Sonya, and Petya came into the room, and the reading of the letter began. It contained a brief description of the campaign and the 2 engagements in which Nikolushka had taken place. He announced his promotion and said that he kissed Maman and Papa's hands, asking for their blessing, and kissed Viera, Natasha, and Petya. Moreover, he made his respects to Mr. Schelling and Madame Sauchet and his old nurse, and then he begged them to kiss his dear Sonya, whom he had always loved so, and whom he had remembered so affectionately. When Sonya heard this, she blushed so that tears came into her eyes, and, not able to endure the glances fastened on her, she ran into the drawing parlor, whirled around it at full speed, her dress flying out like a balloon, and then plumped down on the floor, all flushed and smiling. The Countess melted into tears. "What makes you cry, Maman?" asked Viera. "Everything that he writes seems to me a cause for rejoicing and not for weeping." This was perfectly true, but, nevertheless, the Count and the Countess and Natasha all looked at her reproachfully. "Whom is she like, I wonder?" said the Countess to herself. Nikolushka's letter was reread 100 times, and those who felt themselves entitled to hear it had to go to the Countess, who would not let it out of her hands. The tutors came, and the nurses, and Mitenka, and ever so many acquaintances, and the Countess read the letter to them each time with new delight, each time discovering new virtues in her Nikolushka. How strange, marvelous, and beautiful it was to her that her son, that son, the almost imperceptible motions of whose tiny limbs she had felt 20 years before, that son over whom she had quarreled with the Count for spoiling him, that son who had learned to say Grusha first and then Baba, that this same son was now far away in a foreign land, in foreign surroundings, a heroic soldier, alone without help or guidance, performing there his part in the deeds of heroes. The universal experience of the world, in all ages, going to show that children by imperceptible steps march from the cradle into manhood, was not realized by the Countess. The attainment of manhood by her son was at every step as extraordinary as though there had not been millions upon millions of men who had gone through exactly the same process. Just as 20 years before it had been almost impossible for her to believe that the mysterious little being that was living and moving somewhere under her heart would ever wail and nurse and learn to talk, so now it was incredible that this same being had become a strong, gallant man, the paragon of sons and of men, such as he was now, judging by his letter. "What a style he has! How elegantly he expresses himself," said she, as she read over the descriptive portions of the letter. "And how much soul! Nothing about himself, nothing at all. Something about Denisov, but he himself must have been braver than all the rest. He writes nothing at all about his sufferings. How much heart he has! How well I know him, and how kindly he remembers all the household. He did not forget a single one. But I always said it of him, even when he was ever so little. I always said it." For more than a week rough drafts of letters to Nikolushka were prepared and written and copied out on white paper by the whole family under the superintendence of the Countess and the zealous care of the Count. All sorts of necessary articles were made into a parcel, together with money for the new uniform and the installation of the newly appointed officer. Anna Mikhailovna, a practical woman, had been shrewd enough to secure for her son a protector in the army, even for the better forwarding of correspondence. She had managed to find the opportunity of sending her letters in care of the Grand Duke Konstantin Pavlovitch, who commanded the guards. The Rostovs had supposed that Russkaya Gvardia Zagranitsie, the Russian guard on service abroad, was a sufficiently definite address, and that if a letter reached the Grand Duke commanding the guards, then there was no reason why it should not reach the Pavlograd regiment, which must be somewhere near, and therefore it was decided to be best to send the packet and the money by the Grand Duke's courier to Boris, and Boris would see to it that it was put into Nikolushka's hands. There were letters from the old Count, from the Countess, from Petya, from Viera, from Natasha, from Sonya, and finally 6,000 rubles for his outfit and various things which the Count wished to send him. End of chapter 6. Part 3, Chapter 7 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. On the 24th of November, Kutuzov's fighting army, bivouacked near Olmütz, made ready to be reviewed on the following day by the Emperor of Russia and the Emperor of Austria. The Imperial Guards, which had just arrived from Russia, encamped about 15 versts from Olmütz, and on the next day were to proceed directly to the review, which would take place about 10 o'clock in the morning, on the parade ground at Olmütz. Nikolai Rostov on that day had received a note from Boris informing him that the Izmailovsky regiment was going to encamp about 15 versts away, and that he wanted to see him to give him some letters and some money. The money came particularly handy to Rostov just now, when, after the toils of the campaign, the army had settled down at Olmütz, and well-provided soldiers and Austrian Jews, offering all sorts of enticements, infested the camp. The Pavlograd warriors enjoyed banquet after banquet, celebrated in honor of promotions won during the campaign, as well as excursions into the town where Carolina, called Vergenka, or the Hungarian, had recently opened a tavern, at which all the waiters were girls. Rostov had just celebrated his promotion from yunker to cornet, had bought Denisov's horse Bedouin, and was in debt to his comrades and the soldiers on every side. On receipt of the note from Boris, Rostov rode into Olmütz with some comrades, dined there, drank a bottle of wine, and rode off alone to the guards' camp to find the friend and companion of his youth. Rostov had not as yet had a chance to procure his new uniform. He wore a soiled yunker's jacket, with private's cross, his ordinary well-worn leather-seated riding trousers, and an officer's saber with a sword knot. The horse which he rode was a Don pony, which he had bought during the campaign, of a Cossack. His crumpled cap was rakishly set sideways on the back of his head. When he reached the camp of the Izmailovsky regiment, he thought how much he should surprise Boris and all his comrades of the guard by appearing before them like a veteran who had been under fire. The guard had made the whole campaign as though it were a picnic, making a great display of their neatness and discipline. Their marches had been short, their knapsacks had been transported on the baggage wagons, and the officers had been given splendid entertainments at every halting place by the Austrian authorities. The regiments entered and left the cities with music playing, and during the whole campaign, much to the pride of the guard, the men had marched in serried ranks, keeping step, while the officers, mounted, rode in their places of assignment. Boris during the whole campaign had marched and halted with Berg, who had now risen to be Rotnui Commandeer, or captain. Berg, having been given a company, had succeeded by his promptness and punctuality in winning the goodwill of his superiors, and his financial affairs were now in very good shape. Boris had made many acquaintances with men who might be of service to him, and by means of a letter of introduction given him by Pierre, had become acquainted with Prince Andrei Bolkonsky, through whom he hoped to obtain a place on the staff of the commander-in-chief. Berg and Boris, neatly and elegantly dressed, were resting after their day's journey, and seated in a neat room that had been made ready for them, were playing checkers at a small round table. Berg held between his knees the pipe which he was smoking. Boris, with the carefulness characteristic of him, had piled up the checkers in pyramidal form with his delicate white fingers, and was waiting for Berg's move, and looking at his opponent's face, evidently thinking only of the game, just as he always thought only of what occupied him at the moment. "There now, how will you get out of that?" he asked. "We'll do our best," replied Berg, touching a king and then dropping his hand again. At this moment the door opened. "Ah, you petits enfants à la couche dormir," he cried, quoting the words of their old nurse, in which he and Boris always found great amusement. "Batyushki, how you have changed!" Boris arose to meet Rostov, but as he did so he took pains to pick up and replace the checkers that had fallen, and he was about to embrace his friend, but Nikolai slipped out of his grasp. With that feeling peculiar to youth, which suggests the avoidance of beaten paths, and the expression of feelings like everyone else, and especially that often hypocritical fashion which obtains with our elders, Nikolai wanted to do something unusual and original, on the occasion of meeting his friends. He wanted to give Boris a pinch or a push, anything except kiss him, as was universally done. Boris, on the contrary, threw his arms around Rostov in a composed and friendly fashion, and kissed him 3 times. They had not met for almost 6 months, and in such an interval when young men have been taking their first steps on the pathway of life, each finds in the other tremendous changes, due to surroundings so entirely different from those in which they had taken their first steps of life. Both had changed greatly since they last met, and each was equally anxious to show the other the changes that they had undergone. "Oh, you cursed dandies, spruce and shiny, just in from a promenade. Not much like us poor sinners of the line," exclaimed Rostov, with baritone notes in his voice, and with brusque army manners, quite new to Boris, and he exhibited his own dirty and bespattered trousers. On hearing Rostov's loud voice, the German mistress of the house put her head in through the door. "Rather pretty, hey?" cried Nikolai, with a wink. "What makes you shout so? You will scare them," said Boris. "I wasn't expecting you today," he added. "It was only this afternoon that I sent my note to you through an acquaintance of mine, Kutuzov's adjutant, Volkonsky. I didn't think of its reaching you so soon. Well, how are you? Been under fire already, have you?" asked Boris. Rostov said nothing in reply, but shook the Georgievsky cross on the lace of his coat, and pointed to his arm, which he carried in a sling, looking at Berg with a smile. "As you see," said he. "Well, well, so you have," returned Boris with a smile. "And we have also had a glorious campaign. You know His Imperial Highness was most of the time near our regiment, so that we had all sorts of privileges and advantages. What receptions we had in Poland, what dinners and balls, I can't begin to tell you. And the Cesarevitch was very courteous to all of us officers." Then the 2 friends related their experiences, the one telling of the jolly good times with the hussars and his campaign life, the other of the pleasures and advantages of serving under the direct command of men high in authority, and so on. "Oh, you guardsmen!" cried Rostov. "But come now, send out for some wine." Boris scowled. "Certainly, if you really wish it," and going to his couch he took out from under the clean pillows a purse, and ordered his man to bring wine. "Oh, yes, and I will deliver over to you some of the letters and your money," he added. Rostov took his packet, and flinging the money on the sofa, leaned both elbows on the table and began to read. He read a few lines and then gave Berg a wrathful glance. Berg's eyes fastened upon him, annoyed him, and he shielded his face with the letter. "Well, they've sent you a good lot of money," exclaimed Berg, glancing at the heavy purse, half buried in the sofa. "And here we have to live on our salaries, Count. Now I will tell you about myself." "Look here, Berg, my dear fellow," said Rostov. "When I find you with a letter just received from home, and with a man with whom you want to talk about all sorts of things, I will instantly leave you so as not to disturb you. Hear what I say. Get you gone anywhere, to the devil," he cried, and then seizing him by the shoulder and giving him an affectionate look full in the face, evidently for the purpose of modifying the rudeness of his words, he added, "Now see here, don't be angry with me, my dear heart. I speak frankly because you are an old acquaintance." "Ah, for heaven's sake, Count, I understand perfectly," said Berg, getting up and swallowing down his throaty voice. "Go and see our hosts. They've invited you," suggested Boris. Berg put on his immaculate, neat, and dustless coat, went to the mirror, brushed the hair up from his temples, after the style of the Emperor, Alexander Pavlovitch, and, being persuaded by Rostov's looks that his coat was noticeable, left the room with a smile of satisfaction. "Ugh, what a brute I am, though!" exclaimed Rostov, reading the letter. "What now?" "Ugh, what a pig I am that I did not write them sooner, and frighten them so! Ugh, what a pig I am!" he repeated, suddenly reddening. "Well, you sent Gavrilo for wine, have you? Very good, we'll have a drink," said he. Among the home letters there was enclosed a note of recommendation to Prince Bagration, which the old countess at Anna Mikhailovna's suggestion obtained from some acquaintance and sent to her son, urging him to present it and get all the advantage she could find from it. "What nonsense! Much I need this," said Rostov, flinging the letter on the table. "Why did you throw it down?" asked Boris. "Oh, it was a letter of suggestion. What the deuce do I want of such a letter?" "Why do you say that?" asked Boris, picking up the letter and reading the inscription. "This letter might be very useful to you." "I don't need anything, and I don't care to become anyone's adjutant." Why not, pray? Asked Boris. It's a lackey's place. You still have some queer notions, I see, rejoined Boris, shaking his head. And you're the same old diplomat. However, that's not to the point. How are you? Asked Rostov. Just exactly as you see. So far, all has gone well with me. But I confess, I should very much like to be made an adjutant, and not stick to the line. Why? Because, having once entered upon the profession of arms, it is best to make one's career as brilliant as possible. Yes, that's true, said Rostov, evidently thinking of something else. He gave his friend a steady, inquiring look, evidently trying in vain to find in his eyes the answer to some puzzling question. Old Gavrilo brought the wine. Hadn't we better send now for Alphonse Karluich? Asked Boris. He will drink with you, for I can't. Yes, do send for him. But who is this Dutchman? Asked Rostov, with a scornful smile. He's a very, very nice, honorable and pleasant man, exclaimed Boris. Rostov once more looked steadily into Boris's eyes and sighed. Berg came back, and over the bottle of wine the conversation between the three officers grew more lively. The two guardsmen told Rostov of their march, and how they had been honored in Russia, Poland, and abroad. They told about the sayings and doings of their commander, the Grand Duke, together with anecdotes about his goodness and irascibility. Berg, as usual, kept silent when there was nothing that specially concerned himself, but when they began to speak about the goodness and irascibility of the Grand Duke, he told with great gusto how, in Galicia, he happened to have a talk with the Grand Duke. The Grand Duke was making the tour of the regiment and became very angry at the disorderly state of the division. With a smile of complacency on his face, Berg told how the Grand Duke, in a great state of vexation, came up to it and shouted, Arnaud tui, villains, being a favorite term of abuse when he was vexed, and called the company commander. Would you believe it, Count? I was not the least scared because I knew that I was all right. And, Count, I may say without boasting that I knew all the regulations by heart and the standing orders as well, knew them just as well as Our Father in Heaven. And so, Count, in my company, there was no complaint to be made of negligence. And that was the reason of my being so composed and having such an untroubled conscience. I stepped forward. Here Berg stood up and represented in pantomime how he had raised his hand to his visor as he stepped forward. Really, it would have been hard to imagine a face more expressive of deference and self-sufficiency. Oh, how he scolded me, rated me, you might say, rated and rated and rated mortally, not for life but for death, as the Russians say, and called me an Arnaut, and a devil, and threatened me with Siberia, proceeded Berg, with a shrewd smile. But I knew that I was in the right, and so I made no reply. Wasn't that best, Count? What? Are you dumb? He cried. Still I hold my tongue. What do you think of that, Count? On the next day there was nothing at all about it in the general orders, so that's what comes of not losing one's wits. Isn't that so, Count? Demanded Berg, lighting his pipe and sending out rings of smoke. Yes, that's splendid, said Rostov with a smile. But Boris, perceiving that Rostov was all ready to poke fun at Berg, adroitly changed the conversation. He asked Rostov to tell them how and where he had been wounded. This quite suited the young man, and he began to give a circumstantial account of it, growing more and more animated all the time. He described his action at Schungraven exactly in the way that those who take part in battles always describe them, that is, in the way that they would be glad to have had them happen, so that his story agreed with all the other accounts of the participants, but was very far from being the exact truth. Rostov was a truthful young man, for not anything in the world would he have deliberately told a falsehood. He began with the intention of telling it exactly as it happened, but imperceptibly, involuntarily, and unavoidably, as far as he was concerned, he fell into falsehood. If he had told the truth to these listeners of his, who had already heard from others, just as he himself had many times, the story of the charge, and had formed a definite idea of how the charge was made, and expected a substantially similar account of it from him, either they would not have believed him, or, what would have been worse, they would have come to the conclusion that Rostov was himself to blame for it, and that he had not undergone what he claimed to have undergone, since it did not agree with what is usually related of cavalry charges. He could not tell them in so many words that they had all started on the trot, that he had fallen from his horse, sprained his arm, and run away from the Frenchman with all his might and main into the forest. Moreover, in order to tell the story in its grim reality, he would have been obliged to exercise much self-control to tell only what had occurred. To tell the truth is very hard, and young men are rarely capable of it. It was expected of him to tell how he grew excited under the fire, and, forgetting everything, had dashed like a whirlwind against the square, how he had cut and slashed with his saber right and left, as a knife cuts cheese, and how at length he had fallen from exhaustion, and the like. And that was what he told them. In the midst of his tale, just as he was saying the words, "You can't imagine what a strange sensation of frenzy you experience during a charge," Prince Andrei Bolkonsky, whom Boris had been expected, came into the room. Prince Andrei, who liked to bear a patronizing relationship toward young men, was flattered at having Boris consigned to his protection, and was very well disposed toward him. Boris had succeeded in making a pleasant impression upon him, and he had made up his mind to have the young man's desire gratified. Being sent with dispatches from Kutuzov to the Cesarevitch, he had looked up his young protégé, expecting to find him alone. When he came in and found there a hussar of the line, relating his military experiences, a sort of individual whom the prince could not endure, he gave Boris an affectionate smile, scowled at Rostov, half closing his eyes, and with a stiff little bow took his seat wearily and indifferently on the sofa. He was disgusted at finding himself in uncongenial society. Rostov, feeling this instinctively, instantly took fire. But it was all the same to the prince. This was a stranger. He looked at Boris and saw that he seemed to be ashamed of being in company with a hussar of the line. Notwithstanding Prince Andrei's disagreeable, mocking tone, notwithstanding the general scorn which, from his point of view as a hussar of the line, Rostov shared for the staff adjutants, to which number evidently belonged the gentleman who had just entered, Rostov felt overwhelmed with confusion, reddened, and grew silent. Boris asked what was the news at headquarters, and whether it were indiscretion for him to inquire about our future movements. "Probably shall advance," replied Bolkonsky, evidently not wishing to commit himself further in the presence of strangers. Berg took advantage of his opportunity to ask with his usual politeness whether it were true, as he had heard, that double rations of forage were to be supplied to the captains of the line. At this Prince Andrei smiled, and replied that he could not give an opinion in regard to such important questions of state, and Berg laughed heartily with delight. "In regard to that matter of yours," said Prince Andrei, turning to Boris, again, "we will talk about it by and by," and he glanced at Rostov. "You come to me after the review. We will do all that is in our power," and glancing around the room, he addressed himself to Rostov, pretending not to notice his state of childish confusion, which was rapidly assuming the form of ill temper. Said he, "I suppose you were telling about the affair at Schungraven? Were you there?" "Certainly, I was there," spitefully replied Rostov, as though desiring by his tone to insult the adjutant. Bolkonsky noticed the hussar's state of mind, and it seemed to him amusing. A scornful smile played lightly over his lips. "Yes, there are many stories afloat now about that affair." "Stories, indeed!" exclaimed Rostov in a loud voice, turning his angry eyes on Boris and Bolkonsky. "Yes, many stories, but the stories we tell are the accounts of those who were under the hottest fire of the enemy. Our accounts have some weight, and are very different from the stories of those staff officers, milk-suckers, who win rewards by doing nothing." "By which you mean to insinuate that I am one of them?" demanded Prince Andrei, with a calm and very pleasant smile. A strange feeling of anger and at the same time of respect for the dignity of this stranger were at this moment united in Rostov's mind. "I was not speaking of you," said he. "I do not know you, and I confess I have no desire to know you. I merely made a general remark concerning staff officers." "And I will say this much to you," said Prince Andrei, interrupting him, a tone of calm superiority ringing in his voice. "You wish to insult me, and I am ready to have a settlement with you, it being very easy to bring about, if you have not sufficient self-respect. But you must agree with me that the time and place are exceedingly unpropitious for any such settlement. We are all soon to take place in a great and far more serious duel, and moreover, Drubetskoy here, who says that he is an old friend of yours, cannot be held accountable for the fact that my face was unfortunate enough to displease you. However," he went on to say as he got up, "you know my name, and you know where to find me. But don't forget," he added, "that I consider that neither I nor you have any ground for feeling insulted, and my advice, as a man older than you, is not to let this matter go any further. Well, Drubetskoi, on Friday, after the review, I shall expect you. Au revoir," called Prince Andrei, and he went out with a bow to both of them. It was only after Prince Andrei had left the room that Rostov remembered what reply he should have made, and he was still more out of temper because he had not had the wit to say it. He immediately ordered his horse brought round, and bidding Boris farewell rather dryly, rode off to his own camp. Should he go next day to headquarters and challenge this captious adjutant, or should he follow his advice and leave things as they were? That was the question that tormented him all the way. At one moment he angrily imagined how frightened this little, feeble, bumptious man would look when covered by his pistol. The next he confessed with amazement that of all the men whom he knew, there was none whom he should be more glad to have as his friend than this same detestable adjutant. End of chapter 7. Part 3, Chapter 8 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. On the day following the meeting of Boris and Rostov, occurred the review of the Austrian and Russian troops, including those who had just arrived from Russia, as well as those who had made the campaign with Kutuzov. Both the Emperor of Russia, with the Tsarevich, and the Emperor of Austria, with the Archduke, reviewed this army, aggregating 80,000 men. Early in the morning, the soldiers, elegantly spruced and attired, began to move, falling into line in front of the fortress. Here thousands of legs and bayonets moved along with streaming banners, and at the command of their officers halted or wheeled or formed into detachments, passing by other similar bodies of infantry in other uniforms. There, with measured hoofbeats and jingling of trappings, came the cavalry, gaily dressed in blue, red, and green embroidered uniforms, with gaily dressed musicians ahead, riding coal-black, chestnut, and gray horses. Yonder, stretching out in a long line, with their polished, shining cannon, jolting with a brazen din on their carriages, and with the smell of linstocks, came the artillery between the infantry and cavalry, and drew up in the places assigned to them. Not only the generals in full dress uniform, with slender waists or stout waists, tightened in to the last degree, and with red necks tightly clasped by their collars, and wearing their scarfs and all their orders. Not only the officers, promenaded and decked with all their glories, but all the soldiers with shining, clean-washed, and freshly shaven faces, and with all their appurtenances polished up to the highest luster, and all the horses gaily caparisoned and groomed so that their coats were as glossy as satin, and every individual hair in their manes in exactly its proper place, had the consciousness that something grave, significant, and solemn was taking place. Every general and every soldier felt his own insignificance, counting himself as merely a grain of sand in the sea of humanity, and at the same time felt his power when regarded as part of this mighty whole. By means of strenuous efforts and devoted energy, the preparations which had begun early in the morning were completed by 10 o'clock, and everything was in proper order. The ranks were drawn up across the broad parade ground. The whole army was arranged in 3 columns, in front the cavalry, then the artillery, and in the rear the infantry. Between each division of the army was a space like a street. The 3 divisions of this army were sharply contrasted with each other. Kutuzov's war-worn veterans, among whom on the right flank of the front row stood the Pavlogradsky hussars, the troops of the line that had just arrived from Russia, and the regiments of the Guard and the Austrian army. But all stood in one line, under one commander, and in identical order. Like the wind rustling the leaves, a murmur agitated the lines. "They are coming! They are coming!" Vivacious shouts of command were heard, and throughout the whole army, like a wave, ran the bustle of the final preparations. Far away in front of them, near Olmutz, appeared a group coming toward them. At this moment, though the day was calm, a gentle breeze, as it were, stirred the army, and seemed to shake the pennoned pikes and the loosened standards clinging to their staffs. It seemed as though the army itself by this silent tremor expressed its gladness at the approach of the emperors. The word of command was heard uttered by one voice, "Smyrno, eyes front." Then, like the answering of cocks at daybreak, many voices repeated this command from point to point, and all grew still. In the death-like silence, the only sound heard was the trampling of horses' feet. This was the suite of the emperors. The two monarchs rode along the left wing, and the bugles of the 1st Cavalry Regiment burst forth with the general march. It seemed as if it were not the bugles that played this march, but as if the army itself, in its delight at the approach of the emperors, emitted these sounds. Their echoes had not died away, when the Emperor Alexander's affable young voice was distinctly heard addressing the men. He uttered the usual welcome, and the 1st Regiment gave forth one huzzah, so deafening, so long drawn out and expressive of joy, that the men themselves were amazed and awestruck at the magnitude and strength of the mass which they constituted. Hurrah! Rostov, standing in the front rank of Kutuzov's army, which the emperor first approached, shared the feeling experienced by every man in that army, a feeling of self-forgetfulness, a proud consciousness of invincibility and of passionate attachment to him on whose account all this solemn parade was prepared. He felt that the mere word of this man was only needed for this mighty mass, including himself as an insignificant grain of sand, to dash through fire and water, to commit crime, to face death, or perform the mightiest deeds of heroism, and therefore he could not help trembling, could not help his heart melting within him at the sight of this approaching word. "Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" was roared on all sides, and one regiment after another welcomed the sovereigns with the music of the general march, and then renewed huzzahs, the general march, and huzzahs on huzzahs, which growing louder and louder mingled in one overpowering and deafening tumult. Until the sovereign came quite close, every regiment in its silence and rigidity seemed like a lifeless body, but as soon as the sovereign came abreast of it, the regiment woke to life and broke out into acclamations which mingled with the roar extending down the whole line past which the sovereign rode. Amid the tremendous deafening tumult of these thousands of voices, through the midst of the armies, standing in their squares as motionless as though they had been carved out of granite, moved easily, carelessly, but symmetrically, and above all with freedom and grace, the hundreds of riders constituting the suites, and in front of all, two men, the emperors. Upon them, and upon them alone, were concentrated the suppressed but eager attention of all that mass of warriors. The handsome young Emperor Alexander, in his horse guard's uniform and three-cornered hat worn pointed forward, with his pleasant face and clear but not loud voice, was the cynosure of all eyes. Rostov stood not far from the buglers, and his keen glance recognized the emperor while he was still far off, and followed him as he drew near. When the sovereign had approached to a distance of 20 paces, and Nikolai could clearly distinguish every feature of his handsome and radiant young face, he experienced a sense of affection and enthusiasm such as he had never felt before. Everything, every feature, every motion seemed to him bewitching in his sovereign. Pausing in front of the Pavlograd regiment, the monarch said something in French to the Emperor of Austria and smiled. Seeing this smile, Rostov himself involuntarily smiled also, and felt a still more powerful impulse of love toward his sovereign. He felt a burning desire to display this love in some way. He knew that this was impossible, and he felt like weeping. The sovereign summoned the regimental commander and said a few words to him. "Bozhe moi! What would happen to me if the sovereign were to address me?" thought Rostov. "I should die of happiness." The emperor also addressed the officers. "Gentlemen," said he, and Rostov listened as to a voice from heaven. How happy he would have been now could he only die for his Tsar. "I thank you all from my heart. You have won the standards of the George, proved yourself worthy of them." Only to die for him, thought Rostov. The sovereign said a few words more, which Rostov did not catch, and the soldiers, straining their throats, cried, "Hurrah! Hurrah!" Rostov also joined with them, leaning forward in his saddle and shouting with all his might, willing to burst his lungs in his efforts to express the full extent of his enthusiasm for his sovereign. The emperor stood a few seconds in front of the hussars as though he were undecided. "How can the sovereign be undecided?" mused Rostov. But immediately even this indecision seemed to him a new proof of majesty and charm, like everything else that the sovereign did. The emperor's indecision lasted only a moment. His foot shod in a narrow, sharp-pointed boot, such as were worn at that time, pressed against the flank of the English-groomed bay mare on which he sat. The sovereign's hand, in a white glove, gathered up the reins, and he rode off, accompanied by a disorderly, tossing sea of adjutants. As he kept riding farther and farther down the line, he kept halting in front of the different regiments, and at last only his white plume could be seen by Rostov, distinguishing him from the suite that accompanied the emperors. In the number of those who accompanied the emperor he noticed Bolkonsky, lazily and indifferently bestriding his steed. The yesterday evening's quarrel with him came into his mind, and the question arose whether or no he ought to challenge him. Of course it is out of the question now, thought Rostov. Is it worth while to think or to talk about such a thing at such a moment as this? At a time when one feels such impulses of love, enthusiasm, and self-renunciation, what consequence are our petty quarrels and provocations? I love the whole world. I forgive everyone now, said Rostov to himself. After the sovereign had ridden past almost all the regiments, the troops began to move in front of him in ceremonial march, and Rostov, on his Bedouin, which he had recently bought of Denisov, rode at the end of his squadron, that is, alone, and in a most conspicuous position before his sovereign. Just before he came up to where the emperor was, Rostov, who was an admirable horseman, plunged the spurs in Bedouin's flanks, and urged him into that mad, frenzied gallop which Bedouin always took when he was excited. Pressing his foaming mouth back to his breast, arching his tail, and seeming to fly through the air, and spurning the earth, gracefully tossing and interweaving his legs, Bedouin, also conscious that the emperor's eyes were fastened on him, dashed gallantly by. Rostov himself, keeping his feet back, and sitting straight in his saddle, feeling himself one with his horse, rode by his sovereign with disturbed but beatific face, a very devil, as Denisov expressed it. "Bravo, pravlogradsui!" exclaimed the emperor. "Bozhe moi, how happy I should be if only he would bid me to dash instantly into the fire," thought Rostov. When the review was ended, the officers who had just come from Russia, and those of Kutuzov's division, began to gather in groups and talk about the rewards of the campaign, about the Austrians and their uniforms, about their line of battle, about Bonaparte, and what a desperate position he had got himself into now, especially if Essen's corps should join them, and Prussia should take to their side. But more than all else in each of these circles, the conversation ran on the sovereign Alexander, and every word that he had spoken was repeated, and everything that he had done was praised, and all were enthusiastic over him. All had but one single expectation, under the personal direction of the sovereign, to go with all speed against the enemy. Under the command of the emperor himself, it would be an impossibility not to win the victory over anyone in the world, so thought Rostov and the majority of the officers. After this review, all were more assured of victory than they could have been after the gaining of 2 battles. End of chapter 8. Part 3, Chapter 9 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. On the day following the review, Boris, dressed in his best uniform, and accompanied by the wishes of his comrade, Berg, for his success, rode off to Olmutz to find Bolkonsky, anxious to take advantage of his goodwill and secure a most brilliant position, especially the position of adjutant to some important personage, as this seemed to him the most attractive branch of the service. It's fine for Rostov, whose father sends him 10,000 at a time, to argue that he would not accept favors of anyone, or be anyone's lackey, but I, who have nothing except my brains, must pursue my career and not miss opportunities, but take advantage of them. He did not find Prince Andrei in Olmutz that day, but the sight of the town where the Imperial headquarters were situated, where the diplomatic corps were established, and both emperors were quartered with their suites and courtiers and intimates, only expired the more desire in the young man's heart to belong to this exalted world. He had no acquaintances, and, notwithstanding his elegant uniform of the Guards, all these superior people crowding the streets in handsome equipages, plumes, ribbons, and orders, these courtiers and warriors seemed to stand so immeasurably above him that not only would they not, but they could not recognize the existence of such an insignificant officer of the Guards as he was. At the establishment of the commander-in-chief, Kutuzov, where he inquired for Bolkonsky, all the adjutants and even the servants looked at him as though it were their wish to inspire him with the idea that there was a great abundance of officers like him there, and that all were very much annoyed by their presence. In spite of this, or rather in direct consequence of this, on the very next day, the 27th, immediately after dinner, he went to Olmütz again, and going to the house occupied by Kutuzov, inquired for Bolkonsky. Prince Andrei was at home, and Boris was ushered into a great drawing-room where probably in times gone by balls had been given, but which was now occupied by 5 beds and a heterogeneous medley of furniture, tables, chairs, and a harpsichord. One adjutant, in a Persian smoking-jacket, was sitting at a table near the door and writing. Another, the stout and handsome Nesvitsky, lay on his bed with his hands supporting his head, and laughing and talking with an officer who was sitting near him. A third was at the harpsichord playing a Viennese waltz. A fourth leaned on the harpsichord and was humming the air. Bolkonsky was not in the room. Not one of these gentlemen, though they glanced at Boris, paid him the slightest attention. The one who was writing and whom Boris ventured to address turned round with an air of annoyance and told him that Bolkonsky was on duty, and that he would find him by passing through the door on the left and going to the reception room if he wanted to see him. Boris thanked him and went to the reception room. He found there 10 or a dozen generals and their officers. At the moment that Boris came in, Prince Andrei, with a contemptuous frown on his face and that peculiar look of well-bred weariness which says louder than words that, if it were not my duty, I should not think of wasting any more time talking with you, was listening to an old Russian general with orders on his breast, who was standing upright, almost on his tiptoes, and, with the servile expression characteristic of the military on his purple face, was laying his case before Prince Andrei. "Very good. Be kind enough to have patience," he was saying to the general in Russian, but with that French accent which he affected when he wished to speak rather scornfully. Then, catching sight of Boris, and making no further reply to the general, who hastened after him with his petition, begging him to let him say just one thing more, Prince Andrei, with a radiant smile and waving his hand to him, went to meet Boris. Boris at this instant clearly understood what he had suspected before, that in the army there was, above and beyond the fact of subordination and discipline as laid down in the code, and which they in the regiments knew by heart, and which he knew as well as anyone else, there was another still more essential form of subordination, one which compelled this anxious general with the purple face to bide his time respectfully, while Captain Prince Andrei, for his own satisfaction, found it more interesting to talk with Ensign Drubetskoy. More than ever Boris decided henceforth not to act in accordance with the written law, but with this unwritten code. He now felt that merely through the fact of having been sent to Prince Andrei with a letter of recommendation, he was allowed to take precedence of this old general, who in other circumstances, at the front, for instance, might utterly humiliate him, a mere ensign of the Guards. Prince Andrei came to meet him and gave him his hand. "Very sorry that you missed me yesterday. I spent the whole day with the Germans. Went with Weirother to inspect the disposition of the troops. What fellows these Germans are for accuracy! There's no end to it." Boris smiled exactly as though he understood to what Prince Andrei referred. He affected to see in it a piece of generally known information, but really this was the first time that he had heard Weirother's name, and even the word dispositia. "Well, now, my dear, so you would still like to become an adjutant, would you? I was just thinking about you." "Yes," replied Boris, in spite of himself, reddening at the very thought. "I was thinking of calling upon the commander-in-chief. He has had a letter in regard to me from Prince Kuragin. I wanted to ask it," he added, as though by way of apology, because I was afraid the guards would not take part in any action." "Very good, very good. We will talk it all over," said Prince Andrei. "Only let me finish up this gentleman's business, and I will be at your service." While Prince Andrei went to report on the business of the purple-faced general, this general, evidently not sharing Boris's comprehension in regard to advantages of the unwritten code, glared so fiercely at the audacious young ensign who had interrupted his conversation with the adjutant, that Boris grew uncomfortable. He turned away and waited impatiently for Prince Andrei's return from the commander-in-chief's private room. "Well, my dear fellow, as I said, I was just thinking of you," said Prince Andrei, as they went into the big room where the harpsichord was. "There is no use in your going to call on the commander-in-chief," he went on to say. "He will make you pleasant enough speeches. He will have you invited to dinner. That would not be so bad according to this other code," thought Boris in his own mind. But nothing more would come of it. If it did, there would soon be a whole battalion of us adjutants and orderlies. But I tell you what we'll do. I have a good friend who is general adjutant, and a splendid man, Prince Dolgorukov, and perhaps you may not know this, but it is a fact, that just now Kutuzov and his staff and all of us are of mighty little consequence. Everything at the present time is centered on the emperor, so let us go to Dolgorukov. I have an errand to him anyway, and I have already spoken to him of you, so we will see whether he can't find the means of giving you a place on his own staff, or somewhere even nearer to the sun." Prince Andrei always showed great energy when he had the chance to lend a young man a hand and help him to worldly success. Under the cover of the assistance granted another, and which he would have been too proud to accept for himself, he came within the charmed circle which was the source of success, and in reality a powerful attraction for him. He very readily took Boris under his wing and went with him to Prince Dolgorukov. It was already quite late in the afternoon when they reached the palace of Olmütz, occupied by the emperors and their immediate followers. On this very day there had been a council of war in which all the members of the Hofkriegsrath and the two emperors had taken part. In the council it had been decided, contrary to the advice of the old generals, Kutuzov and Schwarzenberg, to act immediately on the offensive and offer Bonaparte general battle. The council had only just adjourned when Prince Andrei, accompanied by Boris, entered the palace in search of Prince Dolgorukov. Already the magic impression of this war council, which had resulted in victory for the younger party, could be seen in the faces of all whom they met at headquarters. The voices of the temporizers who advised further postponement of the attack had been so unanimously drowned out, and their arguments confuted by such indubitable proofs of the advantage of immediate attack, that the subject of their deliberations, that is, the impending engagement and the victory which would doubtless result from it, seemed to be a thing of the past rather than of the future. All advantages were on our side. The enormous forces of the Allies, doubtless far outnumbering Napoleon's forces, were concentrated at one point. The armies were inspired by the presence of the emperors and eager for action. The strategical point where the battle was to be fought was known in its minutest details to the Austrian General Weyrother, who would take direction of the army. It happened also by a fortunate coincidence that the Austrian army had maneuvered the previous year on the very plains where it now was proposed that they should meet the French in battle. All the features of the ground were well known and accurately delineated on the maps, and Bonaparte, evidently weakened, was making no preparations to meet them. Dolgorukov, one of the most fiery partisans in favor of immediate attack, had only just returned from the council, weary and jaded, but full of excitement and proud of the victory won. Prince Andrei introduced the young officer whom he had taken under his protection, but Prince Dolgorukov, though he politely and even warmly pressed his hand, said nothing to him, and being evidently unable to refrain from expressing the thoughts that occupied him at this time, to the exclusion of everything else, he turned to Prince Andrei and said in French, "Well, my dear fellow, what a struggle we've been having! May God only grant that the one which will result from it will be no less victorious. One thing, my dear fellow," said he, speaking eagerly and brusquely, "I must confess my injustice to these Austrians, and especially Weyrother. What exactness and care for details, what accurate knowledge of the localities, what foresight for contingencies, what thoughts for all the minutest details. No, my friend, nothing more advantageous than the condition in which we find ourselves could possibly be imagined. Austrian accuracy and Russian valor combined. What more could you desire?" "So an engagement has actually been determined upon?" asked Bolkonsky. "And do you know, my dear, it seems to me that really Bonaparte has lost his Latin. Do you know a letter was received from him today addressed to the Emperor?" Dolgorukov smiled significantly. "What's that? What did he write?" asked Bolkonsky. "What could he write? Tra-deri-dera, and so forth, merely for the sake of gaining time. That's all. I tell you, he's right in our hands, that's certain. But the most amusing thing of all," said he, with a good-natured smile, "was this, that no one could think how it was best to address the reply to him. Not as consul, and still less as emperor, of course. I suppose it would be to General Bonaparte." "But there is considerable difference between not recognizing him as emperor and addressing him as General Bonaparte," said Bolkonsky. "That's the very point," said Dolgorukov, interrupting him with a laugh and speaking rapidly. "You know Bilibin. He's a very clever man. He proposed to address him as usurper and enemy of the human race." Dolgorukov broke into a hearty peal of laughter. "Was that all?" remarked Bolkonsky. "But in the end it was Bilibin who invented a serious title for the address. He's a shrewd and clever man." "What was it?" "Head of the French government. A chef du gouvernement français," replied Prince Dolgorukov gravely, and with satisfaction. "Say, now, wasn't that good?" "Very good, but it won't please him much," replied Bolkonsky. "Oh, not at all. My brother knows him. He's dined with him more than once, with the present emperor at Paris, and told me that he never saw a more refined and cunning diplomat. French finesse combined with Italian astuteness, you know. You've heard the anecdotes about him and Count Markov, haven't you? Count Markov was the only man who could meet him on his own ground. You know the story of the handkerchief? It's charming." And the loquacious Dolgorukov, turning now to Boris, now to Prince Andrei, told how Bonaparte, wishing to test Markov, our ambassador, purposely dropped his handkerchief in front of him and stood looking at him, apparently expecting Markov to hand it to him, and how Markov instantly dropped his handkerchief beside Bonaparte's, and stooping down picked it up, leaving Bonaparte's where it lay. "Charmant!" exclaimed Bolkonsky. "But, Prince, I have come as a petitioner in behalf of this young man here. Do you know whether—" But before Prince Andrei had time to finish, an adjutant came into the room with a summons for Prince Dolgorukov to go to the Emperor. "Ah, what a nuisance!" exclaimed Dolgorukov, hurriedly rising and pressing Prince Andrei and Boris's hands. "You know, I should be very glad to do all in my power either for you or for this charming young man." Once more he pressed Boris's hand, with an expression of good-natured frankness and mercurial heedlessness. "But we'll see about it. See you another time." Boris was greatly excited by the thought of being so near to such exalted powers. He felt that here he was almost in contact with the springs which set in motion all these enormous masses of which he and his regiment appeared to be a small, humble, and insignificant part. They followed Prince Dolgorukov into the corridor. Just then, from out the door leading into the sovereign's apartment, through which Dolgorukov was going, came a short individual in civil attire, with an intellectual face and a strongly pronounced and prominent lower jaw, which without disfiguring him lent a special energy and mobility to his expression. This short man nodded to Dolgorukov as to a friend and came along straight toward Prince Andrei with a fixed cold stare, evidently expecting him to make a bow or to stand out of the way from him. Prince Andrei did neither. A wrathful expression came into his face, and the young man, turning about, went down the corridor in the other direction. "Who was that?" asked Boris. "That is one of the most remarkable and to me most detestable of men, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Prince Adam Czartoryski. Those are the men," said Bolkonsky, with a sigh which he could not stifle, as they left the palace. "Those are the men who decide the fate of nations." On the next day the armies were set in motion, and Boris had no opportunities, until the Battle of Austerlitz itself, to meet either Prince Bolkonsky or Dolgorukov, and remained for the time being in his regiment. End of chapter 9. Part 3, Chapter 10 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. At dawn, on the 28th, Denisov's squadron, in which Nikolai Rostov served, and which belonged to Prince Bagration's division, marched out from its bivouac to battle, as it was said, and after proceeding about a verst, behind the other columns, was halted on the highway. Rostov saw the Cossacks riding forward past them, then the first and second squadron of hussars, and battalions of infantry and artillery, and then the generals, Bagration and Dolgorukov, and their adjutants also rode by. All the fear which, just as at the previous battle, he had experienced before the action, all the internal conflict, by means of which he had overcome this fear, all his dreams of how he would distinguish himself in hussar fashion in this action were wasted. Their squadron were stationed in the reserve, and Nikolai Rostov spent that day bored and anxious. About 9 o'clock in the morning he heard at the front the sounds of musketry firing, huzzas, and shouting. He saw some wounded men carried to the rear. There were not many of them, and at last he beheld a whole division of French cavalrymen, conducted by in charge of a sotnya of Cossacks. Evidently the action was at an end, and though it appeared to be of small magnitude, it was attended with success. The soldiers and the officers, as they returned, narrated the story of their brilliant victory, resulting in the occupation of the city of Wischau and the capture of a whole squadron of the French. The day was clear and sunny, after the nipping frost of the night before, and the joyful brilliancy of an autumn day seemed to harmonize with the news of the victory, which was confirmed not only by the narratives of those who had taken part in it, but still more by the enthusiastic faces of the soldiers, officers, generals, and adjutants passing this way and that before Rostov. Nikolai's heart was the heavier for having suffered to no purpose all the pangs of fear anticipatory of the battle, and then being obliged to spend this glorious day in inaction. "Vostov, come here. Let us drown our sorrow in drink," cried Denisov, seated on the edge of the road, with a flask and lunch spread before him. The officers gathered in a circle around Denisov's bottle case, eating their lunch and chatting. "Here they come, bringing another," exclaimed one of the officers, pointing to a French dragoon who had been made prisoner, and was walking along under guard of 2 Cossacks. One of them was leading by the bridle a large, handsome French horse that had been taken from the prisoner. "Sell us the horse," cried Denisov to the Cossack. "Certainly, your nobility." The officers sprang up and crowded around the Cossacks and the prisoner. The French dragoon was a young Alsatian speaking French with a German accent. He was quite out of breath with emotion. His face was crimson. Hearing the officers talking French, he began to speak with them eagerly, turning to one and another of them. He told them that he ought not to have been taken, and that it was not his fault he was taken, but the fault of le caporal, who had sent him to get some caparisons, and that he told him the Russians were already there. And at the end of every sentence he added, "Mais qu'on ne fasse pas de mal à mon petit cheval." Don't let them harm my little horse, at the same time petting his coat. It was evident that he didn't understand very well what had happened to him. Now he apologized for having been captured, then, as though he imagined himself in the presence of his own superiors, he vaunted his strict attention to the duties of a soldier and his zeal in the service. He brought with him to our rear guard in all its freshness the very atmosphere of the French army, which was so foreign to our men. The Cossacks sold the horse for 2 ducats, and Rostov, who was now just possessed of money in plenty, and was the richest of the officers, bought it. "Mais qu'on ne fasse pas de mal à mon petit cheval," said the Alsatian good-naturedly to Rostov, when the horse was handed over to the hussar. Rostov, with a smile, reassured the dragoon and gave him some money. "Alliou, alliou," said the Cossack, attempting to speak in French and touching the prisoner's arm to make him move on. "Gozuda, Gozuda, the Emperor," was suddenly heard among the hussars. All was hurry and confusion as the officers scattered, and Rostov distinguished down the road a number of horsemen with white plumes in their hats riding toward them. In a moment's time all were in their places and waiting. Rostov did not remember and had no consciousness of how he got to his place and mounted his horse. Instantly his disappointment at not being present at the skirmish, the mutinous frame of mind that he had felt during the hours of inaction, passed away. Every thought about himself instantly vanished. He was perfectly absorbed in the sense of happiness arising from the proximity of his sovereign. He felt himself compensated by the mere fact of his presence for all the loss of the day. He was as happy as a lover in expectation of the wished-for meeting. Not daring to look down the line, and not glancing around, He felt his approach by his enthusiastic sense. And he felt this was not alone by the mere trampling of the horses' hoofs as the cavalcade rode along, but he felt it because in proportion as they drew near, all around him grew brighter, more radiant with joy, more impressive and festive. Nearer and nearer came what was the sun for Rostov, scattering around him rays of blissful and majestic light, and now at last he realized that he was enveloped by these rays. He heard his voice, that affable, serene, majestic, and at the same time utterly unaffected voice. A dead silence ensued, just as Rostov felt ought to be the case, and this silence was broken by the sound of his sovereign's voice. Les Hussards de Pavlograd? He asked. La Reserva, sire, replied some other voice, a mere human voice, after the superhuman voice which had asked if they were the Pavlograd Hussars. The Emperor came up near where Rostov was and reined in his horse. Alexander's face was still more beautiful than it had been 3 days before at the time of the parade. It fairly beamed with delight and youthful spirits, such innocently youthful spirits that it reminded one of the sportiveness of a 14-year-old lad, and yet, nevertheless, it was the face of a majestic emperor. Chancing to glance down the squadron, the sovereign's eyes met Rostov's, and for upwards of 2 seconds gazed into them. Maybe the sovereign read what was passing in Rostov's soul. It certainly seemed to Rostov that he must know it. At all events, he fixed his blue eyes for the space of 2 seconds on Rostov's face. A sweet and gentle light seemed to emanate from them. Then suddenly his eyebrows contracted, and with a brusque movement of his left foot, he spurred his horse and galloped forward. The young emperor could not restrain his desire to be present at the battle, and in spite of all objections of his courtiers, he managed about 12 o'clock to leave the third column, under whose escort he had been moving, and spurred off to the front. But before he reached the hussars he was met by adjutants with the report of the happy issue of the skirmish. The engagement, which was merely the capture of a squadron of French, was represented as a brilliant victory, and consequently the sovereign, and the whole army, after this, and especially before the smoke had cleared away from the field of battle, were firmly convinced that the French were conquered and were in full retreat. A few minutes after the passing of the sovereign, the division of the Pavlograd Hussars were ordered to advance. In the little German town of Wischau, Rostov saw the Emperor yet a second time. In the town square, where, just before the sovereign's arrival, there had been a pretty lively interchange of shots, still lay a number of men, killed and wounded, whom it had not been possible as yet to remove. The sovereign, surrounded by his suite of military and civil attendants, and riding a chestnut mare, groomed in English style, though not the same one which he had ridden at the parade, leaning over and gracefully holding a gold lorgnette to his eye, was looking at a soldier stretched out on the ground, without his shako, and with his head all covered with blood. The soldier was so filthy, rough, and disgusting that Rostov was quite affronted that he should be so near his majesty. Rostov saw how the sovereign's stooping shoulders contracted, as though a chill ran down his back, and how his left heel convulsively pressed the spur into the horse's side, and how the admirably trained animal looked around good-naturedly and did not stir from his place. An adjutant dismounted, and taking the soldier under the arm, assisted to lift him to a stretcher which had just been brought. The soldier groaned. "Gently, gently! Can't you lift him more gently?" exclaimed the sovereign, apparently suffering more keenly than the dying soldier, and rode away. Rostov saw the tears that filled his monarch's eyes, and heard him say in French to Czartoryski as he rode away, "What a terrible thing war is! What a terrible thing! Quelle terrible chose que la guerre!" The vanguard had been stationed in front of Wischau, in sight of the enemy's pickets, who had left us the place after desultory firing that had lasted all day. The vanguard had been personally congratulated and thanked by the Emperor, rewards had been promised, and a double portion of vodka had been dealt out to the men. The bivouac fires crackled even more merrily than the night before, and the soldiers' songs rang out with greater gusto. Denisov that night gave a supper in honor of his promotion as major, and Rostov, who had already taken his share of wine, at the end of the merrymaking proposed a toast to the sovereign's health. Not to the sovereign emperor, the Gozuda Imperator, as he is called in official circles, said he, but the health of the sovereign as a kind-hearted, lovable, and great man, Let us drink to his health and to our probable victory over the French. If we fought well before," he went on to say, "and gave no quarter to the French at Schungraven, will not this be the case now when he himself leads us? We will all die, gladly die, for him. Isn't that so, gentlemen? Perhaps I do not express myself very well, for I have been drinking a good deal, but that's what I feel, and so do you all. To the health of Alexander I! Hurrah!" "Hurrah! Hurrah!" rang the hearty voices of the officers, and the old Captain Kirsten shouted just as heartily and no less sincerely than the 20-year-old Rostov. When the officers had drunken the toast and broken their glasses, Kirsten got a fresh one and filled it, and in his shirt sleeves and riding trousers, with the glass in his hand, went to the campfire of some of the soldiers, assuming a majestic pose, waving his hand over his head, stood with his long grey mustache and white chest visible under his unbuttoned shirt in the firelight. "Children, to the health of the sovereign emperor, to victory over our enemies, hurrah!" he cried in his youthful old hussar's baritone. The hussars crowded around, and answered in friendly wise with a tremendous shout. Late that night, when all had separated, Denísov laid his stubby hand on his favorite Rostov's shoulder. "In the field, no room for love affairs, when one's so much in love with the Tsar," said he. "Denísov, don't jest on this subject," cried Rostov. "This is such an exalted, such a noble feeling that—" "I agree with you, my friend. I understand, I approve." "No, you can't understand it," and Rostov got up and began to wander among the watchfires, and dreamed of what bliss it would be to die. As to losing his life he did not dare think of that, but simply to die in the presence of his sovereign. He was really in love, not only with the Tsar, but also with the glory of the Russian arms, and the hope of impending victory. And he was not the only one who experienced this feeling on the memorable days that preceded the Battle of Austerlitz. 9/10 of the men composing the Russian army were at that time in love, though perhaps less ecstatically, with their Tsar and the glory of the Russian arms. End of chapter 10. Part 3, Chapter 11 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. On the following day the sovereign remained in Wischau. His body physician Villiers was several times called to see him, and not only at headquarters, but in the various corps, the report was spread abroad that the emperor was ill. He had eaten nothing that day, and had slept badly the night before, so those who were in his councils reported. This indisposition proceeded from the powerful impression produced upon his sensitive soul by the sight of the wounded and the killed. At daybreak, on the 29th, a French officer with a flag of truce passed the sentinels and was brought into Wischau demanding a personal interview with the Russian emperor. This officer was Sèvres. The sovereign had just fallen asleep, and therefore Sèvres was obliged to wait. At noon he was admitted into the emperor's presence, and at the end of an hour came out and rode, accompanied by Prince Dolgorukov, back to the pickets of the French army. It was soon reported that the purpose of Sèvres' mission was a proposal for a meeting of the emperor with Napoleon. This personal meeting was refused, much to the gratification and delight of the whole army, and in the sovereign's place Prince Dolgorukov, the conqueror of Wischau, was delegated to confer with Napoleon, if contrary to anticipation he should express a genuine desire for peace. In the evening Dolgorukov returned, went directly to the sovereign, and was closeted a long time with him alone. On the 30th of November and the 1st of December, the armies moved forward 2 more stages, and the advanced pickets of the army, after slight skirmishes, retired. Before noon of December 1st, there began in the upper circles of the army a vigorous stirring and exciting movement, which continued until the morning of the 2nd of December, when was fought the world-renowned Battle of Austerlitz. Up till the afternoon of the 1st, the movement, the excited conversations, the galloping about and carrying of messages was confined to the headquarters of the 2 emperors. In the afternoon of the same day, the excitement was communicated to Kutuzov's headquarters and to the staffs and the division commanders. By evening, This movement had spread by means of the adjutants to all the remotest portions of the army, and during the night that followed the 1st of December, the enormous mass of 80,000 men, comprising the Allied armies, arose from their bivouacs with a hum of voices, and stirred and wavered like a mighty fabric 10 versts in length. The concentrated movement, beginning in the morning at the headquarters of the emperors, and finally giving its impulse to the whole, even to the remotest parts, was analogous to the first movement of the central wheel of a great tower clock. The one wheel moves slowly, it starts another, a third, and ever more and more swiftly the wheels, pulleys, pinions begin to revolve, the chimes of bells to play, the figures to go through their evolutions, the hands to move in measured time, showing the results of the motions. As in the mechanism of the clock, so in the mechanism of this military movement, no less irresistibly they move even to the last resultant, when once the impulse is given, and just as impassibly immovable, up to the moment when the movement is started, are the parts of the mechanisms as yet unstirred by their work. The wheels whiz on their axles, the cogs catch, the revolving sheaves hiss in their rapid motion, but the next wheel is as yet as calm and immovable as though it had before it a century to remain in immobility. And then its movement comes, the cog has caught, and becoming subject to the motion of the wheel begins to whir as it revolves and takes part in an activity, the results and aim of which are incomprehensible to it. Just as in the clock, the result of the complicated motions of numberless and different wheels and pulleys is merely to move the hands slowly and in measured rhythm so as to tell the time, so the results of all the complicated human motions of these 160,000 Russians and French, all the passions, desires, regrets, humiliations, sufferings, transports of pride, panic, enthusiasms of all of these men was merely the loss of the Battle of Austerlitz, called the Battle of the Three Emperors. In other words, the measured forward motion of the hand of universal history on the dial of humanity. Prince Andrei was on duty this day and constantly by the side of the commander-in-chief. About 6 o'clock in the evening, Kutuzov came to the headquarters of the emperors, and after a short audience with his sovereign, went to see Count Tolstoy, the Oberhofmarschall, master of supplies. Bolkonsky took advantage of this time to run into Dolgorikov's to find out about the impending engagement. Prince Andrei felt that Kutuzov was dissatisfied and out of sorts for some reason or another, and that he was out of favor at headquarters, and that all whom he had met at the emperor's headquarters behaved toward him like men who know more than others know, and it was for this reason that he was anxious for a talk with Dolgorukov. "Well, how are you, mon cher?" exclaimed Dolgorukov, who was drinking tea with Bilibin. "The celebration comes tomorrow. What's the matter with your old man? He seems out of sorts?" "I should not say that he was out of sorts, but I think that he would like to have been listened to." "Well, he was listened to at the Council of War, and he will be when he is willing to talk business, but to be temporizing and waiting for something now that Bonaparte fears a general engagement more than anything else is impossible." "And so you've seen him, have you?" asked Prince Andrei. "Well, what sort of man is this Bonaparte? What impression did he produce upon you?" "Yes, I have seen him, and I am convinced that he is more afraid of a general engagement than of anything else in the world," replied Dolgorukov, evidently laying great store by this general conclusion drawn from his interview with Napoleon. If he were not afraid of a general battle, why should he have demanded this interview and entered into negotiations, and above all retreated, when retreating is contrary to his entire method of carrying on war? Believe me, he is afraid of a general engagement. His hour is at hand, mark my words." "But tell me, about him, what kind of man is he?" asked Prince Andrei. "He is a man in a grey overcoat, very anxious for me to address him as Your Majesty, and very much affronted because I gave him no title at all. That's the kind of a man he is, and that's all I can say," replied Dolgorukov, looking at Bilibin with a smile. "In spite of my perfect confidence in old Kutuzov," he went on to say, "we should all be in a fine state if we kept on waiting for something to happen, and thereby giving him the chance to outflank us or play some trick upon us, now that he's right in our hands, evidently. No, it's not a good thing to forget Suvorov and his rule. It's a better policy to attack than to be attacked. I assure you, in war the energy of young men often points out the way more wisely than all the experience of old tacticians. But in what position are we going to attack him? I was at the advance post today, and it is impossible to make out where his main force is stationed, said Prince Andrei. He was anxious to explain to Dolgorukov a plan of attack of his own that he had devised. Oh, it's of absolutely no consequence, replied Dolgorukov, hastily getting up and spreading a map on the table. All contingencies are foreseen. If he's posted at Brunn, and Prince Dolgorukov rapidly and not very clearly unfolded Weirother's plan for a flank movement. Prince Andrei hastened to raise objections and to expound his own plan. Perhaps it was fully as good as Weirother's, but it had one serious fault, that Weirother's had been approved instead. As soon as Prince Andrei began to point out the disadvantages of Weirother's and the excellencies of his own plan, Prince Dolgorukov ceased listening to him and looked absently not at the map, but at Prince Andrei's face. Well, there is to be a council of war this evening at Kutuzov's. There you will have a chance to deliver your views, said Dolgorukov. I certainly shall, said Prince Andrei, pushing the map aside. And what are you struggling over, gentlemen? Asked Bilibin, who until now had been listening to their discussion with a gay smile, and had at last made up his mind to get some sport out of it. Whether we have a victory or a defeat tomorrow, the glory of the Russian arms is assured. Except our Kutuzov, there isn't a single Russian division commander. The heads are Herr General Wimpfen, le Comte de Lagrange, le Prince de Liechtenstein, le Prince de Hohenlohe et Einven Pretz, Pretz, and all the rest of the alphabet, like all Polish names. Hush, mauvaise langue, said Dolgorukov. It isn't so, for here are two others, Russians, Miloradovich and Doktorov, and we might count Count Arakcheyev as a third, but he has weak nerves. Well, I think Mikhail Ilyarovich must have come out, said Prince Andrei. I wish you all happiness and success, gentlemen, he added, and after shaking hands with Dolgorukov and Bilibin, went in search of Kutuzov. On the way back to their quarters, Prince Andrei could not refrain from asking Kutuzov, who sat in moody silence beside him, what he thought of the approaching engagement. Kutuzov looked sternly at his adjutant, and after a moment of silence replied, I think that the battle will be lost, and so I told Count Tolstoy, and begged him to repeat it to the sovereign. And what do you think was the answer he gave me? Ah, my dear general, rice and cutlets occupy me. You attend to the affairs of war. Yes, that's the way they answer me. End of chapter 11. Part 3, Chapter 12 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. At 10 o'clock that evening, Weirother came with his plans to Kutuzov's headquarters, where the council of war was to be convened. All the division commanders had been summoned to meet at the commander-in-chief's, and with the exception of Prince Bagration, who excused himself, all appeared at the appointed hour. Weirother, who was the chief promoter of the proposed engagement, presented by his eagerness and vehemence a sharp contrast to the dissatisfied and sleepy-looking Kutuzov, who in spite of himself was obliged to preside as chairman over the council of war. Weirother evidently felt that he was the head center of the movement which had already become irresistible. He was like a horse harnessed into a loaded team and going downhill. He knows not whether he is pulling it or whether it is forcing him onward, but he is borne down with all possible rapidity and has no time to deliberate on the outcomes of this downward motion. Weirother twice that afternoon had been out personally to inspect the enemy's pickets, and had twice called on the Russian and Austrian emperors with his reports and explanations, and had been to his own chancellery where he had dictated his dispositions in German. And now, all worn out, he came to Kutuzov's. He was evidently so full of his own ideas that he forgot to be civil to the commander-in-chief. He interrupted him, spoke rapidly and incoherently, not looking into the face of his colleague, not replying to the questions asked him, and he was spattered with mud and had a woebegone, haggard, distracted, but at the same time self-conceited and haughty appearance. Kutuzov occupied a small manor house near Austerlitz. In the large drawing-room, which had been converted into a cabinet for the commander-in-chief, were gathered all the members of the Council of War, including Kutuzov himself and Weirother. They were drinking tea. They were only waiting for Bagration in order to open the council session. Shortly after 10 o'clock, Bagration's orderly rode over with the message that the prince was unable to be present. Prince Andrei came in to report this to the commander-in-chief, and improving the permission previously granted by Kutuzov to be present at the council, remained in the room. "Well, then, as Prince Bagration is not to be here, we may as well begin," exclaimed Weirother, hastily jumping up from his seat and going over to the table whereon was spread a large map of the environs of Brünn. Kutuzov, with his uniform unbuttoned, apparently to give greater freedom to his stout neck, clasped by his collar, was sitting in a Voltaire chair, with his plump, aged-looking hands symmetrically placed on the arms, and was almost asleep. At the sound of Weirother's voice, he with difficulty opened his one eye. Yes, please, else it will be late," said he, nodding his head. He let it sink, and again closed his eye. If, at first, the members of the council supposed that Kutuzov was only pretending to sleep, this time the sounds that proceeded from his nose during the course of the subsequent reading were sufficient proof that what occupied the commander-in-chief was vastly more serious to him than his desire to express scorn for the plan of battle, or anything else. What concerned him at that moment was the invincible requirement of human nature, sleep. He was actually napping. Weirother, with the action of a man too much occupied to waste a moment of time, glanced at Kutuzov, as though he perceived that he was asleep, took his paper, and in a loud, monotonous tone began to read his plan for the disposition of forces for the impending engagement, under the heading, which he also read, "Distribution of the forces for the attack on the enemy's position behind Kobelnitz and Sokolnitz, November 30th, 1805. The disposition was very complicated and difficult to comprehend. In the original German it was to the following effect: Since the enemy rests his left wing on the wooded mountains and his right wing stretches along by Nobelnitz and Sokolnitz behind the ponds that are there, while we, on the other hand, far outnumber his right wing with our left, it is, therefore, to our advantage to attack the enemy's right wing, especially if we are in possession of the villages of Sokolnitz and Kobelnitz, because we should immediately fall upon the enemy's flanks and be able to drive him across the plain between Schlapanitz and the Thueris forest, and avoid the defiles of Schlapanitz and Belowitz, which protect the enemy's front. To this end it is necessary, the first columns must march, the second column must march, the third column must march, and so on." Thus read Weirother. The generals found it hard to listen to the tedious details of the scheme. The tall, fair-haired General Buxhovden stood leaning up against a wall and resting his eyes upon the lighted candles, seemed neither to listen nor to wish it to be supposed that he was listening. Directly opposite Weirother sat Miloradovitch, with his brilliant, wide-open eyes, ruddy face, and elevated mustache and shoulders. In soldierly attitude, resting his hands on his knees, with the elbows turned out, he preserved a stubborn silence, gazing directly into Weirother's face, and taking his eyes from him only when the Austrian commander paused. Then Miloradovitch looked significantly at the other generals. But it was utterly impossible to tell by this significant look whether he agreed or disagreed, whether he were satisfied or dissatisfied with the proposed plan. Nearest of all to Weirother sat Count de Langeron, and with a shrewd smile which did not once during the reading vanish from his southern French countenance, he gazed at his slender fingers, rapidly twirling by the corners his gold snuff-box adorned with a miniature portrait. In the midst of one of the longest sentences, he stopped this whirling of his snuff-box, raised his head, and, with a disagreeable show of politeness, carried to extremes, he interrupted him and started to make some remark. But the Austrian general, not pausing in his task, frowned angrily and made a gesture with his elbows, as much as to say, "Wait, you shall tell me your ideas by and by. Now be good enough to look at the map and follow me." Langeron threw up his eyes with an expression of perplexity, glanced at Miloradovitch, as though seeking for an explanation, but meeting Miloradovitch's significant but enigmatical glance, he looked away gloomily and began once more to twirl his snuff-box. "Une leçon de géographie," he exclaimed, as if to himself, but loud enough to be heard by the others. Pryshevsky, with respectful but dignified politeness, held one hand to the ear nearest Weirother, and had the appearance of a man whose attention is perfectly absorbed. Dokhturov, small in stature, sat opposite Weirother, with attentive and modest mien, and leaned over the map unrolled before him, and conscientiously followed the scheme as it was evolved, studying the places which he did not know. Several times he begged Weirother to repeat some word that he had failed to understand, or the names of villages that were hard for him to catch. Weirother complied with his request, and Dokhturov wrote them down in his notebook. When the reading, which had lasted upwards of an hour, was completed, Langeron, again laying down his snuff-box, and without looking at Weirother, or anyone in particular, began to discourse on the difficulties in the way of carrying out such a plan of battle, even where the position of the enemy was known, and particularly when the position of the enemy could not be known, owing to their constant changing from one place to another. Langeron's objections were well taken, but it was evident that their animus came from a desire to show General Weirother, who had been reading his plan of attack in the most conceited manner, as though to a pack of schoolboys, that he was dealing not with dunces, but with men who were able to give even him lessons in the art of waging war. When Weirother's monotonous voice ceased, Kutuzov opened his eyes, like a miller who wakes the moment the sophoric sounds of his mill wheels are interrupted. He listened to what Langeron said, and then, as much as to say, "Well, what nonsense you are all capable of uttering," hurriedly closed his eyes again, and let his head sink even lower on his breast. Langeron, evidently to wound Weirother as cruelly as possible in his self-love as an author and soldier, went on to show that Bonaparte might easily attack instead of waiting to be attacked, and, consequently, make all this elaborate plan of battle perfectly nugatory. Weirother replied to all these objections with a steady, scornful smile that was evidently prepared beforehand against everything that might be said to him. "If he had been able to attack us, he would have done so today," said he. "You think that he is weak, do you?" asked Langeron. "He is well off if he has 40,000 men," replied Weirother, with the same smile of a regular practitioner to whom a woman doctor wishes to suggest some remedy. "In that case, he is rushing on his own ruin by waiting for us to attack him," said Langeron with a slightly ironical smile, looking to Miloradovitch again for confirmation. But Miloradovitch was apparently thinking least of all of what the generals were contending about. "Ma foi," said he, "tomorrow we shall find out all about it on the battlefield." Weirother again indulged in that smile which said that to him it was absurd and strange to meet the objections of the Russian generals toward what not only he himself but the sovereign emperors had had faith in. "The enemy have quenched their fires, and a constant rumble has been heard in his camp," said he. "What does that signify? Either he is retreating, which is the only thing that we have to fear, or he is changing his position." He smiled. "But even if he should take up his position in Thurasa, he is merely saving us great trouble, and all our arrangements, even to the minutest details, would remain the same." "How so?" asked Prince Andrei, who had been watching for some time for an opportunity to express his doubts. Kutuzov here woke up, coughed severely, and looked around on the generals. "Gentlemen, the arrangements for tomorrow, or rather for today, for it is already 1 o'clock, cannot be changed," said he. "You have heard them, and we will all perform our duty. But before the battle there is nothing more important," he paused a moment, "than to have a good night's rest." He made a motion to arise. The generals bowed and separated. It was already after midnight. Prince Andrei went to his quarters. The council of war, at which Prince Andrei was not given a chance to express his opinion as he had hoped, left a dubious and disturbing impression on his mind. He did not know who was right, Dolgorukov and Rothweiler, or Kutuzov and Langeron and the others who did not approve of the plan of attack. But is it possible that Kutuzov cannot communicate his ideas directly with the Emperor? Can't this be done even now? Can it be that for mere court or private considerations thousands of lives must be imperiled? And mine? He asked himself. Yes, it is very possible, he thought, that I may be killed tomorrow. And suddenly at this thought of death, a whole series of most remote and most sincere recollections began to arise in his mind. He recalled his last parting with his father and his wife. He remembered the early days of his love toward her. He remembered the baby that she was to bear him, and he began to feel sorry for her and for himself. And so in a nervously tender and agitated frame of mind, he left the cottage where he lodged with Nesvitsky and began to walk up and down in front of the house. The night was cloudy, but the moonbeams mysteriously gleamed through the clouds. Yes, tomorrow, he thought. Tomorrow, perhaps all will be ended as far as I am concerned. All these recollections will have vanished. All these recollections will be for me as a mere nothing. Tomorrow, perhaps, indeed most probably, tomorrow, I am convinced of it, I shall have an opportunity for the first time at last of showing all that I can do. And he began to picture to himself the battle, the loss of it, the concentration of the fighting at one single point, and the confusion and bewilderment of all the leaders. And now comes the blessed moment, that Toulon, for which he had been waiting so long, offering itself to him. He resolutely and clearly tells his opinion to Kutuzov and Weirother and the emperors. All his plans are honored with their approval, but no one offers to carry them out, and so he selects a regiment, a division, imposes the condition that no one shall interfere in his arrangements, and he leads his division to the decisive point and alone wins the victory. But death and suffering, says another voice. Prince Andrei, however, paid no heed to this voice and continued to dream of his triumphs. The arrangements of the next battle are entrusted to him alone. He is still nothing but an officer of the day in Kutuzov's army, but still he does everything by his own unaided efforts. The next battle is gained by him alone. Kutuzov is removed. He is called to fill his place. Well, but what then? Whispered the other voices. What then? Supposing you are not wounded 10 times, killed, or overreached. Well, then, and what next? I am sure I do not know, replied Prince Andrei to himself. I know not what will come next. I cannot know, and I have no wish to know. But if I wish this, if I wish to gain glory, if I wish to be a famous man, if I wish to be loved by men, then I am not to blame because I desire it, because this is the only thing that I desire, the only thing for which I live. Yes, the only thing. I never will confess this to anyone. But, my God, what can I do if I love nothing except glory only and devotion to humanity? Death, wounds, loss of family, nothing is terrible to me, and yet dear to me, precious to me as many people are, father, sister, wife, the dearest of all, yet strange and unnatural as it may seem, I would instantly sacrifice them all for 1 minute of glory, of triumph, for the affection of men whom I do not know and never shall know, even for the love of those men there, he said to himself as he listened to the sounds of voices talking in Kutuzov's courtyard. In Kutuzov's courtyard, the Denschinks were busy packing up and talking. One voice, apparently that of the coachman, who was teasing Kutuzov's old cook, whom Prince Andrei knew, and whom they called Tit, kept saying, "Tit, I say, Tit." "There, now," replied the old man. "Tit, Tit, grind the wheat." "Tf, go to the devil," rang the voice, which was drowned by the shouts of laughter of the Denschinks and servants. And yet I love and prize the victory over them all. I prize this mysterious strength and glory, which seems here to hover above my head in yonder clouds. End of chapter 12. Part 3, Chapter 13 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Rostov went that same night with his platoon to serve as outpost stationed in the front of Bagration's division. His hussars were posted 2 and 2 along the line. He himself kept riding his horse the whole length of the line, struggling to overcome his irresistible inclination to drowsiness. Behind him he could see the enormous extent of space filled with the watchfires of our army, dimly gleaming through the fog. In front of him was the misty darkness. Though he strained his eyes to penetrate this misty distance, he could see nothing. Now it seemed to brighten up a little, then there seemed to be some black object, then he imagined that he saw a light which he thought must be the watchfires where the enemy were, and then again he told himself that his eyes had deceived him. He closed his eyes, and his imagination presented now his sovereign, now Denisov, now his recollections of Moscow, and again he would open his eyes and see right before his face the head and ears of his horse, and here and there the dark forms of hussars as he came within 6 paces of them, while everywhere was the same misty darkness veiling the distance. Why not? It might very possibly come to pass, thought Rostov. The Emperor might meet me and give me an order, just as to any other officer, might say, "Ride off yonder and find out what is there." I have heard many stories about his finding just by mere chance an officer like me and taking him into his personal service. What if he should take me into his personal service? Oh, and how I should watch over him, how I should tell him the whole truth, how I should unmask his deceivers. And Rostov, in order to give greater color to the love and devotion which he felt for his sovereign, imagined that he had before him an enemy whom he was killing, or a German traitor whose ears he was roundly boxing, in presence of his sovereign. Suddenly a distant shout startled him. He awoke and opened his eyes. Where am I? Oh, yes, at the outposts. Countersign and password are Cart Pole and Olmütz. What a shame that our squadron is going to be held in reserve tomorrow, he said to himself. I will beg to take part. That is probably the only chance I shall have of seeing the Emperor. It won't be long before I am relieved. I will ride up and down once more, and then I will go and ask the general. He straightened himself up in the saddle and turned his horse once more to inspect his hussars. It seemed to him that it had grown lighter. Toward his left he could see a slope, the gleam of a declivity, and, lying opposite to him, a dark knoll which seemed as steep as a wall. On the top of this knoll was a white spot. Rostov could not clearly make out whether it was a clearing in the woods, lighted by the moon, or a patch of snow, or white houses. It even seemed to him that there was something moving in that white spot. It must be snow, that spot. Spot, une tache, said Rostov, first in Russian, then in French. How absurd! It's no tache. Natasha, my sister, has black eyes. Tashka. How amazed she will be when I tell her I have seen the Emperor. Natasha. My saber, Tasha. Take it. Farther to the right, your nobility, there are bushes there, said the voice of the hussar, by whom Rostov was passing, half asleep. Rostov raised his head, which had fallen over almost down to his horse's mane. He drew up near the hussar. The sleep of youth, of childhood, irresistibly overcame him. Oh, dear me, what was I thinking of? I must not forget. How shall I speak to the Emperor? No, that's not it. That's for tomorrow. Oh, yes, that spot. Setash. They'll be attacking us. Us? Who? The hussars. But the hussars and a pair of mustaches. Along the Tverskaya the hussar was riding, and I was thinking about him. Right opposite Hurif's house. The old man Hurif. Splendid little Denisov. Ah, this is all nonsense. The main thing, the Emperor is here now. How he looked at me and wanted to say something to me, but he did not venture. No, it was I who did not venture. This is all mixed up, but the main thing is that I must not forget that I had something important on my mind. So I had, Natashka. Tasha. La tâche. Yes, that's a good joke. And again his head sank forward on the horse's mane. Suddenly, it seemed to him that the enemy were firing at him. What? What's that? Speak! What is it? Cried Rostov, waking. At the instant Rostov opened his eyes, he heard in front of him, in the direction of the enemy, the prolonged shouts of thousands of voices. His horse, and the hussars stationed near him, picked up their ears at these sounds. On the spot from which the cries proceeded, one point of fire after another flashed and died, and along the whole line of the French army, stretching up the hills, gleamed those fires, while the shouts grew louder and louder. Rostov made out that it was French, but could not distinguish the words. There was too great a roar of voices. All it sounded like was a confused ah and What's that? What do you think it is? Asked Rostov, turning to his neighbor, the hussar. It's from the enemy, isn't it? The hussar made no reply. What? Don't you hear anything? Asked Rostov, after waiting for some time for the hussar to speak. How can anybody tell, your nobility? Replied the hussar in a non-committal way. Judging from the direction, it must be the enemy, mustn't it? Inquired Rostov. Maybe 'tis, and maybe 'tisn't, exclaimed the hussar. You see, it's night. There now, steady, he cried to his horse, who was growing restive. Rostov's horse also became excited, and pawed the frozen ground as he listened to the shouting and glanced at the flashing fires. The shouts of the voices constantly increased in volume, and mingled in a general roar, such as could have been produced only by an army of many thousand men. The fires stretched out more and more until at last they seemed to extend throughout the French camp. Rostov had now lost all inclination to sleep. The joyful, enthusiastic huzzas in the enemy's army had a most stimulating effect upon him. Vive l'Empereur! L'Empereur! Were the words that Rostov could now clearly distinguish. Well, they can't be far away. It must be just beyond the brook, said he to the hussar by his side. The hussar only sighed, without vouchsafing any answer, and coughed sullenly. Along the line of the hussars was heard the sound of horsemen coming at full gallop, and out of the darkness of the night suddenly loomed up a shape apparently larger than a colossal elephant. It was a non-commissioned officer of hussars. The generals, your nobility, cried the subaltern, riding up to Rostov. Rostov, still looking in the direction of the shouting and the light, joined the subaltern and rode back to meet several horsemen who were riding along the line. One was on a white horse. It was Bagration, who, together with Prince Dolgorukoff and several aides, came down to see what they could make of the strange phenomenon of the fires and the shouting in the enemy's army. Rostov rode up to Bagration, reported, and took his place among the adjutants, who were listening to what the general might say. Believe me, said Prince Dolgorukoff, addressing Bagration, this is nothing but a ruse. He is retreating and has ordered the rear guard to light fires and make a noise so as to deceive us. It is not likely, said Bagration. Last evening I saw them on that knoll. If they were retreating, they would have abandoned it. Mr. Officer, turning to Rostov, are his scouts still there? They were there last evening, but I can't tell now, your illustriousness. If you would like, I will take some of the hussars and find out, replied Rostov. Bagration hesitated, and making no answer, tried to peer into Rostov's face. Well, all right. Go and reconnoiter, said he after a short pause. I will do so. Rostov applied spurs to his horse, called Subaltern Fenchenko and two other hussars, ordered them to follow him, and galloped off down the slope in the direction of the prolonged shouts. Rostov felt both sad and glad to be riding thus alone with three hussars yonder into that mysterious and terrible misty distance where no one had preceded him. Bagration called to him from the crest not to go further than the brook, but Rostov pretended not to hear what he said, and without pausing they rode farther and farther, constantly finding themselves subject to illusions, mistaking bushes for trees, gullies for men, and constantly rectifying his impressions. After they had reached the bottom at a rapid trot, they no longer saw any fires, either on our side or on the enemy's, but the shouts of the French began to sound louder and clearer. In the ravine, he saw before him what looked to be a river, but when he approached it, he recognized that it was a highway over which he had once ridden. When he reached the highway he reined in his horse with some uncertainty. Should he ride along the road, or cross it, or strike into the dark field on the other side? To ride along the road which shone through the fog was less perilous, because he could distinguish men at a greater distance. "Follow me," he cried, crossing the road, and he began to gallop up the hill toward that place where a French picket had been stationed the afternoon before. "Your nobility, there he is!" exclaimed one of the hussars, and before Rostov had a chance to look at what was beginning to loom up black in the fog, there came a flash of fire, the report rang out, and the bullet, as though regretting something, buzzed high over their heads through the fog and sped out of hearing. There was no second report, the powder merely flashed in the priming pan. Rostov turned his horse about and rode back at a gallop. Again from different points 4 musket shots rang out, and the bullets with various tones whistled by and buried themselves in the darkness. Rostov reined in his horse, which like himself felt a thrill of joy at the firing, and proceeded at a walk. "Well, there it is again! There it is again!" whispered some inspiriting voice in his heart, but there were no more shots. As soon as he neared Bagration, Rostov again urged his horse into a gallop, and held his hand to his visor as he approached. Dolgorukhof still clung to his opinion that the French were retreating, and had kindled the fires merely for the sake of deceiving us. "What does this signify?" he asked, as Rostov rode up to them. "They might retreat and still leave pickets." "It is evident they have not all gone, Prince," said Bagration. "Tomorrow morning, tomorrow, we shall know for a certainty." "There is a picket, your illustriousness, in just the same place as yesterday," reported Rostov, bending forward, still holding his hand at his visor, and unable to refrain from a smile of delight at his ride, and especially at the sound of the bullets. Very good, replied Bagration. "Thank you, Mr. Officer." "Your illustriousness," asked Rostov, "allow me to ask a favor." "What is it?" "Tomorrow our squadron is to be left in reserve. Allow me to be transferred to the first squadron." "What is your name?" "Count Rostov." "Ah, good. Stay with me as orderly." "Son of Ilya Andreyitch?" asked Dolgorukhof, but Rostov made him no answer. "So I may expect it, your illustriousness?" "I will see to it." "Tomorrow, very likely, I may be sent with some message to the sovereign," said Rostov to himself. "Glory to God!" The shouts and cries in the enemy's army arose from the circumstance that at the time Napoleon's general order was being read throughout the army, the emperor himself came on horseback to inspect the bivouacs. The soldiers, seeing the emperor, lighted trusses of straw and followed him with cries of "Vive l'Empereur!" Napoleon's order was as follows: "Soldiers, the Russian army has come against us in order to avenge the Austrian army of Ulm. These are the same battalions which we defeated at Hollabrunn, and which, since that time, we have been constantly following up. The position which we occupy is paramount, and as soon as they attempt to outflank my right they will expose their own flank. Soldiers, I myself will direct your battalions. I will keep out of range of the firing if you, with your usual gallantry, carry confusion and consternation into the ranks of the enemy. But if the combat becomes for one instant doubtful, you will see your emperor exposing himself at the front to the blows of the enemy, since there can be no hesitation in the victory, especially today, when the honor of the French infantry, in whose hand lies the honor of the nation, is at stake. Do not break the ranks under the pretext of carrying away the wounded. Let each man be animated by the thought that we must conquer these mercenaries of England, filled with such hatred against our nation. This victory will bring the campaign to an end, and we can retire to winter quarters where we shall be joined by the fresh troops which are mobilizing in France. And then the peace which I shall conclude will be memorable for my people, for you, and for me. Napoleon. End of chapter 13. Part 3, Chapter 14 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. At 5 o'clock in the morning it was still perfectly dark. The troops of the center, of the reserves, and the right wing under Bagration were as yet motionless, but on the left wing the columns of infantry, cavalry, and artillery, ordered to be the first to descend from the heights and attack the enemy's right flank, and drive him back into the mountains of Bohemia, according to the disposition, were already stirring and beginning to rise from their couches. The smoke from the fires, into which they were throwing everything superfluous, made their eyes smart. It was cold and dark. The officers were hastily drinking their tea and breakfasting. The soldiers were munching their biscuits, kicking the round shot to warm their feet, and crowding about in front of the fires, throwing in the remains of their huts, chairs, tables, wheels, buckets, and everything that could not be taken with them. The Austrian guides came between the Russian lines and gave the signal for the start. As soon as the Austrian officer made his appearance near the quarters of a regimental commander, the regiment began to stir. The soldiers hastened from the fires, thrust their pipes into their bootlegs, their bags into the baggage wagons, put their guns in order, and fell into line. The officers buttoned themselves up, put on their swords and pouches, and inspected the lines, now and then venting their displeasure. The adjutants, battalion commanders, and colonels mounted their horses, crossed themselves, and issued their last instructions, orders, and commissions to the train hands left in charge of the baggage. Then was heard the monotonous tramping of thousands of feet. The columns were set in motion, but they knew not whither they were going, and owing to the throngs that surrounded them, and the smoke and the thickening fog, they could not see either the place that they were leaving or that to which they were sent. The soldier in a military movement is as much surrounded, limited, and fettered by his regiment, as a sailor is by the ship in which he sails. However far he goes, into whatever strange unknown and terrible distances he is sent, around him are always and everywhere the same comrades, the same ranks, the same sergeant, Ivan Mitrich, the same company's dog, Zhutchka, the same officers. Just as for the sailor, there are the same decks, the same masts, and the same cables. The sailor rarely cares to know what distances over which his ship has sailed. But on the day of a military movement, God knows how, or whence, or in what world of mystery, the soldiers hear a stern note, which is the same for all, and which signifies the nearness of something decisive and solemn, and invites them to dream of what they are not usually wont to think about. The soldiers on the day of a military movement are excited, and strive to get beyond the petty interests of their own regiment. They are all ears and eyes, and greedily ask questions about what is going to take place before them. The fog was so dense that, though it had grown lighter, it was impossible to see 10 paces ahead. Bushes seemed like huge trees. Level places gave the impression of being precipices and slopes. Anywhere, at any moment, they might fall upon the enemy, who would be utterly invisible within 10 paces. But the columns marched for a long time in the same fog, up hill and down dale, skirting gardens and orchards, along by places where none of them had ever been before, and still they found no enemy. On the other hand, in front of them, behind them, on all sides of them, the soldiers were made conscious that our Russian columns were all marching in the same direction. Each soldier felt a thrill at the heart at the knowledge that many, many others of our men were going where he was going, that is, he knew not whither. "See there, the Kursk men have started," said various voices in the ranks. "Terrible lot of our troops collecting here, messmates. Last evening I looked around when the fires were lit, couldn't see the end of 'em. Like Moscow, in one word." Although not one of the division nachalniks came near the ranks or had anything to say to the soldiers, the division nachalniks, as we saw in the council of war, were out of sorts and dissatisfied with the work in hand, and, consequently, merely carried out the general orders and did nothing to inspirit the men. Still the soldiers marched on cheerfully, as is usually the case when they are going into action, and particularly to offensive action. But after they had been marching for about an hour, all the time in thick fog, they were ordered to halt, and an unpleasant consciousness of disorder and confusion in the operations spread through the ranks. It would be very difficult to explain how such a consciousness got abroad, but there was no doubt that it was transmitted and spread with extraordinary rapidity. The uncertainty became certainty, gaining with irresistible force as water rushes down a ravine. If the Russian army had been alone by itself, without allies, then possibly it would have taken much longer time for this consciousness of confusion to grow into a general certainty. But as it was, all took a natural satisfaction in attributing the cause of the disorder to the stupid Germans, and were convinced that the pernicious snarl was due to the sausage makers. Why are we halting? What? Have we got blocked? We can't have come afoul of the French, can we? No, we should have heard from them. They'd have begun to fire at us. They hurried us off so, and now here we are, all in muddle in the middle of the field. That's the way with those cursed Germans. They muddle everything all up. What stupid devils! If I'd had anything to do with them, I'd have put them to the front. But instead, you may be sure of it, they press us from behind. And here we are without having anything to eat. Well, I wonder if we shall be planted here all day. The cavalry, they say, is what is blocking the road, exclaimed an officer. Ech, those damned Germans don't know their own country, said another. What division are you? Cried an adjutant, riding up to them. The 18th. Then why are you here? You should have been at the front long since. You won't get there now before the afternoon. Here's a stupid piece of confusion. They themselves don't know what they're up to, said the officer, and he rode off. Then a general passed and angrily shouted some order in a language that wasn't Russian. Ta-fa-la-fa! What sort of stuff is he jabbering? Can't make out a thing he says, remarked a soldier, mimicking the general as he rode off. I'd have had them all shot down, the scoundrels. We were ordered to be in position by 9 o'clock, and now we have not got halfway there. What stupid arrangements! And this was heard on all sides, and the feeling of energetic ardor with which the army had started out began to be wasted in vexation and anger against the arrangements and the Germans. The cause of the confusion was this. After the Austrian cavalry on the left wing had set forward, those who had charge of it came to the conclusion that the Russian center was too widely separated from the right, and all the cavalry was commanded to cross over to the right side. Several thousands of cavalrymen rode across the front of the columns of infantry, and the infantry had to wait till they passed. At the front a dispute had arisen between the Austrian guide and a Russian general. The Russian general shouted angrily, demanding that the cavalry should stop. The Austrian insisted that he was not to blame, but his superior officers. Meantime the army was obliged to halt, and was growing impatient and losing spirit. After an hour's delay the troops at last began to move forward once more, and found themselves descending into the valley. The fog which had been scattering on the heights was as thick as ever on the lower lands where they were now marching. In front of them in the fog one shot, and then a second was fired, incoherently and at different points. Trat-tat-tat! And then the firing became more regular and rapid, and the engagement fairly began over the brook called Holdbach. As the troops had no expectation of falling in with the enemy so far down in the valley as the brook, and then met them unexpectedly in the fog, as they had no words of encouragement from their commanding officers, and the idea was widespread among them that it was too late, and moreover as they could not see anyone either in front of them or anywhere near them, owing to the density of the fog, they apathetically and lazily exchanged shots with the enemy, slowly moved forward, and then came to a halt again, failing to receive in time the word of command from their officers or the adjutants, who wandered at haphazard through the fog in places with which they were unacquainted and in search of their own divisions. That was the way that affairs occurred to the first, second, and third columns which had been ordered to march down into the valley. The fourth column which Kutuzov himself had under his own command was stationed on the heights of the Pratzer. In the lowlands, where the battle had already begun, the fog seemed thicker than ever, but on the heights it was clear. Still nothing could be seen of what was going on at the front. Until 9 o'clock no one could tell whether the enemy was in his full strength, as we supposed, 10 versts in advance, or was down there in the impenetrable fog. It was now 9 o'clock. The fog like a fathomless sea spread over the valley, but on the height in front of the village of Schlapanitz, on the height, where Napoleon stood surrounded by his marshals, it was perfectly bright. Over them was the bright blue heaven, and the mighty sun, like a gigantic hollow ball of fire, just rose above the milk-white sea of fog. The French troops and Napoleon himself with his staff were not on the farther side of the brooks, and the hollows of Sokolnitz and Schlapanitz, behind which we had expected to take up our positions and begin the engagement, but they had all come over to the hither side and were so near our troops that Napoleon with his naked eye could distinguish in our army a horseman from an infantry soldier. Napoleon mounted on his little gray Arab, and wearing the same blue cloak in which he had made the whole Italian campaign, stood a little in advance of his marshals. He silently gazed at the summits of the hills seeming to emerge from the fog, and watched the Russian troops moving along in the distance, and listened to the sounds of firing in the valley. Not a muscle of his face, it was still thin, moved. His glittering eyes were steadfastly fixed upon one spot. His anticipation seemed to be justified. The Russian troops had already in part defiled down into the ravine toward the ponds and lakes, and part of them were evacuating the heights of the Pretzer, which he considered the key of the situation and intended to attack. He could see amid the fog how down into the hollow formed by the two high hills near the village of Pratzen, the Russian columns with glittering bayonets were steadily moving in one direction toward the valley, and disappearing one after another into the sea of fog. By the reports which had been brought him the evening before, by the sound of wheels and footsteps that had been heard during the night along the vanguard, by the disorderly movements of the Russian columns, by all the indications, he clearly saw in fact that the Allied armies supposed him to be posted a long distance from them, that the columns moving near in the vicinity of Pratzen constituted the center of the Russian army, and that this center was weak enough to justify him in giving it attack. But still, he did not begin the battle. That was a solemn day for him, the anniversary of his coronation. Just before morning he had taken a nap for a few hours, and then waking, healthy, jovial, fresh, and in that happy frame of mind in which everything seems possible, success certain, he mounted his horse and rode out into the field. He stood motionless, gazing at the hills becoming visible through the fog, and into his cold face there came that peculiar shade of self-confident, well-deserved happiness, such as is sometimes seen on the face of a young lad who is happy and in love. His marshals were grouped behind him, and did not venture to distract his attention. He gazed now at the heights of the Pretzer, now at the sun swimming out of the fog. When the sun had risen clear above the fog, and his dazzling radiance gushed over the fields and the fog, as though this were the signal for which he was waiting to begin the affair, he drew off his glove from his handsome white hand, beckoned his marshals, and gave the order for the beginning of the battle. The marshals, accompanied by their aides, galloped off in different directions, and within a few moments the chief forces of the French army were in rapid motion toward those same heights of the Pretzer, which the Russian troops were abandoning more and more as they filed to the left and into the vale. End of chapter 14. Part 3, Chapter 15 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. At 8 o'clock that morning Kutuzov had ridden up toward the Pretzer, at the head of the 4th Division, Milodradovich's, which was to take the place of the columns of Przeshevsky and de Langeron, which were now on their way down into the valley. He greeted the men of the foremost regiment, and gave the word of command, thereby signifying that he intended to lead that column in person. When he reached the village of Pratzen he halted. Prince Andrei, forming one of his large staff, stood just behind him. Prince Andrei felt stirred and excited, and at the same time self-confident and calm, as is apt to be the case with a man at the arrival of the moment which he has been anxiously awaiting. He was firmly convinced that this day was to be his Toulon, or his bridge of Arcola. How it would come about he had not the faintest idea, but he was firmly convinced that it would be. The lay of the land and the position of our forces were well known to him, so far as they could be known to any one in our army. His own strategical plan, which now seemed to be doomed never to be carried into effect, had been forgotten. Having made himself master of Weirother's scheme, Prince Andrei wondered what possibilities might rise before him, and began to make new combinations according to which his presence of mind and firmness of might be called into request. Toward the left, in the valley below, where the fog lay, could be heard the musket fires of the unseen opponents. There, so it seemed to Prince Andrei, the fighting would be hottest, there the obstacles would be met with, and there I shall be sent, he said to himself, with a brigade or division, and with the standard in my hand. I shall rush on and conquer everything before me. Prince Andrei could not look at the standards of the battalions passing before him without a thrill. As he looked at one, he kept saying to himself, maybe that is the very standard that I shall seize when I lead the army to the front. The nocturnal fog remained on the heights only in the form of hoarfrost, which was rapidly changing into dew. In the hollows, however, it still spread out like milk-white sea. Nothing could be discerned in that fog toward the left, where our troops were descending, and where the musketry firing was heard. Over the heights stretched the clear, bright sky, and at the right hung the monstrous ball of the sun. Far away toward the front, on the other shore of the sea of fog, the wooded hills could be seen rising. There the enemy must be stationed, and there some object could be distinguished. At the right, the guards, with echoing tramp, and rattling wheels, and occasionally the glint of bayonets, were passing down into the dominion of the fog. At the left, beyond the village, similar masses of cavalry were filing down and disappearing from view in the sea of fog. In front and behind, the infantry were debouching. The commander-in-chief stationed himself at the entrance of the village, and allowed the troops to file past him. Kutuzov that morning appeared fatigued and irritated. The infantry, filing by him, came to a halt without any orders, apparently because they had come in contact with some obstacle ahead of them. "Go and tell them to form into battalions and get outside the village," said Kutuzov to a general who came riding along. "How is it, you do not understand, your excellency, my dear sir, that it's impossible to open ranks so, along a village street, when we are moving against the enemy?" "I propose to form behind the village, your eminence," replied the general. Kutuzov gave him a saturnine smile. "You'd be in a fine condition deploying your front in presence of the enemy, very fine idea." "The enemy are still a long way off, your eminence. According to the plan—" "The plan!" cried Kutuzov bitterly. "And who told you that? Be good enough to do as I bid you." "I obey." "Mon cher," whispered Nesvitsky to Prince Andrei, "the old man is surly as a dog." An Austrian officer in a white uniform, with a green plume in his hat, galloped up to Kutuzov and asked him in the name of the emperor whether the fourth column were taking part in the action. Kutuzov, without answering him, turned around, and his glance fell accidentally on Prince Andrei, who was stationed near him. When he noticed Bolkonsky, the vicious and acrimonious expression of his face softened, as though to acknowledge that he was not to blame for what was taking place. And still without answering the Austrian adjutant, he turned to Bolkonsky and said in French, "Go and see, my dear, if the third division has passed the village yet. Command them to halt and await my orders." As soon as Prince Andrei started, he called back, "And ask if the skirmishers are posted, and what they are doing." "What they are doing," he repeated to himself, still paying no attention to the Austrian. Prince Andrei galloped off to execute this order. Outstripping the battalions, which were all the time pressing forward, he halted the third division, and convinced himself that no skirmishers had been thrown out in front of our columns. The general command in front of the foremost regiment was greatly amazed at the order from the commander-in-chief to throw out sharpshooters. The regimental commander was firmly assured in his own mind that other troops were in front of him, and that the enemy could not be less than 10 versts distant. In reality, nothing could be discerned in front of them except waste ground which sloped down and was shrouded in fog. After giving him the commander-in-chief's orders to repair his negligence, Prince Andrei galloped back. Kutuzov was still in the same place, and with his fat body sitting in a dumpy position in the saddle, was yawning heavily, with his eyes closed. The troops had not yet moved, but stood with grounded arms. "Good, very good," said he to Prince Andrei, and turned to the general, who, holding his watch in his hand, said that it must be time to move, since all the columns had already gone down from the left wing. "Time enough, your Excellency," said Kutuzof. "We shall have time enough," he repeated. At this time, behind Kutuzof were heard the sounds of the regiments in the distance, cheering, and these voices quickly ran along the whole extent of the line of the Russian columns under march. It was evident that the one whom they greeted was approaching rapidly. When the soldiers of the regiment at whose head Kutuzof was stationed began to cheer, he rode a little to one side and glanced around with a frown. Along the road from Pratzen came what appeared to be a squadron of gay-colored horsemen. Two of them at a round gallop rode side by side ahead of the others. One was in a black uniform with a white plume, on a chestnut horse groomed in the English style. The other in a white uniform on a coal-black steed. These were the two emperors with their suite. Kutuzof, with the affectation of the thorough soldier, found at his post, shouted "Smirno, eyes front," to the soldiers halting near him, and saluting rode toward the emperor. His whole figure and manner had suddenly undergone a change. He had assumed the mien of a subordinate, of a man ready to surrender his own will. With an affectation of deference which evidently was not pleasing to the Emperor Alexander, he came to meet him and saluted him. This impression crossed the young and happy face of the emperor, and disappeared like the mist wreaths in the clear sky. After his indisposition he was a trifle thinner that day than he had been on the fields of Olmütz, where Bolkonsky had for the first time seen him abroad. There was the same enchanting union of majesty and sweetness in his beautiful gray eyes, and on his thin lips the same possibility of varied feelings, and the same predominating expression of beneficent, innocent youth. At the review at Olmütz he had been more majestic. Here he was happier and more full of energy. His face was a trifle flushed after his gallop of 3 versts, and as he reined in his horse, he drew a long breath and glanced around into the faces of his suite, all young men like himself, and like himself all full of life. Czartoryski and Novosiltsof, and Prince Volkonsky, and Stroganov, and many others, all richly dressed, jovial young men on handsome, well-groomed, fresh-looking and slightly sweating horses, chatting and laughing together, formed a group behind the sovereign. The Emperor Franz, a florid young man with a long face, sat bolt upright in his saddle on his handsome black stallion, and slowly glanced around him with an anxious expression. He beckoned to one of his white uniformed aides and asked him some question. Probably he asked at what hour they had come, thought Prince Andrei, gazing at his old acquaintance with a smile which he could not repress at the thought of his audience. The emperor's suite was composed of young orderlies, Austrian and Russian, selected from the regiments of the guards and of the line. Grooms had brought with them handsome reserve horses in embroidered caparisons for the emperors. Just as when a fresh breeze from the fields breathes through an open window into a stuffy chamber, so these brilliant young men brought with them to Kutuzov's dispirited staff the sense of youth and energy and confidence in victory. "Why don't you begin, Mikhail Larionovitch?" impatiently demanded the Emperor Alexander, turning to Kutuzov, at the same time looking curiously toward the Emperor Franz. "I was waiting, your Majesty," replied Kutuzov, deferentially bowing low. The emperor leaned toward him, frowning slightly, and giving him to understand that he did not hear. "I was waiting, your Majesty," repeated Kutuzov, and Prince Andrei noted that Kutuzov's upper lip curled unnaturally when he repeated the words, "I was waiting." "The columns have not all assembled, your Majesty." The sovereign heard, but the answer evidently displeased him. He shrugged his drooping shoulders, glanced at Novosiltsof, who was standing near him, and his glance seemed to imply a certain compassion for Kutuzov. "We are not on the Empress's field, Mikhail Larionovitch, where the review is not begun until all the regiments are present," said the emperor, again glancing at the Emperor Franz's eyes, as if to ask him if he would not take part so that he might listen to what he might say. But the Emperor Franz, who was still gazing about, did not heed him. "That's the very reason I do not begin, sire," said Kutuzof, in a ringing voice, seeming to anticipate the possibility that the emperor might not see fit to hear him, and again a peculiar look passed over his face. "That's the very reason I do not begin, sire, because we are not on parade and not on the Empress's field," he repeated, clearly and distinctly. The faces of all those composing the emperor's suite expressed annoyance and reproach, as they hastily exchanged glances on hearing these words. "No matter if he is old, he ought not, he never ought to speak in that way," the faces seemed to say. "However, if you give the order, your majesty," said Kutuzof, raising his head and again assuming that former tone of a general ready to listen to orders and to obey. He turned his horse. Beckoning to Division Commander Miloradovitch, he gave him the order to attack. The troops were again set in motion, and 2 battalions of the Novgorodsky regiment and 1 battalion of the Isfahan regiment filed forward past the emperor. While this Afrezim battalion was passing, the florid Miloradovitch, without his cloak and with his uniform covered with orders, and his hat decorated with an immense plume and set on one side with the point forward, galloped forward and gallantly saluting, reined in his horse in front of the sovereign. "Es Bogom, God be with you, general," exclaimed the emperor. "We will do our best, sire," replied the other cheerily. Nevertheless the gentleman of the suite could not refrain from smiling contemptuously at the execrable way in which he pronounced his French. Miloradovitch turned his horse sharply round and remained a short distance behind the emperor. The Isfahan boys, inspired by the presence of their sovereign, marched by the emperors and their suite with lively, gallant strides, keeping perfect time. "Children," cried Miloradovitch in a loud, self-confident and cheering voice, evidently roused by the sounds of the firing, the expectation of the battle, and the sight of the Isfahan boys, who had been his comrades in the campaign with Suvarof, and were now briskly marching past the emperors, and roused to such a pitch that he forgot that the sovereign was present. "Children, this is not the first village that you have had to take," he cried. "Do our best," cried the soldiers. The emperor's mare started at the unexpected shout. This mare, which the emperor had ridden before during other reviews in Russia, here on the battlefield of Austerlitz carried her rider, not noticing the captious thrusts of his left heel, pricking up her ears at the sound of the musketry firing, just as she did on the field of Mars, not realizing the significance of those re-echoing volleys, nor of the neighborhood of the Emperor Franz's black stallion, nor of what the man who was on that day sat upon her back said, thought, felt. The sovereign, with a smile, turned to one of his immediate suite, and pointing to the Isfahan lads, made some remark. End of chapter 15. Part 3, Chapter 16 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Kutuzof, accompanied by his aides, rode slowly after the carabiners. After riding half a verst, he caught up with the rear end of the column, and halted at a single deserted house, it had apparently been a drinking house, near the junction of 2 roads. Both roads led down into the valley, and both were crowded with troops. The fog began to disperse, and already 2 versts away could be seen, though as yet indistinctly, the ranks of the enemy on the heights opposite. Down in the valley at the left, the firing was growing more violent. Kutuzof halted, discussing some point with the Austrian general. Prince Andrei, sitting on his horse a little distance behind, gazed at them, and then, wishing to obtain the use of a field glass, turned to one of the aides who had one. "Look! Look!" exclaimed this adjutant, turning his glass not at the distant host, but to a hill near by in front of them. "Look! There are the French!" The 2 generals and the adjutants reached after the glass, one taking it from the other. All the faces suddenly changed, and an expression of dismay came into them. They expected to find the French 2 versts away, and there they were unexpectedly appearing right at hand. "Is that the enemy? It can't be. Yes, look, they." "Certainly it is." "What does it mean?" exclaimed various voices. Prince Andrei with his naked eye could see a dense mass of the French moving up at the right to meet the Isfahan boys, not more than 500 paces from the very spot where Kutuzof was standing. "Here it is. The decisive moment is at hand. My chance has come," said Prince Andrei, and starting up his horse he approached Kutuzof. "The Apsheron men ought to be halted, your eminence," he cried. But at that very instant all became veiled in smoke. The rattle of musketry sounded near them, and a naively terrified voice only 2 steps from Prince Andrei called, "Well, brothers, it's all up with us," and this voice seemed to be a command. At this voice all started to run. Confused, but still constantly increasing throngs ran back by the very same place where 5 minutes before the troops had filed so proudly past the emperors. Not only was it hard to arrest these fugitives, but it was even impossible not to be borne back by the mob. Bolkonsky could only struggle not to let them pass him, and he gazed around finding it quite out of the question to understand what was taking place at the front. Nesvitsky, with angry face, flushed and quite unlike himself, cried to Kutuzof that if he did not instantly come away he would probably be taken prisoner. Kutuzof still stayed in the same place and without answering took out his handkerchief. A stream of blood was trickling from his face. Prince Andrei forced his way through to where he was. "You are wounded?" he asked, scarcely controlling the trembling of his lower jaw. "The wound is not here, but yonder," said Kutuzof, pressing his handkerchief to his wounded cheek, and pointing to the fugitives. "Halt them!" he cried, and at the same time, evidently convinced that it was an impossibility to bring them to a halt, he gave spurs to his horse and rode off to the right. New masses of fugitives came pouring along like a torrent, engulfed him, and bore him along with them. These troops were pouring back in such a dense throng that when one was once entangled in the midst of it there was great difficulty in extricating oneself. Some shouted, "He's coming! Why don't you let him pass?" Others turned around and fired their muskets into the air. Others struck the horse on which Kutuzof rode. But by the exercise of supreme force, Kutuzof, accompanied by his staff, diminished by more than half, struggled through to the left and rode off in the direction of the cannonading heard not far away. Prince Andrei, also forcing his way through the throng of fugitives, and endeavoring not to become separated from Kutuzof, could make out through the reek of gunpowder smoke a Russian battery on the side of the hill still blazing away vigorously, while the French were just marching against it. A little higher up stood the Russian infantry, neither moving forward to the aid of the battery, nor back in the same direction with the fugitives. A general spurred down from this brigade of infantry and approached Kutuzof. Out of Kutuzof's staff only 4 men were left, and all were pale and silently exchanged glances. "Stop those poltroons!" cried Kutuzof, all out of breath, as the regimental commander came up to him and pointing to the fugitives. But at that very second, as though for punishment for those words, like a bevy of birds a number of bullets flew buzzing over the heads of the regiment and of Kutuzof's staff. The French were charging the battery, and when they caught sight of Kutuzof they aimed at him. At this volley the regimental commander suddenly clapped his hand to his leg, a few soldiers fell, and an ensign standing with the flag dropped it from his hand. The flag reeled and fell, catching on the bayonets of the soldiers near him. The men began to load and fire without orders. "Ugh!" groaned Kutuzof, with an expression of despair, and glanced around. "Bolkonsky!" he whispered, his weak old man's voice trembling with emotion. "Bolkonsky!" he whispered, pointing to the demoralized battalion and at the enemy. "What does this mean?" But before he had uttered these words, Prince Andrei, conscious of the tears of shame and anger choking him, had already leaped from his horse and rushed toward the standard. "Children, follow me!" he cried in his youthful penetrating voice. Here it is, thought Prince Andrei as he seized the flagstaff, and he listened with rapture to the whiz of the bullets that were evidently directed straight at him. A number of the soldiers fell. "Hurrah!" cried Prince Andrei, instantly seizing the flag and rushing forward with unfailing confidence that the whole battalion would follow him. In fact he ran on only a few steps alone. Then one soldier was stirred, and then another, and the whole battalion with huzzas dashed forward and overtook him. A non-commissioned officer of the battalion grasped the standard, which from its weight shook in Prince Andrei's hand, but he was instantly shot down. Prince Andrei again grasped the flag and, dragging it along by the staff, followed after the battalion. In front of him he saw our artillerymen, some fighting, others abandoning the guns and running toward him. He also saw the French infantry, who had seized the artillery horses and were reversing the field pieces. Prince Andrei and the battalion were now only 20 paces distant from the battery. He heard the incessant whizzing of the bullets over his head, and the soldiers constantly groaning and falling at his left and at his right. But he did not look at them. His eyes were fastened only on what was going on in front of him, where the battery was. He now saw distinctly a red-headed artilleryman, with his shako knocked in and on one side, struggling with a French soldier for the possession of the ramrod. Prince Andrei distinguished clearly the distorted and angry faces of these two men, who evidently were not aware of what they were doing. "What are they up to?" queried Prince Andrei, as he looked at them. "Why doesn't the sandy artillerist run if he has no weapons, and why doesn't the Frenchman finish him? He wouldn't have time to get any distance, though, before the Frenchman would recollect his musket and put an end to him." In point of fact, another Frenchman, with pointed bayonet, ran up to the combatants, and the fate of the red-haired artillerist, who had no idea what was coming upon him, and had just triumphantly made himself master of the ramrod, must have been sealed. But Prince Andrei did not witness the end of the struggle. It seemed to him as though one of the approaching soldiers struck him in the head with the full weight of a cudgel. It was rather painful, but his chief sensation was that of displeasure because it distracted his attention and prevented him from seeing what he had been looking at. "What does this mean? Am I falling? Surely my legs are giving way," he said to himself, and he fell on his back. He opened his eyes, hoping to see how the struggle between the artilleryman and the Frenchman ended, and anxious to know whether or not the red-haired artillerist was killed or not, and the cannon saved or captured. But he could see nothing of it. Over him he could see nothing except the sky, the lofty sky. No longer clear, but still immeasurably lofty, and with light gray clouds slowly wandering over it. How still, calm, and solemn. How entirely different from when I was running, said Prince Andrei to himself. It was not so when we were all running and shouting and fighting. How entirely different it is from when the Frenchmen and the artillerymen, with vindictive and frightened faces, were struggling for possession of the ramrod. It wasn't so that the clouds then floated over the infinite depths of sky. How is it that I never before saw this lofty sky? And how glad I am that I have learned to know it at last. Yes, all is empty, all is deception, except these infinite heavens. Nothing, nothing at all, beside. And even that is nothing but silence and peace. And thank God. End of chapter 16. Part 3, Chapter 17 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. At 9 o'clock, the right wing, under Bagration, had not as yet begun to fight. Unwilling to acquiesce in Dolgorukov's urgency to begin the battle, and anxious to escape the responsibility, Prince Bagration proposed to the latter to send and make inquiries of the commander-in-chief. Bagration knew that as the distance separating the two wings was almost 10 versts, the messenger, if he were not killed, which was very probable, and even if he found the commander-in-chief, which would be extremely difficult, would not have time to return till late in the afternoon. Bagration glanced over his staff, with his great, expressionless, sleepy eyes, and was involuntarily attracted by Rostov's boyish face, full of excitement and hope. He chose him for the messenger. "And if I should meet his majesty first before I found the commander-in-chief, your illustriousness?" asked Rostov, touching his cap visor. "You can give the message to his majesty," said Dolgorukov, taking the words out of Bagration's mouth. After he was relieved at the outposts, Rostov had been able to catch a few hours' sleep before the morning, and felt happy, full of daring and resolution, and brimming over with elasticity of motion and confidence in his own good fortune. In such a state of mind, everything seems easy, bright, and possible. All his desires had been fulfilled that morning. A general engagement was to be fought. He was to take part in it. Moreover, he had been made orderly on the staff of one of the bravest generals. Nay, more, he was entrusted with a message to Kutuzov, and might have to deliver it to the sovereign himself. The morning was clear and bright. The horse that he rode was excellent. His heart was full of joy and courage. Having received his instructions, he struck in the spurs and galloped off along the line. At first he passed in front of Bagration's forces, which had not as yet engaged, and were ranged in motionless ranks. Then he rode into the space occupied by Uvarov's cavalry, and here he began to remark some excitement and indications of readiness for battle. After passing Uvarov's cavalry, he began to distinguish clearly the sounds of cannonading and musketry in front of him. The firing kept growing more violent. The morning air was fresh and clear, and it was no longer firing at irregular intervals, 2 or 3 shots at a time, and then 1 or 2 cannon shot. But along the declivities of the hills in front of Pratzen was heard the thunder of musketry, dominated by such frequent reports from the heavy guns that often a number of them could not be distinguished apart but mingled in one general rumble. It could be seen how over the mountainside the puffs of smoke from the muskets seemed to run along, chasing each other, and how the great clouds of smoke from the cannon rolled whirling up, spread and mingled in the air. By the glint of bayonets through the smoke, the masses of infantry could be seen moving along, and the narrow ribbons of artillery, with their green caissons. Rostov reined in his horse on a hilltop for a moment, in order to watch what was going on. But in spite of the closeness of his scrutiny, he could not make out or decipher himself from what he saw, what men were moving in the smoke, or what bodies of troops were hurrying this way and that, back and forth. But why? Who are they? Where are they going? It was impossible to tell. This spectacle did not arouse in him any melancholy or timid feelings. On the contrary, they filled him with a new energy and zeal. "Well, then, give it to them again," said he, mentally replying to these sounds. And again he started on a gallop along the lines, making his way farther and farther within the domain of troops already now entering into the action. "How this is going to turn out yonder I do not know, but it will be all right," thought Rostov. Having passed by some of the troops of the Austrian army, Rostov noticed that the portion of the line next, they were the Guards, were already moving to the attack. "So much the better, I can see it close at hand," he said to himself. He was now riding along almost at the very front. A number of horsemen were galloping in his direction. These were our Lieb Uhlans, who, with broken and disorderly ranks, were returning from the charge. Rostov passed them and could not help noticing that one of them was covered with blood, but he galloped on. "That's of no consequence to me," he said to himself. He had ridden only a few hundred paces further when he perceived at his left, coming down upon him, an immense body of cavalry extending the whole length of the field and likely to cross his path. They were on coal-black horses and dressed in brilliant white uniforms. Rostov spurred his horse at full speed so as to get out of the way of these cavalrymen, and he would easily have done so had they kept on at the same pace all the time, but they rode faster and faster, and some of the horses were almost upon him. Rostov distinguished more and more clearly the trampling of their feet and the jingling of their arms, and could see more and more distinctly their horses, their figures, and their faces. These were our Cavalier Guards on their way to charge the French cavalry who were deploying to meet them. The Cavalier Guards came galloping along, still keeping their horses under restraint. Rostov could already see their faces and hear the word of command spoken by an officer. "Marsh! Marsh!" who was urging on his blooded charger. Rostov, afraid of being crushed or carried away into the charge against the French, spurred along the front with all the speed that he could get out of his horse, and still it seemed as though he were going to fail of it. The last rider in the line, a pock-marked man of giant frame, frowned angrily when he saw Rostov in front of him, knowing that they must infallibly come into collision. This guardsman would surely have overthrown Rostov, for Rostov himself could not help seeing how small and slight he and Bedouin were in comparison with these tremendous men and horses, if he had not had the presence of mind to shake his riding whip into the eyes of the guardsman's horse. The charger, black as coal, heavy and high, shied, cropping back his ears, but the pock-marked rider plunged his huge spurs into his side with all his might, and the charger, arching his tail and stretching out his neck, rushed onwards faster than ever. Rostov was hardly out of the way of the guardsmen when he heard their huzzas, and glancing around saw that their front ranks were already mingling with strange horsemen with red epaulets, apparently the French. Farther away it was impossible to see anything, because immediately after this on the other side the cannon began to belch forth smoke, and everything was shrouded. At the moment that the guardsmen dashed past him and were lost to view in the smoke, Rostov was undecided in his own mind whether he should gallop after them or go where his duty called him. This was that brilliant charge of the Cavalier Guards which the French themselves so much admired. It was terrible for Rostov when he heard afterward that out of all that throng of handsome young giants, out of all those brilliant rich young men, officers and yunkers mounted on splendid chargers who galloped past him, only 18 were left alive after the charge. Why should I envy them? My turn will come, and perhaps I shall see the sovereign very soon now, thought Rostov, as he galloped on. When he came up to the infantry of the Guards, his attention was called to the fact that shot and shell were flying over them and all around them, not so much because he heard the sounds of the missiles as because he saw dismay on the faces of the soldiers and an unnatural martial solemnity on the faces of the officers. As he was riding behind one of the infantry regiments of the Guard, he heard a voice calling him by name. "Rostov!" "What is it?" he replied, not seeing that it was Boris. "What do you think of this? We were put in the front line. Our regiment has been in a charge," said Boris, smiling with the happy face such as young men wear when they have been for the first time under fire. Rostov drew up. "Have you indeed?" he said. "And how was it?" "Repulsed," said Boris eagerly, and becoming talkative. "You can imagine." And Boris began to relate how the Guards as they stood in their places and seeing troops in front of them, mistook them for Austrians, and then suddenly by the shots that came flying over them from these same troops, recognized that they were in the front line and unexpectedly engaged in the conflict. Rostov, not stopping to hear Boris to the end of the story, started his horse. "Where are you bound?" "To His Majesty, with a message." "There he is," said Boris, who supposed that Rostov wanted His Highness instead of His Majesty, and therefore pointed him to the Grand Duke, who was standing not 100 paces away. Dressed in a helmet and a Cavalier Guard collet or jacket, with elevated shoulders and frowning face, he was shouting something to a pale Austrian officer in a white uniform. "No, that's the Grand Duke, but my errand is to the Commander in Chief, or to the Emperor," said Rostov, and was just getting his horse under way. "Count! Count!" cried Berg, who, no less excited than Boris had been, came running out from the other side. "Count, I have been wounded in my right arm," said he, pointing to his wrist, which was bloody and wrapped up in a handkerchief, "and I stayed at the front. Count, I had to hold my sword in my left hand. In our family all the von Bergs have been knighted." Berg went on to say something more, but Rostov, not stopping to listen to him, was already far away. Passing by the Guards and across a vacant space, Rostov, in order not to get into the front again, as he had been when he was caught by the charge of the Cavalier Guards, rode along the line of the reserves, making a considerable detour of the place where the most violent cannonade and musketry firing was heard. Suddenly he heard loud volleys of musketry before him, and behind our troops, in a place where he would never have suspected the presence of the enemy. "What can that mean?" wondered Rostov. "Can the enemy have outflanked us?" "It cannot be," he said to himself, and a horror of fear for himself and for the success of the battle suddenly came over him. "Whatever it is, however," he thought, "now there's no avoiding it. I must find the Commander in Chief here, and if all is lost, then it is my place to perish with the rest." The gloomy presentiment which had come over him was more and more made certainty the farther he rode into the fields behind the village of Pratzen, which were occupied by throngs of demoralized troops. "What does this mean? What can this mean? At whom are they firing? Who is firing?" he inquired, as he overtook Russian and Austrian soldiers running in confused throngs across his path. "The devil only knows. He has beaten us all. All is lost," answered the throngs of the fugitives in Russian, in German, and in Bohemian, and they could tell no better than he himself could what was going on there. "Hang the Germans!" cried one. "The devil take 'em, the traitors!" "Zum Henker diese Russen!" "To the devil with these Russians!" stammered some German. A number of wounded were wandering down the road. Curses, cries, groans, mingled in one general uproar. The firing ceased. As Rostov afterwards heard, Russian and Austrian soldiers had fired at each other. "Bozhe moi! My God, what does this mean?" thought Rostov. And here where any minute the Emperor might see them. But no, these were apparently only a few cowards. "This is only transient. This is nothing. It cannot be," he said to himself. "I must get by them as soon as possible." The idea of a defeat and of a total defeat could not enter Rostov's head. although he could see the French cannon and troops on the Pratzer, on the very place where he had been commanded to find the commander in chief, he could not and would not believe this. End of chapter 17. Part 3, Chapter 18 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Rostov had been told that he should find Kutuzov and the Emperor somewhere in the vicinity of the village of Pratzen. But they were not to be found there, nor was a single nachalnik in sight, but everywhere throngs of fleeing troops of all nationalities. He spurred on his horse, which was already growing fagged, so as to pass by these fugitives as quickly as possible, but the farther he went, the more demoralized he found the forces. Along the high roads where he was riding, carriages and equipages of all sorts were crowded together. Russian and Austrian soldiers of all the different branches of the service, wounded and not wounded. All this mass hummed and confusedly swarmed under the dispiriting sounds of the shells fired from French batteries posted on the heights overlooking Pratzen. "Where is the Emperor? Where's Kutuzov?" asked Rostov of all whom he could bring to a stop, but not one could vouchsafe him any answer. At last seizing a soldier by the collar, he obliged him to reply. "Eh, brother, they've all been yonder this long time, all cut sticks," said the soldier, laughing for some reason, and breaking away. Releasing the soldier, who was evidently drunk, Rostov managed to stop the denshchik, or the groom of some person of consequence, and began to ply him with questions. The denshchik told Rostov that the Emperor had been driven by an hour before at full speed, in a carriage along this same road, and that the Emperor had been wounded. "It cannot be," said Rostov. "It must have been someone else." "I myself saw him," said the denshchik, with a self-satisfied laugh. "I ought to know the sovereign by sight. I should like to know how many times I have seen him in Petersburg. He leaned back in the carriage and was pale, very pale. Heavens! What a rate those 4 black horses thundered by us here. I should think I might know the Tsar's horses, and Ilya Ivanovitch. I guess Ilya, the coachman, wouldn't be very likely to drive by with anyone less than the Tsar." Rostov gave his horse the spur and started to ride farther. A wounded officer passing by turned to him. "Who was it you wanted?" asked the officer. "The commander in chief. He was killed by a cannonball, hit him in the chest, right at the head of our regiment." "Not killed, only wounded," said another officer. "Who? Kutuzov?" asked Rostov. "No, not Kutuzov, but what do you call him? Ah, well, it's all the same. Not many are left alive. If you go down yonder to that village, you'll find all the commanders gathered," said the officer, pointing to the village of Gostiradek, and he passed on. Rostov walked his horse, not knowing now where to go or whom to seek. The sovereign wounded, the battle lost. It was impossible to believe that, even now. Rostov rode away in the direction indicated by the officer. In the distance could be seen towers and a church. What was the need of him to hurry? What had he now to say to the sovereign or to Kutuzov, even if they were alive and not wounded? "That road! Take that road, your nobility, else they'll shoot you down yonder," cried a soldier to him. "They'll shoot you." "Oh, what are you talking about?" cried another. "That's the nearest way to where he's going." Rostov considered a moment, and then rode in exactly the direction where they said that he would be killed. "Now it's all the same to me. If the sovereign is wounded, why should I try to save my life?" he asked himself. He rode out on the open space where there had been the heaviest slaughter of men escaping from Pratzen. The French had not yet occupied this place, and the Russians, that is those who were alive or only slightly wounded, had long before abandoned it. On the ground, like shocks of corn on a fertile field, lay 10 men, 15 men, killed or wounded, on every rood of the place. The wounded had crawled together, 2 or 3 at a time, and their cries and groans could be heard most gruesomely, though it seemed to Rostov that they were often simulated. He put his horse at a trot, so as not to see all these suffering men, and a great horror overcame him. He was not afraid for his own life, but lest he should lose the manliness which he felt was essential to him. He knew that he could not endure the spectacle of those unfortunate wretches. The French had ceased to fire on this field strewn with dead and wounded, because there was no longer any sign of life on it. But when they caught sight of the adjutant riding across, they turned one of their cannon on it and sent a few balls after him. The sensation caused by these terrific whistling sounds, and the spectacle of the dead around him, aroused in Rostov's mind an impression of horror and self-commiseration. He recalled his mother's last letter. How would she feel, he asked himself, if she should see me now, here in this field, with these cannon pointed at me? At the village of Gostiredek, the Russian troops were retiring from the field of battle in good order, though the regiments were mixed together. This was out of range of the French cannon balls, and the sounds of the firing seemed more distant. Here all clearly saw and openly confessed that the battle was lost. No one to whom Rostov applied for information could tell him where the emperor was, or where Kutuzof was. Some declared that the report about the sovereign being wounded was correct. Others denied it and explained this false though widespread rumor by the fact that the Oberhofmarschall, Count Tolstoy, who had gone out in company of others of the suite to see the battle, had dashed away pale and frightened from the field of battle in the emperor's carriage. One officer told Rostov that in the rear of the village over toward the left he had seen some officials of high rank, and Rostov started in that direction, not indeed with the expectation of finding anyone, but merely for the sake of clearing his conscience. After riding 3 versts and passing beyond the last of the Russian troops, Rostov reached an orchard protected by a ditch, and saw 2 riders standing near the ditch. One with a white plume in his hat had a familiar look. The other rider, whom he did not know, was mounted on a handsome chestnut charger. This charger somehow seemed familiar to Rostov, and rode up to the ditch, put spurs to his horse, and giving him his head, easily leaped the ditch into the orchard. The earth merely crumbled away a little from the embankment under the horse's hind hoofs. Turning his horse short, he leaped back over the ditch again, and addressed himself respectfully to the rider with the white plume, apparently urging him to do the same thing. The rider whose figure Rostov seemed to recognize, and had therefore involuntarily attracted his attention, shook his head and made a gesture of refusal with his hand, and Rostov immediately by this gesture knew that it was his idolized, lamented sovereign. But it cannot be that he is left alone in this bare field, thought Rostov. Just then Alexander turned his head so that he had a good view of those beloved features so sharply graven in his memory. The sovereign was pale, his cheeks sunken, and his eyes cavernous, but there was all the more charm, all the more sweetness in his features. Rostov was delighted to be convinced that the rumor of the sovereign's wound was false. He was happy to have seen him. He knew that he might, nay, that he ought, go straight up to him and deliver the message that had been entrusted to him by Dolgorukov. But just as a young man in love trembles and loses his presence of mind, not daring to say what he has been dreaming about night after night, and timidly looks around, in search of help or the possibility of postponing it, when the wished-for moment has at last arrived, and he stands alone with her. So also with Rostov, now that he had attained what he had yearned for more than all else in the world. He did not know how to approach his sovereign, and devised 1,000 excuses for finding it untimely, improper, and impossible. What! I might seem to be taking advantage of his being alone and dejected. An unknown face at this moment of sorrow might seem unpleasant and troublesome. Besides, what could I say to him now, when one glance from him makes my heart swell within me and seem to leap into my mouth? Not one of those innumerable speeches which he had so carefully prepared in case he should meet the emperor, now recurred to his mind. Those speeches were for the most part indicated under different conditions. They were to be spoken at the moment of victory and triumph. Above all, on his deathbed, when he sank under the wounds that he had received, his sovereign would come to see him and thank him for his heroic conduct. Thus he would show him his love sealed by his death. Besides, what now could I ask the emperor in regard to his commands to the left wing, when now already it is 4 o'clock in the afternoon and the battle is lost? No, really I ought not to trouble him. I ought not to break in upon his reflections. It would be better to die 1,000 times than to receive an angry look or an angry word from him. Such was Rostov's decision and melancholy, and with despair in his heart he rode away, constantly glancing back at the emperor, still remaining in the same undecided attitude. While Rostov was making these reflections and sadly rode away from his sovereign, Captain Von Toll galloped up to the same place, and seeing the Emperor went straight up to him, offered him his services, and helped him to cross the ditch on foot. The Emperor, wishing to rest and feeling ill, sat down under an apple tree, and Toll stood near him. Rostov looked from afar and saw with jealousy and regret how Von Toll talked long and eagerly to the sovereign, and how the sovereign, apparently weeping, covered his eyes with one hand, and with the other pressed Von Toll's. And I might have done that in his place, thought Rostov, and with difficulty restraining the tears of sympathy for his sovereign, he rode away in utter despair, not knowing now where he should go or for what reason. His despair was all the more bitter because he felt that his own weakness was the cause of his misfortune. He might, not only might, but he ought to have ridden up to the Emperor. And this was his only chance of exhibiting to the sovereign his devotion. And he did not take advantage of it. Why did I do so? He asked himself, and he turned his horse about and galloped back to the same place where the Emperor had been sitting, but there was no one any longer on the other side of the ditch. A train of baggage wagons and carriages was winding along. From one of the wagoners Rostov learned that Kutuzov's staff were not very far away, at the village where the wagons were bound. Rostov followed them. The foremost in the train, Kutuzov's groom, leading a horse with his trappings. The wagons followed behind the groom, and behind the wagon walked an old man, a household serf with bandy legs, wearing a cap and a half shuba. "Tit! Ah, Tit!" cried the groom. "What is it?" asked the old man heedlessly. "Tit! Tit! Grind the wheat." Durak! Tch!" said the old man, angrily spitting. Some time passed in silence as they moved onward, and then the same joking rhyme was repeated. By 5 o'clock in the evening the battle was lost at every point. More than 100 cannon had already fallen into the hands of the French. Przewalski and his battalion had laid down their arms. The other columns, having lost more than half their efficient, were retreating in disorderly, demoralized throngs. The relics of Langeron and Dokhturov's forces, all in confusion, were crowded together around the ponds, on the dikes and banks of the village of Augest. By 6 o'clock the only cannonading that was any longer heard was directed at the dike of Augest by some of the French, who had established a large battery on the slopes of the Pratzer, and were trying to cut down our men as they retreated. At the rear, Dokhturov and some others, having collected their battalions, made a stand against the French, who were pursuing our troops. It had begun to be entirely dark. On the narrow dike of Augest, where so many years the little old miller had peacefully sat with his hook and line, while his grandson, with shirt sleeves rolled up, played in the water can with a palpitating silver fish. On that dike, over which the Moravians, in shaggy caps and blue blouses, had driven their 2-horse teams loaded down with spring wheat, and returned dusted with flour and with whitened teams. Along this same dike, this narrow dike, among vans and field pieces, under the feet of horses and between the wheels, crowded a throng of men, their faces distorted with fear of death, pushing each other, expiring, trampling on the dying and dead, and crushing each other only to be killed themselves a few steps farther on. Every 10 seconds a cannon ball, compressing the air, flew by, or a shell came bursting amid this dense throng, dealing death, and spattering with blood those who stood near by. Dolokhov, wounded in the arm, on foot with 10 men of his company, he was now an officer again, and his regimental commander, on horseback, constituted the sole survivors of the whole regiment. Carried along in the throng, they were crowded together at the very entrance of the dike, and pressed on all sides, were obliged to halt, because a horse attached to a field piece had fallen, and the throng were trying to drag it along. One cannonball struck someone behind them, another struck just in front and spattered Dolokhov with blood. The crowd moved on in desperation, squeezing together, and then halted again. "If only we could make those 100 paces, and safety is sure. If we stay here 2 minutes longer, our destruction is certain," said each one to himself. Dolokhov, standing in the midst of the throng, forced his way through to the edge of the dike, knocking down 2 soldiers, and sprang out on the glare ice that covered the pond. "Turn out this way," he cried, sliding along on the ice, which bent under his weight. "Turn out," he cried to the gunner. "It will hold. It will hold!" And it was evident that it would immediately give way, if not under his weight alone, certainly under that of the field piece or the throng of men. They looked at him, and crowded along the shore, not venturing to step upon the ice. The commander of the regiment, sitting on horseback at the entrance, was just raising his hand and opening his mouth to speak to Dolokhof, when suddenly a cannonball flew so close over the men that they all ducked their heads. There was a dull thud as though something soft were struck, and the general fell in a pool of blood. No one looked at the general or thought of picking him up. "Come on the ice! Cross the ice! Come on! Move on! Don't you hear? Come!" was heard suddenly from innumerable voices after the cannonball had struck the general, though the men knew not what or why they were crying. One of the last field pieces that was just entering the dike ventured on the ice. A throng of soldiers hastened down from the ground upon the frozen pond. One of the rearmost soldiers broke through, one leg slumping down into the water. He tried to save himself and sank up to his belt. The men who stood nearest held back. The driver of the field piece drew in his horses, but still behind them were heard the shouts, "Take to the ice! What are you stopping for? Take to the ice! Take to the ice!" and cries of horror were heard among the throng. The soldiers surrounding the gun gesticulated over their horses and beat them to make them turn and go on. The horses struck out from the shore. The ice, which might have held the foot soldiers, gave way in one immense sheet, and 40 men who were on it threw themselves some forward and some back, trampling on each other. All the time the cannonballs kept regularly whistling by and falling on the ice, into the water, and, more frequently than all, into the mass of men that covered the dike, the ponds, and the banks. End of chapter 18. Part 3, Chapter 19 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. On the Pratzer Hill, in the same spot where he had fallen with the flagstaff in his hand, lay Prince Andrei Bolkonsky, his life-blood oozing away, and unconsciously groaning, with light, pitiful groans, like an ailing child. By evening he ceased to groan and lay absolutely still. He did not know how long his unconsciousness continued. Suddenly he felt that he was alive and suffering from a burning and tormenting pain in his head. "Where is that lofty heaven which I had never seen before and which I saw today?" That was his first thought. "And I never knew such pain as this either," he said to himself. "Yes, I have never known anything at all, till now. But where am I?" He tried to listen and heard the trampling hoofs of several horses approaching and the sounds of voices talking French. He opened his eyes. Over him still stretched the same lofty heavens, with clouds sailing over it in still loftier heights, and beyond them he could see the depths of endless blue. He did not turn his head or look at those who, to judge from the hoofbeats of the horses and the sounds of the voices, rode up to him and paused. These horsemen were Napoleon, accompanied by 2 aides. Bonaparte, who had been riding over the field of battle, had given orders to strengthen the battery that was cannonading the dike of August, and was now looking after the killed and wounded left on the battlefield. "De beaux hommes, handsome men," said Napoleon, gazing at a Russian grenadier, who lay on his belly, with his face half buried in the soil and his neck turning black, and one arm flung out and stiffened in death. "The ammunition for the field guns is exhausted, sire." "Have that of the reserves brought," said Napoleon, and then a step or two nearer he paused over Prince Andrei, who lay on his back with the flagstaff clutched in his hands. The flag had been carried off by the French as a trophy. "Voilà, un bel homme," said Napoleon, gazing at Bolkonsky. Prince Andrei realized that this was said of him, and that it was spoken by Napoleon. He heard them address the speaker as "sire," but he heard these words as though they had been the buzzing of a fly. He was not only not interested in them, but they made no impression upon him, and he immediately forgot them. His head throbbed as with fire. He felt that his lifeblood was ebbing, and he still saw far above him the distant, eternal heavens. He knew that this was Napoleon, his hero, but at this moment Napoleon seemed to him merely a small, insignificant man in comparison with that lofty, infinite heaven with the clouds flying over it. It was a matter of utter indifference to him who stood looking down upon him or what was said about him at that moment. He was merely conscious of a feeling of joy that people had come to him, and of a desire that these people give him assistance and bring him back to life, which seemed to him so beautiful, because he understood it so differently now. He collected all his strength to move and make some sound. He managed to move his legs slightly, and uttered a weak, feeble, sickly moan that stirred pity even in himself. "Ah, he is alive," said Napoleon. "Take up this young man, ce jeune homme, and take him to the temporary hospital." Having given this order, Napoleon went on to meet Marshal Lannes, who, removing his hat and smiling, rode up and congratulated him on the victory. Prince Andrei recollected nothing further. He lost consciousness of the terrible pain caused by those who placed him on the stretcher, and by the jolting as he was carried along, and the probing of the wound. He recovered it again only at the very end of the day, as he was carried to the hospital together with the other Russian wounded, and taken prisoner. At this time he felt a little fresher and was able to glance around and even to speak. The first words which he heard after he came to were spoken by a French officer in charge of the convoy, who said, "We must stop here. The emperor is coming by immediately. It will give him pleasure to see these prisoners." "There are so many prisoners today, almost the whole Russian army. I should think it would have become an old story," said another officer. "Well, at any events, this man here, they say, was the commander of all the Emperor Alexander's guards," said the first speaker, indicating a wounded Russian officer in a white Cavalier Guards uniform. Bolkonsky recognized Prince Repnin, whom he had met in Petersburg society. Next him was a youth of 19, an officer of the Cavalier Guard also wounded. Bonaparte, coming up at a gallop, reined in his horse. "Who is the chief officer here?" he asked, looking at the wounded. They pointed to Colonel Prince Repnin. "Were you the commander of the Emperor Alexander's Horse Guard regiment?" asked Napoleon. "I commanded a squadron," replied Repnin. "Your regiment did its duty with honor," remarked Napoleon. "Praise from a great commander is the highest reward that a soldier can have," said Repnin. "It is with pleasure that I give it to you," replied Napoleon. "Who is this young man next you?" Prince Repnin named Lieutenant Sukhtelen. Napoleon glanced at him and said with a smile, "Il est venu, bien jeune de faute et nous, very young to oppose us." "Youth does not prevent one from being brave," replied Sukhtelen in a broken voice. "A beautiful answer," said Napoleon. "Young man, you will get on in the world." Prince Andrei, who had been placed also in the front rank, under the eyes of the emperor, so as to swell the number of those who had been taken prisoner, naturally attracted his attention. Napoleon evidently remembered having seen him on the field, and turning to him he used exactly the same expression, "young man," as when Bolkonsky had the first time come under his notice. "Et vous, jeune homme?" "Well, and you, young man?" said he, addressing him. "How do you feel, mon brave?" Although 5 minutes before this Prince Andrei had been able to say a few words to the soldiers who were bearing him, he now fixed his eyes directly on Napoleon, but had nothing to say. To him at this moment all the interests occupying Napoleon seemed so petty, his former hero himself, with his small vanity and delight in the victory, seemed so sordid in comparison with that high, true, and just heaven which he had seen and learned to understand. And that was why he could not answer him. Yes, and everything seemed to him so profitless and insignificant in comparison with that stern and majestic train of thought induced in his mind by his lapsing strength, as his life-blood ebbed away, by his suffering and the near expectation of death. As Prince Andrei looked into Napoleon's eyes, he thought of the insignificance of majesty, of the insignificance of life, the meaning of which no one could understand, and of the still greater insignificance of death, the thought of which no one could among men understand or explain. The emperor, without waiting for any answer, turned away, and as he started to ride on, said to one of the officers, "Have these gentlemen looked after and conveyed to my bivouac. Have Dr. Larrey himself looked after their wounds. Au revoir, Prince Repnin." and he touched the spurs to his horse and galloped away. His face was bright with self-satisfaction and happiness. The soldiers carrying Prince Andrei had taken from him the gold medallion which the Princess Marya had hung around her brother's neck, but when they saw the flattering way in which the Emperor treated the prisoners, they hastened to return the medallion. Prince Andrei did not see how or by whom the medallion was replaced, but he suddenly discovered on his chest, outside of his uniform, the little image attached to its slender golden chain. It would be good, thought Prince Andrei, letting his eyes rest on the medallion which his sister had hung around his neck with so much feeling and reverence. It would be good if everything were as clear and simple as it seems to the Princess Marya. How good it would be to know where to find help in this life and what to expect after it, beyond the grave. How happy and composed I should be if I could say now, Lord, have mercy on me. But to whom can I say that? It is force, impalpable, incomprehensible, which I cannot turn to, or even express in words. Is it the great all or nothingness, said he to himself, or is it God which is sewed in this amulet which my sister gave me? Nothing, nothing is certain, except the insignificance of all within my comprehension, and the majesty of that which is incomprehensible but all-important. The stretcher started off. At every jolt he again felt the insufferable pain. His fever grew more violent, and he began to be delirious. The dreams about his father, his wife, his sister, and his unborn son, and the feeling of tenderness which he had experienced on the night before the battle, the figure of the little insignificant Napoleon, and above all the lofty sky, formed the principal content of his feverish imaginations. He seemed to be living a quiet life amid calm, domestic happiness at Louisier-Goree. He was beginning to take delight in this blissful existence, when suddenly the little Napoleon appeared with his unsympathetic, shallow-minded face, expressing happiness at the unhappiness of others, and once more doubts began to arise and torment him, and only the skies seemed to promise healing balm. Toward morning all his imaginations were utterly confused and blurred in the chaos and fogs of unconsciousness and forgetfulness, which much more likely, according to the opinion of Dr. Leray, Napoleon's physician, would end with death than recovery. C'est un souvenir very belou. Il n'échappera pas. He won't recover. Prince Andrei, together with other prisoners hopelessly wounded, was turned over to the care of the natives of the region. End of chapter 19. End of part 3. And end of volume 1 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle and recorded by Marianne Spiegel in Chicago, Illinois, February 2013. Thank you to Kat Rose for proof listening this volume. Volume 2, Part 1, Chapter 1 of War and Peace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. Volume 2, Part 1. 1806 to 1811. Chapter 1. At the beginning of the year 1806, Nikolai Rostov went home on furlough. Denisov was also going to his home in Voronezh, and Rostov persuaded him to accompany him to Moscow and made him a visit. At the next to last post station, Denisov fell in with a comrade and drank 3 bottles of wine with him, and on the way to Moscow, in spite of the cradle holes on the road, did not once wake up, but lay stretched out in the bottom of the post sledge next to Rostov, who, in proportion as they approached the city, grew more and more impatient. Faster! Faster! Oh, these intolerable streets, shops, kalachki, lanterns, cab drivers, thought Rostov, when, having left their names at the city gates as visitors on furlough, they had fairly entered the city. Denisov, we are here. Sleep, he exclaimed, leaning forward with his whole body, as though by this motion he could hope to increase the speed of the sledge. Denisov made no answer. There's the cross street, where Zakhar, the izvoshchik, used to stand, and there's the car himself, and the same horse, and here's the shop where we used to buy gingerbread. Hurry, there!" "Which house?" asked the driver. "That one yonder, on the corner. That big one, can't you see it? That's our house," said Rostov. "There, that's our house. Denisof! Denisof! We shall be there in a moment." Denisof lifted his head, coughed, and made no answer. "Dmitri," said Rostov, calling to his valet on the coachman's seat, "there is a light in our house, isn't there?" "Certainly there is. There's a light in your papenka's room." "They can't have gone to bed yet? Eh? What do you think? See here, don't you forget it. I want my new Hungarian coat taken out," he added, stroking his young mustache. "Now then, a little further," he cried to the postilion. "Here, wake up, Vasha," turning to Denisof, who had again let his head fall back. "Come now, get along. 3 silver rubles for vodka. Get on," shouted Rostov when the sledge was within 3 doors of his own entrance. It seemed to him that the horses did not move. At last the sledge drew up at the entrance at the right. Over his head Rostov saw the well-known cornice with the peeling stucco, the front doorsteps, the curbstone. He leaped out before the sledge had stopped and rushed into the entry. The house also stood as cold and motionless as though it had no concern with the one who was entering its portals. There was no one in the entry. "My God, has anything happened?" thought Rostov, with a sinking at the heart, standing still for a minute, and then starting to run along the entry and up the well-known crooked stairs. There was still the same old door-handle, the untidiness of which always annoyed the countess, as loose and as much askew as ever. In the anteroom burned a single tallow candle. The old Mikhaila was asleep on the chest. Prokofy, the hall boy, who was so strong that he could lift a coach by the back, was sitting making shoes out of selvage. As the door opened he looked up, and his sleepy, indifferent expression of countenance suddenly changed to one of awe and even fright. "Heavens and earth! The young count!" he cried, as soon as he recognized his young master. "How does it happen, my dear boy?" And Prokofy, trembling with emotion, rushed through the door into the drawing-room, evidently with the intention of announcing the good news, but then, on second thought, he came back and fell on his young baron's neck. "All well?" asked Rostov, drawing away his arm. "Yes, glory to God, glory to God! Only just done dinner. Let us have a look at you, your illustriousness." "Are they all perfectly happy?" "Yes, slava Bohu, slava Bohu." Rostov had entirely forgotten about Denisof, not wishing any one to announce his arrival. He pulled off his fur shuba and ran on his tiptoes into the great, dark drawing-room. Everything was the same card tables, the chandelier still in its covering. But some of the family must have seen the young baron, and hardly had he entered the drawing-room before there came with a rush like a tornado a small person who threw a pair of arms round his neck and overwhelmed him with kisses. Then a second and still a third came leaping out of a second and third side door. More embraces, more kisses, more shouts, tears of joy. He could not tell which was Papa, or which was Natasha, or which was Petya. All were shouting, talking, and kissing him at one and the same time. Suddenly he discovered that his mother was not among them. "And here I knew nothing about it, Nikolushka, my darling!" "Here he is, ours again, my darling Kolya. How you have changed! There are no lights. Bring tea. Now kiss me. Dushenka, dear heart, and me too." Sonya, Natasha, Petya, Anna Mikhailovna, Vera, the old count, were all embracing him, and the servants and the maids, crowding into the room, were exclaiming and oohing and eyeing. Petya, clinging to his legs, kept crying, "Me too." Natasha, after having thrown her arms around him and kissed him repeatedly all over his face, ran behind him, and seizing him by the tail of his coat, was jumping up and down like a goat in the same spot, and giving utterance to sharp little squeals. On all sides of him were eyes gleaming with tears of joy and love. On all sides were lips ready to be kissed. Sonya, red as kumach, also held him by the hand, and all radiant with affection, gazed into his eyes which she had been so longing to see. Sonya was now just past 16, and was very pretty, especially at this moment of joyous, triumphant excitement. She looked at him, without dropping her eyes, smiling and almost holding her breath. He looked at her gratefully, but still he was all the time waiting and looking for some one else. The old countess had not yet made her appearance. And now steps were heard in the entry, steps so quick that they could be no one else but his mother's. But it was his mother in a dress which he had never seen before, one that had been finished since he was gone. All made way for him, and he ran to her. When they met, she fell on his heart, sobbing. She could not lift her face, and only pressed it against the cold silver braid of his Hungarian coat. Denísov, coming into the room unobserved by any one, stood there also, and as he looked at them, he wiped his eyes. "Vasily Denísov, the friend of your son," said he, introducing himself to the count, who looked at him with a questioning expression. I know," said the count, embracing Denísov and kissing him. "Nikolushka wrote. Natasha, Vera, here is Denísov." The same happy, enthusiastic faces were turned upon Denísov's hirsute figure and crowded around him. "My dear Denísov," screamed Natasha, and forgetting herself in her excitement and running to him, she threw her arms around him and kissed him. All were abashed at Natasha's action. Denísov also reddened, but smiled, and taking Natasha's hand, kissed it. Denísov was conducted to the room that had been prepared for him, but the Rostovs all collected in the divan room around Nikolushka. The old countess, not letting go his hand, which she kept kissing every minute, sat next to him. The others standing around them watched his every motion, word, glance, and could not take from him their enthusiastically loving eyes. The brother and sisters quarreled and disputed with each other for places next to him, and vied with each other in bringing him his tea, his handkerchief, his pipe. Rostov was very happy in the love which they showed him, but the first moment of the meeting had been so beatific that his present happiness seemed a little tame, and he kept desiring and expecting something more, and yet more. The next morning the travelers slept straight on till 10 o'clock. In the adjoining room there was a confusion of sabres, valises, sabretaches, opened trunks, muddy boots. 2 pairs of boots cleaned and with brightened spurs had just been brought up and set along the wall. Servants were carrying wash-hand basins, hot water for shaving, and well-brushed clothes. There was an odor of tobacco and of men. Denísov, to Rostov's amazement, made his appearance in the drawing-room in a new uniform, pomaded and scented, with as much ceremony as though he were going out to battle, and showed himself so polite to the ladies and gentlemen present that Rostov could hardly believe his eyes. End of chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 2. Nikolai Rostov, on his return to Moscow from the army, was welcomed by the home circle as the best of sons, as a hero, and their darling Nikolushka, by his relatives as a fine, attractive, and distinguished young man, by his acquaintances as a handsome lieutenant of hussars, a graceful dancer, and one of the best matches in town. The Rostovs were acquainted with all Moscow. This year the old count had plenty of money, having mortgaged all his possessions, and consequently Nikolushka, who kept his own fast trotter and wore the most stylish riding trousers of the latest cut, such as never before been seen in Moscow, and likewise the most fashionable boots, with very pointed toes and little silver spurs, was enabled to spend his time very agreeably. Now that he was home again, he experienced the pleasant sensation of accommodating himself to the old conditions of life, after an interregnum of considerable time. It seemed to him that he had grown to be very much of a man. His despair at not having been able to pass his examination in the catechism, his borrowing of money from Gavrilo for an izvoshchik, his clandestine kisses with Sonya, all came back to him as remembrances of a childhood from which he was now immeasurably separated. Now he was a lieutenant of hussars, in a silver-laced pelisse, with the cross of St. George, and he could enter his own racer, together with well-known, experienced, and respected amateurs. There was a lady of his acquaintance on the boulevard, with whom he used to spend his evenings. He took the lead of the mazurka, at the Arkarovs, discussed war with Field Marshal Kaminsky, was a habitué of the English Club, and was on thou terms with a colonel of 40 years, to whom Denísov had introduced him. His passion for his sovereign had somewhat cooled since his return to Moscow, since he did not see him and had no opportunity of seeing him, but he often talked about him and of his love for him, giving people to understand that he did not tell all, that there was something in his feeling toward the Emperor that was not comprehensible to all men, and with his whole soul he entered into the sentiment, general at that period in Moscow, of devotion to the Emperor Alexander Pavlovitch, who was then called Angel vu ploti, an angel in the flesh, or an angel on earth. During Rostov's short stay in Moscow, before he returned to the army, instead of growing nearer to Sonya, he rather drifted away from her. She was very pretty and sweet, and was evidently deeply in love with him, but he had reached that period of young manhood when there seem to be so many things to do that no time is left for this, and the young man is afraid of binding himself irrevocably, and learns to prize his freedom, since it is necessary to him for other things. When he thought of Sonya during these days of his visit at home, he would say to himself, there are many, many more as good as she is, whom I have not had a chance to see as yet. I shall have time enough whenever I want to engage myself and fall in love, but now I will have none of it." Moreover, it seemed to him that there was something rather derogatory to his manhood to spend his time in the society of the ladies. If he went to balls and into the society of women, he pretended that he did so against his will. Races, the English Club, junketing with Denísov, and his visits there were quite a different affair. Such things were becoming to a gay young hussar. About the beginning of March, the old Count Ilya Andreyevitch Rostov was occupied with the preparations for a dinner to be given at the English Club in honor of Prince Bagration. The count in his dressing gown was walking up and down his drawing room, giving orders to the club steward and the famous Feoktist, the old cook of the English Club, in regard to asparagus, fresh cucumbers, strawberries, veal, and fish for the dinner to the prince. The count, ever since the founding of the club, had been a committee man, and the leading spirit. He had been appointed by the club to oversee the entertainment for Prince Bagration, because no one knew so well as he did how to organize a banquet on a broad and hospitable scale, and especially because no one else could or would spend his own money if it were necessary to make it a success. The cook and steward of the club listened to the count's orders with happy faces, because they knew that for their advantage there was no better person for them to have manage a dinner costing several thousand rubles. "Now see here, put esparcé in the turtle soup. Esparcé, you know." "Must there be 3 kinds of cold dishes?" asked the cook. The count pondered. "Certainly not less than 3. Mayonnaise 1," said he, beginning to count them on his fingers. "Do you wish me to order some large sterlet?" interrupted the steward. "What shall we do if there are no good ones?" "Yes, Batushka, certainly, I came near forgetting. See here, we must have another entree on the table. Oh dear me!" he put his hands to his head. "Now who is going to get me flowers? Mitenka! Ah, Mitenka! Hurry off, Mitenka!" he cried to his overseer, who came in at his call. "Hurry off to my estate, Moskovnaya, and tell Maksimka, the gardener, to get up the decorations. Tell him to have all the greenhouses stripped and the flowers sent up, well wrapped in felt. Let him have 200 flower pots here by Friday." Having given a profusion of various other orders, he was just going to the little countess's room to rest, but remembering some important item, he turned around, called back the steward and cook, and began to give still further orders. Just then in the doorway were heard the light steps of a man, the jingling of spurs, and the young count, handsome, ruddy-faced, with dark mustache, came into the room. It was evident that the restful, easy-going life in Moscow agreed with him. "Ach, my dear boy, how my head whirls!" said the old man, smiling at his son with a sort of humiliated expression. "Come now, if you'd only help me. We really must have some more singers. I shall have my own orchestra, but what should you think of getting the gypsies? Your brotherhood of military men like them." "It's a fact, Papenka. I think that Prince Bagration, when he was getting ready for the Battle of Schungraven, did not make such hard work of it as you are doing now," said the young man with a smile. The old count pretended to be angry. "Yes, you talk. Just try it yourself." and the count turned to the cook, who with an intelligent and respectful face was looking on, with friendly and flattering eyes, at the father and son. "That's the way with the young men, hey, Feoktist?" said he. "Always making sport of us old fellows." "That's so, your illustriousness. All they want is to have good things to eat and drink, but how it's got and served is no concern of theirs." "That's it, that's it!" cried the count, and gaily seizing his son's two hands, cried, "Now this is what I want, since I have you. Take the sledge and a pair, and hurry off to Bezukhoi's, and tell him that the count, that is Ilya Andreyevitch, sent to ask for some fresh strawberries and pineapples. No one else has any at all. If he himself is not there, then find the princesses and ask them, and from there, mind you, drive to Razgulyai. Ipatka, the coachman, will know the way. And there find Ilyushka, the Tsigan, the one who danced and sang in the white kazakhin at Count Orloff's, you remember, and bring him with you to me here." "Shall I bring some of the Tsigan girls with him too?" asked Nikolai, laughing. "There, there!" At this moment, with noiseless steps, and with her indefatigable and anxious, and at the same time sweet and Christian expression, which never deserted her, Anna Mikhailovna came into the room. In spite of the fact that Anna Mikhailovna every day discovered the count in his dressing gown, each time he was abashed and offered her apologies for his costume. "No matter, count, my dear," said she, blandly closing her eyes. "I myself am going to the Bezukhoi's. Pierre has come and now we can get anything from his greenhouses. I have been wanting to see him. He sent me a letter from Boris. Slava Bohu, glory to God, he is now on the staff." The count was delighted to have one part of his commission undertaken by Anna Mikhailovna, and bade her to make use of the coupe. "You tell Bezukhoi to come. I will write him a note. How are he and his wife getting along?" asked the count. Anna Mikhailovna rolled her eyes, and her face expressed deep affliction. "Ugh, my dear, he's very unhappy," said she. "If it is true what we have heard, it is terrible. And could we have dreamed of such a thing, when we rejoice so in his happiness? And such a lofty, heavenly soul this young Bezukhoi is. Yes, I pity him from the bottom of my heart, and I mean to do all that within me lies to give him consolation." "Tell us, what is it?" asked both the Rostovs, elder and younger. Anna Mikhailovna drew a deep sigh. "Dolokhof, Marya Ivanovna's son," said she, in a mysterious whisper, "has, so many say, absolutely compromised her. Pierre introduced him to her, took him to his own house in Petersburg, and then she came here, and that madcap fellow followed her," said Anna Mikhailovna, trying to express her sympathy for Pierre, but involuntarily by inflections of her voice, and the half smile on her face, showing more sympathy for the madcap fellow, as she called Dolokhof. "They say Pierre is perfectly broken by his trial." "Well then, be sure to tell him to come to the club. It will help to distract him. It will be a stunning banquet." On the next day, the 15th of March, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 250 members of the English Club and 50 guests were waiting for their distinguished guest, Prince Bagration, the hero of the Austrian campaign. At first the news of the Battle of Austerlitz had been received at Moscow with incredulity. The Russians had been so accustomed to victory that when they heard of the defeat, some simply refused to believe it, others sought explanations for such a strange circumstance in extraordinary causes. In the month of December, when the news was fully confirmed, at the English Club, which was a rendezvous for men of note or who had trustworthy sources of information, and everywhere else, nothing was said about the war and the recent defeat, just as though there had been common consent to hush the matter up. Men who were apt to give the cue to conversation, for instance, Count Rostopchin, Prince Yuri Vladimirovitch Dolgoruki, Valuyev, Count Markov, Prince Wyzemsky, did not show themselves at the club at all, but met at their own houses in their own intimate circles, and the rest of the Muscovites, who never had any opinions of their own, and in this number we must reckon also Ilya Andreyevitch Rostov, remained for a short time without any definite opinion in regard to the war, and without their natural leaders. These Muscovites had a dim idea that something was wrong, and that it was hard to arrive at a proper judgment in regard to this bad news, and therefore they preferred to keep silent. But after some time, when the bigwigs who directed opinion at the club came back like jurors after a consultation in the jury room, then all was made clear and definite. Reasons were found for this incredible, unheard of, and impossible circumstance that the Russians were beaten. It now became perfectly clear, and one and the same thing was said in all the corners of Moscow. These were the reasons: the treachery of Austria, the wretched victualling of the troops, the treason of the Pole Przybyszewski and the Frenchman Langeron, the incapacity of Kutuzov, and, spoken with bated breath, the youth and inexperience of the sovereign, who had placed his confidence in inefficient and insignificant men. But the army, the Russian army, and all agreed in regard to this, was extraordinary, and had accomplished prodigies of valor. Soldiers, officers, generals, all were heroes. But the hero of heroes was Prince Bagration, who had won imperishable glory by his victory at Schungraven and his retreat at Austerlitz, where he alone had led off his division unbroken, and had fought the livelong day against an enemy double his numbers. What added still more éclat to his repute as a hero was the fact that he had no kin in Moscow and was a foreigner. He was considered as the representative of the simple heroic Russian soldier, who had won his way without connections and intrigues, and was moreover associated with recollections of the Italian campaign, in the name of Suvarof. And then again by showing him such distinguished honors, it was felt that there could be no better way of showing Kutuzov ill will and disapprobation. If there were no Bagration, we should have to manufacture one. Il faudrait l'inventer, said the jester Shinshin, with a parody on Voltaire's witticism. Scarcely anyone spoke of Kutuzov, and those who did abused him under their breath, calling him the court weathercock and an old satyr. Prince Dolgorikov's witticism was repeated all over Moscow. Stick to the plaster, and you'll become a master. Thus he consoled himself for our defeat by the remembrance of former victories. Men likewise freely quoted Rostopchin's clever saying that, if you have to spur the French soldier to battle with high-sounding phrases, the Germans must have it logically proved to them that it is more dangerous to run away than it is to advance, while the Russian soldier, on the contrary, must be held back and urged to go gently. On all sides were heard new and ever new tales of individual examples of heroism shown by our officers and soldiers at Austerlitz. This man saved a standard, that one killed 5 Frenchmen, the other alone loaded 5 cannons. They spoke of Berg, even those who did not know him, and told how, when he was wounded in his right arm, he took his sword in his left hand and dashed forward. Nothing was heard of Bolkonsky, and only those who knew him intimately lamented his premature death and pitied his wife with her unborn child and his droll old father. End of chapter 2. Part 1, Chapter 3 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 3. On the 15th of March, in all the various rooms of the English Club, was heard the hum of busy voices, and like bees at the spring swarming time, the members and guests of the club, dressed in uniforms, dress coats, and some even in powder and kaftans, roamed back and forth, sat down, stood up, met, and parted. Powdered and liveried men in small clothes and slippers stood at each door, and strove eagerly to anticipate each motion of the guests and members so as to offer their services. The majority of those present were well on in years, men of distinction with broad self-satisfied faces, plump fingers, resolute gestures and voices. The guests and members of this class occupied the well-known places of honor, and were surrounded by little circles of well-known and distinguished men. Those that formed the minority were chance guests, preeminently young men, among whom were Denisov, Rostov, and Dolokhov, the last being now an officer of the Semyonovsky regiment once more. The faces of these young men, especially those who belonged to the army, wore that expression of contemptuous deference toward their elders which seemed to say to the older generation, "We are ready to respect and honor you, but remember that nevertheless the future is ours." Nesvitsky was there also, in the capacity of a former member of the club. Pierre, who by his wife's advice had let his hair grow, renounced his spectacles, and dressed in the height of style, wandered through the rooms, with a melancholy and dismal mien. As usual he was surrounded by that atmosphere of worship, offered by those who bow before riches, and he, having now become accustomed to this dominion, treated such sycophants with careless scorn. In years he should have associated with the young men, but by his wealth and importance he gravitated towards the circles of the older and more influential guests, and consequently he drifted from one group to another. Certain circles were formed by some of the most distinguished old men, around whom respectfully gathered many of the less conspicuous, for the purpose of listening to the great ones. Such groups were formed around Count Rostopchin, Valuyev, and Naruishkin. Rostopchin was telling how the Russians were caught by the fugitive Austrians and obliged to force their way through at the point of the bayonet. Valuyev confidentially announced that Uvarov had been sent from Petersburg to learn the opinion of the Muscovites in regard to Austerlitz. In the third great circle, Naruishkin was telling about a session of an Austrian council of war, at which Suvorov crowed like a cock in answer to the absurdities spoken by the Austrian generals. Shinshin, who formed one of the group, tried to raise a laugh by saying that, evidently, Kutuzov had not been able to learn of Suvorov even such a simple thing as to crow like a cock. But the elderly men looked sternly at the jester, giving him thereby to feel that on such a day and in such a place it was unseemly so to speak of Kutuzov. Count Ilya Andreyevitch Rostov, in his soft boots, hovered, full of anxiety and solicitude, between the dining room and the parlors, giving always the same hasty greeting to every one he met, whether men of mark or not men of mark, his acquaintance including everybody, without exception, occasionally looking around for his handsome young son, at whom he would look with delight and a nod of satisfaction. Young Rostov stood in the embrasure of a window, with Dolokhof, whose acquaintance he had recently made, and felt to be congenial. The old count came up to them and shook hands with Dolokhof. "I beg of you to come and see us, since you and my young man here are friends. You and he played the heroes together, yonder. Ah, Vasily Ignatyitch, good afternoon, old friend," cried he, turning to welcome a little old man just entering. But he did not have time to add the usual greetings. There was a stir, and a footman with awestruck face announced, "He has come." The bell rang. The elders hastened forward. The guests scattered in the different rooms, like rye gathered up by the shovel, congregated in a throng, and stood in the great drawing-room at the door of the hall. At the entrance appeared Bagration, without his hat and sword, which, according to the club custom, he had left in care of the Swiss. He was dressed, not in his lambskin cap, with his whip over his shoulder, as Rostov had seen him the night before the Battle of Austerlitz, but in a new and tight-fitting uniform, with Russian and foreign orders, and with the star of the George on his left breast. He had evidently just had his hair and whiskers trimmed, and this did not change his appearance for the better. His face had a naively festive look, which, being inappropriate to his firm, manly features, gave him a rather comical expression. Bekleshov and Fyodor Petrovitch Uvarov, who came together with him, paused at the doorway, waiting for him as the guest of honor to precede them. Bagration was confused, not wishing to take advantage of their politeness. There was a little pause at the entrance, and finally Bagration, after all, came forward. He walked across the inlaid floor of the reception-room awkwardly and bashfully, not knowing what to do with his hands. It would have been much more to his mind, and much easier for him, to cross a ploughed field under a rain of bullets, as, for instance, he had done when leading the Kursk regiment at the Battle of Schungraven. The older gentlemen met him at the door, said a few words expressive of their delight at seeing such an illustrious guest, and without waiting for his reply, seized him, as it were, and dragged him off into the drawing-room. Around the doors of the drawing-room there was such a crowd that it was impossible to pass. Members and guests crushed each other, and tried to look over each other's shoulders for a glance at Bagration, as though he were some wild beast. Count Ilya Andreyitch, laughing and talking more energetically than all the rest, pushed through the throng, crying, "Make way, mon cher, make way, please make way," and led the guests into the drawing-room, and placed them on the central divan, where now all the bigwigs and the most distinguished members of the club gathered in an eager throng. Count Ilya Andreyevitch, again, pushing his way through the crowd, left the room, but quickly reappeared with another of the directors, bearing a huge silver salver, which he presented to Prince Bagration. On the salver lay some verses composed and printed in the hero's honor. Bagration, seeing the salver, looked around in alarm, as though seeking for refuge. But all eyes demanded his submission, and Bagration, feeling that he was in their power, seized the salver resolutely with both hands, and looked gravely and reproachfully at the count who brought it to him. Some one gallantly relieved the prince of the salver, for otherwise he would have evidently felt it incumbent upon him to hold it in his hands till evening, and even gone out to dinner with it, and directed his attention to the ode. "Well, I will read it," Prince Bagration seemed to say, and fastening his weary eyes on the parchment, tried to read it with serious and concentrated attention. But the composer of the ode took it and began to read it aloud. Prince Bagration bent his head and listened. "Pride of Alexander's age, be of our Titus's throne the stern defender, at once the mighty chief and humble sage, at home Auriphius, Caesar mid the battle's splendor. Yes, e'en victorious Napoleon by sad experience has learned Bagration. Now justice to the Alcide Russians he must rend, and fear." But even while he was in the midst of his ode, the Stentorian majordomo proclaimed, "Dinner is ready." The door was flung open, and from the dining room were heard the resounding notes of the polonaise. "Roll, yon thunder tones of victory, gallant Russian hearts rejoice." And Count Ilya Andreyitch, giving the author a severe look for still continuing to read his verses, came and made a low bow before Bagration. All rose to their feet, feeling that the dinner was of more consequence than poetry, and Bagration was obliged to lead the way to the dining room. He was assigned to the seat of honor between the two Alexanders, Beklesov and Narishkin, which was meant as a delicate allusion to the name of the sovereign. 300 men took their places at the table, according to their ranks and stations, those most distinguished being nearest to the guest of honor, just as naturally as water flows deepest where there is the greatest descent. Just before the dinner began, Count Ilya Andreyitch presented his son to the prince. Bagration, recognizing him, mumbled a few words, awkward and incoherent, like everything else he said that day. Count Ilya Andreyitch looked around gleefully and proudly on all, while Bagration was talking to his son. Nikolai Rostov, with Denisov and his new acquaintance, Dolokhof, sat together almost at the center of the table. Opposite to them sat Pierre, next to Prince Nevitsky. Count Ilya Andreyitch's seat was opposite Bagration, with the other directors, and he did the honors to the prince, personifying in himself the hospitality of Moscow. His labors were not spent in vain. The dinner, which was served both for those who were keeping Lent and for those who were not, was magnificent, but still he could not feel perfectly at ease until the very end. He kept beckoning to the butler, whispering directions to the waiters, and not without agitation he looked for the arrival of each course, which he knew so well. All passed off admirably. At the sight of which Ilya Andreyevitch flushed with joy and modesty, the waiters began to uncork the bottles and pour out the champagne. After the fish, which produced a great impression, Count Ilya Andreyevitch glanced at other directors. "There are so many toasts, it is time to begin," he said in a whisper, and taking his wine cup in his hand he got up. All grew still and waited what he should have to say. "To the health of our sovereign the Emperor," he cried, and at the same time his kindly eyes were dimmed with tears of pleasure and enthusiasm. At the same time the band broke out with a polonaise again, "Roll, ye thunder tones," and arose in their places and cried, "Hurrah!" and Bagration also joined in shouting with the same voice which had cried "Hurrah!" on the field of Schungraven. Young Rostov's enthusiastic voice was heard above all the other 300. He could hardly refrain from tears. "Hurrah for the Emperor!" he cried. "Hurrah!" Draining his glass at one draught, he smashed it on the floor. Many followed his example. And the deafening shouts continued for a long time. When silence was restored the servants swept up the broken glass, and all, having resumed their seats, began to converse and laugh again. Then Count Ilya Andreyitch arose once more and proposed the health of the hero of our last campaign, Prince Pyotr Ivanovitch Bagration. And again the count's blue eyes grew tender with tears. Hurrah! Again rang out the 300 voices, but this time, instead of the band, the choir of singers struck up a cantata, composed by Pavel Ivanovitch Kutuzov. Obstacles are naught to Russians. Courage wins the victor's crown. If Bagration lead our columns, we shall hew the foeman down. As soon as the singers had finished, fresh toasts kept following, at which Count Ilya Andreyitch grew more and more sentimental, and more glasses were smashed, and the shouts grew ever more boisterous. They drank to the health of Beklesov, Narushkin, Uvarov, Dolgorukov, Apretskin, Valuyev, to the health of the directors, to the health of the committeemen, to the health of all the members of the club, to the health of all the guests of the club, and finally, as a special honor, to the health of the master of ceremonies, Count Ilya Andreyitch. At this toast the count took out his handkerchief, and hiding his face, actually wept. End of chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 4. Pierre sat opposite Dolokhov and Nikolai Rostov. He ate much and greedily, and, as usual, drank much. But those who knew him intimately observed that a great change had come over him that day. He said nothing all the time of the dinner. Scowling and frowning, he looked about him, or with downcast eyes and a look of absolute abstraction picked his nose with his finger. His face was gloomy and dismal. Apparently he did not see or hear anything that was going on around him, and was absorbed in some disagreeable and unsolvable problem. This unsolvable problem which tormented him was caused by the hints of the princess in Moscow in regard to Dolokhov's intimacy with his wife, and by an anonymous letter received that very morning, wherein it was said in that dastardly mocking tone characteristic of anonymous letters, that his spectacles did him very little good, and that his wife's criminal intimacy with Dolokhov was a secret for him alone. Pierre resolutely refused to heed the princess's insinuations or the letter, but it was terrible for him to look now at Dolokhov, sitting opposite him. Every time that his glance fell accidentally upon Dolokhov's handsome, insolent eyes, he was conscious of something awful and ugly arising in his soul, and he would quickly turn away. Involuntarily remembering all his wife's past, and her behavior toward Dolokhov, Pierre saw clearly that what was expressed so brutally in the letter might very well be true, might, at least, seem true, did it not concern his wife. Pierre could not help recalling how Dolokhov, on being restored to his rank after the campaign, had returned to Petersburg and come to him. Taking advantage of the friendship arising from their former sprees together, Dolokhov had come straight to his house, and Pierre had taken him in and loaned him money. Pierre remembered how Ellen, with her set smile, expressed her discontent at having Dolokhov living under their roof, and how Dolokhov had cynically praised before him his wife's beauty, and how, from that time forth until his coming to Moscow, he had not budged from their house. Yes, he is very handsome, thought Pierre. I know him. In his estimation it would be admirable sport to besmirch my name and turn me into ridicule, just for the reason that I was doing so much for him, and taking care of him and helping him. I know, I understand, what spice it would add in his estimation to all his villainy, if it were true. Yes, if it were true, but I don't believe it. I have no right to believe it, and I cannot. He remembered the expression which Dolokhov's face had borne at times when he was engaged in his acts of deviltry, as for instance when they had tied the policeman to the bear and flung him into the river, or when without any provocation he had challenged men to fight duels, or shot the post-driver's horse dead with his pistol. This expression he had often noticed lately on Dolokhov's face. Yes, he is a bully, said Pierre to himself. He would think nothing of killing a man. It is essential for him to think that every one is afraid of him. This must be pleasant to him. He must think that I am afraid of him, and in fact I am afraid of him, thought Pierre, and again at these suggestions the awful and ugly something arose in his mind. Dolokhov, Denisov, and Rostov were still sitting opposite to Pierre, and seemed to be very lively. Rostov was gaily chatting with his two friends, one of whom was a clever hussar, the other a well-known bully and madcap, and occasionally he glanced rather mockingly at Pierre, who had impressed him by the concentrated, abstracted, and stolid expression of his countenance. Rostov looked at Pierre with a malevolent expression, in the first place because Pierre, in the eyes of a hussar like him, was merely a millionaire civilian, the husband of a pretty woman, and moreover was a baba, an old woman. In the second place, because Pierre, in his abstracted state of mind, did not recognize Rostov, or return his bow. When they stood up to drink the toast to the emperor, Pierre was so lost in his thoughts that he forgot to get up with the others, and did not lift his wine-glass. "What's the matter with you?" shouted Rostov, his eyes flashing with righteous indignation as he looked at him. "Why don't you pay attention? The health of our sovereign, the emperor!" Pierre with a sigh humbly got to his feet, drained his glass, and then after they had all sat down he turned to Rostov with his good-natured smile. "Ah, I did not recognize you," said he. But Rostov was engaged in shouting hurrah, so that this was lost on him. "Aren't you going to renew the acquaintance?" asked Dolokhof of Rostov. "Curse the fool!" "One must caress a pretty woman's husband," said Denisof. Pierre did not catch what they had said, but he knew that they were talking about him. He reddened and turned away. "Well, now to the health of the pretty women," said Dolokhof, and with a serious expression, though a smile lurked in the corners of his mouth, he lifted his glass to Pierre. "To the health of the pretty women, Petrushka, and their lovers," he added. Pierre, dropping his eyes, sipped his glass, not looking at Dolokhof or making him any reply. A lackey, who was distributing copies of Kutuzov's cantata, handed one of the sheets to Pierre as being among the more distinguished guests. Pierre was going to take it, but Dolokhof leaned over, snatched the sheet from his hand, and began to read it. Pierre stared at Dolokhof. His pupils contracted. That awful and ugly something that had been tormenting him all the dinner time, now arose in him and overmastered him. He leaned his heavy frame against the table. "Don't you dare to take it!" he cried. Nesvitsky and his right-hand neighbor, hearing him speak in such a tone of voice, and seeing whom he was dealing with, were filled with alarm, and hastily tried to calm him. "That's enough! Be careful! Think what you're doing!" whispered anxious voices. Dolokhof stared at Pierre with his bright, merry, insolent eyes, and with that smile of his that seemed to say, "This is what I like." "I will not give it back," he said, measuring his words. Pale, with twitching lips, Pierre snatched back the sheet of paper. "You, blackguard! I shall call you to account for this!" he cried, and pushing away his chair, rose from the table. At the very instant that Pierre did this and pronounced these words, he felt that the problem of his wife's guilt, which had been torturing him for the past 24 hours, was finally and definitely settled beyond a peradventure. He hated her, and the breach between them was widened irrevocably. In spite of Denisof's urgency that Rostov should not get mixed up in this affair, Rostov consented to act as Dolokhof's second, and after dinner he arranged with Nesvitsky, Bezukhoi's second, in regard to the conditions of the duel. Pierre went home, and Rostov, together with Denisof and Dolokhof, stayed at the club till late, listening to the gypsies and the singers. "Well, then, till tomorrow, at Sokolniki," said Dolokhof, taking his leave of Rostov on the club steps. "And are you confident?" asked Rostov. Dolokhof paused. "Now see here, I will give you in 2 words the whole secret of dueling. If you are going to fight a duel and write your will and affectionate letters to your father and mother, if you get it into your head that you are going to be killed, then you are an idiot, a durak, and deserve to fall. But if you go with firm intention to kill him as quickly and certainly as you can, then you are all right, as our Kostroma bear driver told me. 'How can you help being afraid of the bear?' says he. 'Yes, but when once you see him, your only fear is that he will get away.' Well, that's the way it is with me. A demain, mon cher." On the next morning at 8 o'clock, Pierre and Nesvitsky drove to the woods of Sokolniki, and found there Dolokhof, Denisof, and Rostov waiting for them. Pierre had the aspect of a man entirely absorbed in his reflections, and absolutely incognizant of the affair before him. His countenance was haggard and yellow. He had evidently not slept the night before. He glanced around him vaguely, and frowned as though blinded by the bright sun. Two considerations exclusively occupied him: his wife's guilt, of which, after his sleepless night, he had no longer the slightest doubt, and Dolokhof's innocence, granting that he had no reason to guard the honor of a stranger. "Maybe, I should have done the same thing if I had been in his place," said Pierre to himself. "I am perfectly certain that I should. Why then this duel, this homicide? Either I shall kill him, or he shall put a bullet through my head, in my elbow or my knee. Can't I get out of it somehow? Run away? Hide myself somewhere?" This thought came to his mind. But at the very instant that these suggestions were offering themselves to him, he with his usual calm and absent‐minded expression, which aroused the respect of those who saw him, was asking if all were ready, and they should begin soon. When all had been arranged, and the swords struck upright in the snow to mark the limits for them to advance, and the pistols had been loaded, Nesvitsky went up to Pierre. "I should not be doing my duty, count," said he, in a faltering voice, "or be worthy of the confidence and honor which you confide in my hands at this moment, this most serious moment, if I did not tell you the whole truth. I consider that this affair has not sufficient reason, and does not warrant the shedding of blood. You were in the wrong, absolutely. You were in a passion." "Oh yes, it was horribly foolish," said Pierre. "Then allow me to offer your regrets, and I am sure that your opponent will be satisfied to accept your apologies," said Nesvitsky, who like the other participants, and like all men in similar affairs, did not believe even now that it would actually come to a duel. "You know, count, that it is far more noble to acknowledge one's fault than to carry an affair to its irrevocable consequences. The insult was not wholly on one side. Let me confer." "No, there's nothing to be said about it," said Pierre. "It's all the same to me. Is everything ready?" he asked. "Do you only tell me where I am to stand, and where to fire," he added, with an unnaturally sweet smile. He took the pistol, began to ask about the working of the trigger, for he had never before held a pistol in his hands, though he was unwilling to confess it. "Oh yes, that's the way, I know, I had forgotten," said he. "No apologies, decidedly not," said Dolokhof to Denisof, who also on the other side proposed to effect a reconciliation, and he also went to the designated place. The place selected for the duel was a small clearing in the fir woods, covered with what remained of the snow after the recent thaw, and about 80 paces from the road where the sledges were left. The opponents stood about 40 paces apart on the border of the clearing. The seconds, while measuring off the distance, had trampled down the deep, wet snow between the place where they stood and Nesvitsky and Denisof's sabres, stuck upright 10 paces apart, to mark the bounds. It was thawing, and the mist spread around. Nothing could be seen 40 paces away. For 3 minutes all had been ready, and still they hesitated about beginning. No one spoke. End of chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 5. "Well, begin," said Dolokhof. "All right," said Pierre, still smiling as before. It was a solemn moment. It was evident that the affair, which at first had been so trivial, could no longer be averted, but was now bound to take its course to the very end, irrespective of the will of the men. Denisof first went forward to the barrier and announced, "As the adversaries have refused to agree, we may proceed. Take your pistols, and at the word 3, advance and fire." One? Two? Three," cried Denisof sternly, and stepped to one side. The two men advanced along the trodden path, coming closer and closer, their faces growing more and more distinct to each other in the fog. The antagonists had the right to fire at any moment before reaching the barrier. Dolokhof advanced slowly, not raising his pistol, but fastening his bright, glittering blue eyes on his opponent's face. His lips, as usual, wore what seemed like a smile. "So it seems I can fire when I please," said Pierre to himself, and at the word 3 he advanced with quick strides, leaving the beaten path and pushing through the untrodden snow. He held the pistol in his right hand out at arm's length, apparently afraid of killing himself with it. His left hand he strenuously kept behind his back, because he felt such a strong desire to support his right arm with it, which he knew was out of the question. It was after he had gone 6 steps that he left the trodden path. He looked down at his feet, then gave a quick glance at Dolokhof, and pulling the trigger, as he had been told to do, he fired. Not anticipating such a loud report, Pierre jumped, and then smiling at his own sensations, stood back stock still. The smoke, made heavier by the misty atmosphere, prevented him from seeing anything at first, but there was no second report, as he had expected. All he could hear was Dolokhof's hasty steps, and then his form loomed up through the smoke. He was holding one hand to his left side, with the other he clutched the pistol, which he did not raise. His face was pale. Rostov had rushed up to him, and was saying something. No," hissed Dolokhof through his teeth. "No, I'm not done yet." And making a few tottering, staggering steps toward the sabre, he fell on the snow near it. His left arm was covered with blood. He wiped it on his coat and supported himself with it. His face was pale and contracted, and a spasm passed over it. "I beg of you," began Dolokhof, but he could not speak coherently. "Please," he said with difficulty. Pierre hardly restrained his sobs, started to run to Dolokhof, and was just crossing the line when Dolokhof cried, "Stop at the barrier!" Pierre, realizing what he meant, paused near the sabre. They were only 10 paces apart. Dolokhof bent his head over to the snow, greedily ate a mouthful, lifted his head again, straightened himself up, tried to get to his feet, and sat down in his effort to recover his equilibrium. He swallowed the icy snow and sucked it. His lips twitched, but he still smiled, and his eyes gleamed with concentrated hatred, as he tried to collect his failing strength. He raised the pistol and tried to aim. "Stand sideways! Protect yourself from the pistol!" cried Nesvitsky. "Protect yourself!" instinctively cried Denisof, though he was the other's second. Pierre, with his sweet smile of compassion and regret, helplessly dropping his arms and spreading his legs, stood with his broad chest exposed directly to Dolokhof, and looking at him mournfully. Denisof, Rostov, and Nesvitsky shut their eyes. They heard the report, and simultaneously Dolokhof's wrathful cry. "Missed!" cried Dolokhof, and lay back feebly on the snow, face down. Pierre clutched his temples, and turning back went into the woods, trampling down the virgin snow and muttering incoherent words. "Folly! Folly! Death! Lies!" he kept repeating, with scowling brows. Nesvitsky called him back and took him home. Rostov and Denisof lifted the wounded Dolokhof. They put him in the sledge, where he lay with closed eyes and without speaking, or making any reply to their questions. But when they reached Moscow he suddenly roused himself, and with difficulty raising his head, seized Rostov's hand, who was sitting next to him. Rostov was struck by the absolutely changed and unexpectedly softened expression of Dolokhof's face. "Well, how do you feel now?" asked Rostov. "Wretchedly, but that is no matter. My dear," said Dolokhof in a broken voice, "where are we? We are in Moscow, I know it. It's no matter about me. But I have killed her. Killed her. She won't get over this. She won't survive." "Who?" asked Rostov. "My mother. My mother. My good angel, my adored angel. My mother." And Dolokhof burst into tears, pressing Rostov's hand. When he had grown a little calmer, he explained to Rostov that he lived with his mother, that if his mother should see him dying she would not survive it. He begged Rostov to go and break the news to her. Rostov rode on ahead to attend to this, and to his great surprise discovered that Dolokhof, this insolent fellow, this bully, Dolokhof, lived with his old mother and a hunchbacked sister, and was a most affectionate son and brother. End of chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 6. Pierre had rarely of late seen his wife alone by themselves. Both in Petersburg and Moscow their house was constantly full of company. On the night that followed the duel he did not go to his sleeping room, but, as was often the case, stayed in the vast cabinet where his father, the Count Bezukhoi, had died. He stretched himself out on the sofa, with the idea of forgetting all that had taken place, but this he couldn't do. Such a tornado of thoughts, feelings, recollections, suddenly arose in his mind, that not only could he not sleep, but he could not keep still, and he was compelled to spring up from the sofa and walk the room with rapid strides. Now she seemed to come up before him as she was during the first weeks after their marriage, with her bare shoulders and her languid, passionate eyes, and then immediately he would see Dolokhof by her side, Dolokhof, with his handsome, impudent, mocking face as he had seen it at the banquet, and then the same face, pale, convulsed, and agonized, as it had been when he reeled and fell on the snow. What was it? He asked himself. I have killed her paramour. Yes, I have killed my wife's paramour. Yes, that was it. Why? How did it come to this? Because you married her, replied an inward voice. But wherein was I to blame? He asked again. Because you married her without loving her, because you deceived yourself and her. And then he vividly recalled the moment after the dinner at Prince Vasili's, when he had murmured those words, Je vous aime, I love you, that had come with so much difficulty. It was all from that. Even then I felt, he said to himself, even then I felt that this was wrong, that I had no right to do it, and so it has proved. He recalled their honeymoon, and reddened at the recollection. Extraordinary vivid, humiliated, and shameful was the recollection of how one time, shortly after their marriage, he had gone in his silk dressing-gown at 12 o'clock in the daytime from his sleeping-room to his library, and found there his head overseer, who, with an obsequious bow, glanced at Pierre's face and at his dressing-gown, while a shadow of a smile passed over his face, as though he thereby expressed his humble sympathy in the happiness of his master. And yet how many times have I been proud of her majestic beauty, of her social tact, he went on thinking, proud of my house, where she received all Petersburg, proud of her inaccessibility and radiance. Yes, how proud I was of it all. Then I thought that I did not understand her. How often, when pondering over her character, I said to myself that I was to blame, that I did not understand her, did not understand her habitual repose, self-satisfaction, and lack of all interest and ambition, and now I have found the answer in that terrible expression. She is a lewd woman. Now I have said to myself that terrible word, all has become clear. Anatol came to her to borrow some money, and kissed her on her naked shoulder. She did not let him have the money, but she was willing for him to kiss her. Her father, in joke, tried to make her jealous, and she, with her calm smile, replied that she was not so stupid as to be jealous. Let him do as he pleases, said she about me. I asked her once if she saw no signs of approaching maternity. She laughed scornfully, and replied that she was not such a fool as to wish to have any children, and that I should never get any children by her. Then he recalled the coarseness and frankness of her speech, the vulgarity of the expressions that came natural out, in spite of her education in the highest aristocratic schools. I am no such fool. Go and try it on yourself, and such like slang she was fond of. Pierre, witnessing her success in the eyes of old and young, men and women, had often found it hard to understand why he did not love her. Yes, and I have never really loved her, said Pierre to himself. I knew that she was a lewd woman, he kept repeating to himself, but I did not dare to acknowledge it to myself. And now there is Dolokhof sitting on the snow and trying to smile, and dying maybe, and answering my repentance with pretended bravado. Pierre was one of those men who, notwithstanding his affectionate nature, which some would call weakness of character, would never seek a confidant for his troubles. He worked out his sufferings alone by himself. She is to blame, the only one to blame for all, he said to himself. But what was back of that? That I married her, that I said to her, Je vous aime, which was a lie, and even worse than a lie, he said to himself. I am to blame and must suffer. What? The besmirching of my name? The unhappiness of my life? That's all nonsense," he continued. "The disgrace to my name and honor, all that is conditional, absolutely independent of me. Louis XVI. Was executed because they said that he was a guilty offender," thus Pierre reasoned, "and they were right from their point of view, just as they also were right from theirs who died a violent death after him, and who reckoned him among the saints. Then Robespierre was beheaded because he was a tyrant. Who was right? Who was to blame? No one. But live while we live, to-morrow we die, just as I might have easily done an hour ago. And is it worth tormenting one's self about, when life counts only as a moment in comparison with eternity?" But even while he was trying to reason himself into calmness by such a train of thought, suddenly she again rose before his imagination, and at one of those moments when he had expressed to her more violently than ever his insincere love, and he felt how the blood poured back to his heart, and he was obliged again to get up, move about, and break and smash whatever things came within reach of his hands. Why did I tell her that I loved her? Why did I say Je vous aime? He kept asking himself. And after he had asked himself this question a dozen times, the phrase of Molière came to his head: "Mais que diable allait il faire dans cette galère?" And he had to laugh at himself. It was night, but he summoned his valet and ordered him to pack up in readiness to go to Petersburg. He could not imagine himself having anything more to say to her. He had decided to take an early departure the next day, leaving her a letter in which he should explain his intention of living apart from her for evermore. The next morning, when the valet, bringing him his coffee, came into the cabinet, Pierre was lying on an ottoman asleep, with an open book in his hand. He roused himself and looked around for some time with a startled expression, wholly unable to understand where he was. "The countess commanded to ask if your illustriousness were at home?" asked the valet. But before Pierre had time to decide what answer to give, the countess herself, in a morning gown of white satin embroidered in silver, and with her hair dressed in the simplest style, two enormously long braids, wound twice en diadem around her graceful head, came into the room, calmly and majestically. Only on her marble forehead, which was a little too prominent, was there a deep frown of fury. With thoroughly masterful self-restraint, she did not say a word in the valet's presence. She had heard of the duel and had come to speak about it. She waited until the valet had set down the coffee and left the room. Pierre looked at her timidly over his spectacles, and like a hare surrounded by dogs, which lays back its ears and crouches motionless before its enemies, so he also pretended to take up his reading again. But he was conscious that this was a senseless and impossible thing to do, and again he looked at her. She did not sit down, but with a scornful smile stared at him, waiting until the valet should be out of the room. "Well, now what's this latest? What have you been doing? I demand an answer," said she, sternly. What have I—" stammered Pierre. "Playing the bravado, eh? Come now, answer me. What about this duel? What did you mean to imply by it? What? I demand an answer." Pierre turned heavily on the sofa, opened his mouth, but could not make a sound. "If you won't answer, then I will tell you," continued Ellen. "You believe everything that is told you. You were told," Ellen laughed, "that Dolokhof was my paramour," said she in French, with her uncompromising explicit manner of speech, pronouncing the word amant like any other word. "And you believed it. And what have you proved by it? What have you proved by this duel? That you are a fool, a durak, that you are un sot. And that's what every one calls you. What will be the result of it? This, that you have made me the laughing-stock of all Moscow. This, that every one will say that you, while in a drunken fit, and not knowing what you were about, challenged a man of whom you were jealous without any reason." Ellen kept raising her voice and growing more and more excited. "A man superior to you in every sense of the word." "Hum! Hum!" bellowed Pierre, scowling but not looking at her or stirring. And why did you believe that he was my paramour? Why was it? Because I liked his society. If you had been brighter and more agreeable, I should have preferred yours." "Do not speak to me, I beg of you," whispered Pierre hoarsely. "Why shouldn't I speak to you? I have a right to speak, and I tell you up and down that it's rare to find a woman with a husband like you, who doesn't console herself with lovers. And that is a thing which I haven't done," said she. Pierre started to say something, looked at her with strange eyes, the expression of which she could not understand, and again threw himself back. At that moment he was suffering physical pain. His chest was oppressed, and he could not breathe. He knew that it behooved him to do something to put an end to his torment, but what he wanted to do was too horrible. "We had better part," he exclaimed in a broken voice. "By all means part, provided only you give me enough," said Ellen. "Part, that's nothing to scare one." Pierre sprang from the sofa and staggered toward her. "I will kill you!" he cried, and seizing from the table a marble slab, with a force such as he had never before possessed, rushed toward her, brandishing it in the air. Ellen's face was filled with horror. She screamed and sprang away from him. His father's nature suddenly became manifest in him. Pierre experienced the rapture and fascination of frenzy. He flung down the marble, breaking it in fragments, and with raised arms flew at her, crying, "Away!" with such a terrible voice that it rang through the whole house and filled every one with horror. God knows what Pierre would have done at that moment if Ellen had not escaped from the room. At the end of the week Pierre had given to his wife a power of attorney for the control of all his great Russian possessions, which amounted to the larger half of his property, and returned alone to Petersburg. End of chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 7. 2 months had elapsed since the news of the Battle of Austerlitz and the death of Prince Andrei had been received at Luisiya Gorui, and in spite of all the letters sent through the diplomatic service, and all inquiries, his body had not been recovered, and his name was not on the lists of prisoners. Worse than all for his relatives was the very hope that still remained, that he had been picked up on the battlefield by some of the natives, and might even now be convalescing or dying somewhere alone, among strangers, and unable to send them any word. In the newspapers from which the old prince had first learned of the Battle of Austerlitz, it was stated as usual in the briefest and vaguest terms that the Russians, after brilliant deeds of arms, had been compelled to retreat, and had accomplished this with the greatest order possible. The old prince understood from this official bulletin that our troops had been defeated. A week after the receipt of the newspapers which informed him of the Battle of Austerlitz, a letter came from Kutuzof, who announced the fate that had befallen his son. "Your son," wrote Kutuzof, "before my eyes, fell at the head of his regiment, with the standard in his hands, like a hero worthy of his father and his fatherland. To the universal regret of all the army, including myself, it is as yet uncertain whether he is alive or dead. I flatter myself with the hope that your son is still alive, for, on the contrary case, he would certainly have been mentioned among the officers found on the field of battle, the list of which was brought me under a flag of truce." Receiving this news late in the afternoon when he was alone in his cabinet, the old prince, as usual, went the next day to take his morning promenade. But he had nothing to say to the overseer, the gardener, or the architect, and though his countenance was lowering, there was no outbreak of wrath. When at the accustomed time the Princess Mariya went to him, he was standing at his bench and driving his lathe, but he did not glance up at her as usual when she entered the room. "Ah, Princess Mariya," suddenly said he in an unnatural tone, and threw down his chisel. The wheel continued to revolve from the impetus. The Princess Mariya long remembered this dying whir of the wheel, which was associated for her with what followed. The Princess Mariya approached him, looked into his face, and suddenly something seemed to pull at her heartstrings. Her eyes ceased to see clearly. By her father's face, which was not melancholy or downcast, but wrathful and working unnaturally, she saw that now some terrible misfortune was threatening to overwhelm her, a misfortune than which none is worse in life, none more irreparable and incomprehensible, a misfortune such as she had never yet experienced, the death of one she loved. "Mon père, André," said the princess, and she who was ordinarily so clumsy and awkward became endowed with such inexpressible charm of grief and self–forgetfulness that her father could not endure her glance, and, with a sob, turned away. "I have had news. He is not among the prisoners, he is not on the list of the dead. Kutuzof has written me," he cried in a shrill voice, as though wishing by this cry to drive the princess away. "He is killed!" The princess did not fall, she did not even faint. She was pale to begin with, but when she heard these words her face altered and a light seemed to gleam in her beautiful, lustrous eyes. Something like joy, a supernatural joy, independent of the sorrows and joys of this world, was breathed above this violent grief that filled her heart. She forgot all her fear of her father, and went up to him, took him by the hand and drew him to her, and threw her arm around his thin, sinewy neck. "Mon père," said she, "do not turn away from me. Let us weep together." "Villains! Scoundrels!" cried the old man, averting his face from her. "To destroy the army, to waste men's lives in that way! What for? Go and tell Lisa." The princess fell back feebly into the armchair near her father, and burst into tears. She could now see her brother as he looked at the moment when he bade her and Lisa farewell with his affectionate and at the same time rather haughty face. She could see him as he tenderly and yet scornfully hung the medallion round his neck. Did he come to believe? Had he repented of his unbelief? Was he yonder now, yonder in the mansions of eternal calm and bliss? These were the questions that filled her thoughts. "Mon père, tell me how it happened," said she, through her tears. "Go! He was killed in the defeat where the best men of Russia and the Russian glory were led out to sacrifice. Go, Princess Mariya, go and tell Lisa. I will follow." When the Princess Mariya left her father, she found the little princess sitting at her work, with that expression of inward calm and happiness peculiar to women in her condition. She looked up as her sister-in-law came in. It was evident that her eyes did not see the Princess Mariya, but were rather profoundly searching into the tremendous and blessed mystery that was taking place within her. "Marie," said she, turning from her embroidery frame and leaning back, "let me have your hand." She took the princess's hand and laid it just below her heart. Her eyes smiled with anticipation, the little downy lip was raised in a happy, childlike smile. The Princess Mariya knelt down before her and buried her face in the folds of her sister-in-law's dress. There, do you not perceive it? It is so strange. And do you know, Marie, I am going to love him very dearly," said Lisa, looking with shining happy eyes at her husband's sister. The Princess Mariya could not raise her head. She was weeping. "What is the matter, Masha?" "Nothing, only I felt sad about André," she replied, wiping away her tears on her sister-in-law's knee. Several times in the course of the morning the Princess Mariya attempted to break the news to her sister-in-law, and each time she had to weep. These tears, the cause for which the little princess could not understand, alarmed her, unobservant as her nature was. She made no remark, but she looked around in some alarm, as if searching for some one. Before dinner the old prince came into her room, and went right out again without saying a word. She was always afraid of him, but now his face was so disturbed and stern that she gazed at the Princess Mariya, then fell into a brown study, with her eyes, as it were, turned inward with that expression so characteristic of women in her condition, and suddenly burst into tears. "Have you heard anything from André?" she asked. "No. You know that it isn't time yet to get news, but mon père is anxious, and it frightens me." "Then there's nothing?" "Nothing," replied the Princess Mariya, letting her lustrous eyes rest unflinchingly on her sister-in-law. She had made up her mind not to tell her, and had persuaded her father to conceal the terrible tidings from her until her confinement, which would be now before many days. The Princess Mariya and the old prince, each according to their own nature, bore and hid their grief. The old prince was not willing to indulge in hopes. He had made up his mind that Princess Andrei was killed, and although he sent a chinovnik to Austria to make diligent search for traces of his son, he commanded him to order in Moscow a gravestone to be erected in his garden, and he told every one that his son was dead. He himself aged rapidly. He unchangeably carried out the rigorous routine of his life, but his strength failed him. He took shorter walks, ate less, slept less, and each day grew weaker. The Princess Mariya still hoped. She prayed for her brother as though he were alive, and all the time was on the lookout for news of his return. End of chapter 7. Part 1, Chapter 8 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 8. Ma bonne amie, said the little princess after breakfast on the morning of the 31st of March, and her downy upper lip was lifted out of mere habit, for a certain sense of melancholy had affected not only the talk, but the footsteps of all in this house ever since the receipt of the terrible news, so that even the little princess had come under the influence of it, and she smiled in such a way that it reminded one even more of the general depression. Ma bonne amie, I am afraid my Frühstück this morning, as Foka, the cook, calls it, did not agree with me. What's the matter, sweetheart? You are pale? Ah, you are very, very pale, said the Princess Mariya, alarmed, and going toward her sister-in-law with her heavy but gentle steps. Your illustriousness, shan't we call Marya Bogdanovna? Inquired one of the maids, who happened to be present. Marya Bogdanovna was the midwife from the shire town, who had now been living at Luisiya Gorui for a fortnight. It certainly may be necessary, replied the Princess Mariya. I will go. Courage, mon ange. She kissed Liza and started to leave the room. Ah, no, no! And over and above the pallor arising from physical suffering, the little princess's face showed a childish fear of unendurable agony. Non, c'est l'estomac. Dites, que c'est l'estomac. Dites, Marie, dites. And the princess wept childishly, capriciously, and perhaps rather hypocritically, wringing her hands. The young princess went from the room, in search of Marya Bogdanovna. Mon Dieu, mon Dieu, oh, was heard behind her. Rubbing her plump, small, white hands, the midwife came to meet her, with a significant but perfectly composed expression of countenance. Marya Bogdanovna, I think it is beginning, said the Princess Mariya, looking at the midwife with terrified, wide-open eyes. Well, then, glory to God for that, princess, said Marya Bogdanovna, not quickening her steps. You young ladies have no need to know anything about it. But what shall we do if the doctor from Moscow has not come yet? Asked the princess. By Liza and Prince Andrei's desire they had sent to Moscow for an accoucheur, and he was expected at any moment. No matter, princess, don't be alarmed, said Marya Bogdanovna. It will come out all right even without a doctor. In the course of 5 minutes the young princess heard, as she sat in her room, the sound of men carrying something heavy. She looked out and saw the servants for some reason or other carrying into the sleeping-room the leather divan which had always stood in Prince Andrei's study. There was an expression of gentleness and solemnity on the faces of the men who were lugging this. The Princess Mariya sat alone in her room, listening to the various sounds of the house, and occasionally opening the door when anyone passed, and trying to make out what was going on in the corridor. A number of women with light steps were moving hither and thither, and they gave a glance at the young princess and turned away. She did not venture to ask any questions, but shut her door, went back to her own bedroom, sat down for a little in her armchair, then hastened to her oratory and bent on her knees before the kiote, or shrine of images. To her dismay and surprise, she found that prayer did not aid her in calming her agitation. Suddenly the door of her room was softly opened, and on the threshold appeared her old nurse, Praskovya Savishna, with a kerchief tied over her head. It was almost never that she came to the princess's room, as her father had expressly forbidden it. God be with you, Mashenka. I have come to sit a little while," said the nurse. "And here are the prince's wedding tapers I have brought to light before the saint, my angel," she added with a sigh. "Ach, how glad I am, nurse." "God is merciful, my dove." The old nurse lit the tapers in the golden candlesticks before the shrine, and then sat down by the door with her knitting. The Princess Mariya took a book and began to read. Only when they heard footsteps or voices, the princess would glance up with frightened, anxious face, and the nurse would look at her with a soothing expression. In all parts of the house everyone was dominated by the same feelings which the Princess Mariya experienced as she sat in her room. In accordance with the old superstition that the fewer people know of the sufferings of a woman in labor, the less she suffers, all pretended to be ignorant of what was going on. No one spoke about it, but everybody, over and above the habitual gravity and respectful propriety that obtained in the prince's household, evidently shared the general anxiety, tender-heartedness, and consciousness that something great, incomprehensible, and solemn was taking place at that hour. There was no sound of laughing heard in the great room devoted to the maidservants. In the officialnaya all the men sat silent, as if waiting for something. The servants kept pine knots and candles burning, and did not think of going to sleep. The old prince, walking on his heels, strode up and down his cabinet, and at last ordered Tikhon to go to Marya Bogdanovna. "Merely say, the prince has sent to ask, and come and tell me what she says." "Inform the prince that labor has begun," said Marya Bogdanovna, giving the messenger a significant look. Tikhon went and reported to the prince. "Very good," exclaimed the prince, closing the door behind him. Tikhon heard not the slightest sound in the cabinet. After waiting some time, Tikhon went into the cabinet, pretending that it was to snuff the candles, and seeing the prince lying on the sofa, he looked at his agitated face, shook his head, then silently stepping up to him and kissing him on the shoulder, he left the room, forgetting to snuff the candles and not saying why he had gone in. The most solemn mystery in the world was in process of consummation. The evening passed, the night wore away, and the sense of expectancy and solemnified thought at the presence of the ineffable grew intenser rather than grew weaker. No one slept. It was one of those nights in March when winter seems determined to resume his sway, and scatters with rage and despair his last snows and gusts of wind. A relay of horses had been sent along the highway to meet the German doctor from Moscow, who was every moment expected, and horsemen with lanterns were sent out to the junction of the cross road to guide him safely by the pitfalls and watery hollows. The Princess Mariya had long since laid down her book. She was sitting in perfect silence, with her lustrous eyes fastened on her old nurse's wrinkled face, every line of which she knew so well, on the little tuft of gray hair that had escaped from under her kerchief, and on the loose flesh hanging under her chin. Nyanya Savishna, with her unfinished stocking in her hand, was telling in a low voice, without heeding her own words, the story that she had told 100 times, about the late princess, and how she had been delivered of the Princess Mariya, in Kishinev, with an old Moldavian peasant woman for a midwife. "God is merciful, doctors are never needed," she was saying. Suddenly a gust of wind beat violently against the window frame. It was always a whim of the princess to have the double windows taken off from at least one of the windows in each room as soon as the larks made their appearance, and burst the carelessly pushed bolt, while a draught of cold air laden with snow shook the silken curtains and puffed out the light. The princess shuddered. The old nyanya, laying down her stocking, went to the window, and leaning out tried to shut it to again. The cold wind fluttered the ends of her kerchief and the gray locks of her disheveled hair. "Princess! Matushka! Someone's coming up the Prashpet!" cried she, getting hold of the window but not closing it. "With lanterns! It must be the doctor!" "Ugh! Glory to God! Slava Bohu!" exclaimed the Princess Mariya. "I must go and meet him. He won't be able to speak Russian." The Princess Mariya wrapped her shawl around her and hastened down to meet the visitors. When she reached the anteroom she looked through the window and saw a team and lanterns standing at the front doorsteps. She went out on the landing. On the foot of the balustrade flamed a tallow candle, guttering in the wind. The groom Philip, with a terrified face, and with another candle in his hand, stood lower down on the first landing of the staircase. Still lower down, at the turning of the staircase, were heard advancing footsteps in thick boots. And a voice which struck the Princess Mariya as strangely familiar was saying something. "Thank God! Slava Bohu!" said the voice. "And my father?" "He has gone to bed," replied the voice of Demyan, the major domo, who had by this time come down. Then the well-known voice asked something, and Demyan answered, and the steps in the thick boots came swifter up the stairs and nearer to the princess, out of sight around the turn. "It is Andrei," said the princess to herself. "No, it cannot be. It would be too extraordinary," she thought, and at the very moment that this thought occurred to her, on the landing where stood the servant with the candle, appeared Prince Andrei's form, enveloped in a fur shuba, the collar all powdered with snow. Yes, it was he, but pale and thin, and with an altered and strangely gentle but anxious expression. He ran up the stairs and clasped his sister in his arms. "You didn't receive my letter?" he asked, and not waiting for her reply, which, indeed, he would not have received, for the princess was too much moved to speak, he turned back, and joined by the accoucheur who had come with him (he had overtaken him at the last post-station), with hasty steps flew up the stairs again, and again embraced his sister. "What luck!" he cried. "Dear Masha!" And flinging off his shuba and boots, he went into his wife's room. End of chapter 8. Part 1, Chapter 9 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 9. The little princess, in a white cap, was laying on the pillows. For the moment she was a little easier. Her dark locks fell in disorder over her flushed cheeks, wet with perspiration. Her rosy, fascinating mouth, with its downy upper lip, was open, and she wore a smile of joy. Prince Andrei went into the room and paused in front of her, at the foot of the sofa on which she lay. Her brilliant eyes, looking at him with childish trepidation and anxiety, rested on him without a change of expression. "I love you all. I haven't done any one any harm. Why must I suffer so? Help me," her expression seemed to say. She saw her husband, but seemed to have no comprehension of the significance of his appearing just at this time before her. Prince Andrei went round to the side of the sofa and kissed her on the forehead. "My darling heart, Dushenka moya," he said. He had never called her by this endearing term before. "God is merciful." She looked at him with a questioning, childishly offended expression. "I expected help from thee, and none comes. None comes," her eyes seemed to say. She was not surprised at his coming, she did not even realize that he had come. His appearance had nothing to do with her agony and the assuagement of it. The pains began again, and Marya Bogdanovna advised Prince Andrei to leave the room. The accoucheur entered the room. Prince Andrei went out, and meeting his sister he again joined her. They began to talk in a whisper, but the conversation was constantly interrupted by silences. They kept waiting and listening. "Allez, mon ami," said the Princess Mariya. Prince Andrei again went to his wife, and then sat down in the adjoining room. Some woman or other came out of her room with a terrified face and was confused when she saw Prince Andrei. He covered his face with his hands and sat thus for some minutes. Pitiful, heart-breaking groans were heard in the other room. Prince Andrei stood up and went to the door and was about to open it. Some one held it too. "You can't come in. It is impossible," said a terrified voice on the other side. He began to pace up and down the room. The cries had ceased. A few seconds more passed, when suddenly a terrible cry—it could not be his wife's, she could not cry like that—rang through the next room. Prince Andrei hastened to the door. This cry ceased. A baby's wailing was heard. "What have they brought a baby in there for?" was Prince Andrei's query at first. "A baby? What baby? Why a baby there? Or can my baby have been born?" Then he suddenly realized all the joyful significance of this cry. The tears choked him, and leaning both his elbows on the window-seat, he wept and sobbed like a child. The door opened. The doctor, with his shirt-sleeves rolled up, without his coat, pale and with trembling jaw, came from the room. Prince Andrei went to him, but the doctor looked at him with a strange expression of confusion, and without saying a word passed by him. A woman came running out, but when she saw Prince Andrei, stopped short on the threshold. He went into his wife's room. She was dead, lying in the same position in which he had seen her 5 minutes before, and notwithstanding the fixity of her eyes, and the pallor of her cheeks, that charming little childish face, with the lip shaded with dark hairs, wore the same expression as before. "I love you all, and I have done no one any harm, and what have you done to me?" said her lovely face, pitifully pale in death. In the corner of the room a small red object was yelping and wailing in the trembling white hands of Marya Bogdanovna. 2 hours later Prince Andrei, with noiseless steps, went to his father's cabinet. The old prince had already been informed of everything. He was standing by the very door, and as soon as it was thrown open, the old man, without speaking, flung his rough, aged hands around his son's neck, and held him as in a vice, and sobbed like a child. 3 days later they buried the little princess, and Prince Andrei went up the steps to the coffin to take his last farewell. And there also in the coffin lay the same face, though with closed eyes. "Ach, what have you done to me?" it all seemed to say. Prince Andrei felt that his heartstrings were torn within him, that he had done a wrong that could never be repaired or forgotten. His grief was too deep for tears. The old prince also came and kissed her waxen hand, placidly folded upon her breast, and to him her face seemed to say, "Ach, and why have you done this to me?" And the old man, after looking into her face, abruptly turned away. Then, again, 5 days later, they christened the baby prince Nikolai Andreitch. The nurse held up the little garments against her chin, while the priest with the goose quill anointed with holy oil the infant's wrinkled little pink palms and soles. His grandfather, who acted as sponsor, with tottering steps, and afraid of dropping him, carried the little prince around the tin-lined font, and handed him over to his godmother, the Princess Marya. Prince Andrei, in deathly apprehension lest they should drop the child, sat in the next room, waiting for the conclusion of the sacrament. He looked joyfully at his baby when the nurse brought him to him, nodded his head with great satisfaction when the nurse confided to him that the lump of wax, with some of the infant's hairs on it, when thrown into the font, did not sink, but floated. Footnote: It is part of the Russian baptismal service for the priest to cut the infant's hair. The superstition considers it unlucky for the bit of wax with a few of these hairs attached to sink if placed in the waters of the baptismal font, and lucky for it to float. End of footnote. End of chapter 9. Part 1, Chapter 10 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 10. The part played by Rostov in the duel between Dolokhov and Bezukhoi was ignored through the old count's efforts, and the young man, instead of being cashiered as he anticipated, was appointed adjutant to the Governor-General of Moscow. In consequence of this, he was unable to go to the country with the rest of the family, but was kept in Moscow all summer, engaged in his new duties. Dolokhov recovered, and he and Rostov became great friends during the time of his convalescence. He had been carried to the residence of his mother, who loved him passionately and devotedly. The elderly Marya Ivanovna, becoming attached to Rostov on account of his friendship for her Fedya, often talked with him about her son. "Yes, Count, he is too noble and high-souled for this corrupt world of ours. No one loves goodness. It serves as a reproach to everyone. Now tell me, Count, tell me honestly, was it fair and honorable on Bezukhoi's part? And Fedya, with all his noble nature, always liked him, and now never says hard things about him at all. And in Petersburg they played all those tricks on the policemen. They did it together, didn't they? Well, Bezukhoi went scot-free, and my Fedya had to bear the whole brunt of it on his shoulders. Yes, he had to bear it all. To be sure, he has been restored to his rank, but why shouldn't he have been? I don't believe the fatherland has many braver sons than he is. And now in regard to this duel. Have such men any feeling, Any honor? Knowing that he was an only son, to challenge him to fight a duel, and then to fire right at him! Fortunately God helped us. And what was it all about? Who is there in our day who doesn't form intrigues? Why should he be so jealous? I should think he might have given some signs of it before, and here a year has gone by. And so he challenged him, supposing that Fedya would not accept because he owed him some money. How nasty of him! I know you appreciate Fedka, my dear count, and so I love you with my whole heart, believe me. There aren't many who understand him. He has such a lofty, heavenly nature. Dolokhov himself, during his convalescence, often said things to Rostov that no one would have ever expected from him. "I am supposed to be a bad man, I know," said he, "and let them think so. I don't care anything about the opinions of men, unless I am fond of them. But if I am fond of any one, I am so fond of them that I would give my life for them. And as for the rest, if they stood in my way I would push them to the wall. My mother is a dear, precious woman, and I have 2 or 3 others, you among the number. And as for the rest, I only heed them as so many who may be able to be useful or injurious to me. And almost all are injurious, especially the women. Yes, my dear, dusha moya," he went on to say, "among men I meet many who are lovable, noble, elevated, but among women I have yet to meet one who is not to be bought. All are alike, countess and cook. I have yet to find that celestial purity, devotion, which I look for in a woman. If I were ever to find such a woman, I would give my life for her. But these," he made a depreciatory gesture, "and you may not believe me, but if I prize my life still, it is simply because I hope some day to find one of these heavenly creatures who would regenerate me, purify me, and elevate me. But you will not understand me." "Indeed, I understand perfectly," replied Rostov, who was coming more and more under the influence of his new friend. In the autumn the Rostov family returned to Moscow. Early in the winter Denisof also came back and stayed with the Rostovs. The first months of this winter of 1806, which Nikolai Rostov spent in Moscow, could not have been happier for him and for all his family. Nikolai brought home with him to his parents' home many young men. Vera was a pretty young lady of 20 summers. Sonya was just 16, and had all the charm of an opening flower. Natasha, half child and half maiden, was now at one moment full of innocent merriment, at the next showing all the fascination of a young lady. The house of the Rostovs at this time seemed to be full of the peculiar atmosphere of loveliness characteristic of homes where there are very pretty and very young ladies. Every young man who came there and saw these bright, impressionable, girlish faces, smiling apparently from very happiness, and the merry running to and fro, and heard that continual chattering of maidens' voices, inconsequential, illogical, kindly to every one, ready for anything, and full of hope, and listened to those inconsequential sounds, now of singing, now of instrumental music, must have experienced one and the same feeling of predisposition for love and coming happiness, which the young people of the Rostov household themselves experienced. Among the young men whom Rostov introduced at home was Dolokhof, one of the first, and every one, with the exception of Natasha, was pleased with him. She almost quarreled with her brother concerning him. She insisted that he was a bad man, that Pierre was in the right in his duel with Dolokhof, and the other in the wrong, and that he was disagreeable and insincere. "There's nothing for me to understand," cried Natasha, with stubborn self-will. "He is bad, and lacks feeling. Now, here, I like your Denisof. He may be a spendthrift, and all that, but still I like him, and I certainly understand him. I don't know how to express it to you, but everything that he does has some ulterior object, and I don't like him. But Denisof—" "There now, Denisof is quite another matter," replied Nikolai, giving her to understand that in comparison with Dolokhof, Denisof was of no consequence. "You ought to know what a tender heart this Dolokhof has. You ought to see him with his mother. What a warm-hearted fellow he is!" "Well, I don't know anything about that, but I'm ill at ease with him. And do you know, he's in love with Sonya." "What nonsense!" "I'm certain of it. You can see for yourself." Natasha's prognostication was justified. Dolokhof, who did not like the society of ladies, had begun to be a frequent visitor at the Rostovs, and the problem what brought him there was quickly solved, and no one ventured to remark upon it. He came on account of Sonya. And Sonya, though she would never have dared to acknowledge such a thing, knew it very well, and every time that Dolokhof was announced, blushed as red as Kumach. Dolokhof often came to dinner at the Rostovs. He never missed an entertainment where they were to be found, and frequented the adolescent balls given by Iogel, which the Rostovs always attended. He paid preeminent attention to Sonya, and looked at her with such eyes, that not only the girl herself could not endure his glances without blushing, but even the old countess and Natasha flushed if they caught sight of him looking at her. It was plain to see that this powerful, strange man was coming under the irresistible influence of this gracious, dark-eyed maiden, who, all the time, was in love with someone else. Rostov perceived that there was something new between Dolokhof and Sonya, but he could not make out what this relationship was. Everybody here is in love with someone, he said to himself, referring to Sonya and Natasha. But he was no longer at his ease in the company of Sonya and Dolokhof, as before, and he began to be absent from home more frequently. In the autumn of 1806 there had been continual talk about war with Napoleon, and with even greater heat than the year before. A conscription of 10 men in 1,000, and of 9 militiamen to 1,000, in addition, was ordered. Everywhere anathemas were heaped upon Bonapartism, and nothing was talked about in Moscow except the coming war. For the Rostov family, all interest in these preparations for war were centered on the fact that Nikolushka would not hear of such a thing as remaining at home, and was only waiting for the end of Denisov's furlough in order to return with him to his regiment after the holidays. The approaching departure did not in any way prevent him from having a good time. It rather only seemed still more to spur them all on to enjoyment. The larger part of his time he spent away from the house, at dinners, receptions, and balls. End of chapter 10. Part 1, Chapter 11 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 11. On the third day of the Christmas holidays, Nikolai dined at home, a thing which he had rarely done of late. It was a sort of farewell dinner, as he and Denisov were going to start for their regiments after Epiphany. There were about 20 sat down at table, among the number Dolokhof and Denisov. Never at the Rostovs had that delicious breath of passion and that atmosphere of love made itself felt with such force as during these days of the Christmas-tide. Seize these moments of happiness, let yourself drift into love, become enamored yourself. This is the only genuine bliss in the world. Everything else is dross. And with this alone all of us here are exclusively occupied, said this atmosphere. Nikolai, as always, tired out 2 spans of horses, and yet had not had time enough to go to all the places where he was needed and summoned. He came home just before dinner time. As soon as he came in he noticed and felt this atmosphere so charged with the electrical tension of love, but more especially he remarked a strange embarrassment existing among several of those who were gathered in the drawing-room. Peculiarly agitated were Sonya, Dolokhof, and the old countess, and, to a certain extent, his sister Natasha. Nikolai perceived that something must have happened between Sonya and Dolokhof, and, in accordance with his impulsive nature, and the genuine tact characteristic of him, he showed himself very affectionate and considerate toward these 2. That evening, it being, as we have already said, the third day of the Christmas-tide, there was to be one of the balls which Iogel, the dancing-master, used to give during the holidays to the young men and women of his clientele. "Nikolenka, you will go to Iogel's, won't you? Please do," said Natasha to him. "He invited you especially, and Vasily Dmitritch is going." By Vasily Dmitritch she meant Denisov. "Where wouldn't I go at the countess's request?" exclaimed Denisov, who, in a joking way, occupied in the Rostov household the position of knight to Natasha. "I am ready to dance even the pas de cheval." "I will if I have time. I promised to go to the Arkharofs, who have a party this evening," said Nikolai. "And you?" he asked, turning to Dolokhof. but the moment the words had left his lip, he perceived that he had committed a blunder. "Yes, perhaps so," replied Dolokhof, coolly and laconically, glancing at Sonya, frowning, and giving Nikolai exactly the same sort of a look that he had given Pierre the night of the dinner to Bagration at the club. "There must be something up," said Nikolai to himself, and he was still further confirmed in this impression by the fact that Dolokhof took his departure immediately after dinner. He called Natasha to him and asked what the matter was. "And I was just looking for you," exclaimed Natasha, running to him. "I told you so, but you would not believe me," she said triumphantly. "He has proposed for Sonya." Little as Sonya had occupied Nikolai's thoughts during these last weeks, still he felt a sort of pang when he learned this. Dolokhof was a suitable, and in some respects a brilliant match for the dowerless orphan Sonya. From the old countess's standpoint, and that of society, it was simple madness to refuse him. And, therefore, Nikolai's first feeling on hearing this piece of news was that of indignation against the girl. He had it on his tongue's end to say, "And it is an excellent thing, of course, for her to forget her old promises and accept this first proposal." But before he spoke, Natasha went on. "And can you imagine it? She refused him. Absolutely refused him. She told him that she loved someone else," she added, after a moment's silence. "Yes, and could my Sonya have done anything else?" thought Nikolai. "In spite of all mamma's arguments, she refused him, and I know that she won't change her decision if she said that." "And mamma tried to persuade her?" he asked reproachfully. "Yes," said Natasha. "And now, Nikolenka, and don't be vexed, but I know you will never marry her. I am sure of it. God knows why, but I am perfectly certain that you will never marry her." "Well, you know nothing about it at all," said Nikolai. "But I must have a little talk with her. How charming she is, our Sonya," he added with a smile. "Charming! Indeed she is. I will send her to you." And Natasha, kissing her brother, ran away. In a moment Sonya came in alarmed and abashed, as though she had been doing something wrong. Nikolai went too and kissed her hand. This was the first opportunity that they had enjoyed for some time of being alone together, and talking about their love. "Sophie," he said timidly, and then all the time growing more and more confident, "if you have seen fit to refuse, it is not only a brilliant but a very advantageous offer. He is a splendid, noble fellow, and he is a friend of mine." Sonya interrupted him. "I have already refused him," she said hastily. "If you have refused him for my sake, then I am afraid that I—" Sonya again interrupted him. She looked at him with beseeching, frightened eyes. "Nicholas, don't speak of that, please," said she. "Nay, but I must. Maybe it is suffisance, unbounded conceit on my part, but it is better to speak. If you have refused him for my sake, then I ought to tell you the whole truth. I love you, I think, more than all." "That is all I want," said Sonya, with a sigh. "No, but I have fallen in love 1,000 times, and I shall fall in love again, but I shall never find any one so friendly, so true, so lovely as you. But then I am young. Maman does not approve of this. So, then, simply, I can't make any promises. And I beg of you to reconsider Dolokhof's proposal," said he, finding it hard to speak his friend's name. "Don't mention such a thing. I have no desires at all. I love you as though you were my brother, and shall always love you, and that is quite enough for me." "You are an angel. I am not worthy of you. But what I am afraid is that I might deceive you." Nikolai once more kissed her hand. End of chapter 11. Part 1, Chapter 12 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 12. "Augel has the jolliest balls in Moscow." This was what the mammas said, as they looked at their adolescents, practicing the steps which they had just been learning. This was said also by the grown-up girls and young men, who came to these balls with just a shade of condescension, and, nevertheless, found there the very best amusement. This very same year, 2 engagements had resulted from these balls. The two pretty princesses, Gorchakova, found husbands there, and brought these balls into still greater vogue. Their peculiarity was the lack of any host or hostess. They merely had the good-natured Iogel, light as the flying down, bowing and scraping, according to the rules of his art, and almost all his guests were those from whom he had received bank notes in payment for dancing lessons. The fact was only those came to these balls who liked to dance, and have a good time with the zest of 13 or 14-year-old maidens wearing a long dress for the first time in their lives. All, with rare exceptions, were pretty, or at least seemed to be. How enthusiastically they all smiled, and how eloquent were their sparkling eyes. Sometimes even the pas de châle, or shawl figure was danced by his most advanced pupils. And of these, Natasha was the best, being distinguished for her grace. But at this, the last of the season, they danced only schottisches Anglaises and the mazurka, which was now beginning to be fashionable. Iogel engaged for the ball the large drawing-room in the Bezukhof mansion, and the ball was a great success, as every one confessed. Many were the pretty girls, and the Rostov maidens were among the prettiest. Both of them were remarkably happy and gay. That evening, before she started, Sonya, proud of Dolokhof's proposal, of her refusal of him, and her explanation with Nikolai, whirled around the house, scarcely giving her maid a chance to comb her hair, and now she was perfectly transfigured with impetuous delight. Natasha, not less proud of going to this ball, for the first time in a long dress, was even more radiant. Both wore muslin gowns with pink ribbons. The moment they entered the ballroom, Natasha began to be enamored of every one. She was not enamored of any one in particular, but of all. Whomever her eyes happened to fall upon, with him she was deeply in love for the time being. "Ah, how nice it is!" she kept saying, whenever she met Sonya. Nikolai and Denisof strolled through the rooms, looking graciously and condescendingly on the dancers. "How pretty she is! She will be a waving beauty." "Who?" "The Countess Natasha," replied Denisof. "And how charmingly she dances! What grace!" he said once more, after a little pause. "Whom are you talking about?" "I was referring to your sister," said Denisof testily. Rostov smiled. "My dear count, you are one of my best pupils, you must dance," said the little Iogel, coming up to Nikolai. "Just see what a lot of pretty girls." And with the same request he turned to Denisof, who also had been one of his pupils. "No, my dear, I prefer to be a wallflower," replied Denisof. "Don't you remember how illy I profited by your lessons?" "Oh no," said Iogel, hastening to reassure him. "You were only somewhat inattentive, but you had the ability. Oh yes, you had the ability." The band now began to play the newly introduced mazurka. Nikolai could not refuse Iogel, and invited Sonya as his partner. Denisof sat down with some of the elderly ladies, and leaning his elbows on his sword, and beating time with his foot, told jolly stories and made the old ladies laugh, while his eyes followed the young people dancing. Iogel led with the mazurka with Natasha, who was his pride and his best pupil. Noiselessly, skillfully shuffling his feet, shod in pumps, Iogel flew around the hall with Natasha, rather timid, but nevertheless performing all the steps with the utmost care. Denisof did not take his eyes from her, and thumped his sword in time, with an expression that said clearly that he was not dancing simply because he did not care to, and not because he was not able. In the midst of the figure, he saw Rostov passing, and called to him. "That's no way at all," he said. "Do you call that the Polish mazurka? But she dances admirably, though." Knowing that Denisof in Poland had won a great reputation for his skill in dancing the genuine Polish mazurka, Nikolai glided over to Natasha. "Go ahead," said he. "Choose Denisof. He dances splendidly. It's wonderful." When it came Natasha's turn again, she got up and swiftly chasseing across the hall in her dainty slippers, trimmed with rosettes, she blushingly made her way to the corner where Denisof was sitting. She saw that all were looking at her and waiting. Nikolai noticed that Denisof and Natasha were having a playful quarrel, and that the former refused, but smiled with gratification. He went up to them. "Please, Vasili Dmitritch," said Natasha, "please, come do." "I pray you, let me off, countess." "There, that's no excuse, Vasya," said Nikolai. "You're like two kittens trying to persuade Vasak, the old cat," said Denisof jestingly. I will sing a whole evening for you," pleaded Natasha. "The little enchantress can do what she likes with me," exclaimed Denisof, and he laid aside his sword. He made his way out from among the chairs, firmly grasped his partner's hand, threw back his head, and put his feet in position, waiting to catch the beat of the music. Only on horseback, or while dancing the mazurka, was Denisof's small stature lost sight of, and he appeared to be the gallant young hero that he felt himself to be. While waiting to get the time, he glanced up at his partner triumphantly and mischievously, then suddenly rapped his heel to the floor and, like a tennis ball, bounded up elastically and sped out into the middle of the room, carrying his lady with him. Noiselessly he flew half across the hall on one foot, and apparently, not seeing the chairs ranged in front of him, was like to have run right into them. But suddenly, clinking his spurs and spreading his legs, he stopped on his heels, stood so for a second, then, with a clanking of his spurs, making a sort of double shuffle, quickly turned about, and with his left heel clicking against the right, he again chasséed around the circle. Natasha realized by a sort of intuition what he intended to do, and herself not knowing how, simply followed him, and gave herself up to his guidance. Now he put his left arm around her waist, then his right. Now he would fall on his knee and cause her to pirouette around him, and then again he would spring up and chassé off in a straight line with such impetuosity, without even taking breath, that it seemed as though they were going straight through all the rooms. Then suddenly he would come to a pause again, and execute some other new and unexpected evolution. When at last, swiftly whirling his lady about in front of her own seat and jingling his spurs, he made her a low bow, Natasha forgot to perform a curtsy. In perplexity she fixed her eyes upon him, smiling. It seemed to her that she did not know him. "What does this mean?" she asked herself. Although Iogel refused to acknowledge such a dance as a proper mazurka, all were in raptures over the skill manifested. Denisof was in constant requisition as a partner, and the old people, smiling, began to talk about Poland and about the good old times. Denisof, flushed from the exertion of the mazurka, and wiping his face with his handkerchief, sat down next Natasha, and through the rest of the evening did not leave her side. End of chapter 12. Part 1, Chapter 13 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 13. For 2 days Rostov had not seen Dolokhof at his house, or found him at home. On the third day he received a note from him. "As I intend never to visit your house again, from reasons which you may appreciate, and as I am about to rejoin my regiment, I am going to give to my friends a farewell supper this evening. Come to the Hôtel d'Angleterre." At 10 o'clock that evening, after the theatre, where he had been with Denisof and his family, Rostov repaired to the place which Dolokhof had designated. He was immediately shown into the handsomest room of the hotel, which Dolokhof had hired for the occasion. A score of men were gathered around the table, at the head of which sat Dolokhof between 2 candles. There was a pile of gold and bills on the table, and Dolokhof was keeping the bank. Since Dolokhof's proposal and Sonya's refusal, Nikolai had not seen him, and he felt a slight sense of confusion at the thought of their meeting. Dolokhof's keen, cold eyes met Nikolai's the moment he entered the room, as though he had been waiting for him for some time. "We have not met for several days," said Dolokhof. "Thank you for coming. Here, I will only finish this hand. Alushka and his chorus are coming." "I have called at your house," said Rostov, reddening. Dolokhof made no answer. "You may bet if you will." Rostov recalled a strange conversation which he had once had with Dolokhof. "Only fools play on chance," had been Dolokhof's remark at the time. "But perhaps you are afraid to play with me," said Dolokhof now, as though he read Rostov's thought, and he smiled. In spite of that smile, Rostov could plainly see that he was in the same frame of mind that he had been at the time of the dinner at the club, or, one might say, at any of those times when, as it were, Dolokhof felt himself under the necessity of breaking the monotony of his quiet life by some outré and usually outrageous action. Rostov felt ill at ease. He racked his brain, but was unable to find an appropriate repartee for Dolokhof's words. But before he had a chance to reply, Dolokhof, looking straight into Rostov's face, and slowly, with deliberate intervals between the words, and loud enough for all to hear. "Do you remember you and I were talking once about gambling? It's a fool, a durak, who is willing to play games of chance. One ought to play a sure hand. I said so, but I'm going to try it anyway." "Take the chance or the sure thing, I wonder which," thought Rostov. "Well, you'd better not play," he added, and springing the freshly opened pack of cards, he added, "Bank, gentlemen." Pushing the money forward, Dolokhof prepared to start the bank, and Rostov took a seat near him, and at first did not play. Dolokhof glanced at him. "What, won't you take a hand?" And strangely enough Nikolai felt it incumbent upon him to take a card and stake an insignificant sum. It was thus that he began to play. "I have no money with me," he said. "I will trust you." Rostov named 5 rubles as his stake, and lost. He staked again, and again he lost. Dolokhof trumped, in other words, took Rostov's stake 10 times running. "Gentlemen," said he, after he had been keeping the bank some time, "I beg of you to lay your stakes on the cards, otherwise I may become confused in the accounts." One of the players ventured the hope that he was to be trusted. "Trusted, certainly, but I am afraid of getting the accounts mixed. I beg of you to lay your money on the cards," replied Dolokhof. "Don't you worry yourself, you and I will settle our accounts afterwards," he added, turning to Rostov. The game went on. The servant kept filling their glasses with champagne. All Rostov's cards failed to be matched, and his losses amounted to 800 rubles. He was just writing down on the back of a card 800 rubles, but as it happened that at that moment a glass of champagne was handed him, he hesitated, and once more staked the sum that he had been risking all along, that is 20 rubles. "Make it that," said Dolokhof, though he was apparently not looking at Rostov. "You'll win it back all the quicker. The others win, but you keep losing. Or are you afraid of me?" he insisted. Rostov acquiesced, staked the 800 which he had written down on a 7 of hearts, with a bent corner, which he had picked up from the floor. He remembered it well enough afterwards. He laid down this 7 of hearts, after writing on the piece torn off, the figures 800 in large, distinct characters. He drank the glass of foaming champagne handed him by the waiter, smiled at Dolokhof's words, and with anxious heart, while hoping that a 7 would turn up, watched the pack of cards in Dolokhof's hands. The gain or loss dependent upon this 7 of hearts would have very serious consequences for Rostov. On the preceding Sunday Count Ilya Andreyitch had given to his son 2,000 rubles, and although he generally disliked to speak of his pecuniary difficulties, he told him that he could not have any more till May, and therefore begged him for this once to be rather economical. Nikolai had told him that that would be amply sufficient, and gave him his word of honor not to ask for any more money till spring. And now out of that sum only 1,200 rubles were left. Of course that 7 of hearts, if he lost on it, would signify not only the loss of 1,600 rubles, but also the necessity of breaking his word to his father. With heart sinking, therefore, he watched Dolokhof's hands, and said to himself, "Now let him hurry up and give me this card, and I will put on my cap and go home to supper with Denisof, Natasha, and Sonya, and truly I will never as long as I live take a card into my hands again." At that instant his home life, his romps with Petya, his talks with Sonya, his duets with Natasha, his game of piquet with his father, and even his peaceful bed in his home on the Parvaskaya, came over him with such force and vividness and attraction that it seemed to him like an inestimable bliss that had passed and been destroyed forever. He could not bring himself to believe that blind chance, by throwing the 7 of hearts to the right rather than to the left, might deprive him of all this just comprehended and just appreciated happiness, and plunge him into the abyss of a wretchedness never before experienced, and of which he had no adequate idea. It could not be so, and yet with a fever of expectation he watched every motion of Dolokhof's hands. Those coarse, reddish hands with wide knuckles and hairy wrists, showing from under his shirt bands, laid down the pack of cards, and took up the champagne glass that had been handed him, and put his pipe in his mouth. "And so you are not afraid to play with me?" repeated Dolokhof, and as though for the purpose of telling some humorous story, he laid down the cards, leaned back in his chair, and with a smile deliberately began to speak. Yes, gentlemen, I have been told that there is a report current in Moscow that I am a sharper, and so I advise you to be on your guard against me." "Come now, deal ahead," said Rostov. "Akh! these Moscow grannies!" exclaimed Dolokhof, and with a smile he took up the cards. "Akh!" almost screamed Rostov, clasping his head with both hands. The 7 which he needed already lay on top, the very first card in the pack. He had lost more than he could pay. "I wouldn't ruin myself," said Dolokhof, giving Rostov a passing glance, and proceeding to shuffle the cards. End of chapter 13. Part 1, Chapter 14 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 14. During the next hour and a half the majority of the gamblers watched with much amusement their own play. The whole interest of the game centered on Rostov alone. Instead of 1,600 rubles, there was already a long column of figures which he had reckoned to be at least 10,000 rubles, which he now vaguely imagined to be perhaps 15,000. In reality the sums footed up to more than 20,000 rubles. Dolokhof no longer listened to stories or told them himself. He watched each motion of Rostov's hands and occasionally cast hasty glances at the paper containing Rostov's indebtedness. He made up his mind to keep him playing until his losses should reach 43,000 rubles. He had selected this number because 43 represented the sum of his and Sonya's ages. Rostov, supporting his head in both hands, sat in front of the table, now all marked up with chalk, wet with wine and littered with cards. One special impression was painful, but it did not restrain him. Those wide-jointed, red hands with the hairy wrists, those hands which he loved and which he also hated, held him in their power. 600 rubles, ace, quarter stakes, 9-spot. Impossible to win it back. And how gay is it at home? Knave on 5. It cannot be. And why is he treating me so? Thought Rostov. And he remembered. Sometimes he staked on a card a large sum, but Dolokhof refused to accept it, and himself named a lower figure. Nikolai would submit and then pray God, just as he had prayed on the battlefield at the bridge of Amstetten. Then it would occur to him that perhaps the first card that he should draw from the pile of rejected cards on the table would save him. Then he would count up the number of buttons on his jacket and select a card with the same number on which to stake the double of what he had already lost. Then again he would look for aid to the other players, or glance into Dolokhof's face, now so stern and cold, and try to read what was passing in his mind. Of course he knows what this loss means for me. It cannot be that he desires me to lose like this, for he was my friend, for I loved him. But of course it isn't his fault. How can he help it if luck favors him? And neither am I to blame, he said to himself. I have done nothing wrong. Have I killed anyone, or insulted anyone, or wished anyone evil? Why, then, this horrible misfortune? And when did it begin? It was only such a short time ago that I came to this table with the idea of winning 100 rubles, so as to buy for mamma's birthday that jewel box, and then go home. I was so happy, so free from care, so gay, and I did not realize then how happy I was. When did it all end, and when did this new, this horrible state of things begin? What does this change signify? And here I am, just the same as before, sitting in the same place at his table, choosing and moving the same cards, and looking at those wide-knuckled, dexterous hands. When did this take place, and what is it that has taken place? I am well, strong, and just the same as I was, and in the self-same place. No, it cannot be. Surely this cannot end in such a way. His face was flushed. He was all of a sweat, in spite of the fact that it was not warm in the room. And his face was terrible and pitiable, especially on account of his futile efforts to seem composed. The list of his losses was nearing the fatal number of 43,000. Rostov had turned down the corner of a card as the quarter stakes for 3,000 rubles, which he had just won, when Dolokhof, rapping with the pack, flung it down, and taking the lump of chalk began swiftly to reckon up the sum total of Rostov's losses, with his firm, legible figures, breaking the chalk as he did so. It's time for supper, and here are the Singans. It was a fact, At that moment a number of dark-skinned men and women came in, bringing with them a gust of cold air and saying something in their gypsy accent. Nikolai realized that all was over. But he said in an indifferent tone, "What, can't we play any more? Ah, but I had a splendid little card all ready." Just as though the mere amusement of the game were what interested him the most. "All is over. I have lost," was what he thought. "Now a bullet through my brains. That's all that's left." And yet he said in jocund tones, "Come now, just this one card." "Very well," replied Dolokhof, completing the sum total. "Very good. Make it 21 rubles, then," said he, pointing to the figures 21, which was over and above the round sum of 43,000, and taking up the pack of cards he began to shuffle them. Rostov obediently turned back the corner, and instead of the 6,000 which he was going to wager, carefully wrote 21. "It's all the same to me," he said. "All I wanted to know was whether you would give me the 10 or not." Dolokhof gravely began to deal. Oh, how Rostov at that moment hated those red hands, with the short fingers and the hairy wrists emerging from his shirt bands, those hands that had him in their grasp. The 10 spot fell to him. "Well, you owe me just 43,000, Count," said Dolokhof, getting up from the table and stretching himself. "One gets tired sitting still so long," he added. "Yes, I am very tired also," said Rostov. Dolokhof, as though to remind him that it was not seemly to jest, interrupted him. "When do you propose to pay me this money, Count?" Rostov, coloring with shame, drew Dolokhof into another room. "I cannot pay you at such short notice. You must take my IOU," said he. "Listen, Rostov," said Dolokhof, with a candid smile. "You know the proverb, 'Lucky in love, unlucky at cards.' Your cousin is in love with you, I know." "Oh, how horrible it is to be in this man's power," thought Rostov. He realized what a blow it would be to his father, to his mother, to learn that he had been gambling and losing so much. He realized what happiness it would be if he could only have avoided doing it, or could escape confessing it, and he realized that Dolokhof knew how easily he might save him from the shame and pain, and yet here he was playing with him as a cat plays with a mouse. "Your cousin," Dolokhof started to say, but Nikolai interrupted him. "My cousin has nothing to do with this, and there is no need of bringing her in," he cried in a fury. "Then when will you pay me?" demanded Dolokhof. "To-morrow," replied Rostov, and he left the room. End of chapter 14. Part 1, Chapter 15 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 15. To say "tomorrow," and to preserve the conventional tone of decency, was easy enough, but to go home alone, to see his brother and sisters, his father and mother, to confess his fault and ask for money to which he had no right, after giving his word of honor, was horrible. When Nikolai reached home, the family were still up. The young people in their return from the theater had had supper and were now sitting at the harpsichord. As soon as he entered the room he felt himself surrounded by that poetical atmosphere of love which had reigned all winter in that home, and which, now, after Dolokhof's proposal and Ilgel's ball, had seemed to condense around Sonya and Natasha like the air before a thunderstorm. Sonya and Natasha were in the blue gowns which they had worn to the theater. Pretty, and realizing that fact, they stood happy and smiling around the harpsichord. Vera and Shinshin were playing checkers in the drawing-room. The old countess, waiting for her son and husband, was laying out a game of solitaire with the aid of an old noblewoman who made her home in their family. Denisof, with shining eyes rolled up and bristling hair, sat at the harpsichord with one leg thrust out behind him, and while drumming out the accompaniment with his little short fingers, was singing in his thin, hoarse, but eminently true voice some verses that he had composed under the title "The Enchantress," and to which he was trying to suit appropriate music. "Enchantress, tell what potent charm thou sayest, that to unwonted chords my spirit tends. What magic fire within my heart thou layest, what rapture thrills me to my fingers' ends." He sang in a passionate voice, and fixed his bright, black, agate-colored eyes on Natasha. "Lovely! Delightful!" cried she. "Still another verse," she urged. not yet perceiving Nikolai. "With them it is just the same," said the poor boy, looking into the drawing room where he saw his mother and the old lady. "Ah, here is Nikolenka!" cried Natasha, running to him. "Is papenka at home?" he demanded. "How glad I am that you have come!" exclaimed Natasha, not answering his question. "We are having such a jolly time. Vasili Dmitritch is going to stay another day, just for my sake. Do you know it?" "No, papa hasn't come home yet," said Sonya. "Koko, have you come? Come here, dear," cried the countess from the drawing room. Nikolai went to his mother, kissed her hand, and, without saying a word, took a seat near her table, and began to watch her hands as she laid out the cards. From the music room they could hear the sounds of laughter and merry voices trying to persuade Natasha. "Well, very good," exclaimed Denisof. "Now there is no denying you anything. But it's your turn. Give us the barcarolle, I beg of you." The countess noticed her son's silence. "What's the matter with you?" she asked. "Ugh, nothing," said he, as though he had heard the same question till he was weary of it. "Will papenka be back soon?" "I think so." "They are the same as ever. They know nothing about it. Where can I hide myself?" thought Nikolai, and he went again into the music room, where the harpsichord stood. Sonya was sitting at it and playing the introduction to the barcarolle, which was Denisof's especial favorite. Natasha was preparing to sing. Denisof was looking at her with enthusiastic eyes. Nikolai began to pace up and down the room. Now why should they want to make her sing? What can she sing? There's nothing here to make a fellow feel happy, ran Nikolai's thoughts. Sonya struck the first chord of the introduction. "My God, I am a ruined, dishonorable man! A bullet through my brain, that is the only thing left for me, and not singing," his thoughts went on. "Go away! But where? Very well, let them sing." Nikolai continued gloomily to stride up and down the room, glancing at Denisof and the girls, but avoiding their eyes. "Nikolenka, what is the matter?" Sonya's eyes, fixed up on him, seemed to ask. She had immediately seen that something unusual had happened to him. Nikolai turned away from her. Natasha also, with her quickness of perception, had instantly noticed her brother's preoccupation. She had observed it, but she felt so full of merriment at that time, her mood was so far removed from grief, melancholy, and reproaches, that, as often happens in the case of young girls, she purposely deceived herself. "No, I'm too happy now to disturb my joy by trying to sympathize in the unhappiness of another," was her feeling. And she said to herself, "No, I am, of course, mistaken. He must be as happy as I am. It must be that he is as happy as I am myself. Now, Sonya," said she, and she started to go to the very middle of the music room, where, in her opinion, her voice would have the most resonance. Lifting her head, and letting her hands hang easily by her side, just as ballet dancers do, Natasha, with a fine display of energy, skipping from her little heels to her tiptoes, flew out into the middle of the room and there paused. "See what a girl I am," she seemed to say, in answer to Denisof's enthusiastic eyes following her. "Now, what is she so happy about, I wonder?" queried Nikolai, as he glanced at his sister. "And how can it be that she isn't tired to death of it all?" Natasha took the first note, her throat swelled, her bosom rose, her eyes assumed a serious expression. She thought of no one, of nothing in particular at that moment, and from the smiling mouth gushed the sounds, those sounds which may proceed in the same tempo and with the same rhythm, but which 1,000 times leave you cold and unmoved, and the 1,001st time make you tremble and weep. Natasha that winter had for the first time begun to take singing seriously, and in large measure because Denisof had been so enthusiastic over her voice. She sang now not like a schoolgirl, nor was there in her singing anything of that ludicrous, childish effort which had formerly been characteristic of her. She sang far from well, as the connoisseurs who had heard her declared. Not developed yet, but still a lovely voice. She ought to cultivate it, said every one. But this was generally some time after the sounds of her voice had entirely died away. While this, as yet, untrained voice, breathing in the wrong places and finding it difficult to conquer rapid runs, was ringing out, even connoisseurs found nothing to say, but felt themselves unexpectedly moved by it, and only anxious to hear it again. In her voice there was a girlish sensitiveness, an unconsciousness of her own powers, and an untrained velvetiness, which were combined with the lack of knowledge of the art of singing in such a way that it seemed as if it would be impossible to change anything in that voice without ruining it. "What does this mean?" queried Nikolai, as he listened to her voice and opened his eyes wide. "What has come over her? How she sings to-day!" he said to himself, and suddenly all the world for him was concentrated on the expectation of the following note, the succeeding phrase, and everything in the world was divided into those three beats: "O mio crudele affetto." 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. "O mio crudele affetto." 1, 2, 3. "Ugh, how foolish our life all is," said Nikolai to himself. "All of it, all our wretchedness, and money, and Dolokhof, and anger, and honor, it is all rubbish, and this is the only real thing. There, Natasha, there, Golubchik, there, Matushka. Will she take the sea? Yes, she has taken it. Glory to God! Salva Bohu!" he said to himself, without noticing that he was singing, struck in the second a third below, in order to support that sea. "Good heavens! How nice! Did I take it right? How splendid!" he said to himself. Oh, how that accord vibrated, and how all that was best in Rostov's soul came up to the surface. And this was something independent of all in the world, and higher than all in the world. What, in comparison with this, were his losses, and such men as Dolokhof, and his word of honor? All rubbish. One might kill, and rob, and still be happy. End of chapter 15. Part 1, Chapter 16 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 16. It was long since Rostov had experienced any such delight from music as he did that night. But as soon as Natasha had finished her barcarolle, the grim reality again came back to him. Without saying a word to anyone he left the room and went up to his own chamber. Within a quarter of an hour the old count came in from the club, gay and satisfied. Nikolai, finding that he had come, went to his room. "Well, have you been having a pleasant day?" asked Ilya Andreyitch, smiling gaily and proudly at his son. Nikolai wanted to say yes, but he found it impossible. It was as much as he could do to keep from bursting into tears. The count began to puff at his pipe, and did not perceive his son's state of mind. "Ugh, it can't be avoided," said Nikolai to himself, for the first and last time. And suddenly, in a negligent tone which seemed to himself utterly shameful, he said to his father, just as though he were asking for the carriage to drive down town, "Papa, I have come to speak to you about business. I had forgotten all about it. I need some money." "What's that?" said the father, who had come home in a particularly good-natured frame of mind. "I told you that you wouldn't have enough. Do you need much?" "Ever so much," said Nikolai, reddening, and with a stupid careless smile, which it was long before he could pardon himself for. "I have been losing a little. That is, considerable. I might say a great deal. 43,000. "What? To whom? You are joking," cried the count, flushing just as elderly men are apt to flush, with an apoplectic rush of blood coloring his neck and the back of his head. "I promised to pay it to-morrow," continued Nikolai. "Well," said the old count, spreading his hands and falling helplessly back on the sofa. "What's to be done? It's what might happen to any one," said the son in a free and easy tone of banter, while all the time in his heart he was calling himself a worthless coward, who could not atone by his whole life for such a thing. He felt an impulse to kiss his father's hand, to fall on his knees and beg his forgiveness, but still he assured his father in that careless and even coarse tone that this was a thing liable to happen to any one. Count Ilya Andreyitch dropped his eyes when he heard his son's words, and fidgeted about, as though he were trying to find something. "Yes, yes," he murmured. "It'll be hard work, I am afraid. Hard work to raise so much. It happens to everyone, yes. Yes, it happens to everyone." And the count, with a feeling glance at his son's face, started to leave the room. Nikolai was prepared for a refusal, but he had never expected this. "Papenka! Papenka!" he cried, hastening after him with a sob. "Forgive me!" And seizing his father's hand, he pressed it to his lips and burst into tears. While father and son were having this conversation, a no less important confession was taking place between the mother and daughter. Natasha, in great excitement, had run in where her mother was. "Mamma! Mamma! He has done it!" "Done what?" "He has done it! He has made me an offer, mamma! Mamma!" she cried. The countess did not believe her ears. Denisof made a proposal. To whom? To this little chit of a Natasha, who only a short time since was playing with her dolls, and even now was only a schoolgirl. "Natasha! Come now! No nonsense!" said she, still hoping that it was a joke. "Why do you say nonsense? I tell you just as it is," said Tasha indignantly. "I came to ask you what I should do about it, and you call it nonsense." The countess shrugged her shoulders. "If it is true that Monsieur Denisof has made you an offer, then tell him that he is a fool, and that's all there is of it." "No, he's not a fool," replied Natasha, in a grave and offended tone. "Well then, what do you wish? It seems to me that these days all of you are falling in love." "Well, if you love him, then marry him!" exclaimed the countess, with an angry laugh. "Good luck to you!" "No, mamma, I'm not in love with him. It can't be that I am." "Well, then go and tell him so." "Mamma, are you annoyed? Don't be annoyed, sweetheart. Now wherein, I should like to know, was I to blame?" "No, but what do you wish, my dear? Shall I go and tell him?" asked the countess, smiling. "Certainly not. I will answer him myself. Only tell me what to say. Everything comes so easy to you," she added, with an answering smile. "And if you had only seen how he said it to me! For, do you know, I am sure that he did not mean to say it, but it came out accidentally." "Well, it behooves you, at all events, to refuse him." "No, not refuse him. I feel so sorry for him. He is such a nice man." "Well, then, accept his proposal. Indeed it is time you were married!" exclaimed her mother, in a sharp, derisive tone. "No, mamma, I pity him so. I don't know how to tell him." "Well, then, if you can't find anything to say, I myself will go and speak with him," said the countess, stirred to the soul that any one should dare to look upon her little Natasha as already grown up. "No, not for anything. I will tell him myself, and you may listen at the door." And Natasha started to run through the drawing room into the music room, where Denisof was still sitting on the same chair by the harpsichord, with his face in his hands. He sprang up the moment he heard her light steps. "Natalie," he said, going toward her with quick steps, "decide my fate. It is in your hands." "Vasili Dmitritch, I am so sorry for you. Oh, but you are so splendid. No, it cannot be. It is. But I shall always, always love you." Denisof bent over her hand, and she heard strange sounds which she could not understand. She kissed him on his dark curly, disordered hair. At this instant was heard the hurried rustle of the countess's dress. She came toward them. "Vasili Dmitritch, I thank you for the honor," said the countess, in a troubled tone of voice, which seemed to Denisof to be stern. "But my daughter is so young, and I should have thought that you, as a friend of my son's, would have addressed me first. In that case you might not have forced me to such an unavoidable refusal." "Countess," said Denisof, with downcast eyes and a guilty look, and vainly trying to stammer something more. Natasha could not look with any composure upon him, it was so pitiable to see him. She began to sob aloud. "Countess, I have done wrong," at last he managed to articulate in a broken voice. "But pray believe me, I adore your daughter and all your family, and would gladly sacrifice my life twice over for you." He looked up at the countess, and seeing her stern face, "Well, good by, countess," he added, and kissing her hand, and not even looking at Natasha, he left the room with quick, resolute steps. Rostov spent the next day with Denisof, who would not hear to staying any longer in Moscow. All his Moscow friends gave him a send-off, with the aid of the gypsies, and he had no recollection of how he was packed into his sledge, or how he rode the first 3 stages. After Denisov's departure, Rostov spent a fortnight longer at home, waiting for the money which the old count was unable to raise at such short notice. He did not leave the house, and spent most of the time with the girls. Sonya was more affectionate and devoted to him than ever. It seemed as if she were anxious to show him that his gambling losses were quite an exploit, for which she could only love him all the more, but Nikolai now felt that he was unworthy of her. He filled the girls' albums with verses and music, and at last, toward the end of November, after paying over 43,000 rubles and receiving Dolokhof's receipt for it, he started away without taking leave of any of his acquaintances, to rejoin his regiment which was now in Poland. End of chapter 16 and end of part 1. Volume 2, Part 2, Chapter 1 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Marianne. Part 2, Chapter 1. After his scene with his wife, Pierre went to Petersburg. At the post station at Torzhok there were no horses, or the station master took it into his head not to furnish them. Pierre was obliged to wait. Without undressing, he stretched himself out on the leather divan before the circular table, on which he supported his big feet, in fur-lined boots, and pondered. "Do you order the trunks brought in? Shall I make up a bed? Do you wish tea?" asked his valet. Pierre made no answer, for the reason that he had heard nothing, and saw nothing. He had begun to ponder while at the last station, and still he went on, propounding the same questions, quite too important for him to pay any attention to what was going on around him. He was not in the least interested whether he reached Petersburg sooner or later, or whether or not they found him a place to sleep that night at the station. Everything, indeed, was immaterial in comparison with the thoughts that were now occupying his mind, and it made no difference whether he spent a few hours or his whole life at this station. The station master, the station master's wife, his valet, an old woman who sold Torzhok embroidery, came into the room and offered their services. Pierre, not changing the elevated position of his feet, looked at them over his spectacles and did not comprehend what they could want, or how they could live without having decided the questions which were troubling him. He had indeed been occupied by the same questions perpetually, ever since that day when after his duel he had returned home from Sokolniki and spent the first painful, sleepless night. But now, in his solitary journey, they took possession of him with inexorable force. Whatever he began to think about, still his mind reverted to these problems which he could not solve, and could not help asking himself. It was as though the principal screw on which his whole life depended had got sprung. The screw stays where it is, it does not give way. But it turns without the thread catching, always in the same fillet, and it is important to stop it turning. The station master came in, and began obsequiously to ask his illustriousness to deign to wait only 2 little hours, and then he could have for his illustriousness, come what would, post horses for his service. The station master was evidently lying, and his sole idea was to get as much money as possible from the traveler. "Is this right, or is it wrong?" Pierre asked himself. "As far as I'm concerned, it is good, but is bad for the next traveler. But the station master can't help himself doing so, because he has nothing to eat. He told me that some officer had given him a thrashing because of it, but perhaps the officer thrashed him because it was necessary for him to hasten away. And I shot at Dolokhof because I considered myself insulted, and Louis XVI was beheaded because he was convicted as a criminal. But within a year those who had beheaded him were also put to death for something or other. What is wrong? What is right? What must one love? What must one hate? What is the object of life, and what am I? What is life, and what is death? What is the power that directs all things?" he asked himself. And there was no answer to any one of these questions, except the one, the illogical answer which did not in reality fit any of these questions. This answer was, Thou shalt die, all will come to an end. Thou shalt die and know all, or else cease to question. But the mere thought of death was terrible to him. The Torzhok peddler woman, in her piping voice, offered her wares, and called especial attention to her goatskin slippers. I have hundreds of rubles which I don't know what to do with, and she in her ragged sheepskin stands there and looks at me timidly, thought Pierre. And what good would this money do her? Would this money of mine add the value of a single hair to her happiness, to her peace of mind? Can anything on earth make her or me in the least degree less susceptible to evil and death? Death, which ends all, and which may come to-day or to-morrow. Everything becomes of equally little importance in comparison with eternity. And once more he tried to screw up the screw that would not hold, and the screw, as before, kept turning around in the self-same way. His servant brought him the half-cut volume of a romance in the form of letters by Madame de Souza. He began to read of the sufferings and virtuous resistance of the heroine, Amélie de Mansfeld. And why did she resist her seducer if she loved him? He asked himself. God could not have put into her soul a desire which was contrary to his will. My former wife made no struggle, and maybe she was right. Nothing has ever been discovered, nothing ever invented, said Pierre again to himself. The only thing that we can know is that we know nothing, and this is the highest flight of human wisdom. Everything within him and around him seemed confused, incoherent, loathsome, but, nevertheless, in this very loathing of everything, Pierre found a peculiar sense of exasperating delight. "May I venture to ask your illustriousness to make a little room for this gentleman here?" asked the station master, coming into the room and introducing another traveler, delayed also by the lack of horses. The newcomer was a thick-set, big-boned, little old man, yellow and wrinkled, with gray, beetling brows that shaded glittering eyes of indefinable grayish hue. Pierre took his feet from the table, got up and threw himself down on the bed that had been made ready for him, occasionally glancing at the stranger, who, with an air of moroseness and fatigue, without paying any heed to Pierre, allowed his servant to help him lay off his wraps. The old man sat down on the sofa. He had a well-worn, nankeen-lined sheepskin jacket, and felt boots on his thin bony legs. His head was large and very broad in the temples, and his hair was closely cropped. Sitting thus and leaning back against the sofa, he glanced at Bezukhoi. The grave, intelligent, and penetrating expression of his glance struck Pierre. He felt an inclination to converse with the stranger, but when he had made up his mind to address him with some question about the state of the roads, the old man had already closed his eyes and was sitting motionless, with his wrinkled old hands folded. On one finger he wore a heavy cast-iron ring with a death's head for a seal, and was either dozing or, as it seemed to Pierre, meditating calmly and profoundly. The stranger's servant was also a little old man, all covered with wrinkles, without mustache or beard, not because they had been shaven, but because they seemed never to have grown. This agile old servant opened up the traveling case, prepared the tea-table, and brought in the boiling samovar. When all was ready, the stranger opened his eyes and drew up to the table, and after pouring himself out a glass of tea, filled another for his beardless servant, and handed it to him. Pierre began to feel uneasy. It seemed to him that it was unavoidable, and even inevitable, that he should enter into conversation with this traveler. The servant brought back his empty glass, turned bottom side up, and with the lump of sugar untasted, and asked his master if he needed anything. "Nothing. Hand me my book," said the stranger. The servant handed him a book which Pierre took to be a religious work, and the traveler buried himself in his reading. Pierre looked at him. Suddenly the stranger laid down his book, put a mark in it and closed it, and again shutting his eyes and leaning back against the sofa, assumed his former position. Pierre gazed at him, but he had no time to look away before the old man opened his eyes and fastened his firm, steady, stern gaze directly on Pierre's face. Pierre felt confused, and anxious to escape from the searching gaze, but those brilliant old eyes irresistibly attracted him to them. End of chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2, of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER II "If I am not mistaken, I have the pleasure of addressing Count Bezukhoi," said the stranger, in a loud and deliberate voice. Pierre, without speaking, gave his neighbor an inquiring look over his spectacles. "I have heard of you," continued the traveller, "and of the misfortune that has befallen you, my dear sir." He seemed to lay special stress on the word "misfortune," as much as to say, "Yes, misfortune, whatever you may call it, for I know what has happened to you in Moscow was a misfortune. I have great sympathy for you, my dear sir." Pierre flushed, and hastily putting down his legs from the bed, bent toward the old man, smiling with a timid and unnatural smile. "Not from mere curiosity do I remind you of this, my dear sir, but for a much more important reason." He paused, though his eyes were still fixed upon Pierre, and he moved along the sofa, signifying by this action that Pierre should sit down by his side. It was not particularly agreeable for Pierre to enter into conversation with this old man, but involuntarily submitting, he came and sat down by his side. "You are unhappy, my dear sir," pursued the stranger. "You are young, I am old. I should like, so far as within me lies, to help you." "Ah, yes," replied Pierre, with the same unnatural smile. "Thank you, very much. Have you been travelling far?" The stranger's face was not genial; on the contrary, it was even cold and stern, but nevertheless his face and his speech had an irresistible attraction for Pierre. "Now, if for any reason it is disagreeable for you to talk with me," said the old man, "tell me frankly, my dear sir." And he suddenly smiled, an unexpected, paternally affectionate smile. "Ah, no, not at all. On the contrary, I am very happy to make your acquaintance," said Pierre, and glancing once more at his new acquaintance's hand, he looked more carefully at the ring. He perceived on it the death's head, the symbol of Masonry. "Allow me to ask," said he, "are you a Mason?" "Yes, I belong to the Brotherhood of the Freemasons," said the traveller, looking deeper and ever deeper into Pierre's eyes, "and on my own account and that of the craft, I offer you the hand of friendship." "I fear," said Pierre, smiling, and hesitating between the confidence inspired in him by the Freemason's personality and his slight estimation, which he shared with others, of the doctrines of the order, "I fear that I am very far from being able to express myself. I fear that my whole system of thought in regard to the world in general is so opposite to yours, that we should not understand each other." "I know your system of thought," replied the Freemason, "and this system which you mention, and which seems to you the product of your brain, is that common to most men. It is uniformly the fruit of pride, idleness, and ignorance. Excuse me, my dear sir. If I had not known this, I should not have addressed you. Your system of thought is a grievous error." "In exactly the same way I can imagine that it is you who are in error," said Pierre, with a feeble smile. "I never venture to assert that I know the truth," said the Mason, more and more impressing Pierre by the precision and assurance of his discourse. "No one can alone attain to the truth. It must be stone upon stone, all lending their aid, millions of generations, from the first Adam even down to our day, building the temple which is destined to be the suitable abiding place for the Most High God," said the Mason, and he shut his eyes. "I must tell you, I do not believe in God," said Pierre, with an effort and a sense of regret, but feeling it indispensable to confess the whole truth. The Mason looked earnestly at Pierre and smiled, much as a rich man, who had millions in his hands, might smile upon a poor man who should tell him that he had nothing, and that 5 rubles would make him the happiest of men. "Yes, you do not know him, my dear sir," said the Mason. "You cannot know him. You cannot know him, therefore you are unhappy." "Yes, yes, I am unhappy," repeated Pierre. "But what am I to do?" "You do not know him, my dear sir, and therefore you are very unhappy. You do not know him, but he is here. He is in me, he is in my words, he is in thee, and even in these blasphemous words that thou hast just uttered," said the Mason in his stern, vibrating voice. He paused and sighed, evidently trying to master his emotion. "If he did not exist," said he, gently, "you and I would not be speaking about him, my dear sir." "Of what? Of whom have we been speaking? Whom didst thou deny?" he suddenly asked, with a tone of enraptured sternness and power in his voice. "Who would have invented him, if he did not exist? How camest thou to have the hypothesis that such an incomprehensible being existed? How came you and all the world to suppose the existence of an incomprehensible being, a being omnipotent, eternal, and infinite in all his attributes?" He paused, and remained silent for some time. Pierre could not, and would not break in upon his silence. "He is, but it is hard to comprehend him," said the Mason at last, looking not into Pierre's face, but straight ahead, while his aged-looking hands, which he could not keep quiet, owing to his internal excitement, kept fumbling with the leaves of his book. "If it were a man whose existence thou disbelieved, I could bring this man to thee. I would take him by the hand and show him to thee. But how can I, an insignificant mortal, show all his omnipotence, all his infinity, all his goodness to him who is blind, or to him who shuts his eyes, in order not to see, not to comprehend him, and not to see and not to comprehend all his own vileness and depravity?" He paused again. "Who art thou? What art thou? Thou imaginest that thou art heroic because thou canst utter these blasphemous words," said he, with a saturnine and scornful laugh. "And thou art stupider and less intelligent than a little child, which, playing with the artistically constructed parts of a clock, should dare to say that because it did not understand the clock, it did not believe in the artificer who made it. To comprehend him is hard. For ages, since our first ancestor Adam even down to our own days, we have been striving to comprehend him, and we are still infinitely far from the attainment of our purpose. But while we cannot comprehend him, we see only our feebleness and his majesty." Pierre, with agitated heart and burning eyes, looked at the Mason, listening to his words, not interrupting him or asking him any questions, but with all his soul he believed in what this strange man told him. Whether it was that he was convinced by the reasonable arguments that the Mason employed, or was persuaded, as children are, by the conviction, by the sincerity expressed by the Mason's intonations, by the trembling voice that sometimes almost failed him, or by the brilliant eyes that had grown old in this conviction, or by that calmness, security, and belief in his own mission which radiated from his whole being, and which expressly impressed him when he compared it with his own looseness of belief and hopelessness, he could not tell. At all events, he desired with all his soul to believe, and he did believe, and experienced a joyous sense of calmness, regeneration, and restoration to life. "It is not by the intellect that he is understood, but by life," said the Mason. "I do not understand," said Pierre, finding with dread his doubts arising in him again. He was afraid lest he might detect some weakness and lack of clearness in his new friend's arguments, and he was afraid not to believe him. "I do not understand," said he, "how the human mind can attain that knowledge of which you speak." The Mason smiled his sweet, paternal smile. "The highest wisdom and truth is like the purest ichor, which we should wish to receive into our very selves," said he. "Can I, an unclean vessel, accept this pure ichor, and judge of its purity? Only through the cleansing of my inner nature can I, to a certain extent, receive this baptismal consecration." "Yes, yes, that is so," said Pierre joyfully. "The highest wisdom is established, not on reason alone, not on those worldly sciences, physics, history, chemistry, and the like, on which intellectual knowledge stumbles. The highest wisdom is one. The highest wisdom has one science, the science of the All, the universal science, which explains all creation, and the place which man occupies in it. In order to absorb this science, it is absolutely essential to purify and renovate the inner man, and therefore, before one can know it one must believe and accomplish perfection. And to attain this end our souls must be filled with that divine light which is called conscience." "Yes, yes!" cried Pierre. "Look with the eyes of your spirit at your inner man, and then ask yourself, if you are content with your life? What do you attain when you put yourself under the guidance of the intellect alone? What are you? You are young, you are intelligent, and educated, my dear sir. What have you been doing with all these blessings that have been put into your hands? Are you content with yourself and your life?" "No, I detest my life," exclaimed Pierre, with a scowl. "If you detest it, then change it. Undergo self-purification, and in accordance as you accomplish it, you will learn wisdom. Examine into your life, my dear sir. What sort of a life have you been leading? Wild revels and debauchery? Receiving everything from society and giving nothing in return. You have become the possessor of wealth. How have you been employing it? What have you been doing for your neighbor? Have you had a thought for your tens of thousands of slaves? Have you helped them physically or morally? No, you have taken advantage of their labor to lead a dissipated life. Then, my dear sir, you got married. You assumed responsibilities for the guidance of a young woman, and how have you carried them out? You have not aided her, my dear sir, to find the path of truth, but you have hurled her into the abyss of falsehood and wretchedness. A man insulted you, and you fought with him, and you say that you do not know God, and you detest your life. There is no wisdom in that, my dear sir." After saying these words the Mason, as though wearied by this long speech, again leaned back against the back of the sofa, and closed his eyes. Pierre looked at the stern, impassive, almost deathly face of the old man, and moved his lips without making any noise. He wanted to say, "Yes, my life is shameful, idle, dissipated," but he did not dare to break the silence. The Freemason coughed, a hoarse, decrepit cough, and summoned his servant. "How about the horses?" he asked, without looking at Pierre. "Those that were ordered have been brought," replied the servant. "Do you wish to rest?" "No, have them harnessed." "Can it be that he is going to leave me here alone, and not tell me all, and not promise me help?" wondered Pierre, getting up and beginning to pace up and down the room, with bowed head, though he occasionally glanced at the Mason. "Yes, I had never thought about it before. I lead a contemptible, depraved life, but I do not love it, and I have no desire to continue it," thought Pierre. "And this man knows the truth, and if he had the desire he might enlighten me." Pierre wished, but did not have the courage to say this to the Mason. The traveller, gathering up his effects with his skilful aged hands, began to button up his sheepskin coat. Having accomplished these tasks, he turned to Bezukhoi, and said to him in a polite, indifferent tone, "Where are you going now, my dear sir?" "I am going to Petersburg," replied Pierre, in a childish, irresolute voice. "I am grateful to you. I agree with what you have said, but pray do not think that I am all bad. I wish with all my soul that I were what you wish that I was, but I have never found any help to become such. However, I am, above all, to blame for my faults. Help me, teach me, and maybe I might." Pierre could not speak further. There was a strange sound in his nose, and he turned away. The Mason did not speak for some time, evidently lost in thought. "Help is given only from God," said he. "But that measure of help which it is within the power of our craft to give you, it will be glad to give, my dear sir. When you reach Petersburg, give this to Count Villarsky." He took out a pocket-book, and on a large sheet of paper folded twice, he wrote a few words. "Allow me to give you one piece of advice. When you reach the capital, consecrate your first hours to solitude, to self-examination, and do not again enter into your former paths of life. And now I wish you a happy journey, my dear sir," said he, perceiving that his servant had entered the room, "and all success." The traveller was Osip Alexievitch Bezdayev, as Pierre discovered by the station-master's record-book. Bezdayev was one of the most distinguished Freemasons and Martionists since the time of Novikov. Pierre, after his departure, without lying down to sleep or asking for horses, long paced up and down the room of the station-house, thinking over his vicious way of living and, with the enthusiasm of regeneration, imagining to himself the blessed, irreproachable, and beneficent future which now seemed to him so easy. He was, so it seemed to him, wicked only because he had, as it were, forgotten how good it was to be a righteous man. Not a trace of his former doubts remained in his mind. He had a firm faith in the possibility of a brotherhood of men, united in one common aim of keeping each other in the path of righteousness, and such a brotherhood Masonry now seemed to him to be. End of chapter 2. Part 2, Chapter 3 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 3. On reaching Petersburg, Pierre informed no one of his presence, went nowhere, and actually spent whole days in reading Thomas à Kempis, which someone, he knew not whom, had sent him. One thing, and only one thing, Pierre understood in reading that book. That was the hitherto unknown delight in believing in the possibility of attaining perfection and in the possibility of active brotherly love among men, which Osip Alekseyevitch had revealed to him. Within a week after his return, the young Polish Count Villarsky, whom Pierre had known slightly in Petersburg society, came one evening into his room with the sort of official and solemn air with which Dolokhof's second had approached him. Closing the door behind him, and assuring himself that no one except Pierre was in the room, he thus addressed him: "I have come to you, Count, for the purpose of laying a proposition before you," said he, not sitting down. "An individual of very high degree in our brotherhood has interested himself in having you admitted out of due course, and has proposed that I should be your sponsor. I consider it as a sacred duty to fulfill this person's desires. Do you wish to join the Brotherhood of Freemasons under my sponsorship?" Pierre was amazed at the cold and severe tone of this man, whom he had seen almost always at balls, with a gallant smile, in the society of the most brilliant ladies. "Yes," said Pierre, "I do wish it." Villarsky inclined his head. "Still one further question, Count," said he, "which I will beg of you to answer with all frankness, not as a future Mason, but as a man of honor, un galant homme. Have you renounced your former convictions? Do you believe in a God?" Pierre hesitated. Yes, I believe in a God," said he. "In that case," began Villarsky, but Pierre interrupted him. "Yes, I believe in a God," he said once more. "In that case we may start, then," said Villarsky. "My carriage is at your service." Villarsky sat in silence all the way. To Pierre's questions as to what he had to do and how he must answer, Villarsky contented himself with replying that brethren more suitable than himself would examine him, and that all it behooved Pierre to do was to speak the truth. Entering the courtyard of a large mansion where the lodge met, and passing up a dark staircase, they came into a small, brightly lighted anteroom, where they removed their shubas without the aid of servants. Through an entry they passed into another room. Here a man in a strange garb made his appearance at the door. Villarsky, going forward to meet him, said something to him in French, in an undertone, and went into a small wardrobe, in which Pierre observed trappings, such as he had never seen before. Taking from the wardrobe a handkerchief, Villarsky bound it around Pierre's eyes, and tied a knot behind in such a way that his hair was caught in it and hurt him. Then he drew him to himself, kissed him, and taking him by the hand, led him he knew not where. The hair caught in the knot hurt Pierre. He scowled with the pain, and smiled shamefacedly. His burly figure, with bandaged eyes, with swinging arms, with face both frowning and smiling, followed Villarsky with timid steps. After leading him half a score of paces, Villarsky paused. "Whatever happens to you," said he, "you must courageously endure it all, if you are firmly resolved to enter the Brotherhood." Pierre nodded assent. "When you hear a rap on the door, you can take off the handkerchief," added Villarsky. "I wish you good courage and success." And pressing Pierre's hand, Villarsky went away. Left alone, Pierre continued to smile as before. Twice he shrugged his shoulders, raised his hand to the handkerchief as though inclined to remove it, and again let it fall. The 5 minutes which he spent with bandaged eyes seemed to him like an hour. His hands swelled, his legs trembled. It seemed to him as though he were tired. He experienced the most complex and varied sensations. What was going to happen to him seemed to him terrible, and he was still more afraid that he should show his fear. He was filled with curiosity to know what was going to take place, what was going to be revealed to him, but above all, it was delightful for him to think that the moment had come when he had definitely entered upon the path of regeneration, and of an active, beneficent life, of which he had dreamed ever since his meeting with Osip Alekseyevitch. Loud raps were heard at the door. Pierre took off the bandage and looked around him. It was intensely dark in the room. Only in one place burned a lampada, or shrine lamp, within some white object. Pierre went nearer and saw that the lampada stood on a table covered with a black cloth, on which lay a single opened book. The The book was a copy of the Gospels. The white object, in which burned the lampada, was a human skull, with its eye sockets and teeth. Reading the first words of the Gospel, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God," Pierre went around the table, and saw a large box filled with something and covered. This was a coffin with bones in it. He was not at all surprised at what he saw. In his hope of entering upon a wholly new life, absolutely removed from the old one, he expected all sorts of extraordinary things, indeed much more extraordinary than what he had already seen. The skull, the coffin, the Gospel. It seemed to him that all this was what he had expected. He expected something more. While trying to stimulate a sense of emotion, he looked around him. God, death, love, human fraternity, he said to himself, connecting with these words confused but pleasing conceptions. A door opened and someone entered. By the feeble light Pierre could just manage to make out that it was a short little man. Coming from light into darkness, this man paused a moment, then, with cautious steps, he approached the table and placed on it his small hands covered with leather gloves. The short man wore a white leathern apron reaching from his chest to his feet. Around his neck was something like a necklace, and above the necklace arose a high, white frill, serving as a sort of frame for his elongated face, lighted from below. "Why have you come hither?" asked the new man, coming towards Pierre, whose position was indicated by a slight noise. "Wherefore do you, who believe not in the truth of light, and have never seen the light, wherefore have you come hither? What do you desire of us? Wisdom? Virtue? Enlightenment?" The moment the door opened and the unknown man entered, Pierre experienced a sense of awe and reverence similar to that which he had felt in his childhood at confession. He felt that he was face to face with a man who, under all the conditions of ordinary life, was a stranger, but was near to him through the brotherhood of man. Pierre, with his heart beating so that he could hardly breathe, went toward the Rhetor, as the Masons call the brother whose duty it is to prepare the candidate for admission into the confraternity. Pierre, approaching, recognized the Rhetor as an acquaintance of his, named Smolyaninoff. It was a disappointment to think that this man was an acquaintance. The newcomer was merely a brother and instructor in virtue. It was some time before Pierre could find a word to say, so that the Rhetor was obliged to repeat his question. "Yes, I seek regeneration," said Pierre, speaking with difficulty. "Very good," said Smolyaninoff, and immediately proceeded. "Have you any idea of the means by which our holy fraternity can aid you to the attainment of your desires?" asked the Rhetor, calmly and rapidly. "I hope for guidance, for help toward regeneration," said Pierre, with a trembling voice, and finding a difficulty in speaking that arose from his emotion as well as from his lack of practice in speaking Russian on abstract themes. "What knowledge have you of Freemasonry?" "I suppose that Freemasonry is a fraternité, and equality of all men with virtuous aims," said Pierre, with a feeling of shame overwhelming him at the unfitness of his words at so solemn a moment. "I suppose—" "Very good," said the Rhetor, in haste, evidently perfectly satisfied with this reply. "Have you found means in religion for the attainment of these ends?" "No, I have considered religion opposed to truth, and I have spurned it," said Pierre, so low that the Rhetor did not hear him, and asked him what he had said. "I have been an atheist," replied Pierre. "You seek after truth for the purpose of following her laws through life, and consequently you seek wisdom and virtue, do you?" asked the Rhetor, after a moment's silence. "Yes, yes," insisted Pierre. The Rhetor coughed, folded his gloved hands on his chest, and began to discourse. "It is now my duty to unfold to you the chief object of our craft," said he, "and if this object coincides with yours, then you will find it an advantage to join our fraternity. The first and principal aim, and at the same time the foundation of our confraternity, on which it stands firm and which no human violence can shake, is the conservation and handing down to posterity of a certain important mystery, which has been handed down to us from the remotest antiquity, even from the first man, from which mystery perhaps depends the destiny of the human race. But as this mystery has the peculiarity that no one can know it and get advantage from it except through a long and assiduous course of self-purification, therefore, not every one can hope speedily to discover it. Consequently, we have a secondary aim and object, which consists in preparing our fellow members, so far as in us lies, to correct their hearts, to purify and enlighten their reason by those means which have been handed down to us by tradition from those men who labored for the investigation of those mysteries, and thereby to teach them to be qualified for the reception of one. By purifying and rectifying our own members, we endeavor, in the third place, to correct also the whole human race, presenting in our own members an example of honor and virtue, and therefore we endeavor, by all means in our power, to counteract the evil that rules in the world. Think this over, and I will come to you again, said he, and he left the room. To counteract the evil that rules in the world, repeated Pierre, and he imagined his future activity in this great field. He imagined such men as he himself had been a fortnight before, and his thoughts turned to the initiatory discourse that he had just heard. He called to mind the wicked and wretched men whom he should help by word or deed. He imagined the oppressors from whom he rescued their victims. From the three objects which the Rhetor enumerated, the last, the improvement of the human race, was the one that most appealed to Pierre. The important mystery of which the Rhetor spoke, although it aroused his curiosity, did not seem to him to be a reality. But the second, self-purification and regeneration, interested him very little, because at that moment he felt that he was already perfectly freed from his former vices, and ready only for what was right. Within half an hour the Rhetor returned to instruct the candidate in the 7 virtues, symbolized by the 7 steps of Solomon's temple, which every Mason must make his especial practice. These virtues were as follows: 1. Modesty, the observation of the secrets of the order. 2. Obedience to the higher degrees of the fraternity. 3. Virtuous living. 4. Love for mankind. 5. Courage. 6. Liberality. 7. Love of death. Apply yourself to the 7th, said the Rhetor. By frequent thoughts of death, bring yourself to feel that he is no more a terrible enemy, but a friend who frees the soul, wearied by works of beneficence, from the wretchedness of this life, and leads it to the place of rewards and rest. Yes, this ought to be so, thought Pierre, when the Rhetor, after delivering himself of this message, again retired, leaving him to solitary reflection. This ought to be so, but I am still so feeble as to love my life, the meaning of which has only just been, to some small degree, revealed to me. The other 5 virtues, however, which Pierre counted off on his fingers, he felt were already in his soul: courage and generosity, liberality and virtuous living, and love for mankind, and especially obedience, which last seemed less to him a virtue than a pleasure, so glad was he now to be freed from the exercise of his own will, and to subordinate it to those who knew the indubitable truth. The 6th virtue Pierre had forgotten; he could not remember what it was at all. For the 3rd time the Rhetor returned, this time more speedily than before, and asked Pierre if he were still firm in his convictions, and were resolved to undergo all that might be required of him. I am ready for anything, said Pierre. I must still further apprise you, said the Rhetor, that our order does not instruct by words alone, but by other arguments, which have perhaps a more powerful effect upon the earnest seeker after wisdom and virtue than merely verbal ones. This chamber, with its ornamentation which you see, must have already made this plain to your heart, if it is sincere, more than any words could have done. You will see, probably, during your further advancement, similar modes of symbolism. Our order takes pattern after ancient societies, which concealed their teachings under the guise of hieroglyphics. A hieroglyphic, explained the Rhetor, is an inanimate thing, symbolizing an abstract idea, and possessing in itself qualities similar to those possessed by the idea symbolized. Pierre knew very well what a hieroglyphic was, but he did not venture to speak. He silently listened to the Rhetor, being persuaded that some sort of test was immediately to begin. If you are resolved, then it is my duty to proceed to the initiation, said the Rhetor, coming closer to Pierre. As a sign of liberality, I shall ask you to give me everything of value that you have. But I have nothing with me, said Pierre, supposing that he was to be required to make over all that he possessed. Well, what have you on you? Your watch, money, rings? Pierre hastily took out his pocket-book, his watch, and struggled for some time to remove his wedding ring from his stout finger. When this was accomplished, the Mason said, "As a sign of obedience, I will ask you to strip." Pierre took off his coat, vest, and left boot at the Rhetor's direction. The Mason opened the shirt over his left breast, and, bending over, lifted his trousers above the knee of his left leg. Pierre hastily began to take off his right boot also, and to tuck up his trousers so as to save this stranger the trouble, but the Mason assured him that this was unnecessary, and gave him a slipper for his left foot. With a childlike smile of shame, doubt, and derision at his own awkwardness, involuntarily crossing his face, Pierre stood up, dropping his arms and spreading his legs, and faced the Rhetor, waiting his next command. "And finally, as a sign of sincerity, I will ask you to reveal to me your chief predilection," said he. "My predilection? But I used to have so many of them!" exclaimed Pierre. "The predilection which more than all others has caused you to waver in the path of virtue," said the Mason. Pierre paused, trying to think. Wine, gluttony, slothfulness, impetuosity, anger, women. He passed his faults in review, mentally considering them, and not knowing which to give the preference. "Women," said he, in a voice so low that it was scarcely audible. The Mason did not move and did not speak until long after this reply. At last he approached Pierre, took up the handkerchief that was lying on the table, and again blindfolded his eyes. "For the last time, I say to you, examine yourself with all attention. Put a bridle upon your feelings, and seek your happiness not in your possessions, but in your heart. The fountain-head of happiness is not without, but within us." Pierre had already begun to feel in himself this refreshing fountain of happiness, which now filled his soul to overflowing with bliss and emotion. End of chapter 3. Part 2, Chapter 4 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 4. Shortly after this there came into the dark chamber, not the Rhetor, as before, but Pierre's sponsor, Villarsky, whom he recognized by his voice. In reply to new questions as to the firmness of his resolve, Pierre said, "Yes, yes, I consent." And with his brilliant, childlike smile, with his broad chest uncovered, awkwardly stepping along with one foot in a boot and the other in a slipper, he marched forward, with Villarsky holding a drawn sword across his bare breast. He was led from the darkened room along several corridors winding back and forth, and at last brought to the door of the lodge-room. Villarsky coughed. He was answered by Masonic raps with mallets. The door opened before them. Someone's deep voice, Pierre's eyes were still blindfolded, asked him who he was, where and when he was born, and other questions. Then he was led somewhere else, the bandage not yet removed, and while he was on the way his attendants related to him allegories about the difficulties that beset the way, about the sacred fraternity, the eternal architect of the universe, and the courage with which he ought to endure labors and sufferings. During the time of this circumambulation Pierre noticed that he was called first the seeker, the sufferer, and then the claimant, while the mallets and swords were struck each time in a different way. At one time, just as they brought him to some object or other, he noticed that there was confusion and perplexity among his attendants. He heard the men surrounding him whispering together, and one of them insisting that he was to be led across a certain carpet. After this they took his right hand and laid it upon something, while with his left hand he was directed to hold a pair of compasses to his left breast, and to repeat the words read aloud by one of the number, and which bound him to a faithful observance of the regulations of the order. Then the candles were extinguished, some alcohol was burned, as Pierre apprehended by the odor, and they told him that he could now see the lesser light. The bandage was removed from his eyes, and Pierre saw as in a dream, by the feeble light of the alcohol lamp, a number of men, who, all wearing aprons similar to that which the Rhetor had worn, stood in front of him holding swords pointed toward his chest. Among them stood a man with a white shirt stained with blood. Seeing this, Pierre bent his chest forward against the swords, wishing that they might pierce it, but the swords were withdrawn, and his eyes were immediately rebandaged. "Thou hast now seen the lesser light," said a voice. Then the candles were lighted again. He was told that he was to see the full light, and once more they removed the bandage, and more than a dozen voices suddenly cried, "Sic transit gloria mundi." Pierre began gradually to recover himself, and looked around the room in which he was, and at the men who were there. Around a long table covered with black sat a dozen men in the trappings which the others whom Pierre had seen wore. Some of them Pierre had known in Petersburg society. At the head of the table was a young man whom Pierre did not know. He had a peculiar badge about his neck. At his right hand sat the Italian abbate, whom Pierre had met 2 years before at Anna Pavlovna's. There was still another very important dignitary, and a Swiss, who had once been a tutor in the Kuragins. All preserved a solemn silence, and listened to the words spoken by the presiding officer, who held a mallet in his hand. Inserted in the wall was a blazing star. At one end of the table was a small cover with various allegorical symbols. On the other was something in the nature of an altar, with a copy of the Gospels and a skull. Around the table were 7 large candlesticks, such as they have in churches. 2 of the brethren drew Pierre to the altar, placed him at right angles and bade him lie down, declaring that he must prostrate himself at the gates of the temple. He ought to receive the trowel first, said one of the brethren, in a whisper. Ugh, please hold your tongue, said another. Pierre, with his distracted, nearsighted eyes, looked around him without obeying, and suddenly doubts began to come over him. Where am I? What am I doing? Are they not making sport of me? Will not the time come when I shall be ashamed of all this flummery? But this last doubt lasted only for an instant. He looked around on the grave faces of the spectators, remembered all that he had already been through, and comprehended that he had gone too far now to withdraw. He was mortified at his doubt, and while endeavoring to regain his former feeling of emotion, he prostrated himself at the gates of the temple. And, in reality, the former feeling of emotion came over him even more powerfully than before. After he had been lying there for some little time, he was bidden to arise, and they put upon him the same kind of white leathern apron which the others wore, put a trowel into his hand, and gave him 3 pairs of gloves, and then the Grand Master addressed him. He told him that it behooved him to endeavor never to allow the whiteness of this apron to be sullied, it being an emblem of strength and purity. Of the mysterious trowel he said that he was to use it for eradicating the faults from his own heart, and courteously laying the foundations of virtue in the hearts of his neighbors. Then, as regarded the first pair of gloves, which were men's, he said that he was not to understand their significance, but must keep them. In regard to the second pair, which were also men's gloves, he said that he was to wear them at the lodge meetings. And finally, in regard to the third pair, which were women's gloves, he said as follows: Dear brother, these gloves are also destined for you. Give them to the woman whom you will reverence above all others. By this gift you pledge the purity of your heart to her whom you will select as your worthy Masonic affinity. Then, after a brief pause, he went on: But take care, dear brother, that these gloves are not worn by unworthy hands. While the Grand Master was pronouncing these last words, it seemed to Pierre that he was embarrassed. Pierre himself was still more embarrassed. He flushed till the tears came, just as children flush. He began to look around him uneasily, and an awkward silence ensued. This silence was broken by one of the brethren, who drew Pierre to the table cover and began to read to him from a copybook an explanation of all the symbolical figures worked upon it: the sun, moon, the hammer, the plumb line, the trowel, the untrimmed and 4 square foundation stone, the pillar, the 3 windows, and other things. Then Pierre was assigned his place. The signals of the lodge were explained to him, the password was told him, and he was at last permitted to sit down. The Grand Master began to read the regulations. They were very long, and Pierre, from his joy, excitement, and sense of shame, was not in a condition to understand what they were reading. He only heard the last words of the regulation, and they impressed themselves on his memory. In our temples we recognize no other degrees, the Grand Master read, than those which separate virtue from wrongdoing. Take care not to make any distinction that may tend to destroy equality. Fly to the aid of a brother, no matter who it may be. Reclaim the wandering, raise the fallen, and never cherish anger or enmity against a brother. Be gentle and courteous. Kindle in all hearts the fires of virtue. Do acts of kindness to thy neighbor, and never allow thyself to envy the happiness of another. Forgive thy enemy, and avenge not thyself upon him, except by doing him good. Having thus fulfilled the highest law, thou wilt discover traces of thy primal and lost goodness. He finished reading, and getting up, embraced Pierre and kissed him. Pierre, with tears of joy in his eyes, looked around him, not knowing what reply to make to the greetings and congratulations of the acquaintances who surrounded him. He made no distinction between old friends and new. In every one he saw only brethren whom he burned with impatience to join in carrying out the work. The Grand Master rapped with his mallet. All sat down in their places, and some one read an address on the necessity of humility. The Grand Master then proposed to carry out the last obligation, and the important dignitary who bore the appellation of Collector of Alms began to approach each in turn. Pierre had the inclination to subscribe all the money he possessed, but was afraid that this would be construed as an exhibition of pride, and he put down only what each of the others did. The session was ended, and on his return home it seemed to Pierre as though he had come from some long journey after an absence of 10 years, and was entirely changed, with nothing left to him from the former objects and customs of his life. End of chapter 4. Part 2, Chapter 5 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. On the day following his reception into the Masonic Lodge, Pierre was sitting at home, reading a book, and trying to penetrate the meaning of the square formed on one side by God, on the second by the moral world, on the third by the physical, and on the fourth by a mixture of the last two. Occasionally his attention wandered from his book and square, and in his imagination he began to formulate a new plan of life for himself. The evening before at the lodge he had been told that the Emperor had heard of his duel, and that it would be for his advantage to leave Petersburg for a time. Pierre proposed to go to his southern estates and look out for the welfare of his peasantry. He was joyfully thinking about this new life when Prince Vasili unexpectedly came into the room. "My dear, what have you been doing in Moscow? Why, what made you quarrel with Leola, mon cher? You are in error," said the prince as he came in. "I have known all about it, and I can tell you honestly that Ellen is as innocent towards you as Christ toward the Jews." Pierre started to reply, but Prince Vasili cut him short. "And why didn't you come right to me in all frankness, as to a friend? I know how it was, I understand it," said he. "You behaved as a man who prizes his honor. Perhaps, too, you acted too hastily, but we won't discuss that now. Just think of this, though. In what a position you have put her and me in the eyes of society, and especially of the court," he added, lowering his voice. "She is living in Moscow, you here. Remember, my dear," he made him sit down, "that this is a mere misunderstanding. You yourself will feel it so, I am sure. Now, join me in writing a letter, and she will come back. Everything will be explained. But if you don't, I will tell you, you may very easily repent of it, my dear." Prince Vasili gave Pierre a very suggestive look. "I have it from the very best sources that the Empress Dowager takes a lively interest in all this matter. You know that she is very favorably disposed to Ellen." Several times Pierre collected himself to speak, but on the one hand Prince Vasili did not let him have a chance, on the other, Pierre himself was afraid to take that tone of determined refusal with which he had definitely made up his mind to answer his father-in-law. Moreover, the words of the Masonic ritual, "Be courteous and genial," occurred to him. He scowled, flushed, got up and sat down again, struggling to perform the hardest task that had ever come to him in his life: to say something unpleasant to a man's face, to say exactly the opposite of what this man expected. He was so accustomed to give in to Prince Vasili's tone of easy‐going self‐confidence that even now he felt that he had not the force of mind necessary to oppose him, but he felt that what he was going to say now was to decide the whole destiny of his life. Was he to go back to the old path of the past, or to go on over that new one which had been placed before him in so attractive a light by the Masons, and on which he firmly believed that he should find regeneration? "Well, my dear," said Prince Vasili, in a jocose tone, "tell me yes, now, and I will write her the letter, and we will kill the fatted calf." But Prince Vasili had not time to finish his joke before Pierre, not looking at Prince Vasili, and with a flash of rage which made him resemble his father, exclaimed in a whisper, "Prince, I did not invite you to come. Please go. Go." He sprang up and flung the door open. "Go," he repeated, not believing in himself and rejoicing in the expression of confusion and terror on Prince Vasili's face. "What is the matter with you? Are you ill?" "Go!" he cried once more in a trembling voice, and Prince Vasili was obliged to go, without bringing about any explanation. In a week's time Pierre, Bidding his new friends, the Masons, farewell, and leaving in their hands large sums for charities, departed for his estates. The Brotherhood gave him letters to the Masons of Kiev and Odessa, and promised to write and guide him in his new activity. End of chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 6. The duel between Pierre and Dolokhov was hushed up, and, in spite of the Emperor's strictness in regard to dueling, neither the two principals nor their seconds were punished. But the story of the duel, confirmed by Pierre's rupture with his wife, was noised abroad in society. Pierre, who, when he was an illegitimate son, had been looked upon with patronizing condescension, who, when he was the best match in the Russian Empire, had been flattered and glorified, had lost much of his importance in the eyes of the world since his marriage, and young ladies and their mammas had nothing more to expect from him, the more from the fact that he could not and would not ingratiate himself into the favor of fashionable society. Now, he alone was blamed for this occurrence. It was said that he was a jealous blockhead, liable to exactly the same fits of ferocious temper as his father. And when, after Pierre's departure, Ellen returned to Petersburg, she was received by all her acquaintances not only gladly, but even with a shade of respectable deference, due to her unhappiness. When her husband was mentioned in conversation, Ellen put on a dignified expression, which, without her realizing its significance, she managed by that consummate tact of hers to make peculiarly becoming. This expression signified that she had made up her mind to endure her unhappiness without complaining, and that her husband was a cross sent her from God. Prince Vasili expressed his feelings more openly. He would shrug his shoulders when the conversation turned on Pierre, and, pointing to his forehead, would say, "Un cerveau fêleux. Je le disais toujours. I always said he was cracked." "I said so before you did," insisted Anna Pavlovna. "I said so first thing, and before anybody else." She always claimed priority for her predictions. That he was a silly young man, ruined by the perverse notions of the day. I said so even when he had just returned from abroad, and when everyone was enraptured by him, and you will remember that at one of my receptions he posed as a sort of Marat. How is it going to end? Even then I did not approve of his marriage, and predicted what would come of it. Anna Pavlovna, just as of yore, was giving receptions on her days at home, and such ones as she alone had the gift of arranging, receptions at which were collected in the first place la crème de la véritable bonne société, le fin fleur de l'essence intellectuelle de la société de Petersburg, as Anna Pavlovna herself expressed it. Over and above this discriminating selection of society, Anna Pavlovna's receptions, or evenings, were still more distinguished by the fact that at each one she managed to present to her company some new and interesting individual, and that nowhere else could be so accurately and assuredly gauged the political thermometer which reflected the disposition of the conservative court society in Petersburg. Toward the end of the year 1806, when the melancholy news of Napoleon's defeat of the Prussian army at Jena and Auerstadt, and the surrender of the majority of the Prussian fortresses had been received, when our armies had just crossed over into Prussia, and our second campaign with Napoleon was beginning, Anna Pavlovna gave a reception. The cream of genuine good society consisted of the charming and hapless Ellen, Montmartre, the bewitching Prince Ippolit, just arrived from Vienna, two diplomats, the little old aunt, a young man who enjoyed the appellation simply of un homme de beaucoup de mérite, a newly promoted Freilina, or maid of honor, and a few individuals of more or less distinction. The person whom Anna Pavlovna served up this evening, as a choice first fruit for the edification of her guests, was Boris Drubetskoi, who had just arrived on a special mission from the army of Prussia, and was now enjoying the position of adjutant to a very great personage. The political thermometer that evening offered the following points for the study of society. Whatever all the rulers and commanders of Europe may do by way of indulging Bonaparte, at the expense of causing me, and us in general, annoyance and humiliation, our opinion in regard to Bonaparte remains unchanged and incapable of change. We shall not cease to express our views on this subject, and we can merely say to the King of Prussia, so much the worse for you. Tu l'as voulu, Georges Dandin. It's your choice. That's all we have to say about it. That was what the political thermometer indicated at Anna Pavlovna's. When Boris, who was to be offered up to the guests, entered the drawing-room, nearly all were already present, and the conversation, under Anna Pavlovna's lead, turned on our diplomatic relations with Austria and on the hope of an alliance. Boris, in an elegant adjutant's uniform, fresh and ruddy and grown to man's estate, came with easy assurance into the drawing-room, and was led up, according to custom, to salute the aunt, and then brought back to the general circle of the guests. Anna Pavlovna gave him her withered hand to kiss, introduced him to a number of the company with whom he was not acquainted, and of each she would say in a whisper, Le Prince Hippolyte Kuragin, charmant jeune homme, Monsieur Krug, chargé d'affaires de Copenhague, un esprit profond, or simply, Monsieur Sitov, un homme de beaucoup de mérite, giving each one whom she named a word of praise. Boris, since he had been in the service, had, thanks to Anna Mikhailovna's efforts and to his own tastes and habit of self-control, succeeded in obtaining a very advantageous position. He had been appointed aide to a man of great eminence, he had been entrusted with very important errands to Prussia, and had only just returned from there as a special courier. He had thoroughly mastered that unwritten system of subordination which had pleased him so much at Olmütz, according to which the ensign may stand incomparably higher than a general, while for success in the service, exertions and services and gallantry are unnecessary, but all that is needed is tact in getting on with those who control the patronage of places, and he was often himself surprised at his rapid advances, and by the fact that his friends could not understand it. The consequence of this discovery was that his whole mode of life, and all his relations to former friends and acquaintances, and all his plans for the future, were entirely and absolutely changed. He was not rich, but he would spend his last kopeck so as to be better dressed than others. He preferred to deprive himself of many pleasures sooner than allow himself to ride in a shabby carriage, or appear in anything but an immaculate uniform in the streets of Petersburg. He frequented only the society of those who were above him and might be of advantage to him. He loved Petersburg and despised Moscow. His recollections of his home with the Rostovs and his boyish love for Natasha were unpleasant to him, and since his first departure for the army he had not once been to see the Rostovs. On reaching Anna Pavlovna's drawing-room, an invitation to which he considered equivalent to a rise in the service, he immediately understood what part he had to play, and he allowed Anna Pavlovna to make the most of the interest which centered upon him, while he attentively studied each face, and took mental stock of what possibilities of getting advantage from each might present themselves. He sat down in the place assigned to him, next to the beautiful Ellen, and began to listen to the conversation that was going on. Vienna regards the basis of the proposed treaty as so entirely out of the question that it would be impossible to bring it about, even by a series of the most brilliant successes, and she questions the means we have of gaining them. Such is the authentic report from Vienna, said the Danish chargé d'affaires in French. The doubt is flattering, said the young man of the deep mind, with a shrewd smile. One should distinguish between the cabinet of Vienna and the Emperor of Austria, said Montmartre. The Austrian Emperor could never have thought such a thing. It could only have been the cabinet who said it. Ah, my dear Viscount, interrupted Anna Pavlovna, Europe. For some reason she called it Europe, as a special refinement of French, which she might make use of in speaking to a Frenchman. Eh, mon cher Vicomte, l'Europe ne sera jamais notre alliance. And then Anna Pavlovna immediately led the conversation around to the bravery and resolution of the Prussian king, doing this for the sake of giving Boris a chance to take part. Boris was listening attentively to what was said, awaiting his turn, but, nevertheless, he had been able to look several times at his neighbor, the beautiful Ellen, who, with a smile, had more than once exchanged glances with the handsome young adjutant. Quite naturally, while speaking of the position of Prussia, Anna Pavlovna begged Boris to tell about his visit to Glogau, and the state in which he found the Prussian army. Boris, without undue haste, speaking in pure and elegant French, related very many interesting particulars about the army and about the court, but throughout his story he carefully avoided expressing any personal opinion in regard to the facts which he communicated. For some time Boris held the attention of all, and Anna Pavlovna was conscious that all her guests took great satisfaction in the treat that she had set before them. Ellen, more than any one else, gave her undivided attention to what Boris had to say. She several times asked him in regard to certain details of his journey, and was apparently greatly interested in the position of the Prussian army. As soon as he had finished, she turned to him with her usual smile, and said, "You must be sure to come and see me," she said, in a tone which seemed to imply that circumstances of which he could know nothing made it absolutely imperative. "Tuesday, between 8 o'clock and 9. You will give me great pleasure." Boris promised to comply with her wishes, and was about to engage her in further conversation, when Anna Pavlovna called him away, under the pretext that her old aunt wanted to speak with him. "You used to know her husband, didn't you?" asked Anna Pavlovna, closing her eyes, and making a melancholy gesture towards Ellen. "Ach, she was such an unhappy and charming woman. Don't speak to her about him. Please be careful about it. It's too hard for her." End of chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 7 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 7. When Boris and Anna Pavlovna returned to the general circle, Prince Ippolit had taken the lead in the conversation. Leaning forward in his chair, he had said, "Le roi de Prusse," and when he said it, he laughed. All turned to him. "Le roi de Prusse?" asked Ippolit again, laughing, and then, with a calm and serious expression, throwing himself back into the depths of his easy-chair. Anna Pavlovna waited a little for him, but as Ippolit apparently had firmly shut his mouth not to say anything more, she started the conversation on the godless Bonaparte laying hands on the sword of Frederick the Great at Potsdam. "C'est l'épée de Frédéric, le grand courageux," she began to say, but Ippolit interrupted her with the words, "Le roi de Prusse," and again as before when all had turned toward him, he begged her pardon and remained silent. Anna Pavlovna frowned. Montmartre, Ippolit's friend, turned to him peremptorily. "What do you mean now by your roi de Prusse?" Ippolit laughed, as though he were ashamed of laughing. "No, it's nothing at all. I only meant—" He was trying to get off a joke which he had heard in Vienna, and which he had been anxious the whole evening long to spring upon the company. He said, "Je voulais dire seulement. I only meant that we were doing wrong to wage war pour le roi de Prusse." Boris smiled a guarded smile that might have been taken to signify a sneer or approbation of the joke, according as it was received by the company. All laughed. "Your pun is very naughty. It's witty, but it's unfair," said Anna Pavlovna, in French, threatening him with her finger. "We do not wage war pour le roi de Prusse, mais pour les bons principes." "Ah, les méchants, c'est Prince Hippolyte, this bad Prince Ippolit," said she. The conversation had not languished the whole evening, though it had turned principally upon political matters. Toward the end of the evening it grew particularly lively on the topic of the rewards bestowed by the Emperor. "Now last year N.N. received a snuff-box with portrait," said the man of the profound mind. "Why should not S.S. receive the same reward?" "I beg your pardon. A snuff-box with the Emperor's portrait is a reward, but not a distinction. Une récompense, mais point une distinction," said one of the diplomats. "Rather a gift." "There have been precedents. I will mention Schwarzenberg." "It's impossible," said the other. "I'll bet you. Le grand cordon, c'est différent." When all got up to leave, Ellen, who had spoken very little all the evening, addressed Boris again, and begged him with the most flattering and significant expression to come to see her the following Tuesday. "It will be a very great favor to me," she said, with a smile glancing at Anna Pavlovna. And Anna Pavlovna, with that same melancholy expression which always accompanied her words when she spoke of her august protectress, corroborated Ellen's request. It seemed that from certain words spoken by Boris that evening concerning the Prussian army, Ellen had suddenly conceived a powerful determination to see him. She practically promised him that when he came on the following Tuesday she would tell him what it was that made her wish to see him. But when on the Tuesday evening Boris reached Ellen's salon, he received no explanation that made it plain why he was so anxiously desired to come. There were other guests. The countess talked very little with them, and only on his departure, just as he was kissing her hand, she unexpectedly whispered to him, without any smile, which was strange for her, "Venez de mon dîner, le sieur. Il faut que vous veniez. Venez." With this invitation to dinner, to which he was so imperiously bidden, began Boris's intimacy at the house of the Countess Bezukhaya. End of chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 8 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 8. The war was growing fiercer, and its theater was approaching the Russian frontiers. Everywhere were heard curses against Bonaparte, the enemy of all the human race. In all the villages of the empire, veterans and raw recruits were forming into companies, and from the theater of war came conflicting rumors, usually false, and consequently interpreted in various ways. The life of the old Prince Bolkonsky, Prince Andrei, and the Princess Mariya had changed in many respects since the year 1805. In 1806 the old prince was appointed one of the 8 commanders-in-chief for the militia, at that time recruiting all over Russia. The old prince, in spite of the weaknesses of age, which had become especially noticeable at the period when he supposed that his son was killed, felt that he had no right to refuse the duty to which he had been called by the sovereign in person, and this new activity into which he entered stimulated and strengthened him. He was constantly engaged in journeying about the 3 governments entrusted to him. He carried his regulations even to pedantry. He was stern and strict even to cruelty with his subordinates, and he himself looked into the smallest details of his work. The Princess Mariya had already ceased to recite her lessons in mathematics to her father, and only on mornings when he was at home did she go into his cabinet, accompanied by the wet nurse and the little Prince Nikolai, as his grandfather called him. The baby prince, with his wet nurse and the old Nyanya, Savishna, lived in the apartments which had been occupied by the princess, her mother, and the young Princess Mariya spent a large portion of the day in the nursery, trying to the best of her ability to take the place of mother to her little nephew. Mademoiselle Bourienne also apparently felt a passionate love for the child, and the Princess Mariya often in a spite of sacrifice would allow her friend the pleasure of attending the little angel, as she called her nephew, and play with him. Near the altar of the Luisogorsky church, a chapel had been built to the memory of the little princess, and in the chapel was placed a marble monument, brought from Italy, representing an angel with outstretched wings, as if about to mount to heaven. The angel's upper lip was lifted a little, as though it were going to smile. Once Prince Andrei and the Princess Mariya, as they came out of the chapel, agreed that the face of the angel reminded them strangely of the face of the departed. But what was still stranger, and this Prince Andrei did not remark to his sister, was that in this expression which the artist had accidentally given to the angel's face, Prince Andrei read those very words of sweet reproach which he had before read on the face of his dead wife. "Ach, what have they done to me?" Shortly after Prince Andrei's return, the old prince had made over to his son the large estate of Bogucharova, situated about 40 versts from Louisa Goury, partly on account of the sad recollections associated with Louisa Goury, partly because Prince Andrei always felt himself unable to endure his father's idiosyncrasies, and partly also because he felt the need of solitude. He took possession of Bogucharovo, established himself there, and there spent a large part of his time. Prince Andrei, after the Battle of Austerlitz, had resolutely made up his mind never to go back into the military service again, and when the war began and all were obliged to enlist, he, in order to escape active service, accepted a position under his father's command in the recruiting of the militia. Since the campaign of 1805 the old prince and his son seemed to have exchanged parts. The father, excited by active life, expected all that was good from the campaign. Prince Andrei, on the contrary, not taking any active part in the war, and in the secret depths of his heart regretting it, saw only a dark prospect ahead. On the 10th of March, 1807, the old prince started on one of his circuits. Prince Andrei, as usual during his father's absences, stayed at Louisa Guerie. The dear little Nikolushka had not been quite well for several days. The coachman who had driven the old prince to the next town returned and brought documents and letters for Prince Andrei. The valet, carrying the mail, failing to find the prince in his study, went to the Princess Maria's apartments, but he was not there either. The valet was informed that the prince had gone to the nursery. "If you please, your illustriousness, Petrusha has come with some documents," said one of the maids employed in the nursery, addressing Prince Andrei, who was sitting in a child's small chair, and, with knitted brows and trembling hands, was dropping medicine from a bottle into a tumbler half full of water. "What did you say?" said he, testily, and by an unguarded movement of his trembling hand he poured too many drops into the glass of water. He threw the medicine on the floor, and asked for some more water. The maid handed it to him. In the room stood a child's cradle, 2 chests, 2 armchairs, a table, a child's table, and the little chair in which Prince Andrei was sitting. The windows were closely shaded, and on the table burned a single candle shaded by a bound volume of music, so that no light might fall on the cradle. "My dear," said the Princess Mariya, turning to her brother from the cradle by which she was standing, "you'd better wait until—" "Ugh! Please be kind enough! You're always talking nonsense, and you're always procrastinating, and see what it has led to now!" said Prince Andrei in an angry whisper, with the manifest intention of wounding his sister. "My dear, truly it would be better not to awaken him. He is asleep now," said the princess, in a supplicating voice. Prince Andrei got up and went over on tiptoes to the cradle with the glass in his hand. "Had we really better not wake him?" he said, irresolutely. "Just as you please. Truly, I think so. But just as you think best," said the Princess Mariya, evidently embarrassed and a little ashamed that her opinion was about to rule. She called her brother's attention to the maid who was speaking to him in a whisper. It was the second night that neither of them had got any sleep on account of watching over the baby, which was suffering from a sharp attack of fever. All this time, since they had felt very little confidence in their own domestic physician and were expecting one to be sent them from the city, they had disagreed about remedies, one preferring one thing, the other another. Suffering from sleeplessness and anxiety, they each blamed the other, and indulged in recriminations which amounted to actual quarrels. "Petrusha, with documents from your papenka," whispered the maid. Prince Andrei went out. "The devil take them!" he exclaimed, and after hearing the verbal messages from his father, and taking the envelopes and letters, he went back to the nursery. "How is he now?" asked Prince Andrei. "Just the same. We must await the mercy of God." "Karl Ivanuitch always declares that sleep is better than any medicine," whispered the Princess Mariya with a sigh. Prince Andrei went to the child and felt of him. He was very hot. "The mischief take you and your Karl Ivanuitch!" He took the glass with the medicine which he had dropped into it, and again approached the cradle. "Andrei, you ought not!" exclaimed the Princess Mariya. But he scowled wrathfully at her, and at the same time with the look of a martyr, and bent over the baby with his glass. "I insist upon it," said he. "Well, then, you give it to him." The Princess Mariya shrugged her shoulders, but obediently took the glass, and calling the nurse to help, tried to give the child the medicine. The baby screamed and strangled. Prince Andrei, scowling, clasped his hands to his head, left the room, and sat down on a sofa in the next room. The letters were still in his hands. He mechanically opened them and began to read them. The old prince in his large scrawly hand, sometimes employing abbreviations and quaint archaic words, wrote on blue paper as follows: "I have just at this moment received very agreeable news, unless it's a canard. Bennigsen is said to have gained a complete victory over Bonaparte at Eylau. They are wild with delight at Petersburg, and endless rewards have been distributed in the army. Though he's a German, I congratulate him. I cannot imagine what that Nachalnik, Hendrikov, is doing at Korchevo. So far no reinforcements or provisions have come from him. Go there as quick as you can and tell him that I will take his head off if everything is not here within a week's time. I have received additional news about the Battle of Eylau through a letter from Petenka. He took part. It's all true. When mischief makers do not meddle, then even a German can beat Bonaparte. They say he is retreating in great disorder. See that you go to Korchevo without delay and hurry things along." Prince Andrei sighed and tore open another envelope. This was a closely written letter from Bilibin, filling 2 sheets. He folded it up without reading it, and again perused the letter from his father, ending with the words, "Go to Korchevo without delay and hurry things along." "No, excuse me, I will not go now, when my baby is still sick," he said to himself, and stepping to the door he looked into the nursery. Princess Mariya still stood by the cradle, and was gently rocking the child. "Yes, what in the name of goodness was that other disagreeable thing that he wrote?" asked Prince Andrei, trying to recall his father's letter. "Oh, yes, our men have won a victory over Bonaparte, now that I am not there to take part. Yes, yes, he will have a good chance to make sport of me. Well, let him if he wants." And he began to read Bilibin's letter. He read without understanding half of it, read it simply for the sake of forgetting for the moment what had been painfully occupying his thoughts to the exclusion of everything else for quite too long. End of chapter 8. Part 2, Chapter 9 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 9. Bilibin now found himself, in the quality of a diplomatic chinovnik, at the headquarters of the army, and though he wrote in French with French jests and phraseology, still he described the whole campaign with genuine Russian fearlessness, not sparing reproaches or sarcasms. He wrote that the discretion imposed upon him by the necessities of diplomacy annoyed him, and that he was glad to have in Prince Andrei an ingenious correspondent, to whom he was able to pour out all the spleen which had been accumulating in him at the sight of what was going on in the army. This letter was of somewhat ancient date, having been penned even before the battle of Preussisch Eylau. Bilibin wrote as follows. This letter is in French in the original. Since our great success at Austerlitz, my dear Prince, I have been, as you may know, constantly at headquarters. I have conceived a decided taste for war, and so much the better for me. What I have witnessed these past 3 months is beyond belief. I will begin ab ovo, at the very beginning. The enemy of the human race, as you are well aware, has been attacking the Prussians. The Prussians are our faithful allies, who have only duped us 3 times within 3 years. Consequently, we take up their cause. But it proves that the enemy of the human race pays no attention to our fine speeches, and in accordance with his rough and untrained nature, flings himself on the Prussians without allowing them to finish their parade, in short metre beats them all hollow, le Rosapet couture, and makes himself at home in the palace at Potsdam. I have the most earnest desire, writes the King of Prussia to Bonaparte, that your Majesty should be received and treated in my palace as would be most agreeable to you, and I hasten to take all measures to this end that circumstances permit. I only hope that I have been successful. The Prussian generals make it a point of honor to be gracious toward the French and lay down their arms at the first summons. The principal officer of the garrison of Glogau, with 10,000 men, asks the King of Prussia what he should do if he is called upon to surrender. A fact. In short, while hoping to make a great impression solely by our military attitude, lo and behold, here we are in for a real war, and what is worse, for a war on our own frontiers, avec et pour le roi de Prusse. Everything is all ready. We lack only one trifling thing, that is, a general-in-chief. As it has been discovered that the successes of Austerlitz might have been more decided, if only the general-in-chief had been older, all the octogenarians had been brought forward, and between Prozorovsky and Kamensky, the preference has been given to the latter. The general comes to us in a kibitka, after the style of Suvorov, and is received with acclamations of joy and triumph. On the 4th comes the first courier from Petersburg. The mail is brought into the marshal's study, as he likes to do everything personally. I am summoned to help sort the letters, and take those addressed to ourselves. The marshal looks on while we work, and waits for the packages addressed to him. We search them over, but there's not one. The Marshal becomes impatient and sets to work himself and finds letters from the Emperor for Count T., for Prince V., and others. Then, lo and behold, he goes off into one of his blue rages. He shoots fire and flames against everybody. He seizes the letters, breaks their seals, and reads those which the Emperor has written to others. So that's the way I am treated. They have no confidence in me. Ah, that's a fine notion, setting others to watch my actions. Away with you." And he writes his famous order of the day to General Bennigsen. "I am wounded and cannot ride on horseback, and consequently cannot command the army. You have taken your defeated corps d'armée to Pultusk. There it is exposed, and lacks firewood and provender, and, as you yourself reported last evening to Count Buxhovden, you must devise measures for retiring beyond our frontier. See that this is done to-day. Owing to all my riding on horseback," he writes to the Emperor, "I have become galled by the saddle, which, in addition to my former infirmities, entirely prevents me from riding on horseback and commanding such an extensive army, and therefore I have transferred the command to Count Buxhovden, who is next in seniority to myself, giving him the whole charge, and advising him, in case he cannot obtain bread, to move nearer to the interior of Prussia, since only enough bread is left for one day, and some of the regiments have none at all, according to the reports of the division commanders, Osterman and Sedmoretsky. And the peasants also have nothing left. And I myself shall remain in the hospital at Osterlenko until I am well. In offering, most respectfully, this report, I would add that if this army remain another fortnight in its present bivouac, by spring there will not be a single soldier left. Permit an old man to retire to the country, since he is now so feeble that he finds it impossible to fulfill the great and glorious duty for which he was chosen. I shall await your all gracious permission here in the hospital, so as not to play the rôle of a clerk instead of commander at the head of the army. Of men like myself there are thousands in Russia." The Marshal is vexed with the Emperor, and punishes all of us for it. Isn't that logical? Thus ends the first act. In those that follow, the interest and absurdity increase in proper degree. After the Marshal's departure, it is discovered that we are in sight of the enemy, and must fight. Buxhovden is Commander-General-in-Chief by order of seniority, but General Bennigsen is not of this opinion, all the more because it is he and his corps who are in sight of the enemy, and he is anxious to profit by the occasion to fight a battle on his own account, aus eigener Hand, as the Germans say. He does so. This is the Battle of Pultusk, which is reported to be a great victory, but which, in my opinion, was no victory at all. We civilians, nous autres piquants, have, as you are well aware, a very wretched habit of making up our own minds in regard to the gain or loss of a battle. The one who retires after the battle is the loser, so we say, and in this respect we lost the Battle of Pultusk. In short, we retreated after the battle, but we send a courier to Petersburg to carry the news of the victory, and the general refuses to surrender the chief command to Buxhovden, hoping to receive from Petersburg the title General-in-Chief as a reward for his victory. During this interregnum, we begin an excessively interesting and original scheme of maneuvers. Our design consists not, as it should have been, in avoiding or attacking the enemy, but solely of avoiding General Buxhovden, who by right of seniority should be our chief. We pursue this plan with so much energy that even in crossing an unfordable river we burn our bridges to cut off the enemy, who for the nonce is not Bonaparte, but Buxhovden. General Buxhovden just misses being attacked and taken by overwhelming forces of the enemy, by reason of one of our pretty maneuvers which saves us from him. Buxhovden pursues us, we sneak away. As soon as he crosses to our side of the river, we cross back again. At last our enemy, Buxhovden, catches up with us and attacks us. The two generals have a quarrel. Buxhovden even goes so far as to send a challenge, and Bennigsen has an attack of epilepsy. But at the critical moment the courier who carried the news of our victory at Pultusk returns with our nomination as General-in-Chief, and our enemy number 1 is done for. We can think of number 2, Bonaparte. But what do you suppose? Just at this moment there rises before us a third enemy, the Pravoslavnoye, the Orthodox army, loudly clamoring for bread, for meat, for sukhari, for hay, and what not. The stores are empty, the roads impassable. The Pravoslavnoye set themselves to marauding, and in a way of which the last campaign would not give you the slightest notion. Half of the regiments formed themselves into freebooters, scouring the country and putting everything to fire and sword. The natives are ruined, root and branch. The hospitals are overflowing with sick, and famine is everywhere. Twice the headquarters have been attacked by troops of marauders, and the general in chief has himself been obliged to ask for a battalion to drive them off. In one of these attacks my empty trunk and my dressing gown was carried off. The emperor has consented to grant all the division chiefs the right to shoot the marauders, but I very much fear that such a course would oblige one half of the army to shoot the other half. Prince Andrei at first read with his eyes alone, but gradually, in spite of himself, what he was reading, in spite of the fact that he was well aware of how far Biblin was to be trusted, began to absorb him more and more. Having read thus far, he crumpled up the latter and threw it aside. It was not what he had read in the letter that moved his indignation, but rather the fact that the life there, so remote and foreign to him now, had still the power to stir him. He closed his eyes, rubbed his forehead with his hand, as though to drive away all recollection of what he had been reading, and listened to what was going on in the nursery. Suddenly it seemed to him that he heard a strange sound there. A great fear came over him. He was afraid that something might have happened to his baby while he was reading the letter. He went to the nursery door on his tiptoes and opened it. As he went in, he noticed that the nurse, with a frightened face, was hiding something from him, and the Princess Mariya was no longer by the cradle. "My dear," he heard behind him, in the frightened voice, as it seemed to him, of his sister. As often occurs after long wakefulness and keen emotion, a causeless panic came over him. He imagined that the child might be dying, or dead. All that he heard and saw now seemed to confirm this fear. "It is all over," he said to himself, and a cold sweat stood out on his brow. He went to the cradle in great apprehension, firmly convinced that he should find it empty, that the nurse girl was hiding his dead baby. He drew the curtains aside, and it was some time before his frightened, wandering eyes could find the child. At last he saw him. The little one, all rosy, lay sprawled out across the cradle, with his head lower than the pillow, and he was smacking his lips in his sleep and breathing regularly. Prince Andrei was perfectly delighted to see the child so, when he was already beginning to think that he had lost him. He bent over and, as his sister had instructed him, felt with his lips whether the baby's fever had gone. The sweet brow was moist. He passed his hand over the little head, and the soft hair was also moist. The baby was in such a perspiration. Not only was the baby not dead, but he was aware now that the crisis had passed, and that he was better. He felt strong inclination to snatch up this helpless little creature and press it to his heart, but he dared not do so. He stood over him looking at his head and his little arms and feet which had thrown off the coverings. He heard a rustling behind him, and thought he saw a shadow outlined on the curtain of the cradle. But he did not look around, but gazed into the baby's face, still listening to his regular breathing. The dark shadow was the Princess Mariya, who, with noiseless steps, came to the cradle, lifted the curtain, and dropped it after her. Prince Andrei, without looking around, recognized her, and stretched out his hand to her. She pressed his hand. "He is in a perspiration," said Prince Andrei. "I had gone out to tell you." The baby stirred a little in his sleep, smiled, and rubbed his forehead against the pillow. Prince Andrei looked at his sister. The Princess Mariya's lustrous eyes in the subdued twilight of the curtains gleamed more than usually bright with happy tears. She leaned over to her brother and kissed him, slightly catching her dress in the material of the curtain. Each made the other a warning gesture and stood quiet for a moment under the faint light of the curtain, as though they wished still to remain in that world in which they were shut off from all the rest of the universe. Prince Andrei was the first to move away from the cradle, getting his head entangled in the muslin of the curtain as he did so. "Yes, that is all that is left for me now," said he, with a sigh. End of chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 10 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 10. Shortly after his reception into the Masonic Brotherhood, Pierre, with full instructions given him for his guidance in managing his estates, reached the government of Kiev, where the larger number of his serfs were to be found. When he reached Kiev, he summoned all his overseers and explained his intentions and desires. He told him that measures would be immediately taken for the unconditional emancipation from servitude of all his serfs, that till this was done the peasants must not be constrained to hard work, that the women and children must not be required to work at all, that assistance was to be freely rendered the peasantry, that corporal punishments were not to be employed, but reprimands, and that on each of his estates hospitals, asylums, and schools were to be established. Some of the overseers, and in the number were half-educated economes or stewards, listened with dismay, supposing that the young count's speech meant that he was dissatisfied with their management, or had discovered how they had been embezzling his funds. Others, after their first panic, found amusement in Pierre's thick, stumbling speech, and the new words which they had never heard before. A third set found simply a certain sense of satisfaction in hearing their baron talk. A fourth, and these were the sharpest, and at their head the chief overseer, perceived from this talk how it behooved them to manage with their baron in order to subserve their own ends. The chief overseer expressed great sympathy in Pierre's proposed plans, but he remarked that over and above these reforms, it was indispensable to make a general investigation of his affairs, which were in a sufficiently unfortunate state. In spite of Count Bezukhoi's enormous wealth at the time when Pierre entered upon his inheritance, and it was said that he had an income of 500,000 rubles a year, he felt himself much poorer than when he received an allowance of 10,000 a year from his late father. He had a general dim idea that his expenses were somewhat as follows: interest to the Society, [Footnote: The famous bank supported by the state, that loaned money on land and personal property, including serfs.] about 80,000 rubles on all his possessions. About 30,000 stood him for the maintenance of his house in Moscow and his Podmoskovnaya and the support of the three princesses. About 15,000 went to pensions, as much into various charitable institutions. 150,000 were put down for support of the countess. About 70,000 went in interest on his debts. The building of a church which he had begun a couple of years before cost him about 10,000 a year. The rest, not far from 100,000, was expended he himself knew not how, and almost every year he found himself obliged to borrow. Moreover, each year his chief overseer had written to him about fires, about bad harvests, about the necessity of building new factories and works. And thus Pierre was first thing confronted by what he had not the slightest taste or capacity for, the settlement of his affairs. Pierre each day spent some time with his chief overseer in this business, but he was conscious that his efforts did not advance his interests a single step. He was conscious that his efforts were wasted on this business, that they did not have the slightest influence on his affairs, and were not calculated to help him on with his schemes. On the one hand, his head overseer pictured his affairs in the gloomiest colors, pointing out to Pierre the absolute necessity of paying his debts and undertaking new enterprises with the labor of his peasantry, a thing to which Pierre refused to listen. On the other hand, Pierre insisted on the project of emancipating his serfs, but to this the overseer opposed the imperious necessity of first paying off the mortgage held by the Opekunsky, or Orphans' Aid Society, and consequently the impossibility of accomplishing the business rapidly. The overseer did not say that this was absolutely impossible. He proposed for bringing this about the selling of certain forests in the government of Kostroma, some river lands, and an estate in the Crimea. But all these operations proposed by the overseer entailed complicated legal proceedings, replevins, permits, licenses, and so forth, so that Pierre quite lost his wits and merely said, "Yes, yes, do so then." Pierre was not possessed of that practical bent for business which would have enabled him to grasp the whole matter immediately, and consequently he disliked it all and merely pretended to take an interest in it in the overseer's presence. The overseer, on his side, pretended to consider all these efforts advantageous for the proprietor and troublesome for himself. In the large city of Kiev, the capital of the province, Pierre had some acquaintances. Those whom he did not know made haste to pay their respects to him, and gladly welcomed the millionaire, the largest landowner of the whole government. The temptations that assailed Pierre in his principal weakness, as he had confessed at the time of his entrance into the lodge, were also so powerful that he could not resist them. Again, whole days, weeks, months of his life sped away, constantly occupied with parties, dinners, breakfasts, balls, just as it had been in Petersburg, so that he had no time whatsoever for serious thoughts. Instead of the new life which he had hoped to lead, he still went on with the same old routine, only in different surroundings. Of the three obligations of Freemasonry, Pierre acknowledged that he was not fulfilling the one that enjoined upon every Mason to be a model of moral living, and of the 7 precepts of virtue, 2 he had not taken to heart: virtuous living and love for death. He comforted himself with the thought that he was fulfilling one of the other obligations, the reformation of the human race, and that he possessed other virtues, love to his neighbor, and particularly liberality. In the spring of the year 1807, Pierre determined to return to Petersburg, making on his way a visit to all of his possessions, so as to assure himself as to what had been done towards carrying out his orders, and personally to learn in what condition lived the peasantry entrusted to him by God, and whom he was striving to benefit. His head overseer, who considered all of the young count's ideas as perfectly chimerical, disadvantageous for himself, for him, for the peasants themselves, had made some concessions. Though he still represented that the emancipation of the serfs was an impossibility, he had made arrangements for the extensive erection on all the estates of schools, hospitals, and asylums, against the coming of the baron. Everywhere he had arrangements for receptions, not, to be sure, on a sumptuous and magnificent scale which he knew would displease the young count, but rather semi-religious and thanksgiving processions, with sacred images and the traditional chleb sol, or bread and salt, the Russian symbol of hospitality. Such demonstrations, in fact, as he was certain from his knowledge of the baron's character, would deeply touch him and delude him. The southern spring, the comfortable, rapid journey in his Vienna calash, and the solitude in which he traveled, had made a most pleasant impression on Pierre. These estates, none of which he had ever seen before, were each more picturesque than the other. The peasantry everywhere appeared prosperous and touchingly grateful to him for the benefits which he was heaping upon them. Everywhere they met him with processions and receptions which, though they embarrassed him, filled his heart with a pleasant sensation. In one place the peasants brought him the chleb sol and a holy picture of Peter and Paul, and besought his permission to add at their own expense, in honor of his name day, and as a sign of their love and gratitude to him for the benefits conferred upon them, a new chantry to the church. In another place he was met by women and children at the breast, who thanked him for freeing them from hard work. On a third estate he was met by a priest carrying a cross and surrounded by children, to whom, through the count's liberality, he was teaching reading and religion. On all his estates he saw with his own eyes the massive stone foundations of edifices for hospitals, schools, and almshouses, building or almost built, and ready to be opened in a short time. Everywhere, Pierre saw from the accounts of his overseers that enforced labor had been greatly reduced from what it had been, and he listened to the affecting expressions of gratitude from deputations of serfs in their blue kaftans. But Pierre had no knowledge of the fact that where he had been met with the bread and salt, and where they were building the chantry of Peter and Paul, it was a commercial village where a yarmarka, or annual bazaar, was held on St. Peter's Day, that the chantry had been begun long before by some well-to-do muzhiks of the village, the very ones, in fact, who came to meet him, while 9/10 of the peasants of this same village lived in the profoundest destitution. He did not know that in consequence of his order to cease employing nursing women at work in the fields, these very same women were forced to do vastly harder work on their own lots of communal land. He did not know that the priest who came to meet him with his cross oppressed the muzhiks with his exactions, and that the pupils who accompanied him were placed with him at a cost of tears, and were often ransomed back by their parents for large sums of money. He did not know that the edifices built, according to his plan, of stone were the work of his own laborers, and greatly increased the forced service of his serfs, which was really diminished only on paper. He did not know that where the overseers pointed out to him on the books the reduction of the serfs' obroks, or money payments, by 1/3, the consequence was that an amount corresponding was added to the forced labor of the peasantry. And so Pierre was in raptures over his tour among his estates, and he fell back fully into that philanthropical frame of mind in which he had left Petersburg, and he wrote enthusiastic letters to his preceptor brother, as he called the Grand Master. "How easy it is, how little strength it requires to do so much good," said Pierre to himself, "and how little we trouble ourselves about it." He was happy over the gratitude, but felt mortified to be the recipient of it. This gratitude made him think how very much more he might have easily done for these simple‐hearted, kindly people. The chief overseer, a thoroughly obstinate and wily man, perfectly comprehending the intelligent but naive young count, and playing him as with a toy, when he saw the effect produced upon him by the receptions that he had himself so skillfully arranged, approached him all the more resolutely with arguments for the impossibility and, above all, the uselessness of emancipating the serfs, who were perfectly happy and contented as they were. Pierre in the depths of his soul agreed with the overseer that it would be hard to imagine people more happy and contented, and that God only knew what would happen to them if they had their freedom, but still, though against his better judgment, he insisted upon what he felt was only justice. The overseer promised to do all in his power to carry out the count's desires, clearly comprehending that the count would never be in a position to assure himself whether all his plans for the disposal of his forests and other lands for the sake of redeeming his mortgages to the society had been carried out, or would ever ask or know how his costly edifices would stand empty, and the peasants would continue to contribute their labor and money just the same as they did on other estates, that is, the utmost that they could give. End of chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 11. On his return from his southern journey, in the happiest frame of mind, Pierre carried out his long-cherished purpose of going to make a visit to his old friend Bolkonsky, whom he had not seen for 2 years. Bogucharovo was situated in the midst of a flat and uninteresting region, diversified with fields and forests of birch and evergreens, cleared and uncleared. The Barsky Dvor, or proprietor's place, was situated at one end of the straggling village, which extended along both sides of the straight highway. In front was a pond, recently dug and filled with water, though the grass had not yet had a chance to grow on the banks around. The house stood in the midst of a young grove, some of the trees of which were pines and firs. The Barsky Dvor consisted of a granary and threshing floor, the house servants' quarters, the stable, a bath-house, and the wings of a great stone mansion, the semicircular facade of which was in process of erection. Around the house a young garden was planted. The fences were strong and the paths were new. Under a shed stood 2 fire engines and a barrel, painted a vivid green. The paths were straight, the bridges were well built and had railings. Everything bore the impress of extreme care and good management. The house serfs who met Pierre, in answer to his question where the prince lived, pointed to a small building standing at the very edge of the pond. Prince Andrei's old body servant, Anton, helped Pierre down from the calash, told him that the prince was at home, and led him into a neat little anteroom. Pierre was struck by the modesty of this diminutive though scrupulously clean little house, after the brilliant conditions of existence in which he had last seen his friend in Petersburg. He hurriedly went into a small hall, smelling of pine and not even plastered, and was about to go further, but Anton preceded him on his tiptoes and knocked at the door. "Now who's there?" was the reply, in a harsh, forbidding voice. "A visitor," replied Anton. "Ask him to wait," and the noise of a chair pushed back was heard. Pierre went with swift steps to the door and met Prince Andrei face to face as he came out, frowning and looking older than his years. Pierre threw his arms around him, pushing up his spectacles, kissed him on the cheeks, and looked at him closely. "Well, this is a surprise. Very glad to see you," said Prince Andrei. Pierre said nothing. He was gazing at his friend in amazement, not taking his eyes from him. He was struck by the change that had taken place in Prince Andrei. His words were affectionate, there was a smile on his lips and face, but his eyes were dim and lifeless, in spite of his evident desire to make them seem to have a joyous and lively light. His friend was not so much disturbed that he had grown thinner and paler, but this expression of his eyes and the frown on his brow, the evidence of long-continued concentration on some one painful topic, amazed and estranged Pierre, who was not used to seeing him so. As usual on meeting after long separation, it took some time to get the conversation into running order. They asked and answered various questions briefly in regard to things which both knew they should have to talk about afterward at length. At last they began to settle down a little more on what they already touched upon, what had taken place in the past, and their plans for the future, about Pierre's journey, his undertakings, the war, and other topics. That concentration and lifelessness which Pierre had already remarked in Prince Andrei's eyes was now expressed still more noticeably in the smile with which he listened to Pierre, especially when he spoke with animation of the past or the future. It seemed as though Prince Andrei were trying, but without success, to feel an interest in what he said. Pierre was beginning to feel that it was in bad taste in Prince Andrei's presence to speak of his enthusiasms, dreams, hopes of happiness, and of doing good. He was ashamed to tell about his new notions concerning Freemasonry, which had been especially renewed and excited during the latter part of his journey. He restrained himself for fear of seeming naive. At the same time he had an irresistible desire to tell his friend, as soon as possible, that now he was an entirely different and much better man than he had been when he had known him in Petersburg. "I cannot tell you what I have lived through since then. I should not know myself." "Yes, yes, we have changed much since that time," said Prince Andrei. "Well, and you?" asked Pierre. "What are your plans?" "Plans," replied Prince Andrei, in an ironical tone. "My plans," he repeated again, as though he were astonished at such a word. "You can see for yourself, I am building. I intend next year to come here for good." Pierre said nothing, but still looked attentively at Prince Andrei's aged face. "No, I wanted to ask," said he, but Prince Andrei interrupted him. "But what is the use of talking about me? Tell me, oh yes, tell me about your journey, all about what you expect to accomplish on your estates." Pierre began to tell him what he had been doing for his peasantry, trying to conceal as far as possible his own part in the improvements made. Prince Andrei several times finished Pierre's description for him, as though all that Pierre had done were an old story, and he seemed to listen not only without interest, but even as though he felt ashamed at what Pierre told him. Pierre began to feel awkward and uncomfortable in his friend's society. He stopped talking. "Now see here, my dear fellow, dusha moya," said Prince Andrei, who evidently found it just as uncomfortable and irksome in his guest's society. "I am only camping out here, as it were. Came over simply to see how things were going. I'm going back to-night to my sister's. If you will go back with me, I'll introduce you to her. Oh, but I think you know her," he added, evidently trying to think of something to amuse a guest with whom he felt he had nothing in common. "We will start right after dinner. But now, would you like to look around my premises?" They went out, and returned to the house in time for dinner, talking of the political news, and of their common acquaintances, like men who cared very little for each other. Prince Andrei made a show of animation and interest only in regard to the new buildings and premises which he was engaged in constructing. But even here, in the midst of their conversation, and while they were on the scaffolding, and he was describing the projected arrangements of the house, he suddenly paused. "However, there is nothing very interesting about this. Let us go to dinner and then start." At the dinner table the talk turned on Pierre's marriage. "I was very much amazed when I heard about it," said Prince Andrei. Pierre flushed, as he usually did when it was mentioned, and said hurriedly, "I will tell you all about it some time, tell you how it happened. But you know that it is all over, and forever." "Forever?" queried Prince Andrei. "There's no such thing as forever." "But you know, don't you, how it all ended? You heard about the duel." "And so you had to go through that also?" "There is one thing that I thank God for, and that is that I did not kill the man," said Pierre. "Why so?" asked Prince Andrei. "To kill a mad dog is a very good thing." "No, but to kill a man is not good. Not right." "Why is it not right?" demanded Prince Andrei. "It is not for men to judge what is right and wrong. Men have always been in error, and always will be in error, and in nothing more than in what they consider to be right and wrong." "Wrong is whatever is harmful to our fellow men," said Pierre, feeling a sense of satisfaction that here for the first time since his arrival, Prince Andrei had really brightened up and begun to talk, and was on the way to disclosing what had made him so different from what he used to be. "And who has ever told you what is harmful to our fellow men?" asked the other. "Harmful! Harmful!" exclaimed Pierre. "We all know what that means for ourselves." "Yes, we know what is evil for ourselves, But that which is evil for myself may not be evil for another man," said Prince Andrei, growing more and more constantly animated. He added in French, "I know of only two real evils in life, remorse and illness. There is nothing good except the absence of these evils. To live for myself, avoiding only these two evils, is at present all my philosophy." "But how about love for your neighbor, and self-sacrifice?" protested Pierre. "No, I cannot agree with you. It is a very little thing to live merely so as not to do evil, merely to be free from remorse. I have lived in that way. I have lived for myself, and I have wasted my life. And now only that I am living, I mean trying to live, for others," Pierre corrected himself out of modesty, "only now do I realize the full happiness of life. No, I cannot agree with you, and you yourself do not mean what you say." Prince Andrei looked silently at Pierre, and smiled satirically. "Well, you are going to see my sister, the Princess Mariya. You and she will agree," said he. "Maybe you are right as far as you are concerned," he went on to say, after a short silence. "But every one must work out his own life. You have lived for yourself, and declare that you have almost wasted your life by this course, and you have found happiness only when you began to live for others. But my experience has been exactly the opposite. I have lived for glory. And what is glory? Is it not love for others, the desire to do something for them, the yearning for their applause? And in that way I have lived for others, and have not almost, but wholly, wasted my life. But only since I have begun to live for myself alone have I begun to feel more satisfied." "But how can you live for yourself alone?" asked Pierre, growing heated. "There is your son, your sister, your father." "Ah, yes, but they are the same as myself, they are not other people," explained Prince Andrei, "but others, neighbors, les prochains, as you and the Princess Mariya express it. They are the chief fountainhead of error and evil. Les prochains, your neighbor, is, for instance, those Kiev muzhiks of yours, whom you are trying to load with benefits." And he looked at Pierre with a provokingly satirical expression. It evidently provoked Pierre. "You are jesting," said Pierre, who was constantly growing more and more excited. "How can there be error and evil in what I have desired? The accomplishment has been very trifling and wretched, but I mean in what I have desired, to do in the way of benefiting them, and have accomplished in some small measure. What possible evil can there be in poor men, like our muzhiks, men just like ourselves, who grow up and perish without any comprehension of God and right, beyond mere forms and meaningless prayers, being taught the consoling belief in a future life, in rewards and compensations and joys to come? Pray what evil or error is there in my giving medicine and a hospital and a refuge for old age to men who are dying of maladies without succor, when it is so easy to help them materially? And is it not a palpable and unquestionable benefit that when the muzhiks, the nursing women, have no rest either day or night, and I give them leisure and recreation?" said Pierre, stammering in his efforts to talk fast and keep up with his thoughts. "And I have done this, stupidly enough, feebly enough, but at all events I have done something toward it. And you will fail to persuade me either that what I have done is not good, or that you yourself have any such notion. And above all," proceeded Pierre, "I know I am firmly persuaded that the pleasure of doing good in this way is the only true happiness that life affords." "Yes, if you propound the question in that way, you make an entirely different one out of it," said Prince Andrei. "I am building a house, I am laying out a garden, and you are erecting hospitals, and some one else might come along and argue that both were a waste of time. But the decision as to what is right and what is good, let us leave to Him who knows all things, and not try to decide it for ourselves. But I see that you want to argue the question," he added. "Give it to us, then." They had left the table, and were sitting on a flight of steps that took the place of a balcony. "Well, let us have the discussion then," said Prince Andrei. "You speak of schools," he went on to say, bending one finger, "and of education and so on. That is, you wish to take such a man as that," pointing toward a muzhik, who, as he passed by them, pulled off his hat, "and lift him from his animal existence and give him moral necessities. But it seems to me that his only possible happiness is his animal enjoyment, and that you want to deprive him of it. I envy you. You want to make him like me. You say another thing. You propose to free him from work. But in my opinion physical labor is for him as much a necessity, as much a condition of his existence, as intellectual labor is for you or me. You cannot help thinking. I go to bed at 3 o'clock, thoughts crowd in upon me and I keep turning and twisting, and it is morning before sleep comes. And the reason is because I am thinking and cannot help thinking, just as he cannot help plowing and mowing. If he did not, he would go to the tavern and make himself ill. Just as I could not endure his terrible physical labor, and should die within a week, so he could not endure my physical idleness, he would grow stout and die. In the third place, but what is your third point? Prince Andrei began to double down his third finger. Oh, yes, hospitals, medicines. Well, he has a stroke and dies, but you would bleed him and cure him, and he would drag out a crippled existence for 10 years more, a burden to every one. It is far easier and simpler for him to die. Others are born, and there are so many of them to take his place. If it were merely that you were sorry for the loss of a good workman, that would be a different thing, for that's the way I look at it. But you want to cure him out of mere love for him, and that is not necessary as far as he is concerned. And then, besides, what a delusion it is that medicine ever anywhere cured anyone! You might rather call it murder," said he, frowning with disgust, and turning from Pierre. Prince Andrei expressed his thoughts with such clearness and precision that it was evident he had thought on these questions, and he spoke fluently and rapidly, like a man who has not had for a long time a chance to express his thoughts. His eyes kept growing more and more animated in proportion as his ideas became pessimistic. "Ugh! This is horrible, horrible!" exclaimed Pierre. "What I cannot understand is how you can live, holding such opinions. Such moments of despair have come to me, but that was long, long ago at Moscow and abroad. But at such times I go down into the depths so that I cease to live. Everything is disgusting to me, myself above all. At such times I do not eat or wash myself. Well, is that the way with you?" "Why shouldn't I wash myself? It isn't cleanly," retorted Prince Andrei. "On the contrary, I have to struggle to make my life as agreeable as possible. I am alive. I am not to blame for that, and so it behooves me to make the best of it, not interfering with anybody else until death carries me off." "But what on earth induces you to live cherishing such notions? Do you really intend to sit down doing nothing, and without undertaking anything?" "Ah, but life refuses to let me be in peace. I should be glad enough to be a do-nothing, but here on the one hand the nobility of the district have done me the honor of electing me their marshal, and it was as much as I could do to get out of it. They could not understand that I had not a single qualification for the office, not a bit of that peculiarly good-natured and commonplace indefatigability which is needed for it. And that is the explanation of this house which I felt called upon to build, so as to have my own little nook where I could be free and easy. And then again, there is the militia." "Why don't you serve in the army?" "After Austerlitz?" exclaimed Prince Andrei gloomily. "No, I thank you humbly, but I have taken a solemn vow that I would never again serve in the Russian army. I would not, even if Bonaparte were here at Smolensk, threatening Luisiya Gorui. No, not even then would I serve in the Russian army. There, now I have told you," proceeded Prince Andrei, growing calmer. "But there is the militia. My father is commander-in-chief of the 3rd District, and the only way that I could avoid joining the army again was to be with him." "So you are in the service after all?" "Yes, I am." He was silent for a little. "But why are you?" "This is why. My father is one of the most remarkable men of his age, but he has grown old, and while he is not exactly cruel, he has too restless a nature. He is so used to unlimited power that it makes him terrible, and now he has the power granted him by the emperor as commander-in-chief of the militia. If I had been 2 hours late, a fortnight ago, he would have hanged a registry clerk at Yukhmovo," said Prince Andrei with a smile. "And so I serve because no one besides me has any influence over him. And I often save him from acts which he would be sorry for afterwards." "Ah, there now, you see!" "Yes, but it is not as you understand it," retorted Prince Andrei in French. It was not that I wasted any sympathy on the rascal of a clerk who had been stealing boots from the militia. As far as I was concerned, I should have been glad enough if he had been hanged. But I should have felt sorry for my father, which is the same thing as for myself." Prince Andrei was growing more and more excited. His eyes sparkled with a feverish light as he tried to prove to Pierre that his action had nothing whatever of philanthropy in it. "Well, now look here, you want to free your serfs," he went on to say. "That is a very good thing, but not for you. For you never flogged any one or sent any one to Siberia, and still less advantageous for your peasants. If they are beaten and flogged and sent to Siberia, I imagine it does them no special harm. The peasant leads in Siberia that same cattle-like existence of his, and his scars heal over, and he is just as happy as he was before. But this would be a good thing for those who are morally perishing, who are preparing for themselves an old age of remorse, who try to stifle this remorse and become cruel and severe, for the reason that they have the power of punishing either justly or unjustly. That's why I pity anyone, and in such a case should desire the emancipation of the serfs. Perhaps you have never seen, but I have, how good men, educated in these traditions of unlimited power, as they grow old and irritable, grow cruel and harsh, and are aware of it, and cannot help themselves, and so become ever more and more unhappy." Prince Andrei said this with so much feeling that Pierre could not avoid conjecturing that these ideas of Prince Andrei's were suggested by his own father. He said nothing in reply. "And this is what I lament over: human dignity, peace of mind, and purity, and not men's backs and heads, which, however much they be flogged and shaved, will still remain nothing but backs and heads still." "No, no, 1,000 times no! I never should agree with you," cried Pierre. Chapter 12, of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 12. In the afternoon, Prince Andrei and Pierre got into the calash and started for Luisiya Gorui. Prince Andrei occasionally glanced at Pierre, and broke the silence with remarks, showing that he was now in the very happiest frame of mind. Pointing to the fields, he told him about his agricultural improvements. Pierre preserved a moody silence, replied in monosyllables, and seemed to be immersed in his thoughts. Pierre felt that Prince Andrei was unhappy, that he was deluding himself, that he was ignorant of the true light, and that it was his duty to come to his aid, to enlighten him and lift him up. But as soon as Pierre tried to think what and how he should speak, he was seized with the consciousness that Prince Andrei, by a single word, by a single argument, might destroy everything in his teaching, and he was afraid to begin. He was afraid of exposing to the possibility of ridicule the beloved ark of his convictions. "No, but why should you think so?" suddenly began Pierre, lowering his head, and taking the aspect of a bull about to charge. "What makes you think so? You have no right to think so." "To think how?" asked Prince Andrei in amazement. "About life, about man's destination. It cannot be. I used to think exactly the same way. And do you know what saved me? Freemasonry. No, don't smile. Freemasonry is not a religious, a ceremonial sect, as I once supposed, but it is something much better. It is the one expression of the best, of the eternal in humanity." And Pierre began to expound Freemasonry to Prince Andrei as he understood it. He declared that Freemasonry was the doctrine of Christianity freed from political and religious dogmatic bonds, the doctrine of equality, fraternity, and love. "Our sacred brotherhood only has a practical conception of life. Everything else is visionary," said Pierre. "You must comprehend, my dear fellow, that outside of this fraternity, everything is full of falsehood and deception, and I agree with you that for an intelligent and good man nothing is left except to live out his life as you do, merely striving not to interfere with any one. But once adopt our fundamental principles, join our confraternity, come with us heart and soul, allow yourself to be guided, and you will immediately perceive, just as I did, that you are part of a tremendous, invisible chain, the beginning of which is hidden in heaven," said Pierre. Prince Andrei, silently looking straight ahead, listened to Pierre's discourse. Several times when owing to the rumble of the carriage he failed to catch a word, he asked Pierre to repeat it. Pierre could see by the unusual gleam in Prince Andrei's eyes and by his silence that his words were not without effect, that Prince Andrei would not throw ridicule on what he said. They reached a river where there was a freshet and which had to be crossed by ferry. While they were arranging for the disposition of calash and horses, the two young men went down upon the ferry boat. Prince Andrei, leaning his elbows on the railing, looked in silence down along the brimming river, which gleamed under the rays of the setting sun. "Well, what do you think about it?" asked Pierre. "Why are you so silent?" "What do I think? I have been listening to what you said, that's all," said Prince Andrei. "You say, 'Join our confraternity and we will teach you the purpose of life and the object of man's existence, and the laws that govern the world.' But who are we? Simply men. How do you know all that? Why is it that I am the only one who fails to see what you are privileged to see? You see a kingdom of goodness and truth on earth, but that is what I do not see." Pierre interrupted him. "Do you believe in the future life?" he asked. "In the future life?" repeated Prince Andrei, but Pierre gave him no time to reply, and took for granted that this very repetition of his words was a denial, the more so because he had known of old Prince Andrei's atheistical convictions. "You say you cannot see the kingdom of goodness and truth on earth, and I do not see it, and it is impossible to see it if we look upon our life here as the end of all things. On the earth, especially on this earth here," Pierre pointed toward a field, "there is no truth. It is all lies and evil. But in the universe, in the whole universe, is the kingdom of truth, and now we are the children of the earth. In eternity we are the children of the whole universe. Do I not feel in my own soul that I constitute a part of this mighty harmonious whole? Do I not have the consciousness that in this enormous, innumerable collection of beings in which Godhead is manifest, supreme force, if you prefer the term, that I constitute one link, one step between the lower orders of creation and the higher ones? If I see, clearly see, this ladder which rises from the plant to man, then why should I suppose that it stops at me, and does not lead higher and ever higher? I know that just as nothing is ever annihilated in the universe, so I can never perish, but shall always exist, and always have existed. I know that besides myself spirits must exist above me, and that truth is in this universe." "Yes, that is Herder's doctrine," said Prince Andrei. "But that is not enough to convince me, my dear. But life and death are what convince. You are convinced when you see a being who is dear to you, who is bound to you by sacred ties, toward whom you have done wrong, and have hoped to atone for the wrong." Prince Andrei's voice trembled, and he turned his head away. "And suddenly this being suffers, is tormented, and ceases to be. Why is it? It cannot be that there is no answer, and I believe that there is one. That is what convinces a man. That is what has convinced me," said Prince Andrei. "Yes, yes!" exclaimed Pierre. "And isn't that exactly what I said?" "No. I merely maintain that arguments do not convince one of the necessity of a future life. But this: when you go through life hand in hand with a companion, and suddenly that companion vanishes, there, into the nowhere, and you are left standing by this gulf and straining your eyes to look into it. And I have looked in." "Well then, you know that there is a there, and that there is a someone. There is the future life. The someone is God." Prince Andrei made no reply. The horses had been long harnessed again into the calash, on the other bank, and the ferriage fees paid, and already the sun was half hidden and the evening frost was beginning to skim over the pools by the ferry with crystal stars. And still Pierre and Andrei, to the amazement of the servants, the drivers, and the ferry hands, stood on the ferry boat talking. If there is a God and a future life, then truth must exist, then virtue must exist, and man's highest happiness consists in striving to attain them. We must live, we must love, we must believe, Pierre was saying. Believe not that we exist for a to-day on this lump of earth, but that we have lived and shall live for ever yonder in the whole. He pointed to the sky. Prince Andrei was standing with his elbows resting on the railing of the ferry boat and listening to Pierre, and without turning away his eyes he gazed at the red disk of the sun reflecting in the brimming river. Pierre came to a pause. It was perfectly still. The boat had long been moored and only the ripples of the current glided by the bottom of the boat with a faint murmur. It seemed to Prince Andrei that this lapping of the waves corroborated Pierre's words and murmured, "It is true, have faith in it." Prince Andrei smiled, and with a radiant, childlike, tender expression looked into Pierre's flushed and enthusiastic face, which, nevertheless, showed that shyness peculiar to him in the presence of a friend of superior attainments. "Ah, yes, if it were only so," said he. "But let us be starting," added Prince Andrei, and as he stepped off the boat he glanced at the sky, to which Pierre called his attention, and for the first time since Austerlitz he saw those lofty, eternal heavens which he had looked into as he lay on the battlefield, and something long dormant, something that was the better part of himself, suddenly awoke with new and joyful life in the soul. This feeling vanished as soon as Prince Andrei fell back again into the ordinary conditions of existence, but he knew that this feeling, though he was unable to develop it, still lived in him. His meeting with Pierre was for Prince Andrei an epoch with which to begin his new life, not indeed to outward sight, which remained unchanged, but in the inner world of his consciousness. End of chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 13. It was already quite dark when Prince Andrei and Pierre drove up to the principal entrance of Luzogorsky mansion. Just as they reached there, Prince Andrei, with a smile, called Pierre's attention to the hubbub at the rear doorsteps. An old woman, bending under the weight of a birch bark sack, and a short man in black attire, with long hair, seeing the approach of the calash, started to run in through the back gates. Two women were hurrying after them, and all four, gazing in affright at the carriage, hurried up the back stairs. "Those are some of Masha's men of God," said Prince Andrei. "They took us from my father, and this is the only thing in which she dares think of going against his wishes. His orders are to drive these pilgrims out, but she likes to receive them." "But who are these pilgrims, men of God, as you call them?" Prince Andrei had no time to reply to him. Servants came out to meet them, and he began to ask where the old prince was, and how soon he was expected. The old prince was still at Smolensk, but was expected at any time. Prince Andrei took Pierre to his own chambers, which were always kept in perfect order for his reception in his father's house, and he himself went to the nursery. "Let us go and find my sister," said Prince Andrei, rejoining Pierre. "I have not seen her yet. She is hidden away somewhere, talking with her men of God. It will make her very much confused, but you shall see her men of God. C'est curieux, ma parole." "But who are these men of God?" asked Pierre again. "You shall see for yourself." It was a fact that the Princess Mariya was confused, and her face blushed in patches when they joined her. In her cozy chamber, with the tapers burning in front of the holy pictures, on the divan behind the samovar, by her side sat a young lad with a long nose and long hair, and dressed in a monastic cassock. In an armchair near by sat a wrinkled, lean old woman with a sweet expression on her childlike face. "Andrei, pourquoi ne pas m'avoir prévenu? Why didn't you tell me?" she said, with gentle reproach, standing up in front of her pilgrims like a hen trying to protect her chicks. "Charmed to see you. I am delighted to see you," said she to Pierre, still in French, as he stooped to kiss her hand. She had known him as a boy, and now his friendship for Andrei, his unhappiness with his wife, and above all his good, simple face quite won her heart. She looked at him from her lovely, lucid eyes, and her expression seemed to say, "I like you very much, but please do not make fun of my friends." After they had exchanged the first greetings they sat down. "Ah, and here is the young Ivanushka," said Prince Andrei, with a smile, indicating the pilgrim lad. "Andrei!" exclaimed the Princess Mariya in a beseeching tone. "You must know that he is a woman," said Prince Andrei to Pierre. "Andrei, un nom de Dieu!" exclaimed the Princess Mariya. It was evident that Prince Andrei's jesting behavior toward the pilgrims and the Princess Mariya's unprofitable defense of them were matters of long standing between them. "But, my dear girl," said Prince Andrei, "you ought on the contrary to be very grateful to me for explaining to Pierre your intimacy with this young man." "Vraiment? Are you in earnest?" asked Pierre, with some curiosity, and with perfect seriousness. And for this the princess was especially grateful to him, looking over his spectacles at Ivanushka's face, who, perceiving that the talk was concerning him, looked at all of them with cunning eyes. It was entirely useless for the Princess Mariya to be mortified on account of her friends. They were not in the least abashed. The old woman, dropping her eyes, though looking at the newcomers sideways out of the corners of them, turned her cup bottom side up on the saucer, placed next it the half-gnawed lump of sugar, and sat silent and motionless in her chair, waiting to be asked to have another cup. Ivanushka, drinking out of his saucer, gazed at the young men from under his sly, woman-like eyes. "Where have you been? To Kiev?" asked Prince Andrei of the old woman. "Yes," replied the old woman, laconically. "On Christmas Day I was deemed worthy to partake of the Holy Sacrament with the saints. But just now I come from Kolyazin, father. A great blessing has been vouchsafed there." "Tell me, has Ivanushka been with you?" "No, I have been all by myself, alone, benefactor," said Ivanushka, striving to make his voice bass. "It was only at Yukhnova that Pelageyushka and I met." Pelageyushka interrupted her companion. She was evidently anxious to tell what she had seen. "In Kolyazin, father, a great blessing has been shown." "What was that? New relics?" asked Prince Andrei. "Come, that'll do, Andrei," said the Princess Mariya. "Don't you tell him, Pelageyushka." "Nee, but why not, mother? Why shouldn't I tell him? I love him. He is good. He is one of God's elect. He gave me 10 rubles once. He is my benefactor. I remember it very well. When I was in Kiev, Kiryusha the Foolish said to me, 'He is truly a man of God. He goes barefoot winter and summer. What makes you wander round out of your own place?' says he to me. Says he, 'Go to Kolyazin. There is a wonder-working icon. The Holy Mother of God has manifested herself there.' So I said good-bye to the saints, and I went there." No one interrupted. The old woman alone in her monotonous voice spoke, occasionally stopping to get her breath. "I went there, my father, and the people there said to me, 'A great blessing has been vouchsafed to us. Holy oil has trickled down from the cheeks of the Holy Mother of God.'" "Well, that will do, that will do. You can tell the rest by and by," said the Princess Mariya, blushing. "Let me ask a question of her," broke in Pierre. "Did you see it with your own eyes?" he asked. "Indeed, I did, father. I myself was deemed worthy. Such brightness in her face, like light from heaven, and from the Virgin's cheeks it trickled and trickled." "But see here, that was a fraud," was Pierre's naive comment after listening with all attention to her story. "Akh! Father, what do you say?" exclaimed Pelageyushka in a tone of horror, turning to the Princess Mariya for protection. "That's the way they deceive the people," he reiterated. "Oh, our Lord Jesus Christ!" exclaimed the old woman, crossing herself. "Ugh! Don't say such a thing, father. And that's the way a certain Aniral (she meant to say general) was an unbeliever. He used to say, 'The priests deceive.' Yes, and he was took blind in consequence, and he dreamed that the Matushka Petrovskaya came to him and says, 'Believe in me and I will cure you.' And so he began to beg them, 'Take me, oh, take me to her.' And I tell you this as gospel truth, I see it with my own eyes. They took him stone blind as he was, straight to her. He fell on his knees, and says to her, 'Heal me. I will give thee,' says he, 'what the Tsar gave me.' And father, I myself seen the star on her, just as he gave it to her. And so he got back his sight. It's a sin to speak so. God will punish you," said she admonishingly to Pierre. "How did the star look in the holy picture?" asked Pierre. "And did they promote the Virgin to be a general?" asked Prince Andrei, smiling. Pelageyushka, suddenly turning pale, clasped her hands. "Oh, father, father, what a sin! And you with a son!" Her face flushed again. Lord forgive him, Matushka, what does this mean?" she asked, turning to the Princess Mariya. She got up, and almost weeping, began to gather together her saddle bag. It was evident that it was both terrible and shameful for her to take advantage of benefactions in a house where such things could be said, and yet she regretted that it was now necessary for her to deprive herself of them. "Now what amusement can you find in this?" asked the Princess Mariya. "Why did you come to my room?" "No, Pelageyushka, I was only joking," said Pierre. "Princesse, ma parole, je n'ai pas voulu l'offenser. I didn't mean to hurt her feelings. It was only my way. Don't have such an idea. I was only joking," he repeated, smiling timidly, and anxious to smooth over his offense. "You see, I was only in fun, and he was, too." The old Pelageyusha paused in doubt, but Pierre's face showed such sincere repentance, and Prince Andrei looked now at her and now at Pierre with such a gentle expression, that she gradually recovered her peace of mind. End of chapter 13. Part 2, Chapter 14 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. The pilgrim woman soon recovered confidence again, and returning to her favorite theme, gave a long account of Father Amphilochoi, who was such a holy man in his life that his dear little hands smelt of incense, and how her friends the monks, during her last pilgrimage to Kiev, had given her the keys to the catacombs, and how she, taking only some little biscuits, sukhariki, had spent 48 hours in them with the saints. "I pray before one, I worship, and then I go to another. Then I take a nap, and go and kiss the other relics, and oh, Matushka, such peace, such blessed comfort, never did I want to come up into God's world again." Pierre listened to her with an attentive and serious expression. Prince Andrei left the room, and the Princess Mariya, leaving her "God's people" to finish drinking their tea, invited Pierre into the drawing room. "You are very kind," said she. "Ach, truly I did not mean to offend her. I appreciate and prize so dearly such feelings." The Princess Mariya looked at him without speaking, and a gentle smile played over her lips. "I have known you a long time, and I feel as though you were my own brother," said she. "How do you find Andrei?" she asked hastily, not giving him time to respond to her affectionate words. "I feel very solicitous about him. In the winter his health was better, but this spring his wound opened again, and the doctor said that he ought to go away and be treated. I am very apprehensive about his mental condition. His nature is so different from us women, and he cannot ease his grief by a good fit of crying. He carries it in his heart. To-day he is jolly and full of life, but that is caused by your visit. He is rarely so. If you could only persuade him to go abroad. He needs activity, and this quiet, monotonous life is killing him. Other people don't notice it, but I see it." At 10 o'clock the servants rushed to the doorsteps, hearing the harness bells of the old prince's carriage. Prince Andrei and Pierre also hastened to meet him. "Who is this?" asked the old prince, as he got out of the carriage and caught sight of Pierre. "Ach, I am very glad. Kiss me," he cried, as soon as he learned who the young stranger was. He was in excellent spirits, and treated Pierre in the most friendly way. Before supper Prince Andrei, returning to his father's cabinet, found him in a hot discussion with Pierre. Pierre argued that the time was coming when there would be no more war. The old prince in a bantering, but not angry tone, maintained the opposite. "Drain all the blood from men's veins, and pour in water instead, and then you will have an end of war. Old women's drivel, he exclaimed, but still he affectionately tapped Pierre on the shoulder as he went over to the table where Prince Andrei had taken a seat, evidently not caring to enter the discussion, and was glancing over the papers which his father had brought from the city. The old prince went to him and began to talk with him about business. "Count Rostov, the marshal, has not furnished half his quota, and when I got to town, he actually conceived the notion of asking me to dinner. I gave him an answer that settled him. But just look at this." "Well, brother," said Nikolai Andreyitch, addressing his son, but patting Pierre on the shoulder, "your friend is a fine young man. I like him very much. He warms me up. Many another has clever things to say, but one doesn't care anything about hearing what he says. But this one succeeds in warming an old man like me all up. Well, go on, he added. Maybe I'll come and sit down to supper with you. I'd like another discussion. Make yourself agreeable to my little goose, the Princess Marya," he shouted after Pierre through the door. During this visit to Luisiya Gorui, Pierre for the first time appreciated the real strength and charm of his friendship with Prince Andrei. This charm was manifested not so much by his relations with Andrei himself, as it was with all his relatives and the inmates of the house. Pierre felt that he was received on the footing of an old friend, both by the stern old prince and the sweet, shy Princess Marya, and yet neither of them had hitherto really known him. Both of them soon grew to be very fond of him. The Princess Marya, whose heart was won by his genial treatment of her pilgrim friends, looked at him from her big, lucid eyes, and even the little yearling Prince Nikolai, as his grandfather called him, smiled at Pierre and liked to go to him. Mikhail Ivanuitch and Mademoiselle Bourienne looked at him and smiled pleasantly while he talked with the old prince. The old prince came down to supper. This was evidently on Pierre's account. During the 2 days of his visit at Luisiya Gorui, he treated him in the most flattering way, and often bade him to come to his own room. After Pierre had gone, and all the members of the family met, they began to express their opinions of him, as is always the case after the departure of a new acquaintance, but, as is rarely the case, they all agreed in saying pleasant things of him. End of chapter 14. Part 2, Chapter 15 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 15. Rostov, on returning from his furlough, for the first time felt and realized how strong were the ties that bound him to Denisof and the rest of the regiment. When he went back to his regiment, he experienced a sensation analogous to that which came over him on his return to his home on the Pavarskaya. When he first saw the hussar of his regiment, with unbuttoned uniform, when he recognized the red-headed Dementiev, when he caught sight of the roan horses, picketed, when Lavrushka joyfully shouted to his barin, "The count has come!" and the tattooed Denisov, who had been having a nap, came running out from his earth hut and threw his arms around him, and the officers all came out to greet him, Rostov felt very much as he did when his mother and father and sister welcomed him home. Tears of joy filled his throat and choked his utterance. The regiment was also his home, and as sweet and dear to him as the home of his childhood. After reporting to the regimental commander and being assigned to his old squadron, after taking his turn as officer of the day and forage purveyor, after getting into the current of all the small interests of the regiment, and coming to a realizing sense that he was now deprived of his freedom and was confined to a narrow and rigid routine, Rostov felt the same sense of restlessness, the same moral support, and the same consciousness of being at home, in his proper place, as he had felt while under the paternal roof-tree. There was nothing more of that mad confusion of the outside world in which he found himself out of place and often engaged in questionable actions. There was no Sonya, with whom he ought or ought not to come to an explanation. There was no choice offered him of going somewhere or not going somewhere. There were no longer those 24 hours which had to be filled with so many varied occupations. There was an end to that innumerable throng of people whose presence or absence was a matter of indifference to him. There was an end to those obscure and indefinably pecuniary relations with his father, an end to his recollections of those terrible losses to Dolokhof. Here in the regiment all was open and simple. All the world was divided into two unequal divisions. One was our Pavlograd regiment, the other, all the rest. And he had nothing whatever in common with this rest. In the regiment everything was known: who was lieutenant, who was captain, who was a good fellow, who was a rascal, and above all, who was his messmate. The sutlers sold on credit, the pay was given quarterly. There was no necessity for thought or decision, provided only that one did nothing that was considered dishonorable in the Pavlograd regiment. But fulfill your duty, do what is commanded you in clear, explicit, and unmistakable language, and all will be well. Coming back again to these explicit conditions of army life, Rostov felt a sense of comfort and satisfaction analogous to that experienced by a weary man when he lies down to rest. To Rostov his army life was all the more agreeable during this campaign from the fact that after his losses from his gambling with Dolokhof, an action which he could not forgive, in spite of the forgiveness of his relatives, he made up his mind to serve not as formerly, but in such a way as to atone for his fault, to be scrupulously faithful, to prove himself a thoroughly admirable comrade and officer, in other words, a fine man. This might seem quite too hard were he "in the world," but it was quite possible in the regiment. He had also determined, ever since the time of his gambling episode, to pay back his debt to his parents within 5 years. They sent him 10,000 rubles a year. Now he resolved to take only 2, and to apply the remainder to the extinction of the debt. Our army, after repeated marches and countermarches, with skirmishes at Pultusk and at Preussisch Eylau, was concentrated in the vicinity of Bartenstein, where they were awaiting the arrival of the emperor and the beginning of a new campaign. The Pavlograd regiment, belonging to that division of the army which had taken part in the movements of the year 1805, had been recruited to its full quota in Russia, and had arrived too late for these first actions of the campaign. It had been neither at Pultusk nor at Preussisch Eylau, and now, at the beginning of the second part of the campaign, having united with the acting army, it was detailed to serve under Platoff. Platoff's division was acting independently of the army. Several times the Pavlogradsui had to take part in skirmishes with the enemy, captured prisoners, and once even took Marshal Oudinot's baggage. During the month of April, the Pavlogradsui were stationed for several weeks in the vicinity of an utterly dilapidated and deserted German village, without stirring from the spot. It was thawing and cold. The rivers were beginning to break up. The roads were impassable, owing to the mud. For many days no provisions had been brought for horses or men. As it seemed an impossibility for transport trains to arrive, the men scattered out among the pillaged and deserted villages in search of potatoes, but even these were scarce. Everything had been devoured, and all the inhabitants had fled. Those who were left were worse than poverty-stricken. There was indeed nothing to take from them, and even the usually pitiless soldiery oftentimes let them keep the little that they had, instead of appropriating it for themselves. The Pavlograd regiment had lost only 2 men, wounded in engagements, but they had lost almost half their numbers from sickness and starvation. Death was so certain if they went into the hospitals that the soldiers suffering from fevers and swellings, caused by bad food, preferred to keep in the ranks, dragging themselves by sheer strength of will to the front, rather than take their chances in the hospitals. As spring opened, they began to find a plant just showing above the ground. It resembled asparagus, and for some reason they called it Mashka's sweetwort, though it was very bitter. They hunted for it all over the fields and meadows, digging it up with their sabers and devouring it, in spite of the injunction not to eat this injurious plant. Later a new disease broke out among the soldiers, a swelling of the arms, legs, and face, and the physicians attributed it to the use of this root. But notwithstanding the prohibition, the men of Denisov's squadron eagerly ate Mashka's sweetwort, because for a fortnight they had been trying to subsist on the few remaining biscuits, half-pound rations being dealt out to each man, while the last consignment of potatoes had proved to be rotten and sprouted. The horses also had been subsisting for a fortnight on thatching straw taken from the roofs, and had become shockingly emaciated, and even before the winter was over, covered with tufts of uneven hair. Yet, in spite of this terrible destitution, officers and men lived just the same as usual. Just as always, though with pale and swollen faces, and in ragged uniforms, the hussars attended to their duties, went after forage and other things, groomed their horses, cleaned their arms, tore the thatch from roofs to serve as fodder, and gathered around the kettles for their meals, from which they got up still hungry, while they joked over their wretched fare and hunger. And just as usual, during the hours when they were off duty, the soldiers built big fires, stripped and stood around them steaming themselves, smoked their pipes, sorted and baked their rotten, sprouting potatoes, and told stories about the campaigns of Potemkin and Suvorov, or legends of Alyosha the Cunning, or of Mikolka Popovitch the Journeyman. The officers also as usual lived in couples or in threes, in unroofed and half-ruined houses. The older ones looked after the procuring of straw and potatoes, and other means of victualling the men. The younger ones were occupied as usual, some with card playing, money was plentiful if provisions were not, some with innocent games, sviaka, a kind of ring toss, and quoits or skittles. Little was said about matters in general, partly because nothing positive was known, partly because there was a general impression that the war was going badly. Rostov lived just as before with Denisof, and the friendship that united them was closer than ever since their furlough. Denisof never spoke of Rostov's family, but by the affectionate friendship manifested by the commander for his subordinate officer, Rostov felt assured that the old hussar's unfortunate love for Natasha was an additional factor in the strength of his affection. Denisof evidently tried to send Rostov as rarely as possible on dangerous expeditions, and to shield him, and after a skirmish or anything of the sort, displayed intense delight to find him safe and sound. On one of his expeditions, Rostov found an old Pole and his daughter, with an infant at the breast, in a deserted, ruined village, where he had gone in search of provisions. They were almost naked and starving, and had no means of getting away. Rostov brought them to his lodgings, installed them in his own rooms, and kept them for several weeks, until the old man got well. One of Rostov's comrades, while talking about women, began to make sport of Rostov, declaring that he was the slyest of them all, and that it was no wonder that he did not care to introduce his comrades to the pretty little Pole whom he had rescued. Rostov took the jest as an insult, and losing his temper, said such disagreeable things to the officer that Denisof had great difficulty in preventing a duel. When the officer had gone, and Denisof, who knew nothing about what relationship Rostov bore toward the Pole, began to upbraid him for his temper, Rostov said, "Well, maybe you are right. She is like a sister to me, and I cannot describe how this thing offended me, because because." Denisof gave him a rap on the shoulder, and began swiftly to march up and down the room, not looking at his friend. This was a habit of his at moments of mental excitement. "What a deucedly fine weed all these Wostofs are!" he exclaimed, and Rostov noticed tears in his eyes. End of chapter 15. Part 2, Chapter 16 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 16. In the month of April, the troops were cheered by word that the sovereign was coming to the army. Rostov did not have the privilege of taking part in the review made by the emperor at Bartenstein, for it happened that the Pavlogradsui were stationed at the advanced posts, a considerable distance in front of Bartenstein. They were established in bivouacs. Denisof and Rostov lived in an earth hut excavated for them by their soldiers and covered with boughs and turf. This earth hut was constructed as follows, according to a plan much in vogue at that time. A trench 3 feet and a half wide, a little less than 5 deep, and about 8 long was dug. At one end steps were constructed, and this formed the entry, the grand staircase. The trench itself constituted the abode, in which those who were fortunate, as for instance the squadron commander, had a board set on posts on the side opposite the entrance. This served as the table. On each side along the trench the earth was hollowed away to half its depth, making a bed and divan. The roof was so constructed that in the middle it was possible to stand erect under it, and one could sit up on the beds by leaning over toward the table. Denisof, who lived luxuriously, because the men of his squadron were fond of him, had an extra board on the pediment of the roof, and in this board was a pane of glass, broken to be sure, but mended with glue. When it was very cold, coals from the soldiers' fires were brought on a piece of bent sheet iron, and set on steps in the reception room, as Denisof called this part of the hovel, and this made it so warm that the officers, who used to come in great numbers to visit Denisof and Rostov, could sit there in their shirt sleeves. In April, Rostov happened to be on duty. One morning about 8 o'clock, returning home after a sleepless night, he ordered some coals to be brought, changed his linen, which had been wet through by the rain, went through his devotions, drank his tea, got thoroughly warmed, put his belongings into order in his own corner and on the table, and, with his face flushed by the wind and the fire, threw himself down on his back, in his shirt sleeves, with his arms for a pillow. He was indulging in pleasant anticipations of the promotion which was likely to follow his last reconnoitering expedition, and was waiting for the return of Denisof, who had gone off somewhere. Rostov was anxious to have a talk with him. Suddenly, behind the hut, he heard Denisof's high-pitched voice. He had evidently returned in a bad humor. Rostov went to the window to look out and see whom he was berating. He recognized the quartermaster, Topchayenko. "I have given you special orders not to let them eat that woot, mashka, what you call it," cried Denisof, "and here I've seen it with my own eyes. Lazarchuk was bwinging some in from the field." "I have given the order, your high nobility, but they won't listen to it," replied the quartermaster. Rostov again lay down on his bed and said to himself with a feeling of content, "Let him kick up a row and make as much fuss as he pleases. I've done my work, and now I'll lie down. It's first class." He heard Lavrushka, Denisof's shrewd and rascally valet, join his voice to the conversation going on outside the hut. Lavrushka had something to tell about ox carts laden with biscuits which he had seen as he was going after provisions. Denisof's sharp voice was again heard behind the hut, and his command, "Second platoon, to saddle." "What can be up?" wondered Rostov. 5 minutes later Denisof came into the hut, climbed up with his muddy boots on his bed, lighted his pipe in grim silence, tossed over all his belongings, got out his whip and sabre, and started from the hut. In reply to Rostov's question, "Whither away?" he gruffly and carelessly replied that he had something to attend to. "May God and the Sovereign be my judges," he exclaimed, as he went out. And then Rostov heard the hoofs of several horses splashing through the mud. Rostov did not take any pains to inquire where Denisof had gone. Warm and comfortable in his corner, he soon fell asleep, and it was late in the afternoon when he left the hut. Denisof had not yet returned. The weather had cleared up bright and beautiful. Near a neighboring hut 2 officers and a yunker were playing svieka, merrily laughing as they drove the redki, or mumble-pegs, into the loose, muddy ground. Rostov joined them. In the midst of the game the officers saw a train approaching them. 15 hussars on emaciated horses followed the wagons. The teams, conveyed by the hussars, approached the picketing station, and a throng of hussars gathered round them. "There now, Denisof has been mourning all the time," said Rostov, "and here are provisions after all." "See there!" cried the officers. "Won't the men be happy?" A short distance behind the hussars rode Denisof, accompanied by 2 infantry officers, with whom he was engaged in a heated discussion. Rostov started down to meet him. "I was ahead of you, captain," declared one of the officers, a lean little man, evidently beside himself with passion. "See here! I have told you that I would not return 'em," replied Denisof. "You shall answer for it, captain. This is violence, to rob an escort of their wagons. Our men have not had anything to eat for 2 days." "And mine have not had anything to eat for 2 weeks," replied Denisof. "This is highway robbery. You'll answer for it, my dear sir," replied the infantry officer, raising his voice. "What are you bothering me for? Hey?" screamed Denisof, suddenly losing his temper. "I am the one who is responsible, and not you. What is the object of all your buzzing here? Forward! Marsch!" he cried to the officers. "Very good," screamed the little officer, not quailing and not budging. "If you insist on pillage, then I—" "Take yourself off to the devil! Get out of here!" and Denisof rode his horse straight at the officer. "Very good, very good," reiterated the officer, with an oath, and turning his horse, he rode off at a gallop, bouncing in his saddle. "A dog on a fence, a wheel dog on a fence!" shouted Denisof, as he rode away. This was the most insulting remark that a cavalryman could make to a mounted infantryman. Then, as he joined Rostov, he burst out in a loud laugh. "I wescued 'em from the infantwy. I carried off their transport by main force," said he. "What, do they think I would let my men perish of starvation?" The wagons which had been brought to the hussars were consigned to an infantry regiment, but Denisof, learning through Lavrushka that the "transport" was proceeding alone, had ridden off with his hussars and intercepted it. The soldiers had as many biscuits as they wished, and even enough to share with other squadrons. The next day the regimental commander summoned Denisof, and covering his eyes with his spread fingers, he said, "This is the way I look at it. I know nothing about it, and I have nothing to do with it. But I advise you to go instanter to headquarters and report this affair to the commissary department, and if possible give a receipt for so many provisions received. Unless you do, the requisition will be put down to the infantry, the matter will be investigated, and may end badly." Denisof went straight from the regimental commander's to the headquarters, with the sincere intention of adopting his advice. In the evening he returned to his hut, in a condition such as Rostov had never seen his friend before. He He could hardly speak or breathe. When Rostov asked him what the matter was, he only broke out in incoherent oaths and threats, in a weak and husky voice. Alarmed at Denisov's condition, Rostov advised him to undress, drink some cold water, and send for a physician. " They are going to twy me for wobbery. Och ! give me a drink of water. Let them twy me. I will beat the wascals every time. And I'll tell the Emperor. Give me some ice," he added. The regimental surgeon came in, and said that it was absolutely necessary to take some blood from him. He filled a soup plate with dark blood from Denisov's hairy arm, and then only was he in a condition to tell all that had taken place. " I get there," said Denisov, telling his story. " Where is your head man here ? They show me. Can't you wait ? I have pwessing business. Come 30 versts. Impossible to wait. Let me see him. Very good. Out comes the robbery in chief, and he, too, undertakes to lecture me. This is highway wobbery. A man, says I, is not a wobber who takes provisions to feed his soldiers, but one who fills his own pockets. Will you please keep quiet? Very good. Sign a receipt at the commissionaire's, says he, and your affair will take its due course. I go to the commissionaire's. I go in, and there at the table, who do you suppose? No. Guess. Who has been starving us? Screamed Denisov, gesticulating his wounded arm, and pounding the table with his fist so violently that the board almost split and the glasses on it jumped up. Telyanin. So it's you, is it, who's been starving us? Once before you had your snout slapped for you, and got off cheap at that. Ah, what a And I began to give it to him. I enjoyed it, I can tell you," cried Denisof, angrily, and yet gleefully showing his white teeth under his black mustache. " I should have killed him if they had not separated us. Here, here, what are you shouting so for? Calm yourself," said Rostov. " You've set your arm bleeding again. Wait, it must be bandaged." They bandaged Denisof's arm and got him off to bed. The following day he woke jolly and calm. But at noon the adjutant of the regiment, with a grave and regretful face, came into Rostov and Denisof's earth hut, and with real distress served upon Major Denisof a formal document from the regimental commander, who had been called to account for the proceeding of the day before. The adjutant informed them that the affair was likely to assume a very serious aspect, that a court-martial commission had been convened, and that on account of the severity with which just at that time rapine and lawlessness were treated, he might consider himself fortunate if the affair ended with a mere degradation. Those who felt themselves aggrieved represented the affair as in somewhat this way, that after the pillage of the transport, Major Denisof, without any provocation and apparently drunk, had made his appearance before the commissary, called him a thief, threatened to thrash him, and when he was dragged away, he had rushed into the office, struck 2 chinovniks, and sprained the arm of one of them. Denisof, in reply to a fresh series of questions from Rostov, laughed, and said that he thought some one else had been there in that condition, but that all this story was rubbish, fiddle-faddle, that he was not afraid of any court-martials, and that if these villains dared to pick a quarrel with him, he would answer them in a way that they would not soon forget. Denisof spoke with affected indifference about all the affair, but Rostov knew him too well not to perceive that at heart, though he hid it from the rest, he was afraid of a court-martial, and was really troubled by this affair, which evidently might have sad consequences. Every day, inquiries, summonses, and other documents kept coming to him, and on the 1st of May he was required to turn over his command to his next in seniority, and appear at headquarters of the divisions to make his defense in the matter of pillaging the provision train. On the evening preceding the day of the trial, Platoff made a reconnaissance of the enemy with 2 regiments of Cossacks and 2 squadrons of hussars. Denisof, as usual, went out beyond the lines in order to make an exhibition of his gallantry. A bullet sent from a French musket struck him in the fleshy upper portion of his leg. Most likely Denisof, in ordinary circumstances, would not have left the regiment for such a trifling wound, but now he profited by this occurrence, gave up his command of the division, and went to the hospital. End of chapter 16. Part 2, Chapter 17 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 17. In the month of June occurred the Battle of Friedland, in which the Pavlogradsui took no part, and this was followed immediately by an armistice. Rostov grievously missed his friend, and as he had not had any news of him since he left the regiment, and was doubly uneasy about his trial and the result of his wound, he took advantage of the armistice and went to the hospital to make inquiries about Denisof. The hospital was established in a small Prussian village which had twice been sacked by the Russian and French armies. For the very reason that it was summer when everything in nature was beautiful, this village, with its ruined roof trees and fences and its filthy streets, its ragged inhabitants, and the invalid and drunken soldiers wandering about, presented an especially gloomy appearance. The hospital had been established in a stone mansion with many broken panes and window frames, and situated in a yard with the remains of a ruined fence. A number of pale-looking soldiers, bandaged and swollen, were walking up and down, or sitting in the sun, in the yard. As soon as Rostov entered the house, he was enveloped by the odor of putrefaction and disease. On the doorstep staircase he met the Russian military surgeon with a cigar in his mouth. The surgeon was followed by a Russian feldsher, or assistant. "I can't be everywhere at once," the doctor was saying. "Come this evening to Makar Alexeyevitch's. I'll be there." The feldsher asked him some question. Do as well as you know how. It doesn't make any difference, does it?" The doctor caught sight of Rostov mounting the stairs. "What are you doing here, your nobility?" asked the doctor. "What are you doing here? Because a bullet hasn't touched you, do you want to be carried off by typhus? This is the house of leprosy." "What do you mean?" asked Rostov. "Typhus, batyushka. It's death for whoever comes here. Makiev," he pointed to his assistant, "Makiev and I are the only two left to wriggle. 5 of our brother doctors have died already. When a new man comes, it's all up with him in a week," said the doctor, with apparent satisfaction. "The Prussian doctors were invited, but our allies did not like it at all." Rostov explained his anxiety to find Major Denisof of the Hussars. "I don't know. I don't remember him. You can imagine. I have charge of 3 hospitals. 400 sick is too many. It's a very good thing for benevolent Prussian ladies to send us coffee and lint at the rate of £2 a month. If they didn't we should be utterly lost." He laughed. 400! And they send me all the new cases. There are 400, aren't there? Hey?" he asked of the feldsher. His assistant looked annoyed. It was evident that he was impatient for the too loquacious doctor to make haste and take his departure. "Major Denisof," repeated Rostov. "He was wounded at Moliton." "I think he's dead. How is it, Makiev?" asked the doctor in an indifferent tone to the feldsher. The assistant simply repeated the doctor's words. "Tell me, was he a tall, reddish man?" asked the doctor. Rostov described Denisof's appearance. "Yes, there certainly was such a person," exclaimed the doctor, seeming to show a gleam of satisfaction. "But that person, I'm sure, must have died. However, I'll make inquiries. I have the lists. You have them, Makiev, haven't you?" "The lists are at Makar Alexeyevitch's," replied the feldsher. "But you might inquire in the officers' ward. There you will find out for yourself," he added, turning to Rostov. "You'd better not go," said the surgeon. "You wouldn't like to be kept there." Rostov, however, took leave of the surgeon, and begged the feldsher to show him the way. "Don't you lay blame on me!" shouted the doctor, up from the bottom of the stairs. Rostov and the feldsher went along the corridor. The hospital odor was so powerful in this dark corridor that Rostov took hold of his nose and was obliged to pause to collect his strength before he could go farther. At the right a door opened and a thin, sallow-looking man on crutches, barefooted and in his shirt–sleeves appeared. As he crossed the lintel he gazed with gleaming, envious eyes at the approaching man. Glancing through the door, Rostov saw that the sick and wounded were lying in the room over the floor, on straw and on their cloaks. "May I go in and look?" he asked. "What is there to see?" replied the officer. But for the very reason that the feldsher was evidently reluctant to have him go in, Rostov was determined to investigate the soldiers' ward. The effluvium, which he had already smelt in the corridor, was still stronger here. It had also changed somewhat in character. It was sharper, more penetrating. One could be certain that it was the very place where it originated. In a long room, brilliantly illuminated by the sun, which poured in through the high windows, lay the sick and wounded in 2 rows, with their heads to the walls, leaving a passageway between their feet. The most of them were asleep or unconscious, and paid no attention to the visitors. Those who had their senses either lifted themselves up or raised their thin yellow faces, and all, without exception, gazed at Rostov with one and the same expression of hope that help had come, of reproach and envy at seeing another so strong and well. Rostov went into the middle of the ward, glanced through the half-opened doors into the adjoining rooms, and on both sides saw the same spectacle. He paused and silently looked around him. He had never expected to see such a thing. In front of him, almost across the narrow passageway, lay, on the bare floor, a sick man, apparently a Cossack, as his hair was cropped, leaving a tuft. This Cossack lay on his back, with his huge legs and arms sprawled out. His face was livid purple. His eyes were rolled up so that only the whites could be seen, and the veins in his bare legs and arms, which were still red, stood out like cords. He was thumping his head on the floor and hoarsely muttering some word which he repeated over and over again. Rostov listened to what he was saying, and at last made out what the word was. This word was water, water, water. Rostov looked around in search of some one to put the man in his place and give him a drink. "Who looks after the sick here?" he asked of the feldsher. Just at that moment a trained soldier, detailed to act as nurse, came along, and, scraping, made a low bow before Rostov. "I wish you good morning, your high nobility," cried the soldier, rolling his eyes on Rostov and evidently mistaking him for some important official. "Lift him up, give him water," said Rostov, pointing to the Cossack. "I will, your high nobility," said the soldier, with alacrity, rolling his eyes round still more attentively and craning his neck, but still not stirring from the spot. "No, there's nothing I can do here," thought Rostov, dropping his eyes. He was about to go on, but felt the consciousness that an entreating glance was fixed upon him from the right, and he turned around to see. Almost in the very corner of the room an old soldier was sitting on a cloak. He had a thin, stern face, as yellow as a skeleton, and a rough, gray beard. He looked entreatingly at Rostov. A neighbor of the old soldier on one side seemed to be whispering something to him, and pointed to Rostov. Rostov realized that the old man was determined to ask him some favor. He went nearer and perceived that one leg was affected with gangrene and that the other had been amputated above the knee. Another neighbor of the old man's lay motionless at some little distance from him with his head thrown back. This was a young soldier, whose snub-nosed face, still covered with freckles, was as white as wax, the eyes rolled up under his lids. Rostov looked at the snub-nosed soldier, and a cold chill ran down his back. "But this one, it seems to me, is—" he began, turning to the feldsher. "We have already begged and prayed, your nobility," said the old soldier, with his lower jaw trembling. "It was all over this morning. Why, we are men and not dogs." "I will see to it immediately. He shall be removed. He shall be removed," hurriedly said the feldsher. "I beg of you, your nobility." Come on," replied Rostov, also hurriedly, and dropping his eyes, and shrinking altogether, trying to pass unobserved under the gauntlet of those reproachful and envious eyes fixed upon him, he left the room. End of chapter 17. Part 2, Chapter 18 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 18. Passing along the corridor, the feldsher led Rostov into the officers' ward, which consisted of 3 rooms, communicating by opened doors. There were beds in these rooms. The sick and wounded officers were lying and sitting on them. Some in dressing gowns were pacing up and down the rooms. The first person whom Rostov met in the officers' ward was a little slim man without an arm and wearing a cap and dressing gown, who was walking up and down the first room with a pipe in his mouth. Rostov, on catching sight of him, racked his brains to remember where he had seen him. "What a place for God to bring us together again!" exclaimed the little man. "I am Tushin. Tushin, don't you remember? I brought you back safe at Schungraven. Well, they've lopped off a little morsel. See here," said he, smiling and pointing to the empty sleeve of his khalat. "And you are hunting for Vasily Dmitrievitch Denisov. He's one of our chums," he said, on learning what Rostov wanted. "Here, here!" And Tushin drew him into the second room, where several men were heard laughing loudly. "I declare, how can they think of living here, much less of laughing?" wondered Rostov, with the odor of the dead body which he had seen in the soldiers' ward still in his nostrils, and still seeing those envious glances fixed upon him and following him, and the face of that young soldier with the upturned eyes. Denisov, with his head buried under the bedclothes, was sound asleep on his bed, although it was noon. "What? Rostov? How are you? How are you?" he cried, in exactly the same voice as when he was with the regiment, but Rostov observed with pain that hidden under this show of ease and vivacity there was a shadow of a new and disagreeable asperity in Denisov's expression, and in his words and tones. His wound, in spite of its insignificance, was still unhealed, though 6 weeks had passed since the skirmish. His face also had the same pallor and look of puffiness which characterized all the inmates of the hospital. But it was not this that so especially struck Rostov. He was amazed by the fact that Denisov did not seem to be glad to see him, and smiled unnaturally. Denisov did not once inquire about the regiment or about the general course of affairs. When Rostov spoke of these things, Denisov did not even listen. Rostov noticed that it was even distasteful to Denisov to be reminded of the regiment, and in general of that larger and freer existence going on outside of the hospital. It seemed as though he were trying to forget his former life, and the only thing that interested him was his quarrel with the commissary chinovnik. In reply to Rostov's question how the affair was going, he immediately pulled out from under his pillow a document which he had received from the commission, and the rough draft of his own reply to it. He brightened up as he began to read his document, and he called Rostov's attention to the keen things which he said against his enemies in his reply. Denisov's acquaintances of the hospital, who had crowded around Rostov as a person from the outside world, gradually scattered as soon as Denisov began to read his paper. By their faces Rostov perceived that all these gentlemen had more than once heard the whole story and were heartily sick of it. Only one, his neighbor of the next bed, a stout Uhlan, still kept his seat on his hammock, frowning gloomily and smoking his pipe, and the little armless Tushin continued to listen, though he shook his head disapprovingly. In the midst of the reading, the Uhlan interrupted Denisov. "Now, it's my opinion," said he, turning to Rostov, "that the only thing to do is simply to petition the sovereign for pardon. They say now there are going to be great rewards, and a mere matter of a pardon." "I petition the soveweign!" exclaimed Denisov, in a voice in which he tried hard to maintain his old-time energy and vehemence, but which sounded helplessly feeble. "What for? If I had been a highway wobber, I might petition for pardon. But here I am court-martialed because I carry these wobbers through clean water, as the saying is. Let 'em twy me, I'm not afwaid of 'em. I have served my Tsar honorably and my countwy, and I have not been a thief, and they degrade me, and— See here, listen to what I write 'em in a straightforward language. This is what I write. If I had been an embezzler— "It's cleverly written, no question about that," said Tushin. "But that is not the point, Vasily Dmitritch." He turned also to Rostov. "He must give in, and this is what Vasily Dmitritch will not hear to doing. Now there, the auditor himself told you that it was a bad business." "Let it be a bad business, then," exclaimed Denisov. "And the auditor wrote a petition for you," continued Tushin, "and you had better sign it and give it to him. He," meaning Rostov, "has influence at headquarters. You won't find a better chance." "Yes, but I haven't told you that I won't stop to quinge," interrupted Denisov, and once more he set out to finish his document. Rostov did not dare to argue with Denisov, although he felt instinctively that the course indicated by Tushin and the other officers was the one advisable, and although he should have counted himself happy to find a chance to render Denisov a service, he knew Denisov's unbending will and the righteousness of his wrath. When Denisov had finished reading his venomous diatribe, which had consumed more than an hour, Rostov had nothing to say, and he spent the rest of the day in the society of Denisov's companions, who had gathered around him again, talking. He told them all the news, and listened to the tales of the others. Denisov preserved a moody silence all the afternoon. Late in the afternoon Rostov got up to go, and asked Denisov if there was nothing that he could do for him. "Yes, wait," said Denisov, glancing at the officers, and, pulling some papers out from under his pillow, he went to the window, where stood an inkstand, and began to write. "You can't split an axe head with a whip," said he, as he came away from the window, and gave Rostov a large envelope. This was the petition to the emperor which the auditor had written for him. In it nothing was said whatever about the faults of the commissary department, but he simply craved pardon. "Hand it in. It's evident." He did not finish his sentence, and smiled a painfully unnatural smile. Chapter 19. Part 2, Chapter 19 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 19. On his return to the regiment, and having made his report to the commander in regard to Denisov's condition, Rostov set out for Tilsit with a petition to the sovereign. On the 25th of June, the French and Russian emperors had met at Tilsit. Boris Drubetskoi begged the distinguished individual to whose staff he was attached for permission to be present at the conference which was to be held at Tilsit. Je veux voir le grand homme. I want to see him with my own eyes, he said, speaking of Napoleon, whom he, like everyone else, had always hitherto called Bonaparte. You mean Bonaparte? Asked the general, with a smile. Boris looked inquiringly at his general, and immediately perceived that the general was trying to quiz him. Mon prince, je parle de l'Empereur Napoleon, he replied. The general, with a smile, tapped him on the shoulder. You'll get on, said he, and he took him with him. Boris was one of the few who were there at Niemen on the day when the emperors met. He saw the rafts with the monograms. He saw Napoleon ride down the bank past the French guards. He saw the Emperor Alexander's thoughtful face as he sat in silence in the inn on the bank of the river, waiting for Napoleon to come. He saw the two emperors get into the boats, and Napoleon, who was the first to reach the raft, go forward with swift steps to meet Alexander, give him his hand, and then disappear with him under the pavilion. Ever since his entry into the highest circles, Boris had conceived the habit of carefully observing whatever was going on around him and recording it. During the time of the interview at Tilsit, he inquired the names of the personages who came with Napoleon, remarked the uniforms which they had on, and listened with great attention to the words spoken by all the men of importance. At the moment that the emperors went into the pavilion, he looked at his watch, and he did not fail to look at it again at the moment when Alexander came forth from the pavilion. The interview lasted an hour and 53 minutes. This fact he wrote down that very same evening, together with many others which he felt had historical significance. Thus, the emperor's suite being very small, the fact of being present at Tilsit at the time of the interview was, for a man who prized success in the service, fraught with deep meaning. And Boris, who enjoyed this privilege, felt that his position was henceforth secured. He was not only known by name, but was looked upon as indispensable, and expected to be seen around. Twice he was sent on errands to the emperor himself, so that the sovereign came to know his face, and the inner circle not only ceased to shun him as a new person, as before, but would have been surprised at his absence. Boris lodged with another adjutant, the Polish Count Zielinski. Zielinski, though a Polyak, had been educated in Paris, was rich, was passionately fond of the French, and almost every day, during the time of the interview at Tilsit, he and Boris used to have the officers of the guards and members of the Imperial French staff to breakfast and dine with them. On the evening of the 6th of July, Count Zielinski, Boris's chum, was giving a dinner to some of his French acquaintances. At this dinner the guest of honor was one of Napoleon's aides. There were a number of the officers of the Imperial Guards, and a young lad belonging to an old aristocratic family who was Napoleon's page. That same day Rostov, profiting by the darkness to pass unrecognized, proceeded to Tilsit in civil dress, and went to the apartment occupied by Zielinski and Boris. Rostov, in common with the whole army from which he came, were as yet far from experiencing that change which had taken place at headquarters, and in Boris, in regard to Napoleon and the French, to look upon them as friends instead of foes. As yet, all connected with the army still continued to experience their former derisive feeling of ill will, scorn, and fear of Bonaparte and the French. Only a short time before, Rostov, in talking with a Cossack officer of Platov's division, had contended that if Napoleon had been taken prisoner, he would have been treated, not as a sovereign, but as a criminal. Even more recently, falling in with a French colonel who had been wounded, Rostov had become heated in trying to prove that there could be no peace between a lawful sovereign and a criminal like Bonaparte. It struck Rostov strangely, therefore, to see in Boris's rooms French officers in the very same uniforms which he had been in the habit of viewing in an utterly different light across from the skirmishers' lines. The moment he saw a French officer looking out of the door, that feeling of war, of hostility, which he always experienced at the sight of the foe, suddenly took possession of him. He paused at the threshold and asked in Russian if Drubetskoi lived there. Boris heard the unwonted voice in the entry, and came out to meet him. At the first moment, on recognizing Rostov, a shade of annoyance crossed his face. " Ah, is it you ? Very glad to see you," said he, nevertheless, and coming towards him with a smile. But Rostov had noticed his first impression. " It seems I have come at the wrong time," said he. " I should not have come, but I had business," said he, coldly. " No, I was only surprised that you had got away from your regiment." " Dans un moment je suis vous," he shouted, in reply to some one calling him from within. " I see that my visit is untimely," repeated Rostov. The expression of annoyance had entirely disappeared by this time from Boris's face. Apparently having considered and made up his mind what course to pursue, he seized his visitor by both hands, with remarkable ease of manner, and drew him into the adjoining room. Boris's eyes, fixed calmly and confidently on Rostov, were, as it were, shielded by something, as though there were a screen, the blue spectacles of high society, placed in front of them. So it seemed to Rostov. " Akh ! please say no more about being come inopportunely," said Boris. He drew him into the room where the table was set for dinner, introduced him to the guests, calling him by name, and explaining that he was not a civilian, but an officer in the hussars and an old friend of his. " Count Zhilinsky, le Comte N.N., le Capitaine S.S.," said he, naming the guests. Rostov scowled at the Frenchman, bowed stiffly, and said nothing. Zhilinsky was evidently displeased at the intrusion of this new Russian individual into his circle, and had nothing to say to Rostov. Boris, affecting not to notice the awkwardness produced by the introduction of the new comer, and still displaying the same easy grace and impenetrable look in his eyes with which he had received Rostov, tried to enliven the conversation. One of the Frenchmen turned, with characteristic Gallic politeness, to the stubbornly silent Rostov, and remarked that he supposed he had come to Tislit to see the emperor. " No, I came on business," replied Rostov, laconically. Rostov's ill humor had come on immediately at noticing the annoyance expressed in Boris's face, and, as usually happens with people who are out of sorts, he imagined that all were looking at him with unfriendly eyes, and that he was in their way. And, in truth, he was in their way, for he took no part in the conversation that was just beginning. " And why is he sitting there ?" the glances that were fixed on him seemed to say. He got up and went to Boris. " I know I am a constraint to you," he said in a whisper. " Come, let me tell you about my business, and I will be going." " No, not in the least," replied Boris. " But if you are tired, let us go into my room, and you can lie down and rest." " Well, really." They went into Boris's little sleeping room. Rostov, without sitting down, began in a pettish tone, as though Boris were in some way to blame for the matter, to tell him about Denisof's affair, and ask him if he could and would send in the petition for Denisof, through the general on whose staff he was serving, and see to it that Denisof's letter reached the emperor. When the two were alone together, Rostov, for the first time, found it awkward to look into Boris's eyes. Boris, sitting with his legs crossed, and pressing the slender fingers of his right hand into his left, listened to Rostov in the same way as a general listens to a report from his subordinate. Sometimes he glanced around, and then again looked into Rostov's face with that peculiar veil of impenetrability over his eyes. Rostov felt awkward every time he did so, and he looked down. " I have heard of things like that, and I know that the sovereign is very strict in such cases. I think it would be best not to bring it to his majesty's attention. In my opinion it would be better to give the petition directly to the commander of the corps, and, as a general thing, I think "— "Then you don't care to do anything. Why not say it right out ?" Rostov almost shouted, not looking at Boris's eyes. Boris smiled. " On the contrary, I will do all that is in my power, but I thought —" At this moment Zhilinsky's voice was heard, calling Boris back. " Well, go, go, go," said Rostov, excusing himself from the supper, and remaining alone in the little chamber. He paced for a long time up and down, and listened to the lively French conversation in the adjoining room. CHAPTER XX. Part 2, Chapter 20 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 20. No day could have been more unfavorable for presenting Denisof's petition to the emperor than that on which Rostov went to Tilsit. He himself could not appear in the presence of the general in charge for the reason that he was in civilian's dress, and had come away without leave of absence, and Boris, even if he had the best will in the world, could not do this on the day that followed Rostov's arrival at Tilsit. On that day, the 9th of July, the preliminary articles of peace were signed, the emperors exchanged orders, Alexander received that of the Legion of Honor, and Napoleon that of St. Andrew of the first degree, and on that same day a dinner was to be given to the Preobrazhensky battalion by the battalion of the French Guards. The emperors had both agreed to be present at this banquet. Rostov felt so ill at ease and so offended with Boris that when, after the supper was over, Boris came back to talk with him, he pretended to be asleep, and on the next day he left the house early in the morning, taking especial pains not to see him. Nikolai, in his civilian's hat and cloak, wandered about the city, gazing at the French and their uniforms, studying the streets and residences where the French and Russian emperors were lodged. On the square he saw tables laid out, and men making preparations for the banquet. Along the streets he beheld draperies with the Russian and French colors entwined, and the letters A and N in monogram. In the windows of the houses there were also flags and monograms. Boris isn't willing to help me, and I won't have anything more to do with him. That's a settled thing, thought Nikolai. It's all over between us. But I won't leave town until I have done the best I can for Denisov, and at least handed his petition to the sovereign. To the sovereign? He is there, said Rostov to himself, involuntarily attracted back to the mansion occupied by Alexander. In front of the door stood saddle horses, and the suite were assembling, evidently for the purpose of escorting his majesty on a ride. At any moment I may see him, said Rostov to himself. If I could only put the letter straight into his hands. But wouldn't they arrest me, on account of being out of uniform? Impossible. He would understand on whose side justice lay. He understands everything. He knows everything. Who could be more just and generous than he? Besides, if they were to arrest me for being here, what harm would it be? He asked himself, catching sight of an officer going into the house where the emperor lived. It seems people do go in. It's all nonsense. I will go and give the petition to the sovereign myself, so much the worse for Drubetskoy, who drives me to it. And suddenly, with a resolution which was unexpected even to himself, Rostov grasped the letter in his pocket and went straight to the residence occupied by the sovereign. Now, this time I will not miss my chance, as I did at Austerlitz, he said to himself, expecting every moment to meet the emperor, and feeling the blood rush to his heart at the mere thought. I will fall at his feet and beseech him. He will lift me, listen to me, and even thank me. I am glad of any opportunity of doing good, but to right wrongs is my greatest happiness, said Rostov, imagining the words which his sovereign would say to him. And, though he had to run the gauntlet of the inquisitive glances fastened upon him, he went up the front steps of the imperial residence. From the porch a broad staircase led straight upstairs. At the right was a half-open door. Below, at the foot of the staircase, was still another door, leading to the ground floor. "What do you wish?" asked someone. "To give a letter, a petition to his majesty," said Rostov, in a trembling voice. "A petition? It should go to the general in charge. Please pass this way." He indicated the door leading to the ground floor. "But he won't receive it." On hearing this voice, so cold and unconcerned, Rostov was panic-stricken at his audacity. The thought that he might at any moment meet his majesty was so entrancing and, at the same time, so terrible to him that he felt like running away. But the Kammerfourier, who came to meet him, opened the door into the general's office, and Rostov went in. A short, stout man, 30 years of age, in white trousers, Hessian boots, and a Bastite shirt, apparently meant for summer only, was standing in this room. A valet was behind him, buttoning a pair of handsome new braces, embroidered in silk, as Rostov could not help noticing. The gentleman was talking with someone in the next room. "Bien fait, et la butte du diable, devilishly well made," this man was just saying, but when he caught sight of Rostov he stopped and frowned. "What is it you want? A petition?" "What is it?" asked the individual in the next room. "Another petitioner," replied the man in the braces. "Tell him to come later. He's going out. We've got to go with him." "Come later. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. It's too late now." Rostov turned round and was about to go, when the man in the braces stopped him. "Who is it from? Who are you?" "It's from Major Denisov," replied Rostov. "And who are you? An officer?" Yes, a lieutenant, Count Rostov." "What audacity! Give it to your general, and be gone with you, be gone!" and he put on the rest of the uniform handed him by his valet. Rostov went down into the entry again, and noticed that on the steps there were still many officers and generals in full parade uniform, and that he would have to pass by them all. Cursing his audacity, his heart sinking within him at the thought that at any moment he might meet the sovereign and be mortified, and even put under arrest in his presence, appreciating all the impropriety of his conduct, and regretting it, Rostov, with downcast eyes, was hastening away from the house, which was now surrounded by the glittering officers of the suite, when a well known voice called him by name, and some one's hand was laid on his shoulder. "Well, Bayushka, what are you doing here without a uniform?" demanded a deep bass voice. This was a general of cavalry, formerly commander of the division in which Rostov served. During the campaign he had won the signal favor of the sovereign. Rostov was startled, and began to justify himself, but when he saw the general's good-natured, jocose face, he drew him to one side, and began, in a voice choked by emotion, to lay his whole case before him, and begged the general to take the part of Denisof, who was well known to him. The general listened to Rostov's story, and shook his head gravely. "Pity, pity. He's a brave fellow. Give me his letter." Rostov had only just handed him the petition and finished telling the whole story, when quick steps and jingling of spurs was heard on the staircase, and the general, leaving him, hurried to the steps. The gentlemen composing the sovereign's suite hastened down from the staircase and went to their horses. The equerry, Hain, the same one who had accompanied the sovereign at the battle of Austerlitz, brought up the emperor's steed, and then on the staircase was heard the slight squeak of steps, which Rostov instantly knew. Forgetting his apprehension of being recognized, Rostov went close to the doorsteps, with many other curious spectators, from among the natives, and again, though 2 years had passed, he recognized those adored features, the same face, the same glance, the same gait, the same union of majesty and sweetness. And that feeling of enthusiasm and love for his sovereign rose in Rostov's soul with all its former force. The emperor wore the Preobrazhensky uniform, white chemise leather breeches, Hessian boots, with a star of an order which Rostov did not know. It was the Legion d'honneur. As he came out on the steps, he held his hat under his arm, and was putting on his gloves. He paused, glanced around, and his glance seemed to light up all about him. He said a few words to one of the generals. He also recognized the general who had been formerly commander of Rostov's division, gave him a smile, and beckoned to him. All the suite moved away from them, and Rostov noticed that this general held a rather long conversation with the sovereign. The emperor said a few words in reply, and took a step towards his horse. Again the crowd of the suite and the crowd of spectators, with Rostov in their number, followed after the emperor. Standing by his steed, with his arm thrown over the saddle, the sovereign turned to the cavalry general, and said in a loud voice, evidently intending that he should be heard by all, "I cannot, general, and I cannot because the law is more powerful than I," said the emperor, and he put his foot in the stirrup. The general respectfully inclined his head. The emperor got into the saddle and rode at a gallop down the street. Rostov, forgetting himself in his enthusiasm, joined the crowd and ran after him. End of chapter 20. Part 2, Chapter 21 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 21. On the square, where the emperor was going, the battalion of the Preobrazhensky stood facing the street on the right. On the left stood the battalion of the French Guards, in their bearskin caps. Just as the sovereign rode up toward one flank of the battalion which presented arms, another throng of mounted men galloped up to the other flank, and Rostov recognized Napoleon at their head. It could have been no one else. He rode at a gallop, wearing his cocked hat, with the ribbon of St. Andrew across his breast, with his blue coat unbuttoned over his white waistcoat. Riding up to Alexander on his Arabian steed, gray, of extraordinarily good blood, with crimson housings embroidered in gold, he took off his hat, and, at this motion, Rostov, as a trained cavalryman, could not help noticing that Napoleon sat awkwardly and unsteadily on his horse. The battalion shouted "Hurrah!" and "Vive l'Empereur!" Napoleon said something to Alexander. Then the two emperors dismounted and shook hands. Napoleon's face wore a disagreeably artificial smile. Alexander, with a courteous expression, made some remark to him. Rostov, notwithstanding the trampling of the horses of the mounted gendarmes, constantly backing into the throng, followed every motion of the two emperors, not taking his eyes from them. It struck him as most extraordinary that Alexander treated Napoleon as an equal, and that Bonaparte bore himself toward the Russian Tsar also as an equal, as though this proximity to the sovereign were perfectly natural and usual with him. Alexander and Napoleon, with a long train following them, passed along, toward the right wing of the Preobrazhensky battalion, straight toward the throng that had collected there. By some chance the throng was allowed to press so near the emperors that Rostov, who found himself in the very front row, felt anxious lest he should be recognized. "Sire, I crave permission to grant that Legion of Honor to the bravest of your soldiers," said a shrill, precise voice, dwelling on each syllable. These words were spoken by the diminutive Bonaparte, looking straight up into Alexander's eyes. Alexander listened attentively to what he said, and inclined his head with a pleasant smile. "To the one who conducted himself most gallantly during this last war," added Napoleon, laying equal stress on each syllable, with an unconcern and self-confidence that aroused Rostov's indignation. At the same time Napoleon glanced round on the ranks of Russian soldiery drawn up before him, and still presenting arms and immovably looking into their sovereign's face. "Will your Majesty permit me to consult with the colonel?" asked Alexander, and he made a few hasty steps towards Prince Kozlovsky, the commander of the battalion. Bonaparte began meantime to be drawing his glove from his small, white hand, and when it tore he threw it away. An aide, hastening forward, picked it up. "To whom shall it be given?" asked the Emperor Alexander, in a low tone, in Russian, of Kozlovsky. "Whom would you designate, your Majesty?" The sovereign frowned with annoyance, and glancing round said, "Yes, but I must give him an answer." Kozlovsky, with a resolute look, glanced along the ranks, and his eyes rested on Rostov. "He couldn't by any possibility choose me," said Rostov to himself. "Lazaref," commanded the colonel, knitting his brows, and the first man in the front rank briskly stepped forward. This was Lazaref. "Where are you going? Stand there," whispered various voices to Lazaref, who did not know where to go. He stood in trepidation, looking askance at his colonel, and his face twitched, as is generally the case with soldiers summoned to the front. Napoleon bent his head back a little, and stretched his small plump hand behind him, as though wishing something to be handed him. The faces of his suite, who at that instant surmised what was going to take place, showed some perplexity. There was whispering, some object was handed from one to another, and a page, the very one whom Rostov had seen at Boris's the evening before, sprang forward, and respectfully bowing over the outstretched hand, and not causing it to remain a single instant, placed in it an order on a red ribbon. Napoleon, not looking at it, closed two fingers, and retained the badge between them. Then he went up to Lazaref, who, with staring eyes, continued to gaze steadfastly at his sovereign and no one else. Napoleon looked at the Emperor Alexander, signifying by this that what he was doing now he did out of consideration for his ally. The little white hand with the badge touched the button of the soldier, Lazaref. Napoleon seemed to realize that all that was necessary to make this soldier forever fortunate, decorated and distinguished above everyone else in the world, was for this white hand of his merely to touch this soldier's breast. Napoleon simply suspended the cross on the soldier's chest, and dropping his hand, returned to where Alexander was standing, as though he knew that the cross must needs stick to the man's breast. And that the cross really did. Officious Russian and French hands instantly seized the cross and fastened it to the man's uniform. Lazaref had gazed moodily at the little man with white hands who had been doing something to him, and he continued to present arms, with his eyes again directed straight at Alexander's face, as though he were asking his sovereign whether it were his duty still to stand there, or whether he should go back, or whether there was anything else for him to do. But as no orders were given him, he stood in exactly the same motionless attitude for some time. The sovereigns mounted and rode away. The Preobrazhensky, breaking ranks, began to mingle with the French guardsmen, and took their seats at the tables which had been prepared for them. Lazaref was assigned to the seat of honor. Russian and French officers pressed around him, congratulated him, and shook hands with him. A throng of officers and the public crowded around, merely to get a sight of the man. The hum of conversation in French and Russian, and bursts of hearty laughter began to be heard around the tables erected in the square. Two officers, with flushed faces, feeling gay and happy, passed by Rostov. " What a treat, brother ! All served on silver," said one. " Did you see Lazaref ?"" I did." " To morrow, they say, the Preobrazhentsui are going to give them a dinner." " Is that so ? What luck for Lazaref ! 1,200 francs pension for life !"" How's that for a cap, children ?" cried a Preobrazhenets, putting on a Frenchman's shaggy bearskin. " Marvellously fine ! Very becoming !"" Have you heard the countersign ?" asked one guardsman of another. " Day before yesterday it was Napoleon, France, bravoure. Yesterday, Alexander, Ruche, grandeur. One day our sovereign gives the watchword, and the next, Napoleon. To morrow the sovereign is going to confer the George upon the bravest of the Guards. He can't help it, he's got to keep up his end." Boris and his friend Zhilinsky also came out to witness the banquet to the Preobrazhentsui. As they returned, Boris noticed Rostov standing near the corner of the house. " Hullo, Rostov ! Good morning ! We missed each other," said he, and he could not refrain from asking what had happened to him, so strangely dark and disturbed was Rostof's face. " Nothing, nothing," replied Rostov. " Will you join us ?"" Yes, by and by." Rostov stood for a long time by the house corner, gazing at the feasters. His mind was filled with painful reflections which he could never bring to a satisfactory conclusion. Strange doubts had arisen in his mind. Now he recalled Denisof, and the change that had come over him, and his obstinacy, and the whole hospital, with those amputated legs and arms, with all that filth and disease. It came up so vividly in his imagination, at that instant, he had such a lively sense of that fetid odor of putrefaction, and that dead body, that he glanced around to see what might be the cause of it. Then, in contrast, he recalled that self conceited Bonaparte, with his little white hand. He was emperor now, the loved and valued friend of the Emperor Alexander. For what purpose, then, all these amputated legs and arms, and those men killed ? Then he remembered Lazaref rewarded, and Denisof punished, and unforgiven. He found himself indulging in such strange thoughts that he was frightened. The savor of the viands and the pangs of hunger drove him out of this mood. He had to get something to eat before going back. He went into an inn which he had seen that morning. He found so many people there, and so many officers who, like himself, had come in citizen's dress, that he had no difficulty in getting dinner. Two officers of the same division as his own joined him. The conversation naturally turned on the peace. These officers, Rostof's friends, like the majority of the army, were dissatisfied with the peace which had been concluded after Friedland. They maintained that if only they had held out a little longer, Napoleon would have laid down his arms, that he had no supplies or ammunition for his troops. Nikolai ate in silence, and drank more than he ate. He alone drank 2 bottles of wine. The inner conflict which had risen in his soul, instead of finding solution, tormented him more than ever. He was afraid to express his thoughts, and he could not get rid of them. Suddenly, at the remark of one of the officers that it was a humiliation to look at the French, Rostov began to declaim with a heat and violence wholly uncalled for, and therefore very amazing to the officers. " And how, pray, can you decide what would have been best ?" he shouted, his face flushing suddenly crimson. " Why do you judge the sovereign's actions ? What right have we to sit in judgment on him ? We cannot appreciate or understand the sovereign's actions." " But I haven't said a word about the sovereign," replied the officer, who could not explain Rostof's violence on any other ground than that he was drunk. But Rostov did not heed him. " We are not diplomatic chinovniks, we are soldiers and nothing else," he went on to say. " We are commanded to die, and we die. And if we are punished, then of course we must be to blame. It isn't for us to criticize. It is sufficient for our sovereign, the emperor, to recognize Bonaparte as emperor, and to conclude a peace with him. Then, of course, it must be so. For if we once begin to criticize and sit in judgment, then there will be nothing sacred left. We shall be declaring that there is no God, no nothing," screamed Nikolai, pounding the table with his fist with quite unnecessary vehemence, as his friends felt. In reality it was demanded by his feelings. " It's our business to fulfil our duty, to fight and not to think, and that's the end of it," he said in conclusion. "And drink," said one of the officers, wishing to avoid a quarrel. "Yes, and drink," replied Nikolai. " Hey, there, another bottle," he cried. End of chapter 21, and end of part 2. Volume 2, Part 3, Chapter 1 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 1. In the year 1808, the Emperor went to Erfurt for another interview with the Emperor Napoleon, and in the upper circles of Petersburg much was said about the magnificence of this solemn meeting. In 1809 the intimacy between these two arbiters of the world, as Napoleon and Alexander were called, reached such a point that when Napoleon that year declared war against Austria, the Russian troops crossed the frontier to support their former enemy, Bonaparte, against their former ally, the Emperor of Austria. And there was also talk in high life of a possible marriage between Napoleon and one of the Emperor Alexander's sisters. Then, besides these external political combinations, the attention of Russian society was at this time occupied with a special interest with the internal reforms which were inaugurating in all parts of the imperial dominion. In the meantime, life, the ordinary life of men, was busied with its own concerns of health and illness, labor and recreation, with its interest in philosophy, science, poetry, music, love, friendship, hatreds, sufferings, and went on as always, independent and outside of political alliance or enmity with Napoleon Bonaparte, and outside of all potential reforms. Prince Andrei had spent 2 years of continuous life in the country. All those enterprises on his estates, such as Pierre had devised on his, and which the latter had brought to no result, constantly changing as he did from one plan to another, all these projects had been accomplished by Prince Andrei without any display and without noticeable exertion. He had to a marked degree that practical tenacity of purpose which Pierre lacked and which gave impetus to any enterprise without oscillation or undue effort on his own part. On one of his estates 300 serfs were enrolled as free farmers. This was one of the first instances of the sort. On others, the forced husbandry service was commuted for obrok, or quit-rent. At Bogucharovo, a babka, or midwife, was engaged at his expense to help in cases of childbirth, and a priest was employed at a salary to teach the children of the peasants and household servants. Half of his time Prince Andrei spent at Luisia Gorui with his father and son, who was still in the care of nurses. The other half he spent at his Bogucharovsky monastery, as his father called his estate. Notwithstanding the indifference which he had affected in Pierre's presence to all the outside events of the world, he eagerly followed them. He read many books, and was often amazed to remark, when men came fresh from Petersburg, from the very vortex of life, to visit his father or himself, that, though he had not once left the country, these men were far behind him in their knowledge of what was going on in politics, at home and abroad. In addition to his projects on his estates, and his general occupations in reading the most varied books, Prince Andrei spent his spare time in composing a critical account of our last 2 unfortunate campaigns, and a project for a change in our military code and establishment. In the spring of 1809, Prince Andrei went to the neighborhood of Ryazan, where his son, whose guardian he was, had estates. As he sat in his calash, he enjoyed the warmth of the spring sun, and looked at the young grass, the first foliage of the birches, and the first curling clouds of the spring flying over the clear blue sky. He simply did not think, but gazed on all sides, full of joy and free from care. He came to the ferry where he and Pierre had talked together the year before. He came to a filthy village, barns, a vegetable garden, and a slope with the remains of a snowdrift by the bridge, a hillside where the clay was hollowed into runnels, strips of stubble field and of shrubbery where the catkins were beginning to show, and finally reached a birch forest that extended along both sides of the road. It was almost sultry in the woods. There was not a breath of wind. The birches, all covered with young, green, sticky leafage, did not even rustle. Out from under the last year's leaves, lifting them up, came the first green bracken and the violets. Scattered here and there among the birches, small evergreens, with their somber hues, unpleasantly reminded one of winter. The horses snorted as they entered the woods, and their coats were streaked with sweat. The footman, Pyotr, said something to the coachman. The coachman replied in the affirmative, but it was evident that Pyotr got very little sympathy from the coachman. He turned round on the box toward his baron. "Your illustriousness, how nice it is," said he, with a deferential smile. "What?" "Nice, your illustriousness." "What was that he said?" wondered Prince Andrei. "Oh, yes, probably about the spring," he communed to himself, glancing all around. "And how green everything is already! So early! The birches and the wild cherries and the alders are already out. But I don't see any oaks. Oh, yes, there's one. There's an oak." By the roadside stood an oak. It was evidently 10 times as old as the birches of which the forest was mainly composed. It was 10 times as large round and twice as high as any of the birches. It was enormous, 2 spans around in girth, and with ancient scars where huge limbs evidently long ago lopped off had been, and with bark stripped away. With monstrous, disproportioned, unsymmetrically spreading, gnarled arms and branches, it stood like an ancient giant, stern and scornful, among the smiling birches. Only this oak and the slender evergreens scattered through the woods, with their hue symbolical of death, seemed unwilling to yield to the fascination of spring, and to spurn the sun and the spring. "The spring, and love, and happiness," this oak seemed to say, "and how can it be that ye still like to cheat yourselves with that stupid and senseless delusion? It's forever the same old story, and a mere delusion. There is no spring, no sun, no happiness. Look here at these mournful, lifeless evergreens, always unchanged. And here I, too, spread out my mutilated, excoriated branches from my back and my sides, where they grew, just as they grew. And here I stand, and I have no faith in your hope and illusions." Prince Andrei looked back several times at this oak, as he rode along the forest, as though it had some message to teach him. The flowers and grass were under the oak, but it stood among them as before, frowning and immovable, monstrous and inexorable. "Yes, that oak is right. He is 1,000 times right," said Prince Andrei to himself. "Let others, younger men, once more hug this delusion. But we know what life is. Our life is done." A whole new series of pessimistic ideas, agreeable from their very melancholy, arose in Prince Andrei's mind, suggested by the sight of the old oak. During all the rest of his journey he seemed once more to live his life over in thought, and he came back to his former comforting and at the same time hopeless conclusion that there was nothing more for him to undertake, that he must live out his life, refrain from working evil, and not worry, and not expect anything. End of chapter 1. Part 3, Chapter 2 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 2. Prince Andrei was compelled by his obligations as trustee of the Ryazan property to call upon the district predvoditiel, or marshal of the nobility. The predvoditiel was Count Ilya Andreyitch Rostov. About the middle of May, Prince Andrei went to see him. By this time the weather had become very warm. The woods were now in full leaf. The dust was intolerable, and it was so hot that, as he drove by water, he had a powerful desire to take a bath. Prince Andrei, in anything but a happy frame of mind, and absorbed in thinking of the business which he had to transact with the predvoditiel, drove into the tree-shaded avenue that led up to the mansion of the Rostovs, at Otradnoye. At his right he heard behind the trees the gay sounds of women's voices, and saw a bevy of young girls running down as if to cut off his calash. In front of the others, and therefore nearest to him, ran a very slender, indeed a strangely slender, maiden, with dark hair and dark eyes, in a yellow chintz dress, with a white handkerchief around her head, the locks escaping from it in ringlets. The maiden shouted something as she approached the calash. Then, seeing that it was a stranger, she ran back again with a merry laugh, and not looking at him. Something akin to pain affected Prince Andrei at this incident. The day was so beautiful, the sun so bright, everything all around was so beautiful, but this slender, pretty young girl knew not, and had no wish to know aught of him, and was content and happy in her separate, most likely stupid, but still gay and careless existence. What was there for her to be merry about? What were her thoughts? Certainly not about the military code or about Ryazan quit rents. What, then, was she thinking about? And why was she happy? Such questions involuntarily arose in Prince Andrei's mind. Count Ilya Andreyitch was spending the summer of 1809 at Otranoye in the same way he had always done, that is, entertaining almost the whole government with hunting parties, theatricals, dinners, and music. He welcomed Prince Andrei most hospitably, as he did every new guest, and almost by main force compelled him to stay for the night. During the course of the wearisome day, monopolized by his elderly hosts and the most distinguished of the guests, who happened to be present in large numbers on account of the old count's approaching fete days, Bolkonsky many times was attracted to Natasha, who was among the merriest and most entertaining of the younger portion of the household, and kept asking himself, "What can she be thinking about? Why is she so gay?" At last, finding himself alone that night, in a new place, it was long before he could go to sleep. He read for a time, then put out his candle, then lighted it again. It was hot in the room with the shutters closed from within. He was annoyed at "that stupid old man," as he called Rostov, for having detained him by the excuse that the necessary papers had not yet come from the city, and he was vexed with himself for having stayed. Prince Andrei got up and went to the window to open it. As soon as he threw back the shutters, the moonlight, as though it had been on the watch at the window and long waiting the opportunity, came pouring into the room. He opened the window. The night was cool and calmly beautiful. In front of the window was a row of clipped trees, dark on one side and silver bright on the other. At the foot of the trees was some sort of succulent, rank vegetation, the leaves and stalks covered with silvery dew. Farther along, beyond the trees, was a roof glittering with dew. Farther to the right, a tall tree, with wide-spreading branches, showed a brilliant white bole and limbs, and directly above it the moon, almost at her full, shone in the bright, almost starless spring night. Prince Andrei leaned his elbows on the window-sill and fixed his eyes on that sky. Prince Andrei's room was on the second floor. The rooms overhead were also occupied, and by people who were not asleep. He overheard women's voices above him. "Only just once more," said a voice which Prince Andrei instantly recognized. "But when are you going to sleep?" replied a second voice. "I will not, cannot sleep. How can I help it? Come, this is the last time." The two female voices broke out into a snatch of song, forming the final phrase of a duet. "Ugh, how charming! Now, then, let's go to sleep. That's the end of it." "You go to sleep, but I can't," replied the first voice, approaching the window. She evidently thrust her head quite out of the window, because the rustling of her dress was heard, and even her breathing. All was calm and stone still, the moon and her light, and the shadows. Prince Andrei feared to stir, lest he should betray his involuntary presence. "Sonya! Sonya!" again spoke the first voice. "Now, how can you go to sleep? Just see how lovely it is. Ugh, how lovely! Come, wake up, Sonya," she said again, with tears in her voice. "Come, now! Such a lovely, lovely night was never seen." Sonya made some answer expressive of her disapproval. "No, but do look. What a moon! Oh, how lovely! Do come here. Sweetheart! Darling, come here. There, now, do you see? If you would only squat down this way and rest yourself on your knees. A little closer. We must squeeze together more. There, if one tried, one might fly away. Yes, that's the way. Look out, you'll fall." A little scuffle was heard, and then Sonya's discontented voice saying, "See, it's 2 o'clock. Ugh, you only spoil it all for me. Now go away, go away." Again all became still, but Prince Andrei knew that she was still there. He could hear from time to time a little rustling, from time to time her sighs. "Ugh, dear me, dear me! It is too bad. To bed, then, if I must." And the window was closed. "And my existence is nothing to her," thought Prince Andrei, while he was listening to their talk, somehow or other hoping and fearing that she would say something about him. "It's the same old story, and done on purpose," he thought. And suddenly there arose in his soul such an unexpected throng of youthful thoughts and hopes, opposed to the whole current of his life, that he felt himself too weak to analyze his condition, and so he went to sleep immediately. End of chapter 2. Part 3, Chapter 3 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 3. The next day, taking leave only of the Count, and not waiting for the ladies to come down, Prince Andrei went home. It was already the 1st of June, and on his way home Prince Andrei once more drove through the birch wood, where the gnarled old oak had so strangely and memorably attracted his attention. The little bells on the horses sounded with still less resonance now through the forest than they did the fortnight before. All the spaces were full of thick leaves and shrubbery, and the young fir trees scattered through the woods were no longer an exception to the general beauty, and but partook of the universal characteristics of the season, and showed a soft green at the ends of their succulent young sprays. The whole day had been hot. Now and again there had been threats of thunder showers, but only handfuls of clouds had scattered a few drops over the dusty highway and the sunny leaves. The forest on the left was dark, in shadow; that on the right, with branches glistening with diamond drops and gently swaying in the breeze, was full of sunlight. Everything was covered with flowers. The nightingales broke out in gushing melody, and answered each other from far and near. Yes, it was in this forest here that the old oak stood whose mood seemed to agree with mine, said Prince Andrei to himself. Yes, there he is, he thought, as he looked along at the left, and found himself, without knowing or realizing it, admiring the old oak of which he was in search. The old oak, as though transfigured, spread out a mighty tabernacle of dark, sunny green, and seemed to swoon and sway in the rays of the afternoon sun. Nothing could be seen of the gnarled branches, or of the scars, or of the old unbelief and grief. Through the rough, century-old bark had pierced the smooth, succulent young foliage. It was incredible that this patriarch should have produced them. "Yes, this is the very same oak," said Prince Andrei to himself, and suddenly there came over him an unreasonable but joyous feeling of delight and renovation. All the most sacred moments of his life came back to him at one sweep: Austerlitz, with that unfathomable sky, and the dead, reproachable face of his little wife, and Pierre on the ferry boat, and the maiden enjoying the beauty of the night, and that night itself. And the moon. Everything suddenly crowded back into his mind. "No, life is not ended at 31, suddenly said Prince Andrei with resolute, unalterable decision. "It is a small thing that I myself know what is in me. All others must know it also. Pierre, and that girl who wanted to fly up into the sky, all of them must learn to know me, so that my life may not be spent for myself alone, in order that they may not live so independently of my life, that it may send its reflection over all other lives, and that they may all live in union with me." On his return from his journey Prince Andrei made up his mind to go to Petersburg in the autumn, and he excogitated various reasons in support of this decision. A whole series of convincing and logical arguments in favor of this new departure, and even in favor of re-entering the army, were all the time coming to his aid. It even now passed his comprehension that he ever could have doubted the necessity of going back to active life, just the same as a short month before he could not comprehend how the idea ever occurred to him to leave the country. It now seemed clear to him that all his experiments of life would surely be wasted, and without reason, unless he were to put them into effect and once more take an active part in life. He now could not understand how, on the strength of such wretched arguments, he had convinced himself that it would be humiliating himself, after all his lessons in life, to believe in the possibility of getting profit, and the possibility of happiness and love. Now his reason showed him the exact contrary. After this journey of his, Prince Andrei began to feel tired of the country. His former occupations no longer interested him, and ofttimes, as he sat alone in his cabinet, he would get up, go to the mirror, and look long at his own face. Then he would turn away, and gaze at the portrait of his late wife, Liza, who, with her little curls à la Greek, looked down upon him, with an affectionate and radiantly happy expression, from the golden frame. She seemed no longer to say to her husband those terrible words, she simply gazed at him with a merry and quizzical look. And Prince Andrei, clasping his hands behind his back, would walk long up and down the room, sometimes scowling, sometimes smiling, thinking over the preposterous, inexpressible, mysterious, almost criminal ideas aroused by the thought of Pierre, of glory, of the maiden at the window, of the old oak, of the beauty of women, and love, which were changing his whole life. And at such moments, when any one came to see him, he was generally dry, stern, and short, and disagreeably logical. "Mon cher," the Princess Mariya once said, happening to find him in such a state, "Nikolushka can't go out to-day, it is very chilly." "If it were warm," Prince Andrei replied to his sister, "then he might go out in nothing but his shirt, but since it is cold, you will have to put some warm clothes on him, as might have occurred to you. Now, there is no sense in keeping the child indoors because it is cold, when he needs the fresh air." He would say such things with all the logic in the world, as though he were punishing some one else for all this illogical reasoning that was secretly working in his mind. Under such circumstances, it was not strange that the Princess Mariya said to herself, "How this intellectual work dries up the heart." End of chapter 3. Part 3, Chapter 4 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 4. Prince Andrei reached Petersburg in August 1809. This was the time when the young Speransky was at the apogee of his glory and zeal for the reforms which he had undertaken. This same month of August, the emperor, while out riding in his calash, was upset and hurt his leg, and during the 3 weeks that he was confined to Peterhof he would see no one but Speransky. It was during this time that 2 ukazes, or rescripts, of extreme importance and almost alarming to society, were prepared. The one was in regard to the doing away of court chin, or rank, and the other in regard to the passing of examinations for the rank of collegiate assessor and councillor of state. The scheme also provided for a complete imperial constitution, destined to revolutionize the existing departments of justice, administration, and finance, from the Council of State even down to the tribunals of the volosts and cantons throughout the empire. Now began to materialize and take shape those vague liberal dreams with which the Emperor Alexander had mounted the throne, and which he had vainly endeavored to bring about with the aid of his assistants, Czartoryski, Novosiltskov, Kochubey, and Stroganoff, whom he in jest called Le Comité de Salut Public, the Committee of Public Safety. At this time Speransky was the general representative for civil affairs, and Arakcheyev for all things connected with the military. Prince Andrei, immediately after his arrival, appeared at court and at His Majesty's levee in his capacity as chamberlain. The sovereign twice, on meeting him, did not vouchsafe him a single word. Prince Andrei had always before felt that the sovereign did not approve of him, that his face and general appearance did not please His Majesty. By the cold look of disfavor which the sovereign gave him, Prince Andrei was still more confirmed in his former supposition. The courtiers explained to Prince Andrei that the emperor's neglect of him was due to His Majesty's displeasure at Bolkonsky leaving the service in 1805. "I know very well how little control we have over our likes and dislikes," said Prince Andrei to himself, "and, therefore, there is no use in thinking of personally presenting to His Majesty, the Emperor, my memorandum on the military code. But I must let its merits speak for themselves." He mentioned his work to an old field marshal, a friend of his father's. The field marshal gave him an appointment, received him more than courteously, and promised to lay the matter before the sovereign. Several days later Prince Andrei was notified to present himself before the Minister of War, Count Arakcheyef. At 10 o'clock on the morning of the day set, Prince Andrei went to Count Arakcheyef's. Prince Andrei did not know the Minister of War personally, and had never seen him, but from all that he had ever heard of him he was disposed to hold this man in very slight esteem. He is Minister of War, the confidant of His Majesty the Emperor. No one need concern himself with his personal characteristics. It is his business to examine my memorandum. Moreover, he is the only person who can put it into execution, said Prince Andrei to himself, as he sat with a number of other visitors of more or less note waiting in Count Arakcheyef's reception-room. Prince Andrei, during the period of his military service, which most of the time had been in the quality of adjutant, had seen many receptions given by notabilities, and he had always been interested in studying the various characteristics of those who were present. At Count Arakcheyef's, the character of the reception was entirely different from anything that he had ever seen. The faces of the less notable individuals who were waiting their turn for an audience with Count Arakcheyef wore an expression of shame and humility. Those of higher rank gave a general impression of awkwardness vainly hidden under a mask of ease and ironical derision of themselves, their position, and those who were likewise waiting. Some walked pensively back and forth, some whispered and laughed together, and Prince Andrei overheard the sobriquet, Sile Andreyitch, Andreyitch the Strong, and the expression, Dayadya Zadast, Uncle Push, applied to the count. One general, a man of note, was evidently annoyed because he was kept waiting, and sat with his legs crossed, smiling sarcastically at himself. But whenever the door opened, all faces expressed one and the same sentiment, fear. Prince Andrei for a second time asked the officer on duty to take in his name, but he received a scornful, impertinent stare, and was told that he would be summoned when it was his turn. After several individuals had been escorted in and out of the war minister's cabinet, an officer, whose frightened and humiliated face had already struck Prince Andrei, was admitted into the dreaded audience chamber. This officer's audience lasted a long time. Suddenly the bellowing of a disagreeable voice was heard on the other side of the door, and the officer, as pale as a sheet, and with trembling lips, came out, and clasping his head with his hands, hastened through the reception-room. Immediately after this, Prince Andrei was ushered into the audience chamber, and the officer on duty whispered, "To the right, next the window." Prince Andrei went in the meanly furnished cabinet, and saw, sitting by a table, a man of 40 years of age, with a long waist and a peculiarly long head. The hair was closely cropped, the face was covered with deep wrinkles, the brows were contracted over grayish-green, heavy-looking eyes and a drooping nose. Arakcheyef turned his eyes toward the newcomer without looking at him. "What was it you wanted?" asked the count. "I have nothing to ask for, your illustriousness," replied Prince Andrei gently. Arakcheyef's eyes fastened on him. "Sit down," said Arakcheyef. "Prince Bolkonsky." "I have nothing to ask for, but His Majesty the Emperor deigned to put into your hands my memorandum, your illustriousness." "Please give me your attention, my dear sir. I have read your memorandum," interrupted Arakcheyef, speaking the first words with a certain courtesy. Then again, staring into his face, and assuming more and more of a querulous and scornful tone, he went on, "You propose new regulations for the army? Plenty of regulations now. No one fulfills the old ones. Nowadays everybody's writing new regulations. It's easier to write 'em than to carry them out." "I have come at His Majesty the Emperor's request, to learn what you propose to do with my memorandum?" asked Prince Andrei respectfully. "I have endorsed my decision upon your memorandum, and sent it to the committee. I do not approve of it," said Arakcheyef, getting up and getting a slip of paper from his writing table. "Here." He handed it to Prince Andrei. Across the paper these words were written in pencil, without capitals or punctuation marks, and ill spelt. Without basis in common sense, as it is only an imitation of the French military code, and no need of changing our own articles of war. "To what committee has my memorandum been given?" inquired Prince Andrei. "To the Committee on the Revision of the Military Code, and I have added your nobility to the list, but without salary." Prince Andrei smiled. "I should wish no salary." "An honorary member, without salary," reiterated Arakcheyef. "I have the honor of— Hey there, come in! Who's next?" he shouted, bowing to Prince Andrei. End of chapter 4. Part 3, Chapter 5 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 5. While waiting for the formal notification of his appointment as a member of the committee, Prince Andrei took pains to renew former acquaintances, especially with individuals who, as he knew, were in power and might be of assistance to him. He now experienced in Petersburg a feeling analogous to that which he had experienced on the eve of a battle, when a restlessness and sense of curiosity had invincibly attracted him toward those lofty spheres, the laboratory of the future, on which depended the fate of millions. By observing the angry criticisms of the older men, the curiosity of the uninitiated, the reserve of those who knew, the eagerness and activity of all, the portentous increase in committees and commissions, new ones being, as he knew, appointed every day, he felt certain that there and then, in the year 1809, in Petersburg, some mighty civil conflict was in preparation, and that the presiding genius of it was to be a personage as yet unknown to him, endowed in his fancy with mysterious qualities, and a man with whom he was prepared to sympathize, Mikhail Speransky. And this indefinitely realized sense of an impending reform, and Speransky, its leader, began to interest him so intensely that the matter of the military code was very soon relegated to a secondary place in his mind. Prince Andrei found himself in the most advantageous position for being well received in the most varied and lofty circles of the Petersburg society of that day. The party pledged to reform welcomed him cordially and did their best to win him to their side. In the first place, because he had a reputation for intelligence and great learning; in the second place, because he of his own free will had emancipated his serfs, and thereby gained himself the reputation of being a liberal. The party of the old men, the discontents, naturally turned to him for sympathy in their criticisms of reform, as being the son of his father. The generality of women, the world, gladly welcomed him because he was a rich man, and illustrious, and yet practically a novelty, with that aureole of romance with which he was crowned, on account of his supposed death and the tragic end of his wife. Moreover, all those who knew him in days gone by confessed with one accord that he had greatly changed for the better during the last 5 years, that time had softened down his asperities, that he had lost all that old pretense, pride, and sarcastic manner, and had now acquired the serenity which comes only with years. He was talked about, people were interested in him, and all were anxious to see him. On the day after his interview with Count Arakcheyef, Prince Andrei was at a reception at Count Kotchubey's. He had been telling the count about his reception by Sila Andreyitch. That was the nickname by which Kotchubey called Arakcheyef, with the same expression of masked contempt as Prince Andrei had noticed in the others who spoke of him at the Minister of War's reception room. "Mon cher, even in this affair of yours, you can't get along without Mikhail Mikhailovitch. C'est le grand faiseur. He can do everything. I will tell him. He promised to come this evening." "But what has Speransky to do with military matters?" demanded Prince Andrei. Kotchubey, with a smile, shook his head, as though amazed at Bolkonsky's naivete. "He and I were speaking of you only a day or two ago," continued Kotchubey, "and about your free laborers." "Ah? And so you have been emancipating your muzhiks?" asked an old man of Catherine's time, turning scornfully upon Bolkonsky. "It was a very small estate which brought in a very meager income," replied Bolkonsky, trying to palliate his action in his presence so as not to irritate the old man to no purpose. "You seem to be in a great hurry," said the old man, glancing at Kotchubey. "There's one thing I do not understand," continued the old man. "Who is going to plow the land if they are emancipated? It's easy to make laws, but hard to execute them. If it is all the same to you, Count, I will ask you who is going to be the deciding judge when all have to pass examinations?" "Those who succeed in passing them, I suppose," replied Kotchubey, shifting from one leg to another, and glancing around. Now there is Pryanitchnikof, an excellent man, true as gold, but he is 60 years old. Will he pass an examination? Yes, that is where the difficulty lies, since certainly education is not at all widespread, but Count Kochubey did not finish this sentence. He got up, and, taking Prince Andrei by the arm, led him forward to meet a tall, bald man of 40 years, with white hands, with a broad, open forehead, and an extraordinarily strange pallor on his long face. The newcomer wore a blue coat, the ribbon of an order around his neck, and a star over his heart. This was Speransky. Prince Andrei instantly surmised who it was, and a peculiar feeling stirred his heart, as usually happens at significant moments in life. Whether it were caused by respect, envy, expectation, he could not tell. Speransky's whole figure was of a peculiar type, so that it was impossible for a moment ever to mistake him. Never had Prince Andrei seen anyone in the spheres where he had moved, who was so remarkable for the calmness and self-assurance of his motions, though they were awkward and ungainly, or anyone who had such a steady, and at the same time gentle, gaze, from his half-closed and rather moist eyes, or anyone with such determined expression in a smile that meant so much, or with such a delicate, gentle, monotonous voice, and, above all, such an ethereal pallor of face, shared also by the hands, which were rather broad, but extraordinarily plump, soft, and white. Such white, ethereal delicacy of complexion Prince Andrei had never seen, except in the case of soldiers who had been long at the hospital. This, then, was Speransky, the emperor's secretary, the sovereign's factotum, and his companion at Erfurt, where more than once he had met and talked with Napoleon. Speransky did not glance around from one person to another, as men usually do, in spite of themselves, on first entering a large company, and he did not hurry about speaking. He spoke quietly, assured that he would be listened to, and he looked only at the man with whom he was speaking. Prince Andrei followed Speransky's every word and motion with the keenest attention. As usually happens to people, especially to those who are inclined to judge their fellows severely, Prince Andrei, on meeting a new personage, like Speransky, for instance, whom he knew by reputation, naturally expected to find in him the full complement of human perfections. Speransky told Kochubey that he was sorry at not being able to come earlier, but that he had been detained at the palace. He did not say that it was the sovereign who had detained him, and Prince Andrei remarked this affectation of modesty. When Kochubey presented Prince Andrei, Speransky slowly turned his eyes upon Bolkonsky, without altering his smile, and continued to gaze at him in silence. "I am very happy to make your acquaintance. I have heard of you, as has everyone else," said he. Kochubey gave a brief account of Bolkonsky's reception by Arakcheyev. Speransky's smile grew more accented. "The chairman of the commission for revising the military statutes, Mr. Magnitsky, is an excellent friend of mine," said he, carefully dwelling on each syllable and each word. "And if you would like, I can give you a personal interview with him." Here he came to a full stop. "I hope that you will find him sympathetic, and willing to further all that is reasonable." A little circle had immediately gathered around Speransky, and the same old man who had spoken of his chinovnik, Pryanitchnikof, turned to the minister with the same question. Prince Andrei did not take part in the conversation, but contented himself with observing all the motions of Speransky, that man who but a short time since had been an obscure seminarist, and now had in his hands, those white, plump hands, the control of Russia's fortunes. He was struck by the extraordinary contemptuous calmness with which Speransky answered the old man. It seemed as though he stooped down from an immeasurable height to grant him a condescending word. When the old man began to speak louder than the occasion justified, Speransky smiled, and said that he could not judge of the utility or futility of what the sovereign deigned to approve. After conversing for some time with the group generally, Speransky got up, and, crossing over to Prince Andrei, drew him aside to another corner of the room. It was plain that he considered it necessary to patronize Bolkonsky. "I haven't had a chance to talk with you yet, Prince, owing to the lively discussion into which I was drawn by that worthy old gentleman," said he, with his blandly contemptuous smile, seeming to imply by this smile that he and Prince Andrei appreciated the insignificance of the people with whom he had just been talking. This treatment was very flattering to Prince Andrei. I have known of you for a long time, in the first place, through your treatment of your serfs, the first example of the sort, I believe, and one which I should like to see generally followed; and in the second place, because you are the only one of the chamberlains who has not considered himself abused by the new ukaz concerning the court ranks, which has produced so much talk and criticism." "Yes," replied Prince Andrei. "My father did not wish me to take advantage of this prerogative. I began with the lowest step in the service." "Your father is a man of a bygone generation. He evidently stands far above the men of our day, who are so severe in their judgments upon this measure, and yet it aims simply to re-establish genuine justice." "I am inclined to think, however, that there is some ground for these criticisms," said Prince Andrei, striving to free himself from Speransky's influence, of which he was beginning to feel conscious. It was distasteful for him to agree with the man at every point. He felt a strong desire to contradict him. Prince Andrei, who generally spoke fluently and well, now found some difficulty in expressing himself while talking with Speransky. He was too much occupied with his study of the personality of this distinguished man. "The ground of personal vanity, maybe," quietly suggested Speransky. "Partly, and also for the sake of the government," replied Prince Andrei. "What makes you think so?" asked Speransky, slightly dropping his eyes. "I am a disciple of Montesquieu," said Prince Andrei, "and his maxim, that le principe de monarchie et l'honneur, me paraît incontestable. Certain rights and privileges of the nobility seem to me to be the means of maintaining this sentiment." The smile faded from Speransky's pallid face, and his expression gained greatly by the change. Evidently, Prince Andrei's thought seemed to him worthy of consideration. "Si vous envisagez les questions sans ce point de vue," he began, finding it evidently rather difficult to express himself in French, and speaking still more deliberately than in Russian, and yet with absolute self-possession. "Montesquieu says that honor, l'honneur, cannot be maintained by prerogatives that are injurious to the service; that honor, l'honneur, is either the negative concept of refraining from reprehensible actions, or it is the true fountainhead of impulse for the winning of approbation, and the rewards that are the fruit thereof." His arguments were succinct, simple, and clear. An institution that maintains this honor, this source of emulation, an institution like the Légion d'honneur of the great Emperor Napoleon, is not prejudicial, but advantageous to the success of the service, but that is not true of social or court prerogatives. "I do not quarrel with that, but it is impossible to deny that court privileges have always tended toward the same end," said Prince Andrei. "Every courtier should consider himself bound to fulfill his duties worthily." "But you have not cared to take advantage of them, Prince," retorted Speransky, his smile showing that having worsted his opponent in the argument, he was now ready to cut short this special mark of his favor. "If you will do me the honor of calling upon me Wednesday," he added, "then I shall have a talk with Magnitsky, and may be able to tell you something of interest; and, moreover, I shall have the pleasure of a more circumstantial conversation with you." Then, closing his eyes, he made him a low bow, and slipped from the room à la Française, without taking leave, so as not to attract attention. Chapter 6. Part 3, Chapter 6 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 6. During the first part of his stay in Petersburg, Prince Andrei was conscious that the whole system of thought which he had elaborated during his solitary life in the country was entirely obscured by the petty occupations with which he was now engaged in the city. Every evening when he returned to his lodgings, he jotted down in his notebook 4 or 5 indispensable visits or appointments for the next day. The mechanisms of his life, the arrangement of the 24 hours, so as to allow him to be always punctual, was at the cost of a goodly portion of his mental energy. He accomplished nothing. He neither thought nor had time to think, and whatever he said in conversation, and it must be confessed that he talked well, was merely the fruit of his solitary meditation in the country. He occasionally remarked with dissatisfaction that on appearing at different gatherings on one and the same day, he found himself repeating himself. But he was so absorbed all day long that he had no time to think out anything new. He went to Speransky's house on Wednesday and had a long and confidential talk with him. The impression that had been produced on him by Speransky at his first meeting with him at Kochubi's was repeated and intensified. Prince Andrei looked upon so many men as contemptible and beneath contempt, he had such a powerful desire to discover in another living the ideal of perfection toward which he was striving, that it was easy for him to believe that he had discovered in Speransky his ideal of a perfectly reasonable and virtuous man. If Speransky had sprung from the same class in society to which Prince Andrei belonged, and if he had had a similar education and mental processes, Bolkonsky would have soon discovered his weaknesses, his human instead of his heroic side. But now this strangely logical bent of mind aroused his esteem from the very fact that he did not fully understand him. Moreover, Speransky, either because he prized Prince Andrei's talents or because he felt that it was necessary to attract him to himself, displayed before Prince Andrei his cool, easy wit, and flattered Prince Andrei with that delicate flattery which appeals to a man's self-conceit, by tacitly taking for granted that he is the only other man capable of comprehending the full depth of stupidity of all the rest of the world, and the reasonableness and depth of their own ideas. During the time of that long conversation of theirs on Wednesday evening, Speransky more than once said, "With us there is a chance to look upon everything that rises above the common level of the commonplace routine," or, with a smile, "But our idea is that the wolves should be fed well, and yet the sheep kept whole," or, "They cannot comprehend this." And all the time his expression seemed to imply, "We, that is, you and I, understand who they are and who we are." This long conversation with Speransky merely served to confirm the feeling produced in him at his first interview with him. He saw in him an intelligent, severely logical man of immense talent, energy, and tenacity of purpose, who desired to obtain power which he would wield solely for the good of Russia. Speransky was, in Prince Andrei's eyes, the man most able to explain by his intellect alone all the phenomena of life, accepting as of any importance only what appealed to his reason, and, in all circumstances, capable of applying the rules of logic in a way that he had always longed to be able to do. Everything was placed before his mind so lucidly through Speransky's exposition that he found himself agreeing with him on every point, in spite of himself. If he raised objections and entered into discussions with him, it was simply because he was anxious to be independent, and not a mere echo of Speransky's opinions. Everything was just as it should be. Everything about him was good, but there were one or two things that struck Prince Andrei unpleasantly. Such were Speransky's cold, mirror-like, inscrutable eyes, and his white, plump hand. Prince Andrei could not help looking at them, just as one is always drawn to look at the hands of those men who are in the possession of power. Those mirror-like eyes and that soft hand somehow irritated Prince Andrei. He was also offended by the overweening contempt for men which he had remarked in Speransky, and at various shifts in his arguments which he used for the buttressing of his ideas. He made use of all possible weapons of thought, especially affecting metaphors, and it seemed to Prince Andrei that he leaped from one to another with too great audacity. Sometimes he set himself up as a practical worker and flouted visionaries, then as a satirist and made ironical sport of his antagonists. Then he would become severely logical, then suddenly he would rise into the domain of pure philosophy. This last weapon of proof he was especially fond of employing. He would take questions to the heights of metaphysics, indulge in definitions of space, time, and thought, and, finding counter-arguments in them, he would come back to fresh discussions. On the whole, the chief trait of Speransky's intellect, and one that amazed Prince Andrei, was his unswerving, unquestioning faith in the power and validity of the intellect. It was evident that Speransky never dreamed of harboring such thoughts as were habitual with Prince Andrei, as to the impossibility of expressing all that came into his mind, or that he ever doubted whether all that he thought and all that he believed were not vanity. And it was this very characteristic of Speransky's intellect that especially attracted Prince Andrei toward him. During the first period of his acquaintance with Speransky, Prince Andrei conceived a passionate admiration for him, analogous to that which he had whilom experienced for Bonaparte. The circumstance that Speransky was the son of a priest, which many looked upon as derogatory, scorning a man as Kutianek, a priestling, or Popovitch, the son of a pope, undoubtedly made Prince Andrei particularly cautious in indulging this feeling toward Speransky, and unconsciously led him to keep it to himself. On that first evening that Bolkonsky spent with him, they got to talking about the Committee for Revision of the Laws, and Speransky told Prince Andrei, with a touch of irony, how this committee had existed 150 years, had cost millions, and yet had not accomplished anything; that Rosenkampf had merely stuck labels on all the articles of comparative legislation. "And that is all the result that the government has received from those millions," said he. "We want to give new judicial powers to the Senate, and we have no laws. Therefore, it is a sin for such men as you, Prince, not to serve at the present time." Prince Andrei replied that for this it needed a legal training, which he did not possess. "But there is no one who has, so what are you going to do about it? This is a circulus viciosus, and we must break away from it by main force." Before a week was over, Prince Andrei was appointed a member of the Committee on Revising the Military Code, and much to his surprise, Nachalnik, or president, of one section of the Special Commission on the Revision of the Laws. At Speransky's special request, he took up the study of the Revised Civil Code with the aid of the Code of Napoleon and the Institutes of Justinian, to set to work on the section entitled The Rights of Individuals. End of chapter 6. Part 3, Chapter 7 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 7. 2 years before this, Pierre, on his return to Petersburg from his tour among his estates, found himself involuntarily at the head of the Petersburg Freemasons. He established dining lodges and burial lodges. He gained over new members, labored for the union of various lodges and for the acquisition of original documents. He gave his money freely toward the building of a Masonic temple, and, so far as it lay in his power, pushed forward the collections for charity, in regard to which the majority of the members were penurious or unpunctual. He supported almost unaided the almshouse established by the order in Petersburg. His life, in the meantime, went on the same as before, with the same inclinations and dissipations. He liked the pleasures of the table, good eating and wines, and although he looked upon it as immoral and degrading, he could not keep himself from the gaieties of his bachelor friends with whom he mingled. Amid the fog of all his various occupations and enterprises, Pierre, however, before a year was over, began to be conscious that the Masonic ground on which he stood was giving way faster and faster under his feet, the more he tried to maintain himself upon it. At the same time, he felt that the more the ground on which he stood yielded under him, the more inextricably he was committed to it. When he first entered Freemasonry, he experienced the sensations of a man who unquestioningly sets his foot on the smooth surface of a bog. On bearing his weight upon it, he begins to sink. In order fully to persuade himself of the solidity of the ground whereon he stands, he sets down another foot, and slumps in more deeply than before, and, being caught in it, he, in spite of himself, wades in it up to the knee. Osip, or rather Iosip Alexeyevitch, was no longer in Petersburg. Of late, he had done with the Petersburg lodges, and lived exclusively at Moscow. All the brethren, the members of the lodges, were Pierre's acquaintances in everyday life, and it was hard for him to see them as merely brothers, according to Freemasonry, and not as Prince B, and not as Ivan Vasilievitch D, whom he knew in society, for the most part, as weak and insignificant men. Under their Masonic aprons and insignia, he could not help seeing their uniforms and the decorations which they had obtained in the world. Ofttimes, when collecting the contributions and counting the 20 or 30 rubles received, for the most part in promises, from a dozen men, half of whom were able to pay as he himself was, Pierre remembered the Masonic oath, whereby each brother bound himself to give all his possessions to his fellow men, and then doubts would arise, though he would strive not to dwell upon them. He divided all the brethren whom he knew into 4 categories. In the first he placed those who took no interest in the transactions of the lodges, or in human affairs in general, but were exclusively absorbed in the mysterious doctrines of the order, absorbed in questions as to the threefold nature of God, or the three primordial elements of matter, sulphur, mercury, and salt, or as to the significance of the cube, and all the symbolism of Solomon's temple. Pierre reverenced this class of Masons, to which belonged principally the older members of the Brotherhood, and Iosif Alexeyevitch, in Pierre's opinion, but he could not share in their pursuits. His heart was not attracted by the mysterious side of Masonry. In the second category he reckoned himself and those like him, seekers, inclined to waver, not yet successful in walking the straight and intelligible way of Masonry, but all the time striving to walk in it. In the third category he placed the Brethren, and they formed the majority, who saw in Freemasonry nothing but superficial formalities and ceremonies, and who insisted upon the strenuous fulfillment of these external forms, caring nothing for their real essence and significance. Such were Volarsky, and even the Grand Master of the Supreme Lodge. In the fourth category, finally, were reckoned also the great mass of the Brethren, and especially those who had been admitted since he had. These were men who, according to Pierre's observation, believed nothing, desired nothing, and entered the Brotherhood simply for the sake of bringing themselves into intimate relations with the rich young men endowed with influential connections who abounded in the lodges. Pierre began to feel dissatisfied with his activity. Masonry, at least Masonry such as he knew it in Russia, it sometimes seemed to him, was founded on mere formalities. He did not dream of doubting Masonry itself, but he was persuaded that Russian Freemasonry was on the wrong track, and had turned aside from its first principles. And therefore toward the end of that year Pierre went abroad to become initiated into the highest mysteries of the order. In the summer of 1809 Pierre returned to Petersburg. Through correspondence carried on between our Masons and those abroad, it became known that Bezukhoi had succeeded in winning the confidence of many individuals standing in the very highest ranks of the order, had been initiated into the deepest secrets, had been raised to the very highest degrees, and was bringing back to Russia notions of the greatest advantage for the confraternity. The Petersburg Masons all flocked around him, trying to get into his good graces, and it was intimated to all that he had something weighty in store, which he was getting ready for them. A solemn meeting was called of the Lodge of the Second Degree, and Pierre promised to communicate the message with which he was charged by the supreme directors of the order. The session was crowded. After the ordinary business was concluded, Pierre got up and began his speech. "Beloved brethren," he began, flushing and hesitating, and holding in his hand his address already written, "it is not enough to keep our secrets in the privacy of the lodge room. It is necessary to act. To act. We have fallen into a state of torpor, and we must act." Here Pierre paused and took to his manuscript. "For the propagation of pure truth, and for securing the triumph of virtue," he read, "we must purge men of their prejudices, and spread abroad regulations consonant with the spirit of the time. We must undertake the education of the young, and make ourselves one by indissoluble bonds with men of intellect. We must boldly, and at the same time prudently, contend with superstition, infidelity, and folly. We must organize among men devoted to our cause bands of workers united together by singleness of aim and possessed of power and strength. For the furtherance of these ends, we must weight the scale so that virtue and not vice will tip the beam. We must strive to make it possible for the virtuous man, even in this world, to receive the eternal rewards for his good deeds. But these mighty undertakings find a tremendous obstacle in existing political institutions. What, then, are we to do in such a state of affairs? Shall we use revolutionary methods? Shall we overturn all things? Oppose force with force? No, we are very far from advising that. All violent reforms deserve censure, because they can never do away with evil so long as men are what they are, and therefore it is the part of wisdom not to employ violence. The whole aim of our fraternity should consist in making men consistent, virtuous, joined together in the unity of a conviction that it is their duty everywhere and with all their might to oppose vice and folly and the wasting of their talents and virtues, to raise worthy men from the dust and unite them into one brotherhood. Only then our fraternity will secure the power of insensibly binding the hands of those who work disorder, and so direct them that they will not be aware of it. In a word, it is necessary to found a dominant form of government which shall propagate itself over the whole world without destroying social ties or preventing other forms of government from still continuing to maintain their own special rights, and do everything except stand in the way of the mighty objects of our fraternity, which is to make virtue triumph over vice. This was the aim proposed by Christianity itself. It taught men to be wise and good, and, for their own advantage, to follow the example and precepts of the best and wisest men. At a time when all were immersed in darkness, it was sufficient, of course, to have preaching alone. The novelty of the truth constituted its particular strength. But at the present day we are obliged to make use of far more powerful means. It is necessary now that a man, guided by his senses, should find in virtue a genuine charm. It is impossible to eradicate the passions. One must, therefore, strive to guide them to salutary ends, and, accordingly, it is requisite that every man should satisfy them within the limits of virtue, and our fraternity should furnish the means for this end. As soon as we have enrolled a considerable number of worthy men in every land, each one of them will bring around him 2 others, and all will be straitly united together. And then all things will be possible for our fraternity, which has already been able to do much, though working secretly, for the advantage of humanity. This discourse produced not only a profound impression, but even a genuine excitement. The majority of the brethren affected to see in it the dangerous doctrines of the Illuminati, and Pierre was amazed at the coldness with which it was received. Footnote: The Illuminati was a famous society of mystics founded by Professor Adam Weishaupt of Germany in 1776, and numbering 2,000 members, many of whom were Freemasons, prohibited by the Bavarian government in 1784. The Grand Master began to raise objections to Pierre's theories. Pierre, with growing heat, tried to defend them. It was a long time since they had had such a stormy session. The members were divided into parties. Some accused Pierre and criticized him for preaching the mystical doctrines of the Illuminati. Others defended him. Pierre, for the first time, at this meeting, was struck by the endless variety of human minds, the result of which is that no truth presents itself alike to any 2 men. Even those who seemed to be on his side accepted him in their own way, with mental reservations and changes, with which he could not agree, since his chief desire was nothing else than to transfer his thoughts to others, exactly as he himself understood it. Toward the end of the meeting, the Grand Master, with some ill feeling, ironically called Bezukhoi's attention to his heat, and remarked that it was not so much love toward humanity as it was the impulse of quarrelsomeness that had dragged him into the discussion. Pierre made no reply, and asked bluntly whether his scheme would be accepted. When he was told no, Pierre, without waiting for the usual formalities, left the lodge and went home. End of chapter 7. Part 3, Chapter 8 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne. Chapter 8. Pierre now found himself again the victim of the old melancholy which he dreaded so much. He spent the 3 days that followed the reading of his discourse at the lodge, at home on the sofa, seeing no one, and not once stirring out of doors. At this time he received a letter from his wife, who begged him to grant her an interview, described her sorrow at what had happened, and her desire to devote her whole life to him. At the end of the letter she informed him that she was about to return to Petersburg from abroad. Shortly after the receipt of this letter, one of the Masonic brethren, whom he respected less than the others, broke in upon his solitude, and, leading the conversation to Pierre's domestic grievances, took it upon himself to say to him, in the way of brotherly advice, that his severity towards his wife was unjust, and that Pierre had swerved from the first rules of the brotherhood, which called for forgiveness of the penitent. At the same time also his mother-in-law, the wife of Prince Vasili, sent for him, begging him to call upon her, if only for a few minutes, in regard to a matter of supreme importance. Pierre saw that he was destined to be over-persuaded, that they were bound to have him reconciled to his wife, and indeed this was not wholly disagreeable to him in the state of mind in which he found himself. It was all the same to him. He now felt that nothing in life was of great importance, and under the influence of the low spirits which had ruled him, he prized neither his own freedom nor his obstinate determination to punish his wife. No one is right, no one is to blame, and of course she was not to blame, he said to himself. If Pierre did not immediately agree to a reconciliation with his wife, it was simply because in this condition of melancholy in which he found himself, he had not the energy to take the first step in the matter. If his wife had come to him, he would simply not have driven her away. In comparison with what now occupied him, was it not a matter of supreme indifference to him whether he lived or did not live with his wife? Vouchsafing no reply either to his wife or her mother, Pierre, late one evening, started off and went to Moscow, in order to have a consultation with Bazdiev. This is what Pierre wrote in his diary. Moscow, November 29. I have only just come from the benefactor's, and I make haste to transcribe all my experiences with him. Iosif Alexievitch lives in extreme poverty, and has been suffering for 2 years past with painful affection of the bladder. No one has ever heard him utter a groan or a word of complaint. From morning till late at night he spends all his time, except while at his most simple meals, devoting himself to scientific work. He received me courteously, and I sat down on the bed where he was lying. I gave him the grip of the Knights of the East and of Jerusalem. He replied with the same, and with a benignant smile asked me what I had learned and experienced in the Prussian and Scottish lodges. I told him everything that I knew. Then I related to him the proposal which I had made before our Petersburg lodge, and described the unfriendly reception which it had received and the rupture which had arisen between me and the brethren. Iosif Alexievitch said nothing for some little time, and was lost in thought. Then he expounded his views in regard to the whole matter, so that all the past was made plain to me as well as the way which lay stretched out before my feet. He surprised me by asking if I remembered the threefold object of the fraternity: 1. The conservation and study of the mysteries; 2. Self-purification and regeneration, so as to be able to receive them; and 3. The regeneration of the human race through striving after such purification. What is the first and chief of these aims? Of course it must be self-purification and regeneration. Only thereby can we strive to make our way onward, independent of all circumstances. But at the same time this very aim constrains us to the most arduous labors, and often, being deceived by our pride, we lose sight of this aim, and strive either to penetrate the mystery which we are incapable of accepting on account of its purity, or else we make an effort toward improving humanity when we merely show in ourselves an example of turpitude and depravity. Illuminism is not pure doctrine, precisely for the reason that it has been carried away by the charms of social activity and has become puffed up with pride. From this standpoint, Iosif Alexievitch criticized my discourse and all my activity. I agreed with him in the depths of my soul. During the course of our conversation we touched on my domestic troubles, and he said to me, "The chief obligation of a true Mason, as I told you once before, consists in the perfecting of self. But ofttimes we imagine that if we were freed from all the hardships of life, we should soon attain this end. On the contrary, my dear sir," said he, "only in the tumults of life can we attain the three chief ends: 1. Self-knowledge, for a man can learn to know himself only through comparison; 2. Perfection, which is attained only by battling; and 3. The chief virtue, love of death. Only the vicissitudes of life can teach us its falsity and stimulate our innate love of death, which is, in other words, our new birth into another and better life." These words were all the more impressive from the fact that Iosif Alexievitch, in spite of his severe physical sufferings, had never felt the burdens of this life, and yet he loves death, though, in spite of all the purity and loftiness of his nature, he never feels that he is yet sufficiently prepared for it. Then the benefactor fully explained to me the grand square of creation, and demonstrated that the numbers 3 and 7 were the foundation of all other things. He counseled me to avoid a breach with the Petersburg brethren, to take upon myself only the obligations of the second degree, and while winning the brethren away from the dominion of pride, to strive to keep them on the straight road toward self-knowledge and perfection. Moreover, he advised me, above all things, to keep a strict watch over myself, and for this purpose he gave me this notebook, in which I am now writing, in which I am henceforth to keep account of all my actions. Petersburg, December 5. Again I am living with my wife. My mother-in-law, with tears in her eyes, came to me and said that Ellen was back, and that she begged me to hear her, that she was innocent, that she was unhappy at my putting her away, and many such things. I was well aware that if I once allowed myself to see her I should not have the force to repulse her request. In my perplexity I did not know whose help and advice to seek. If the benefactor had been here, he would have told me. I shut myself up alone in my room, read over Iosif Alexeyevitch's letters, recalled my conversations with him, and, taking all things together, I came to the conclusion that I had no right to refuse her request, and that if it was my duty to offer the hand of help to every one, all the more was it to a person so closely united to me, and that I was in duty bound to bear my cross. But if I pardoned her for the sake of right doing, then my reunion with her must have merely a spiritual end and aim. And thus I made up my mind, and thus I wrote to Iosif Alexeyevitch. I told my wife that I would beg her to forget all the past, that I would beg her to pardon me for anything in which I had been blameworthy toward her, and that I had nothing to forgive. It was a pleasure for me to tell her that. No one need for her to know how trying it was for me to see her again. I have taken up my abode in the upper rooms of the great mansion, and I rejoice in a pleasant sense of regeneration. End of chapter 8. Part 3, Chapter 9 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 9. In those days, as has always been the case, high society, which met at court and at the fashionable balls, was divided into a number of inner circles, each having its own distinctive peculiarities. The most extensive of these cliques was the French circle, based on the Napoleonic alliance, and led by Count Rumyantsev and Caulaincourt. Ellen immediately took a most prominent position in this clique, as soon as she and her husband resumed their residence together at Petersburg. Her salon was frequented by the gentlemen of the French legation, and by the great collection of people distinguished for their amiability and wit, who were in that swim. Ellen had been at Erfurt at the time of the notable meeting between the emperors, and had there made acquaintance of all the Napoleonic celebrities of Europe. She had enjoyed a most brilliant success. Napoleon himself remarked her presence at the theatre, and said of her, "C'est un superbe animal." Pierre was not surprised at her success, as far as beauty and elegance were concerned, because, as time went on, she grew more beautiful than ever. But he was amazed that his wife, in the course of 2 short years, should have succeeded in acquiring the reputation of being une femme charmante, aussi spirituelle que belle. The distinguished Prince de Lange wrote her 8-page letters. Bilibin treasured up his witticisms so as to get them off for the first time at the Countess Bezukhaya's. To be received at her salon was regarded as equivalent to a diploma of wit and intelligence. Young men read books previous to making their appearance there, so as to have some special subject to talk about, and the secretaries of legation, and even the ambassadors, confided diplomatic secrets to her, so that Ellen was a power in a certain way. Pierre, who knew how stupid she really was, had a strange feeling of perplexity and fear when he appeared, as he sometimes did, at her receptions and dinner parties, where the conversation ran on politics, poetry, and philosophy. On such occasions he experienced a feeling such as a juggler must have, who is all the time afraid lest somehow or other his deception should be found out. But either because stupidity is the one thing needful in the management of such a salon, or because those who are deceived find a certain amount of satisfaction in the deception itself, the secret was not betrayed, and Elena Vasilyevna Bezukhaya's reputation of being une femme charmante et spirituelle was so firmly established that she could say the most astonishing trivialities and nonsense, and all professed themselves charmed with every word that fell from her lips, and discovered in them a depth of thought which she herself did not begin to suspect. Pierre was precisely the kind of husband which such a brilliant woman of the world ought by good rights to have. He was a queer, absent-minded fellow, a grand seigneur of a husband, interfering with no one, and not only not spoiling the lofty tone proper to such a drawing-room, but serving as an admirable background against which to display his wife's elegance and tact. Pierre, during these 2 years, in consequence of perpetually concentrating his mind on transcendental interests, and of his genuine contempt for all things else, assumed in the, to him uninteresting, society which his wife gathered around her that tone of abstraction and absent-mindedness, combined with affability toward all, which cannot be acquired by art, and which somehow commanded involuntary respect. He walked into his wife's drawing-room as though it were the theatre, and he knew every one; toward all he was equally cordial and equally reserved. Sometimes he joined in the conversation, if it interested him, and then he blurted out his opinions with that thick utterance of his, regardless of the inappropriateness of his ideas, or the presence of le Monsieur de l'Ambassade. But it was a foregone conclusion in regard to that queer husband, de la femme la plus distinguée de Pétersbourg, that no one should take his idiosyncrasies seriously. Among the young men who daily frequented Ellen's society after her return from Erfurt, Boris Drubetskoi, who was now on the highest road to success in the service, was the most assiduous in his visitations to the Bezukhois. Ellen called him mon page, and treated him as though he were a boy. The smiles that she gave him were just like those that she showered upon every one else, but occasionally Pierre had an unpleasant feeling at the sight of it. Boris treated Pierre with a peculiar and rather grave deference that was perfectly proper. This shade of deference also disquieted Pierre. He had suffered so keenly 3 years before from the affront that his wife had put upon him, that he now saved himself from the possibility of a repetition of it, in the first place, by renouncing the idea of being his wife's husband, and in the second place, by not allowing a suspicion of her to enter his head. No, now that she has become a bas bleu, a blue stocking, she will never be troubled again with such temptations, he would say to himself. There is no example of a bas bleu having love affairs, he would assure himself, as though it were an axiom in which he had no question, though he could not have told where he had obtained it. But, strangely enough, Boris's presence in his wife's drawing-room, and he was there almost constantly, affected him physically. It seemed to paralyze all of his limbs, to waken all his self-consciousness, and take away his freedom of motion. Such a strange antipathy, thought Pierre, and yet he used to please me very much. In the eyes of the world Pierre was a great baron, the somewhat blinded and ridiculous husband of a distinguished wife, a queer genius, who accomplished nothing, did no one any harm, and who was on the whole a very fine and good young man. But in the depths of Pierre's soul, during all this time, there was going on the complicated and arduous labor of internal development, which brought him into the knowledge of many secrets, and made him pass through many joys and many doubts. End of chapter 9. Part 3, Chapter 10 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Marianne. Chapter 10. He continued his diary, and here are some extracts from what he wrote at that time. December 6. Rose at 8 o'clock, read in the Gospels, then went to a committee meeting. Pierre, by his benefactor's advice, had entered the service as a member of one of the committees. Came back to dinner, dined alone. The countess had many guests, who were disagreeable to me. Ate and drank moderately, and after dinner copied some documents for the brethren. In the afternoon I went down to the drawing-room, and related a ludicrous story about B, and only when it was too late and everybody laughing heartily did I remember that I should not have done so. Went to bed in a happy and contented frame of mind. Almighty Lord, help me to walk in thy paths. 1. To conquer angry passions by gentleness and moderation. 2. Carnal desires by self-restraint and aversion. 3. To shun vanity, but not to shut myself off from a. The conditions of service of the state, b. From family affairs, c. From dealings with friends, and d. From domestic economy. December 7. Arose late, and after I woke up lay for a long time indulging in slothfulness. My God, help me and strengthen me so that I may walk in thy ways. Read the Holy Gospels, but without the proper feeling. Brother Urasov came. We talked about the vanities of the world. Told about the Emperor's new plans. I began to criticize them, but remembered our regulations and the words of the benefactor in regard to the obligations of a genuine Mason, to be a zealous worker in the government when his services are required, and a calm observer of what he cannot approve. My tongue is my enemy. Brothers G. V. and O. came to see me. It was a meeting preparatory to the initiation of a new brother. They insisted upon clothing me with the office of Rhetor. I feel myself weak and incompetent." Then the conversation turned on the significance of the 7 pillars and 7 steps of the temple: 7 sciences, 7 virtues, 7 sins, 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit. Brother O was very eloquent. The initiation took place in the evening. The new arrangement of the lodge room made a magnificent spectacle. Boris Drubetskoi was the adept. I was his sponsor, and I was also Rhetor. A strange feeling agitated me while I was with him in the dark room. I detected in myself a feeling of hatred toward him, which I vainly strove to overcome, and I should wish really to save him from evil and win him over to the side of truth, but hard thoughts about him arose in my mind. It seemed to me that his sole aim in joining the fraternity was, that he might get into closer relations with certain men, creep into favor with those who belonged to our lodge. Besides the fact that he has several times asked me whether N or S belonged to our lodge, which I could not answer him, beside the fact that, from my observation of him, he is not qualified to feel proper reverence for our holy order, and is too much occupied and content with the external man to desire the improvement of the spiritual, I had no grounds to base my objections upon, but he seemed to me insincere, and all the time that I was alone with him in the dark chamber it seemed to me that he was scornfully smiling at my words, and I had a strong temptation really to pierce him with the sword which I held at his bared breast. I could not speak with any fluency, and I could not frankly confess my doubts to the brethren and the Grand Master. May the great Architect of the universe aid me to find the true way which leads for the labyrinth of lies. After that there was a gap of 3 pages in the diary, and then came what follows. Had an instructive and long talk today with Brother V, who advised me to hold fast by Brother A. Many things were revealed to me, though I am so unworthy. Adonai is the name of the Creator of the world. Elohim is the name of the One who directs the universe. The third name, the unspeakable name, means the All. These talks with Brother V strengthen me, enlighten me, and confirm my feet in the path of virtue. In his presence there is no chance for doubt. How clear to my mind is the distinction between the wretched knowledge of the general sciences and our sacred, all-embracing science. Human science constantly subdivides, so as to grasp, constantly destroys, so as to scrutinize. In the holy science of our brotherhood, everything is coordinated, everything is recognized by its unity and its life. The Trinity is the 3 primordial elements of all things, sulfur, mercury, and salt. Sulfur has an unctuous and fiery quality. Taken in conjunction with salt, its fiery nature arouses a longing in it, by means of which mercury is attracted, seizes it, and thereby arise various bodies. Mercury is the living and volatile spiritual being. Christ, the Holy Spirit, He. December 15. Awoke late, read the Holy Gospels, but without being stirred. Afterward I went out and walked up and down the hall. Tried to think, but instead my imagination brought up an occurrence that happened 4 years ago. After our duel, Mr. Dolokhov and I met in Moscow, and he said that he hoped that I was now enjoying complete peace of mind, in spite of the absence of my wife. At that time I made him no answer. Now I recalled all the circumstances in my heart of hearts, reviling him with the most angry words and the most cutting sarcasms. I came to my senses and banished this thought only when I found myself stirred up to wrath, but I have sufficiently repented of this. After this, Boris Drubetskoi came in and begged to relate his various adventures. From the first instant I was annoyed at his visit, and contradicted him. He retorted. I grew angry and said a great many disagreeable and even hateful things. He said no more, and I recollected myself only when it was too late. My God, I cannot tell at all how to treat him. The cause of this is my self-conceit. I regard myself as superior to him, and consequently I behave 1,000 times worse than he does, since he condones my rude behavior, while I feel nothing but contempt for him. My God, enable me in his presence better to realize my own shortcomings, and so to order my life that he too may find advantage in it. After dinner I had a nap, and while I was going to sleep I distinctly heard a voice saying in my left ear, "Thine is the day." It seemed to me in my dream that I was walking in darkness, and suddenly I was surrounded by dogs, but I proceeded without fear. Suddenly one small one seized me by the left thigh and did not let go. I tried to throttle him. I had just succeeded in getting rid of him when another still larger began to snap at me. I tried to lift him up, and the higher I lifted him, the larger and heavier he grew. And suddenly Brother A came along, and taking me by the arm, drew me with him and brought me to an edifice, to enter which it was necessary to cross a narrow plank. I stepped upon it, and the plank tipped and fell, and I tried to climb the fence, the top of which I could hardly reach by stretching up my arms. At last, after excessive efforts, I climbed up in such a way that my legs were on one side and my body on the other. I managed to look around and saw that Brother A was standing on the fence and directing my attention to a great alley and garden, and within the garden was a large and beautiful edifice. Then I woke up. Lord, mighty architect of nature, help me to defend myself from the dogs, my passions, and from the last of them, who united in himself the strength of all the others, and aid me to enter that temple of virtue, the sight of which I attained in my vision. December 17. In a vision, it seemed to me that Iosip Alexievitch was sitting in my house, and I felt very glad and was anxious to entertain him. It seemed to me that I went on chatting irreverently, and suddenly remembered that this would not be pleasing to him, and I felt anxious to approach him and embrace him. But as soon as I came close to him, I saw that his face was transfigured. He appeared youthful, and in a low tone repeated something from the teachings of the order, so low, in fact, that I could not understand what he said. Then we seemed all to leave the room, and a marvelous thing occurred. We were sitting or lying on the floor. The benefactor said something to me, and I seemed to be anxious to manifest my tenderness towards him, and without listening to his discourse I tried to realize the condition of my inner man and the mercy of God, which had overshadowed me. And the tears stood in my eyes, and I was glad that he noticed it. But he glanced at me with a look of annoyance and sprang up, breaking off his discourse. I was crestfallen and asked if what he had said applied especially to me, but he made no reply, and then he turned a benignant face upon me, and immediately we seemed to be in my sleeping room, and he asked me, "Tell me honestly what is your strongest temptation? Haven't you ever told me? It seems to me that you have." I was mortified at his question, and replied that sloth was my chief sin. He shook his head incredulously, and I seemed to be still more confused, and replied that though I lived with my wife, as he had advised, still I did not love her. To this he replied that a man ought not to deprive his wife of the affection which was her due, and gave me to feel that this was an obligation. But I replied that I was ashamed to begin now, and suddenly everything vanished. When I awoke I found myself repeating the text of Holy Writ. And the life was the light of men, and the light shineth in the darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. Iosif Alexievitch's voice was youthful and bright. On that very same day I received a letter from the benefactor, in which he wrote of the obligations of the married state. December 21. I had a dream from which I awoke with a throbbing heart. I seemed to be in my own mansion in Moscow, in the great divan room, and Iosif Alexievitch seemed to me to be coming out of the dining room, and I immediately saw that a strange change had taken place in him, and I hastened to meet him. And it seemed to me that I kissed his cheek and his hand, and he said, "Have you noticed that my face looks different?" I gazed at him while still holding him in my embrace, and it seemed to me that his face was youthful, but there was no hair on his head, and his features were greatly altered. And it seemed to me that I replied, "I should have known you had I met you anywhere," and at the same time I ask myself, "Am I telling the strict truth?" And suddenly I see that he has fallen like a corpse. Then he gradually came to his senses and went with me into the great library, holding a great parchment book in manuscript, and he seemed to say, "This I have written." And he gave it to me with a low bow. I opened the book, and on all the pages of this book were exquisite illustrations, and it seemed to me that I recognized that these pictures represented the adventures of the soul with her beloved, and among them I seemed to see one representing a beautiful damsel flying through the clouds in diaphanous raiment, and with a transparent body, and I seemed to be aware that this damsel illustrated the Song of Songs. And as I looked at these pictures it seemed to me that I was doing wrong, and yet I could not tear myself away. Lord, aid me. My God, if this, thy abandonment of me, is thy work, then thy will be done. But if I myself am to blame, then teach me what I must do. I must perish in my own corruption if thou wholly abandonest me. End of chapter 10. Part 3, Chapter 11 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Chapter 11. The Rostovs' financial affairs had not improved in the course of the 2 years while they had been living wholly in the country. Although Nikolai had persistently kept to his resolve, and continued to serve in an obscure regiment, where he had no chance of advancement, and therefore spent comparatively little money, still, the scale of life at Otradnoye was so large, and, above all, Vitenka's management was so bad, that the debts rolled up more and more each year. The old count evidently saw but one means of relief. That was a government employment, and he went to Petersburg to get a situation, and at the same time, as he expressed it, to give the girls one last season's amusement. Shortly after the Rostovs reached Petersburg, Berg had proposed for Vera, and his proposal had been accepted. In spite of the fact that in Moscow the Rostovs moved in the highest society, without thinking or inquiring what the society was to which they belonged, they found in Petersburg that their position was somewhat irregular and unsettled. In Petersburg they were regarded as rather ridiculous provincials, and many people who had accepted their hospitality at Moscow without question, now did not deign to notice them. The Rostovs entertained as freely at Petersburg as they had done at Moscow, and their dinners were shared by a most heterogeneous conglomeration of individuals. For example, some of their neighbors at Otradnoye, landed proprietors of good standing but not rich, and their daughters, and a Frailina Peronskaya, Pierre Bezukhoi, and the son of their district postmaster, who had a government appointment at Petersburg. Among the men who were on a footing of familiarity at the Rostovs were Boris, Pierre, whom the old count had met on the street one day and brought home with him, and Berg, who spent whole days at the Rostovs and showed the Countess Vera those attentions which every young man is expected to show on the eve of a proposal. It was not without effect that Berg had shown every one the arm wounded at Austerlitz, and affected to hold his wholly unnecessary sword in his left hand. He described the occurrence so persistently, and made it a matter of such grave importance, that all came to believe in the genuineness and merit of his action, and Berg received 2 rewards after Austerlitz. In the campaign in Finland he had also succeeded in distinguishing himself. He picked up a fragment of shell which had just killed one of the general-in-chief's aides, and carried this fragment to the chief. And in exactly the same way as after Austerlitz, he persisted in giving everyone such detailed accounts of his behavior, that all finally came to believe with him that this must have taken place also. And again, after the war in Finland, he received 2 rewards. In 1809 he was already captain of the guard, and held a most advantageous place in Petersburg. Though there were some skeptics who smiled significantly when Berg's merits were spoken of in their presence, it was impossible not to admit that Berg was a strict, brave officer, of excellent standing at headquarters, and a highly moral young man, with a brilliant career before him, and already enjoying an exceptional position in society. 4 years before, Berg, happening to fall in with a comrade, also a German, in the parterre of one of the Moscow theaters, had called his attention to Vera Rostova, and said in German, "Das soll meine Weib werden," she is to be my wife. And from that moment he had laid his plans to marry her. Now that they were in Petersburg together, he compared his own position with the Rostovs, and came to the conclusion that his time had come, and he proposed. Berg's proposal was received at first with a surprise that was anything but flattering to him. It seemed at first thought strange that the son of an obscure country nobleman should offer himself to a Countess Rostova. But one of Berg's most characteristic traits was such a naive and good-natured egoism, that the Rostovs soon came involuntarily to feel it must be an excellent thing if he himself were so anxious about it, and it kept presenting itself before them in a more and more favorable light. Moreover, the Rostovs' affairs were in a greatly shattered condition, so that there was little attraction for wooers, and worse than all, Vera was already 24, and although she had been everywhere and was undoubtedly a pretty and attractive girl, she had never before received an offer. So the consent was granted. "Now you see," said Berg to a comrade whom he called his friend, simply because he knew that it was fashionable for men to have friends, "you see I have weighed it all carefully, and I should not think of marrying if I had not arranged everything, or if it interfered with anyone. But now, on the contrary, my Papenka and Mamenka are secure. I have got them that usufruct estate on the Baltic frontier, and I can live in Petersburg on my salary, together with what comes from her estate, for I am careful and economical. We can live very well. I don't marry her for money. I don't call that sort of thing honorable, but it's no more than fair for the wife to contribute her portion and the husband his. I have my appointment, she her connections and her little property. That's something in these days, isn't it? But best of all, she is a jewel of a girl, and she loves me." Berg reddened, and added with a smile, "And I love her because her character is well balanced, very admirable. Now there's her sister, the same family, but a very different person, a most disagreeable character, and no sense at all, and that kind of thing, you know, disagreeable. But my affianced, well, you'll have a chance to see her," continued Berg. He had it in his mind to say, "You will dine with us some day," but he saved himself and said, "You will take tea with us," and doubling up his tongue he deftly sent forth a little ring of tobacco smoke, absolutely typical of his dreams of happiness. After the first feeling of dissatisfaction which Vera's parents felt at Berg's proposal, the festivity and happiness usual in such circumstances were redoubled, but the joy was not genuine, it was artificial. The relatives confessed to mixed feelings of perplexity and shame. There was an undercurrent of regret that they had never been quite fond of Vera, and that they were now only too glad to get her off their hands. The old count, most of all, was perplexed. He probably would not have been able to tell what caused him this perplexity, but the real cause of it was his finances. He really did not know how he stood or how much he owed, and what he should be able to give as Vera's dowry. When the daughters were born each had received a portion, about 300 souls, but one of those estates had already been sold and the other was mortgaged, and the payments were so behindhand that it was bound to be foreclosed and therefore could not be granted as a dower, nor was there any money to spare. Berg had already been the accepted bridegroom for more than a month, and only a week remained before the wedding, and still the count had not been able to face the dreaded question of the dowry, and had not broached the subject to his wife. At one time the count thought of giving Vera his raisin property, at another of selling a forest, then of raising money on a note. One morning a few days before the wedding, Berg came early to the count's private room, and with a pleasant smile respectfully asked his future father-in-law what he was going to give as the Countess Vera's marriage portion. The count was so confused at this long-anticipated question that he answered at haphazard whatever first came into his head. "I like it in you that you are careful, I like it. You shall be satisfied." And patting Berg on his shoulder, he got up, thinking to put an end to the matter. But Berg, still smiling pleasantly, explained that unless he could know definitely what would be Vera's dowry, and unless a portion of it at least were paid over beforehand, he should be under the necessity of withdrawing from the offer. "You will certainly agree with me, Count, that if I should permit myself to enter the marriage relation without having a definite knowledge of what means I shall have for the maintenance of my wife, I should be acting a bum." The conversation ended by the count, who wished to appear generous, and also to avoid future demands, saying that he would give him a note for 80,000 rubles. Berg, sweetly smiling, kissed him on the shoulder, and declared that he was very grateful, but that he could never make himself ready for his new life unless he had 30,000 in ready cash. "Or only 20,000 would do, Count," he added. "In that case the note would be for only 60,000. "Well, very good," said the count hastily. "Only you will allow me, my dear fellow, to give you the 20,000 and the note for 80,000 beside. That's the way we'll do it. Kiss me." End of chapter 11.